Oh
Yeah,
boy.
I never said I was. It's probably what happens when you roll out of bed in the morning. You look at yourself in the mirror. Yeah, that's one right there.
That's probably why it came up. Yeah, because thinking maybe I am a reptilian. That's what you saw. That's right.
No, I was just asking. Jeez, you guys are like flaming me for no reason.
I believe the government is run by falling angels.
Okay.
Sent down by God, but betrayed there.
Why do you believe
like Nephilim?
Sounds more likely than the globe.
Yeah.
So you believe in like Nephilim and Anunnaki?
No, not necessarily.
Now remember, you're talking to Globers.
Globers can have weird views about the... I mean, like, reptilian Earth came from Globers, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I know.
They're from another planet.
What do you guys think about cloning?
Like Dolly the sheep?
Well, like how we can genetically alter animals and clone them and create different breeds. Do you think you could do that with humans?
It's a real thing, and I think they've done it to me.
Animal husbandry, or are you
I think
talking
the burgers
about
will
cloning?
taste the same either way, so...
Apparently the vast majority of the
Pretty much, it's the seasoning that you use to make the burger that really makes it taste good.
The majority of the beef herd of America is cloned, as I'm aware.
I think that if the Earth is flat, then everything that they're doing is probably a lie. So your
about the
favorite
ice wall?
politician is probably a clone.
What about the ice wall?
The one surrounding the Antarctic island?
Right. They say that gravity is reversed, so it rains upwards there. They say that that's where the Garden of Eden is.
Rains upwards?
Yeah, they just
That's
say
what they say about Australia. They say Australia is at the bottom of the globe, so the rain goes upwards.
Cite your sources.
Globers will say all kinds of weird things.
In
I used to be a Glober.
Wait. So you think that
wacky Globers
think that Australia's at the bottom of the earth? Is that what you think? Like that's what up and down are?
That's what I think. Am I wrong?
Literally a requirement of your belief.
Yeah, I thought that you said that the earth was flat.
Yeah, there's no such thing as crazy upside down Australians. Who came up with that idea?
That's the globe. That's a requirement of the globe.
Percent of down is towards the center of the earth. Yeah.
Right.
Cool story.
So,
there you go.
That's what kind of.
You believe if you went straight down, you would end up on the surface again.
What?
Yeah.
If you believe in the globe, if you were to dig straight down, you would end up back on the surface. That's what you believe.
Yeah,
which is really scary to think that, isn't it? That's like a horror movie.
Dude, like the globe
going to the center of the
Earth's
earth,
like
yes.
Pac-Man
That's
Earth.
pretty terrifying, yes.
No, but imagine imagine digging down and you end up at the surface again. That's weird.
Pac-Man Earth Globers.
Awesome. It's awesome.
I have some questions.
No, wait. I want to ask a question real quick, please.
No problem.
Do you think the Earth is like finite, or do you think it's like a infinite plane?
It has a fixed volume.
So
at least where we live.
That is okay. I'm assuming what you're saying is that it's finite. So how do you if you keep walking straight in one direction, what happens?
You can't keep walking straight.
You can't keep walking straight. What's going to happen?
Well, you don't end up back where you started like a Pac-Man Earth globe.
So wait. So you keep walking in one direction, right?
No, you can't. You don't have anything for it to keep a heading with, so you can't point one direction.
That's true. And if you could, like Endless said, you'll drown.
Okay. Say that I have all the what's the word? The vehicles necessary to. Let's say that I have a plane. Okay, that's actually.
They don't make a device that can go straight without some kind of heading, without some kind of reference point. So I don't know what to tell you. You have no way of making a reference point that you're going straight.
I never I'm never gonna like turn. That's
a good
all
point.
I'm gonna do. Like I'm just gonna keep going. Like what happens?
You'll get
You're gonna
lost.
go in a circle.
I'll get lost. Sure. I'll go in a circle by going straight. That's interesting. What about
using
wait a
magnetic
second. So what about
reference point.
what about planes, right? Like say that the Earth is a globe, right? Isn't it at this point like plausible that a plane that goes straight like follows the curve of the Earth?
Can't have both at the same time.
You cannot have both at the same time. You just said that it's possible. I keep going straight and go in circles. Why is it not possible that the plane just follows the
go in a curve and go straight? How do you think you can go?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You said that if I keep going straight, I'll go in circles. But that's not what happens, is it?
Well, if you maintain one heading, ideally, if you could, you think you'll end up back where you started again.
Once I reach the end of the flat Earth, what's going to happen?
End.
I don't know that there is an end you can reach.
Yeah, but I think
there probably is, though, right? Like to imagine the Earth is infinite, it seems a bit ridiculous.
No, you're confusing two ideas.
It might be ridiculous.
Yeah. So what happens?
From what we see on our Earth and the material around us, there's always an end. We don't see anything that's like infinite around us.
It can be finite.
Well, you think you can infinitely wrap yourself around a ball? Like that's kind of silly to me. Meanwhile, we actually have a fixed volume of air that we breathe.
And you actually
we got a fixed volume of air that
I believe that the Earth is flat, but I think there's an end.
And you will go in circles. That's true. You end up where you started. Right? So
sounds silly.
Sounds silly. Okay. That's interesting. All right.
Yeah, what's interesting is you don't have confirmation of that, do you? Where's the
no, there has been no. There has been flights that have circumnavigated the Earth.
So what about flights? Have you confirmed that what you're saying is true right now?
Yes, because flat earthers do agree with that.
No, because you
don't say yes. Because you're lying.
No, listen, you made a claim that you can't back up in this chat right now. So you're laughing to disguise the fact that you don't have the answer to what I'm asking. Isn't it true?
So what you're saying is that as long as I don't personally circumnavigate the Earth, I cannot.
No. You can listen to me very carefully. You can't make a claim and then try to say that it just happens just because.
So
wait, you don't have an answer, do you?
No, I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Do I have to?
Where's the answer for your claim? Where's the answer for your claim? Did you confirm?
The answer from
Did you confirm it?
Yes. It's a
no, you didn't.
Fact.
Historical. So what's the confirmation of the history? What's the confirmation of that history? Yeah. What's the confirmation of the history? What is it? How are you confirming history, dude? Did I break you?
Did I break you?
Did I break you?
He's broke. Yeah, he's just repeating some shit over and over again. Something happened to him.
Did that in the past, right?
Maybe we could give him a chance to provide a specific case.
In one point and ended up in the same point.
Yeah, I agree, Yoder.
If the Earth is flat and finite,
yeah,
if the Earth
I want
is
a
flat and
specific
finite,
case.
Yeah, prove one.
So if the Earth is flat and finite, so
he's not listening. He only wants to say what he wants to say.
Let's let him blow off some steam and then ask him for a specific case.
Yeah, I do have.
Oh, okay, yeah. Do you got a specific case that we can look at together?
It's called the One More Orbit.
The One More Orbit. Great. Let's
look into it. Put it in the text chat, will you?
See what that's about.
I'm chat banned. You're gonna have to Google it.
Okay, so there have been circumnavigations of the Earth since the 16th century.
Yeah, we're asking for an example. Keep up.
Let's look at a recent one. Let's look at a recent one.
Yeah, well, pull one up.
What exactly do you mean by circumnavigation?
Going from one.
I guess we'll find out.
And what do you mean by recent?
Restart.
Put the example in the text chat.
Recent 2023, 2024.
Sweet.
Put the example in the text chat.
I cannot. I am muted in the text chat.
Why? What did you do?
Me, I might do it.
Uh-oh. Someone was naughty.
It's funny how you laugh it's funny how you laugh as if I'm not like impeded by that. Come on.
Well, I mean, it's funny.
What did you do?
Hello?
Yeah. Did a server admin do this to you?
No, it was India, I'm pretty sure.
Wow, for India to do that.
What did you do?
He's a little brat, so no, I just laugh at him sometimes. Anyways, so
and that got you banned from the text chat.
Yeah, because he's a fucking brat. Anyway,
swear.
Don't believe
mute me. I'm gonna if you mute me, I'm gonna send it.
Yes.
But yeah.
You can send it. Send it to someone's DM. Do this. Send it to someone's DM, and then we'll post it in there for you.
You just unmute me.
I think it's better the way I said.
You obviously can't be trusted with that power. You've been banned before.
That's crazy. You can just unmute me in order, like, for me to send the link.
It's been banned.
You just post it to me, and I'll put it up.
No, you can just unmute me. I can send it. Then you can unmute me again.
You know why we do this? Because we don't want you posting gay porn instead.
No, I did not do that. I can assure you.
How would you be able to assure us? You won't tell us what you did.
You can literally go and look at the.
All right, dude. It's time. Yeah, it's time to. Hey! It's time to put up or shut up. So show somebody. Put in a DM. Give it to someone. Matrix.
You know what?
Show your wiener.
Look up
put up
list of
or shut up.
Navigations of Earth. There's
put up or shut up. I'm gonna mute you. You're cruising for a mute. Give it to Matrix.
Okay.
Give it to Matrix.
I sent it to you. This is somebody who circumnavigated the Earth. The source, actually, the list that I took it from is this one.
God bless America, man.
Let me know when he's posted. I don't want to see what he posted. I got my hands busy right now. You sent it to me?
Send it to me.
Oh shit! Hold on.
You've been chosen.
We get a definition of circumnavigation yet?
The person that I sent you.
We need to.
2023, 2024.
I think Endless is right. Like, the first thing we need to establish is if this claim even rises to the definition of circumnavigation. So,
okay,
why is this circumnavigation?
The definition for circumnavigation is. We can agree on a definition.
All right, there it is, guys. Check it out.
Yep. I mean, I would accept a claim to a Great Circle route that is verified.
The person that's that.
Or verifiable. I'll take verifiability, honestly, before we even get to verified.
So let's agree to the definition. So a circumnavigation would be the action or process of sailing or otherwise traveling all around something, especially the world. That's what a circumnavigation is.
So, like, around the United States of America and Canada, Mexico, like, can you go around a continent, call that circumnavigation?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
No.
I guess it would be.
Yeah, it's not clearly defined.
Yes, it would be.
Circumnavigation of the world. In fact, Coldbrier there, it says it's the first woman in the United States to race single-handed around the world nonstop. Yeah, so now you're going to bring up.
No. That's great. That's great. I'm glad you posted that. But at the same time, how do you know that this is happening on a curved surface? That's what's in contention right now. So what the big kerfuffle is if you can tell, if you can, if you can. No, we didn't. We were not going to establish that already. Like, what do you mean? You're assuming it? What do you mean?
It was not. Yeah, nice, strong.
We just need to see if the claim even rises to the standard of what the claim is meant to be before we can get into whether or not it's true.
So what the claim was, right, is that if the Earth is finite if the Earth is finite and flat, what's going to happen is that once you fly towards like what's the word? The edge. What's going to happen? It's not clear. Right?
No, we're not claiming an edge.
Either
geometry is the space embedded in.
Sorry, give me a second. So it's finite, but it doesn't have an edge. Like, what's going to happen?
No, you need to stick to, dude. You need to stick to your
spacing.
You need to stick to your evidence. So whatever you're presenting, it has to. Yeah.
No,
whatever you're. Hold on. I'm gonna have to hold him on mute.
We're going through the arguments.
What geometry is this space embedded in?
He's in mute right now. So what you're presenting, what you're presenting. Okay, can you guys hear me? Test. All right, what you're presenting right now needs to be up to the level of showing that you live on an Earth that's curved surface, which is a globe. So if you're not showing that in what you're presenting, then it has no merit for us to look at. Well, we're not even going to look at it. So you have to agree that it's going to show us in some way, shape, or form that the Earth is an oblate spheroid or curvature on the surface as the person traveled. If it doesn't rise to that level, we don't need to see it. I'm going to unmute you. I need a confirmation of what I just said. Is it going to be that in this example? Go ahead, sir.
I'm not sure. That's not what we were talking about, though.
Okay, you're not sure. We're going to hand wave dismiss it. On to the next example, please.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you said you're not sure. So I
guess so.
Yeah.
Let's just dismiss anything, right?
You said you can't. You said you weren't.
Listen. If you can't be sure that this is globe exclusive, then you can't claim this is globe exclusive. I'm sorry.
Correct. That's correct.
I'm not gonna say that like this specific one is gonna be globe exclusive. But
all right. Give us one. No. No. You're gonna have to give us something that's globe exclusive that shows that the Earth needs to be, by consequence of the example, a curvature of the Earth. You're gonna have to do that.
We agree that if you go from one place,
only happen on
and then you keep traveling in a straight line, you're not gonna end up in the same place if you're on a flat Earth.
Yeah. So how do you know it's globe exclusive?
Right, there you go. Because otherwise there would have to be some sort of Pac-Man effect.
No, that's not an argument. That's not an argument.
It is literally an argument.
No, it's not. Otherwise, it would have to be what you imagine it to be. No, it either is or is not the thing you're presenting it as.
But do we agree that the Earth has to be finite?
No, we're not. Listen, dude. All that right there is you just not answering what should be answerable.
But we already agreed with somebody else, right?
No. Is it?
Professor Triangle agreed that the Earth has.
Okay, so now you've latched on to something else other than you presenting information that shows.
Literally,
I'm going to stop you. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. So you either are or not going to present information that's exclusive to the globe. You're going to do that right now, and if you can't do that, then you just concede. I don't have that information.
It's on a flat Earth. We agreed that circumnavigations are impossible.
All right, I need to step into. Jeez, dude.
Go ahead.
What the audience is hearing right now is that your version of what you think flat Earth ought to be is in conflict with what you believe the globe ought to be. That's how bad this is.
That's what Professor Triangle agreed to. That's not my claim.
I agreed to what?
Agreed to what?
So you did agree that the Earth, if it's flat, it has to be finite, right?
I said it has a fixed volume.
Yep.
Okay. So is that a yes or no? Is it finite? Does it go on
I don't think he understands what you meant by that.
He doesn't. It has a fixed volume.
Right.
It doesn't get bigger and it doesn't get smaller. So you tell me what that means.
Does it go on forever?
That's weird.
Yeah.
How is that weird?
So his response to you by saying fixed volume was really meant to get you to ask, what do you mean by that? And instead you just assume that you know what he meant by that.
Yep.
And then you strawman flat Earth.
That's just plain doublespeak.
No, it's not.
You said
it's called having a conversation.
That makes it seem like you're agreeing with me, but then then you can think.
He's testing to see if you're intellectually curious.
Let me explain. I'll explain so his feelings don't get hurt. It has a fixed volume of 4.7 psi of air pressure at sea level. That doesn't really ever change. Maybe a little tiny bit up and down. It just depends, but that's basically the average.
You're calculating the volume in psi of air pressure?
No.
You just said that.
No, he didn't. You don't understand what he said. Why don't you ask a question instead of assuming?
I just asked the question. Did you say that? You're just saying no. What did you say then?
He didn't.
He didn't.
He told you it's a fixed volume.
It's a fixed volume of whatever PSI and air pressure is what he said.
Yeah, gas pressure.
That's
Are you breathing air right now? Are you breathing pressurized air right now?
You measure the
Are
volume
you at sea level?
of the Earth
What pressure is your air at?
You measure the volume of the Earth in PSI of air pressure. What? What did you say? That's actually embarrassing, man.
You still don't comprehend.
Wow.
Obviously, you said nonsense. Like, what the fuck?
No.
Why don't you just ask for clarity?
It has a fixed length of like 3 liters. Like,
he can't humble himself to do it.
He doesn't understand the words we're saying to him, I think.
That could be even worse.
Yeah, obviously you don't understand the words. This dude said that the volume is measured
Instead
in PSI.
of giggling like a schoolgirl, Kane, why don't you ask what he meant by it?
So what did you mean when you said that the volume of the Earth is measured in PSI?
I didn't say it was.
You didn't say that.
Hey, what did you say then?
No, I said we measure air pressure at 14.7 psi at sea level, and it really doesn't change. That indicates a fixed volume.
How does that happen?
Explain that. How does that even make sense? Why does that mean a fixed volume?
Well, if the volume was getting big and small, the air pressure would be getting greater and less.
Unless the air pressure was changing with the volume, so no. Or better, not the air pressure, the mass of the
Wow.
But you only gave a hypothetical. You didn't. You gave a listen, dude. You gave a hypothetical, and he gave you something that's concrete that you can test. That's a difference. He's not giving you hypotheticals. He's giving you something that you can actually measure with the barometer. You can know this to be true.
Okay, so the volume is the volume finite?
It's a fixed volume.
Is it finite? Or is it infinite? That's the question.
If it was infinite, would it be a fixed volume? If the volume went on forever, would it be a fixed volume?
Yeah, but is it
Oh my God! You can't say yes or no.
Answer my question.
He can't and he's asking a self-evident question and answer for it.
So if the volume is fixed, is it finite? Is the question, because that doesn't answer the question. If it's infinite and it stays infinite, then it's going to be fixed regardless, right? So now the question is
that doesn't make any sense. That hurts my head when you say that.
What?
Fixed infinity?
Yes, if it is infinite and it keeps being infinite, then it's going to be fixed, right? So the question now is this fixed volume finite or infinite?
King, your question is malformed, dude. Okay, whether the volume is fixed, whether the volume is fixed or variable, it's finite. It's got a real value to it. The fuck is this question? How do you have an infinite volume?
So it is finite,
dude. Whether it's fixed or variable, it's finite.
Okay, so it is finite, right? We agree on that, right? The volume of the Earth is finite.
He already told you that, dude. Why are you asking these follow-up questions that are redundant?
Can an object that goes on forever, right? Like that is.
Why are you asking these redundant questions, dude? Do you like the sound of your own voice or something?
Reply to your question. So
do you like the sound of your own voice or something, dude? You're asking redundant questions.
No, I'm not.
You're
defensive. Let him talk. Can an object that has that has finite volume, be infinitely large?
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
Dude,
yeah, so
that's a proven debate strategy.
Insulting me. Can an object that has finite volume go on forever? Like, can it be infinitely large?
Dude, you can't have an infinite volume.
That's an oxymoron.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about something.
Then why are you asking a stupid question? You can't have a finite volume, dude. No. Ken, do you understand? No, Ken, do you understand? Do you understand that infinity or infinite is a concept?
Yes, I do. So once again,
how do you have a non-numeric value attributed to anything and be able to work with it.
Just keeps going forever is what it means. So now an object that has
exactly.
Yeah,
So you
so an
can't
object. Yeah. So okay, that's fine. So now we agree that. What does that mean? Wait. What does that mean? That if the Earth is flat, it has to be finite.
If you really think it's not. See, you gotta understand, dude. You're not gonna operate like this, dude. You're being a little piece of shit right now. You're asking these redundant questions. Okay, they're nonsensical. And it sounds like you even know that they're nonsensical, yet you're still asking them anyway. So you're obviously here to, try to piss people off or troll or whatnot. That's not very welcome here, man. Okay?
No, I'm trying to get to my point. So we agreed that an object that has
your point,
finite
like
volume
I said, your points are redundant. Your points are redundant and nonsensical. So again, if your points aren't to piss people off, you're doing a really good job. Whether it's deliberate or not.
Yeah, sure. It doesn't matter. See, the thing is, it doesn't matter if it's redundant or not. I'm just looking for an answer. Can an object that has finite
you're not going to bulldoze through me, you fucking piece of shit. Think you're going to bulldoze through people in this room? Like, who the fuck do you think you are?
The worst part about it is that at least he doesn't have a conclusion to what he's trying to ask for. So maybe the audience can hear what was his... Like, if you could just give a conclusion to what you're saying, that way you don't have to just keep belaboring the point that you're trying to make, because we're just going to be stuck here and we won't get anywhere. So what was your end?
I can give you the conclusion.
What was your end game?
Yeah, so if the Earth is flat and infinite, circumnavigations are impossible unless there's some sort of Pac-Man effect, right? So because
that's fine. That's fine. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. How do you know if we declare that whatever we're saying right now would lead to the fact that the Earth is a particular thing? How would you be able to confirm that?
Because circumnavigations happened.
Yeah, circumnavigations happen.
Yeah, so if it is impossible for
you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish.
The Earth cannot be flat.
Either you're gonna let me finish, or you're just gonna sit on mute while I talk. I'd rather choose this one where I'm talking to you. The mic's open. All right. So if you're saying circumnavigation works, and you fully understand how it operates practically, I would assume that you have enough evidence to put specifically how they work, right? I would have just assumed that because you're sounding very confident. Do you have enough evidence to support that you understand what circumnavigation is?
Circumnavigations means a circumnavigation is traveling around an object.
Okay, in what manner? Describe to me what you mean by that. Around an object. Do you mean like you got two examples? On a sphere, it would be going around a sphere, and on a flat surface, it would be walking like 2D around someone in a circle. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Know that doesn't happen.
Well, I'm asking you, what do you mean? Clarify.
Okay, so the example that I was making earlier is going in a straight line and then up where you start.
Yes, right? I understand this. But when you listen to me very carefully. Are you saying going around a sphere or a horizontal plane?
Either way, it doesn't matter. If you're going straight,
it does. So if it doesn't matter, then you have no point, sir, to talk about that the Earth is a globe based on circumnavigation. Your whole premise is basically sabotage. So it's either is or is not deriving it from what you're saying it is, which would be a globe that's a sphere, or it's not. So if it's not exclusive to, if circumnavigation is not exclusive to a globe, then you have no point, sir. We're going to hand-wave dismiss this as well. Is it exclusive to the globe?
Yes, in the way that it is performed, yes.
Okay, show me how it's performed that you're going around a sphere. Now, start from there. Go.
Using the... give me a second.
Yeah.
Just look at the... what's the word? Just look at the path.
Yeah, look at the path. 1 second. What do you mean look at the path? What are we looking at?
Look at the path of the...
Yeah, on what? What are we looking on? What are we looking at? Tell me what I'm looking at.
On a map.
Okay. Is a map the actual world outside, or is it a projection of what someone thinks the Earth is? What is it? Is it the world outside, or a projection of what someone thinks the Earth looks like? Which is it? Hello?
It's a projection.
Okay. If it's a projection of what someone thinks the Earth looks like, then how do you know that's what it is? Where's the confirmation that the map is exactly what the land is outside? The 1 for 1. How do you know that?
The thing is,
what?
We can what?
The thing is what? How do you confirm that the map is exactly what the terrain is?
Because it works.
No, that's not gonna fly. That's a pragmatic. Yeah, that's let me tell you why. It's called a pragmatic fallacy. Just because something works. Yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. Because you're saying it works, and you're just saying because it works, therefore the premise is true. How do you know the premise is not something different?
Therefore it's accurate.
So it's a logical fallacy.
You asked me if the
map is accurate. I'm not saying. I'm saying how do you know the map projection declares that the Earth is what the map's saying it is? So if the map is showing you something, then it's going to be a 1 for dude. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. How do you? Yeah. Where's the confirmation of that? How do you know that that's what it's showing?
Because maps are so the way we calculate, for example, distances on maps, right? Is by taking into account the curvature of the Earth. As the
no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Yes, we do. No, show me how that. Show me the method. I want to see how that method works.
Literally, look at any surveying textbook.
I'm not going to look at something. You're going to need to detail it to me in a methodology.
You're not going to look at a book. I know that it's kind of hard.
Tell me the method. Tell me the method. Tell me the method or go on mute.
They calculate the distance.
How?
And they account for the
how? I'm going to put you on mute if you don't tell me how.
I literally just told you. They need to account for the curvature of the Earth when they do it.
How?
In planar surveying, where do they account for the curvature in planar surveying?
It's literally in the textbooks. You can literally just look at the textbooks.
In planar surveying?
Yep.
They include curvature in planar surveying.
Yes.
No.
Why are you talking about a topic you have no idea about?
When it's over large distances, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth. When we're talking about a map, we're talking about large distances.
Oh yeah? How do you prove that?
How do you prove? Because otherwise it doesn't work. The distances are inaccurate if you don't.
Yeah, that's the claim. Of course, I know you believe it doesn't work that way, and other people believe it doesn't work.
But
how do you know that that's true? How do they know that that's true?
When you actually use a map, that is made using those techniques and accounting for the curvature of the Earth, you find that map is accurate.
Okay, how do they know that's true? How did they verify it?
Because that's how they made the map. Then you go
circular
and use the map
is circular.
What? How is it circular?
Yeah, you're engaging in circular logic.
So if I don't listen to this, if I don't account for the curvature of the Earth,
thank you, Yoder. That's why I was taking him.
It's gonna be inaccurate.
Inaccurate relative to what? That's what we're asking. How do you verify it?
You walk.
How do you measure the distance? Do you assume curvature and you measure distances?
If for example you are using a car, you can actually there's a tool that basically can tell you how many times like the tire rotated, and then by using
what happens when I drive up a mountain?
Times that number by the length of the tire. And
how do I know that I drove up the mountain using the odometer? How do I know that I drove up a mountain?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you said you can use curvature by measuring how far you go with the odometer. You can calculate or measure your curvature.
Is what oh Jesus Christ. So what I'm saying with this is that you can confirm that the distances on the map are correct by doing that.
How do you do that exactly? Like, what if my tires are underinflated or overinflated?
Jesus.
Yeah, maps don't have vertical distances up a mountain and down a mountain.
If you do it enough times, you're going to have...
maps don't have three-dimensional distances.
Okay, you can use what's the word? You can use a part of the map that is level in order to make sure that, like in that point, at the very least, it is. What are you laughing about? If the
you got ruined, dude.
Is wrong,
yeah, you got ruined.
The globe.
He's a flat earther now.
Correct, What the fuck you mean? What the fuck?
We'll use the flat
when
level
we calculate those distances without
use the flat level part.
Level doesn't mean flat. If we don't account for the curvature of the Earth, those distances are going to be wrong. Right. So then we go and check: is the distance that the globe predicts correct, or is it the one that the flat Earth predicts?
Yeah, go check. And show me that part where you go check. Yeah, please explain in detail the go checking part.
Has it been done before?
Has it?
Yeah, explain it to us. How does that work?
So, for example, a way that I can confirm it is by taking Google Maps, for example, right? Like I put a destination, and it says like 3 kilometers. Then I go 1 kilometer per hour. Or actually, that's too short. Like that's too slow. But like say that.
Wait, so is this the plain part or the verification part? Because they look the same.
Say that I go 30 kilometers per hour, right? I go 30 kilometers per hour. Now it takes me 1/10 of an hour to get there, 6 minutes, right?
Yes. So how do you know you're going 30 kilometers?
Yeah. What the fuck? You don't know how to.
Well, because you're going to refer to the map, right?
When you're in a car. No, you look at the speedometer. Are you serious?
Oh, so you look at the odometer potentially or speedometer?
No,
because we just talked about how the odometer doesn't do vertical distances.
You can do that. That is one way that you can confirm that the distance is correct. If I'm going at 30 kilometers per hour, right, and I know that and Google Maps tells me that I'm gonna be driving for 3 kilometers, and it takes me 6 minutes, then it means that the distance is accurate.
Classic planar surveying tool, the odometer.
I know. I was about to say too, like, if that's true, can you provide confirmation of that? Because I can tell you for certainty, you'll never be able to get those numbers to match.
Pick up your car and drive a certain distance and check if it takes.
Do you understand how odometers are variable?
What?
If I underinflate my tire,
are you actually that dense?
How does that change your odometer over time? Does it increase the number of miles or decrease?
We're not talking about odometers anymore. We're talking about average speed.
Well, that's also based off your tire dimensions. Like if I underinflate or overinflate my tire, it'll change my...
Okay, you do it with 5...
Yeah, it'll change your revolutions per second.
Yeah, you do it with 5 cars, okay? You can
right, so now we need 5 cars.
I just wanted to pause real quick just to show an example of how he's not presenting evidence and he's abandoning every claim that he started with. So as Yoder's taking him through, he's leaving every single... No, I'm not talking about that no more. Like, why was it not his main point, if that's what he brought up? To solidify the point that these maps are showing that he's going around circumnavigation as the Earth as a globe. He can't even stick to one point. I just want to highlight that before he rambles on to another point. Like, every single point he's bringing up, guys, he's not able to solidify that point to Yoder in this conversation. All right, back then.
Right. And it's moving into hypothetical land from what's verifiably done, what was proven. It's now hypothetical. Hypothetically, you could take 5 cars. Well, who the hell has done all of this?
Right. Let's unmute him to find out.
Literally anybody. Every time you drive your car, you can do that.
Hypothetically speaking.
I can drive 5 cars when I drive 1 car.
You can do it with 5 different cars at 5 different times.
Is this how planar surveying is done?
No, that's not how planar surveying is done, but you can do that to verify the measurements.
Okay, so where does the curve come into this?
Because for surveying and like to create maps, we do take into consideration the curvature of the Earth. If that was
take into account the curvature.
If the distances were inaccurate, then we would confirm that the Earth is not curved.
Inaccurate relative to what?
What do you mean inaccurate?
Yeah, you're going to say, look.
What are you comparing it to?
Another map, right, with the same coordinate.
To the real distance that I traveled, right? I can calculate how far I've traveled by using this method that I just told you. If I know that I need to travel 3 kilometers, right, and I'm going to 30 kilometers per hour, and it takes me 6 minutes, it means that I traveled 3 kilometers. That is exactly how long I've traveled because I was.
I have a critical question to ask you, my friend.
Right?
If I use Google Maps to validate my GPS maps, is that an internal or external critique?
What? If you use Google Maps to validate your GPS map.
Yeah, kind of like what you're proposing here.
It is an internal critique. If that was inaccurate, that would mean that the Earth is not curved.
No, it just means it's internally consistent because you're using the same coordinate system in both.
No, it would be internally inconsistent. If I am like physically verifying these distances and they are all correct, then it means that the Earth is curved, and taking into consideration the curvature of the Earth is correct.
No, you're just validating that one map matches another map.
Otherwise, you would get wrong distances.
No, so you see, you don't understand how these maps are made. You don't understand that they're both using the same coordinate reference system. In this case, both are operating off of WGS84 latitude and longitude.
Okay,
so you're not verifying anything externally.
So do you understand that
that's not what Google Maps uses?
When you travel with your car 3 kilometers in 6 minutes, when you're going 30 kilometers per hour, what you're verifying is that trait is actually 3 kilometers, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
Relative to what? WGS84 and both Google Maps and GPS?
Relative to nothing. You're literally just manually calculating the distance of that trait. If it is consistent with the map that takes into consideration the curvature of the Earth, then the Earth is curved.
So critically, what if I swap out WGS84 for GRS80 or NAD27 and get different distances? What am I supposed to assume then?
I don't know.
Well,
one of them is inaccurate, I guess.
Relative to what? Which one is correct? Which one is not? How do you know which one is the accurate one?
The one that is closer to the actual measurement. Are you serious?
How do you get the actual measurement if you're only using two different coordinates maps?
I literally just explained it to you.
Because you don't know how far you're actually going.
From point A to point B.
You're going to need a planar survey.
Okay,
you're going to need to conduct that survey independent of using.
I've made myself clear enough, and I need
You're going to have to do a planar survey using landmarks independent of celestial coordinate references like latitude and longitude.
You understand that is not what I'm doing, yeah? Like I'm not using.
I'm providing you the answer you should have given to the room.
I am not using.
This is what you should have told the room if you knew what the hell you were talking about.
I am manually calculating the distance between point A to point B and seeing if it.
I know, and that's the problem. You're calculating, you're not measuring.
If it does. Oh, Jesus Christ. If it does match.
Yeah, you're calculating, not measuring. Everybody knows that you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Like calculating, that is indirect measurement. It is a measurement. So if my distance, that I calculated, does match with the distance on the map, that it means that the map is accurate, at the very least in that trait. Now, you can do it in multiple places on the Earth. This is something that everybody does every day when they drive their car.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but there's no confirmation that you actually verified that distance.
You can literally confirm it yourself. You go look at a map.
How did you confirm it? With your odometer? Did you confirm it with your odurometer? Is that what you use?
I just explained it to you by using average speed. You divide
average speed. So an average, dude, hold on a minute. Average speed of what? A bicycle? Or somebody walking? What's the standard here? There's no standard. Average speed of
no standard. I told you that I was using the car and looking at the.
Okay, what kind of car? Yeah, what kind of car? A Tesla? Like a Toyota? Like gasoline? Diesel?
Like that's
everything matters. Everything matters if you're using a standard. Did he leave?
Yeah.
You gone?
He's gone. I was going to ask him how to calibrate an odometer.
Yeah, and then he's got in a bigger pickle. It's like then he's gonna, if he has a standard that it's average speed of what? A bicycle, a train, a boat, the car. Like there's no vehicle that he's putting. I don't know. It's.
Yeah, and then furthermore, how do you know your road is level? Oh no, you're going to have to measure it. You're going to have to survey it. Because if the road is curving in any dimension, you're going to have a difference in map distance from your measured distance, because maps don't provide elevation length changes.
Needs a measuring wheel and a salt flat.
There you go.
Or you could just use 5 different cars and drive down a perfectly flat road.
Everybody calm down. Calm down.
Someone playing a bot? Hey, what's up, Indio?
What up?
Chilling,
This
homie.
thing on? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, we got Kane was just in here a while ago. I don't know if you were listening to the live stream, but it's all the morning started out just right, man.
Calm down.
You.
Calm down.
They couldn't escape Yoder's left hook though. And that was all while he was traveling to his job site.
I'm still. I asked like one of these large language models to make me an orthographic image of the globe, and it can't do it for some reason. None of them. You know, like an engineering drawing of the globe? Yeah, go ahead. You can't do it for some reason. But it's odd they want one of a flat earth, right? What was Kane's issue?
Celestial navigation provides evidence that the Earth is a globe, but we never got out of the fact of how he knows what circumnavigation is, or how you can test and verify any map. Like he was just stuck in the mud, and because of that, he got exhausted and quit. I don't blame him, dude. Go ahead.
He also seemed to Sorry, man. I thought you were done. He also seemed to have a bit of a soy consumption issue as well. So he has a lot of problems to work with.
You didn't talk to him softly enough? Is that it? Yeah, the Discover server thing, I'm waiting on CJ to... He gave me a cryptic DM. Well, not exactly cryptic, but I didn't really understand what he meant. That he had a problem with two-factor. So...
Oh, man.
I think he meant, like, the last time he enabled two-factor, they nuked its account. But I just got to figure out. I don't know if he's drawn like a coincidence or correlation between that event and I don't know. I need to talk to him first.
Well, hopefully it's not that bad.
Yeah, but I think I only remember him losing his account once when me, Jose, and him lost it at the same time. I know what that was for too. Discord trust and safety person decided they were going to come in the server and try to flex, and that shit did not work. They ended up in Cogdis, and then got mad.
You threw one of Discord's people in Cogdis? That's fucked up. Yeah. He's like, you can't do that to me. I'm King Kong in this bitch.
Yeah. Well, he was breaking our rules, man. Like, you got to go.
Back out of here. Yeah, he probably called his homie and be like, all right, man, tell you what. Got a couple accounts for you.
And they said it and they tried to just like bully us or whatever. I don't know what they thought that they were doing. Like we were going to just like, oh my God. a Discord trust and safety member. Give them the keys to the server. Show them everything. I don't think so. We're showing you cog this. I'm just glad Hugh and Sheepa wasn't around. The server would have probably been deleted.
Gotta watch out for those Metatron agents, bro.
Yeah. Funny at that time, that was like a thing that was going around where people would come in and say, "Oh, I'm from the Discord trust and safety team. You better do this and that." And we actually, but this instant, they actually were, but they're not there on like a complaint, right? They're just like they're just trying to hang out or whatever. And they thought that if they told us that they were going to have some special privileges. Like, no. Nope. In fact, we're probably going to target you.
Could that explain the shadow banning?
Yeah, they banned my account, Jose's account, and CJ's account. We all three of us just got banned out of the blue for no reason. I hadn't. I still don't. No idea why I lost that account. Pretty careful about not posting TOS stuff publicly anywhere. So
Server user count stuck at 29K.
Oh, Yoder, I don't know if you can talk or not, but something I've been wanting to ask you. Radar acquisition of a target. Do they use a globe or do they use a flat Earth? If you want to know their elevation, their altitude, right? So say they're 30 miles away. That's quite a bit difference. Well, 30 miles won't be too bad. How about 50 miles? It'd be like a mile of difference in elevation.
Good day, everybody. This is Dead Air Dave from Kentucky. What's going on?
How's it going, Dave?
You guys just chilling, waiting for the next globe champion that has no idea what they're talking about?
Oh yeah, I guess so. I'm waiting for the one with the attention span greater than, piece of bread. Apparently, they just had somebody. I didn't hear it, but maybe he'll come back.
Yeah, there was some kid in here talking about maps, and he could figure out curvature from maps somehow. So I don't know.
All you have to do is just look at the moon with a telescope, right, Dave? That's all you got to do.
These guys just don't understand. It takes something as simple as two of these globe idiots going to a beach like in an island 10 miles away and clearly showing the 66-foot drop that should be there, but we all know it's not there. Anyway.
He was saying that planar surveying takes the curvature into account. That was his argument.
What?
Yeah. No shit.
My goodness.
And then he was saying something about you could prove, I think you could prove it with like a car, the odometer. If you'd like drive along a flat road a certain distance, it would only work on a globe. Something along those lines. And then he said, but you would need to use 5 cars. I don't know. Crazy. Dunning-Kruger globus. Yeah. And then, and just consistently like...
He used like 5 camels.
5 camels.
Yeah,
every time Yoda would... Sorry, Dave.
Sorry.
No, you're right, man. Go
His
ahead.
lack of logic was hard to follow, wasn't it, DJ? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, man. It's like every time he would get owned by Endless and Yoda and AV, he would just arrogantly giggle as if that would solve the problem. Sorry, and 20 Cups. 20 Cups was also owning him.
Yeah, I think one of his biggest fails was when he was trying to pin Radwin on this, something he said about a fixed volume. Like, he just went into the weeds about that, asking questions. Oh, is it fixed? Is it, is it finite? All this stuff. Like, dude, how do you have an infinite volume? Like, hear me, like, am I wrong on that, Indio? How the fuck does someone state that something has an infinite volume? Like, infinity is a concept. You couldn't even quantify that. Right?
Obviously, you can't quantify it. That's why it's infinite.
Right. Like, what the fuck? And he was harping on that shit for like 5 minutes or something. It was ridiculous.
What was the context?
Is Radwin here or there? No, he's not.
I wasn't here. I don't know the context, but I'm sure.
The context was circumnavigation and using circumnavigation to prove the Earth is a globe. So he was kind of like taking us on different tangents to get there, but he could never solidify any point to verify or confirm that any of those points he was bringing up that proves that circumnavigation is happening on the surface of a sphere. So we never got to a point. He started talking about traveling over distances with odometers and, infinite versus finite. And, do we know what that really means? And it was kind of that kind of a show.
Gotcha.
Nothing real special, because usually when somebody's challenging the notion that circumnavigation is proof that we're going around a globe, we have to take it from a base premise that he can present to us that we can look at. So anything that he can detail with circumnavigation, as in who's done it, what was actually done, the details, right? So we can examine what's being done and see if there's any evidence that the Earth is a globe in any of it. And he couldn't present something that's coherent and logical to form that the travel distance is done over a curving surface. And mind you, we allowed him to go anywhere he wanted to, but he just never was conclusive on any point. Or as a matter of fact, it was never globe exclusive, like Yoder pointed out.
Yeah, he just probably decided to, hey, go where you want, and he walked to the gallows. It's typically what they do. Hey, Josh, have you ever heard of the werewolf game?
Yeah, like Mafia, right? Like the party game where there's like a sort of like a DM and people close their eyes and things.
Yeah, it's like that. So the game's like this. Everybody gets like a card, and
fucking love Mafia.
It's not. This is a very basic game. The basic game is there's two werewolves. Everybody else is villagers. But nobody knows who is who except for the werewolves know who each other are.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Yeah, so you know that they tell everybody close your eyes, and then the werewolves kill somebody, and then when daytime comes, the villagers decide who they think the werewolf is and kill somebody off. Yeah, and then they kill somebody off, and typically they kill the villager. Okay, so the werewolves win most of the time. That's the point, right? Because the villagers got to kill both werewolves, but the werewolves end up killing all the villagers way before that. And the point of this is that people with information have a ridiculously higher advantage than people without the information. And in fact, because the werewolves are participating in the negotiation of who the werewolf is, people that are getting close to figuring out who the werewolf is, they can kill them off one way or the other. They can kill them off at night, or they can try to get the group to kill them off during the day.
Oh, 100%.
The group, and the odd part is, this is the weirdest part, is that the villagers are an unwitting werewolf. They're a daytime werewolf, killing people off, killing off each other. So the point of this,
it's the only tool they have at their disposal. No, that makes sense.
Yeah. So the point of this is, in light of what you know about what you're doing in Amazon satellite technology, let's call it, are you a werewolf or a villager?
100% villager. I'm not. I will be as intellectually open and honest with y'all as I possibly can be.
Well, thank you for your honesty. That was a good answer. But if you're a werewolf, you'd tell us you were a villager anyway.
No, true. Yeah, no, there's definitely people online that they're like, oh, you have a security clearance, you're obviously a spook, or like, why the fuck are you on here? Like, there's obviously some ulterior motive here. No, I enjoy the conversation, and
I mean, it's not hard to get a security clearance.
I used to be big on
not really that difficult. Like,
I used to be big on that before.
They should have never gave me a security clearance.
I used to be big on that before, like actually thinking if somebody's a secret agent or a spy, or what are they doing in our channel, that kind of stuff. Are you really who you say you are? Like, that's when I first began, like, real kind of skeptical about everybody saying who they say they are. Now it's just about the information. Like, my perspective has changed over time. I don't really care if somebody thinks they're an agent or whatever people say that they are. All I care about is the information that's coming out of someone's mouth. So that's it. I zero in on that. Everything else is pretty much, it's just white noise. Like, I don't care if they say they're who they say they are as an agent or whatever. If you say you're a satellite engineer, it doesn't matter to me. All that is white noise. All I care about is bringing the point to a conclusive end. That's it. If you can do that, then you've done a great justice to the argument. And if you can't do that, then it doesn't matter who you say you are. You could be the president of the United States. If you can't verify or put into some form of logic what you're saying is true, then it doesn't matter. Like, none of this matters. Though? Yes, it does. Because truth, that's what truth is. It vindicates people who don't know what truth is. Once you know it, vindicates you. Like you're in the know, whereas as before you didn't know, you just believed.
Yeah, I guess. It's just.
Have you ever heard that? And it's even biblical, right? That you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. That's biblical, bro.
I was gonna say I don't usually subscribe to, books written by men.
Yeah, really? So then every book that you read is going to be the same kind of deal there.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. That's
I don't subscribe. You're like, I don't subscribe to the books written by men, yet you adhere to that when you're reading any technical knowledge from the job you do. Well, that's that's ironic.
Damn,
that's ironic.
Somebody hasn't read Pride and Prejudice and just assumes all authors are men. Wow, AV.
That's ironic.
Trick.
Yeah, the irony in what you said, though. Did you ever? I don't know.
No, I get it. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just saying that I hold all books to the same level. There's no such thing as gospel from my point of view.
Yeah, except for when it's coming from a big fat paycheck from Amazon, isn't it?
That's not gospel.
Yeah, right. If you don't do what they're saying as far as their plan goes to execute whatever program, you bet your ass it's gospel.
I mean, I could go find a job somewhere else in the industry. And
that's what they all say, Josh. That's what they all say.
Oh, no. I interview constantly. I turn down multiple job offers a year. Like, I have a very niche skill set. Like, I'm not like anyway. I actually tell my boss, like, he's like, you play pretty fast and loose for somebody of your age. And I was like, yeah, because I don't know, I can do whatever the fuck I want.
All right, Dad, you got a big old wiener. We get it. Like, the point is, the truth is what's at stake here whenever we have these conversations. That's it. Like, when somebody's saying whoever they say they are and claiming certain claims, then we're going to have to put it to the test. That's just what we're going to do. I don't give a shit what somebody says. Well, maybe he's an agent. I don't give a fuck. So what? Is he saying something that's true or not? No, that should be a standard. Why should we care what anybody is? Like, you can say who you are. That's great. Yeah, good for you. Hopefully you make lots of money and have a good life. But when it comes to the truth, it doesn't really fucking matter who you are. It only matters what you can prove and what you say is true.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, why the fuck are we here? Yeah, I mean, in this chat.
To meet people and have conversations?
Nah, bullshit, dude. Everybody wants to know the truth. People that don't know about what we're saying in here are curious about it, and that's bullshit. They come in here, I don't know. I don't give a shit either way. Bullshit, dude. You wouldn't come in here day in and day out if you weren't morbidly curious, if you actually are believing a story that the earth is a globe. That's the facts, bro. The absolute facts.
I can tell you that I'm here for the people, not for the argument.
No. N-O. That's cap.
Really?
Yeah. That's cap. That's a mask that you portray so everybody can seem like you're just this guy who's just in here for the conversation. I don't fucking think so. Not today, son. You're in here because you're really curious as to what's being said in here because you are thinking I could be wrong.
It's a little bit of projection, I think.
But no, I think it's the actual truth because if you didn't give a fuck, you'd just be out there doing whatever else.
No, I've explained my position. It's a science communication exercise from my point of view as well. I do a lot of non-technical stakeholder work, and y'all are a great proxy for those types of people.
Yeah, I know. And then you say that to yourself in the mirror after you brush your teeth, right? So it makes you feel good. It makes you feel good, but you feel like you're doing something, but yet you're using that.
Why do you claim to know my lived experience?
Because that seems to be the psyche of people that actually come in here like you and claim what you say you claim. It's not true, Josh. You're in here because you really want to know if the earth is a globe or not. And you want somebody to challenge us and hear a good conversation where somebody makes a valid point. It's never going to happen, bro. Ever.
It's a steel sharpens steel type of thing. Y'all ask good questions and you force me to go go dive into my understanding and break things down to first principles. Like it's not a threat to my point of view. It's more of a training exercise. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's not that it's a threat. It's just that you can't conceive of a world that's not a globe. So You're trying to figure out how is it possible that there's not an answer to our questions.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
At the end of the day, you can still believe it's a globe, but
yeah, that's why I say I don't debate. Like my point of view is not up for contention, and I can concede the fact that there's nothing I can do that would be able to definitively change y'all's perspective. So it's more of an exploratory exercise of figuring out, oh, that's a good question. Why do things work like that? It's
yeah, but what makes it a good question is that it doesn't have a logical, consistent answer, nor does it have any demonstration to back it up.
Okay. From your point of view, that makes sense. Like I said, just
problem is from your point of view as well, because you're trying to say that's a good question. You wouldn't say that if it wasn't making sense.
Well, yeah, I don't posit to know everything about everything. Like there's gaps to my personal understanding of our world. So you guys poke holes and then are like, oh, that's interesting. Let's go figure out why. And go dive into, Principia or, get back to kinematics, and then apply that to what I'm currently working on or things that I've worked on in the past and, look at things from a new perspective. I appreciate it. Like, that's why I come back. Like, this is a interesting people, interesting conversation. Puts me down some interesting paths to look at stuff from a new perspective. I appreciate it.
Yeah, whatever helps you sleep at night, Josh. But we know the real reason why you're here, bro.
I disagree. You can claim to know me, and I don't think that there's any way for you to prove that to be true.
Yeah, the intentions of your presence here is clearly known. You don't just keep coming back just because you think that there's good conversations. It's not why you're here, bro.
100%. I'm literally on my commute right now, and I get to listen to fun, interesting people.
Yeah, why is it interesting?
Because y'all have a very different worldview than most other people in my life.
Yeah, and that's because what? Get to the end of that. You're going to find out. The conclusion of that is going to be because no one can prove that the Earth is a globe. And it's fun to see how people can come in here and try to challenge us on a belief that they can't prove.
Oh yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect is nuts. The Globers in here are just as entertaining as y'all. Like I said, it's I grab my popcorn every day. It's entertaining. I appreciate it. Educational, entertaining, useful. It's checking all the boxes. That's why I'm here.
You own a telescope or any other high-powered optics?
Endless.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm headed out to Los Angeles tomorrow night to go to Mount Wilson Observatory, where Amazon owns a pretty powerful ground-based telescope. We're retrofitting with lasers for an upcoming test.
Can you point that thing horizontal?
When Steve and him spoke about this,
I don't know what the minimum elevation angle is.
Yeah. My question though is, do you own a telescope or any high-powered optics?
Not high-powered not for visible light. I've got an S-band ground station that I built in grad school, so I can do radio astronomy and radio observations. Nothing optical though.
I'm not talking cosmology or astrology. I'm talking.
No. Radio. No. Just
and the other son.
Daytime observations of horizontal.
I can
distance.
do stuff with. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I can do stuff not in the visible spectrum of light. I can do stuff with S-band.
There's a lot that we
radio waves and light are all the same thing.
But can you go down to the beach with your telescope and have a look around?
I do not. I mean, it's an antenna, so I don't have a telescope.
Right. Okay. Why? Just say you don't own a telescope or a high-powered optic.
I just said that. I'm just saying that I have other equipment to do first-hand observations, but just nothing in visible spectrum of light.
Well, if you're curious about the topic, go have a look one day. Eye-opening.
I don't know enough about refraction to make any definitive claims about.
Who said anything about definitive? I'm just saying go have a look with your own eyes. Just check it out.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's just interesting that
how desperate.
What?
How desperate?
Desperate?
That's right.
How so?
Just to shoehorn that in. Yeah, hey, dude, do you have any binoculars? Well, I don't know enough about refraction.
I'm going up a mountain later to use my Amazon paid-for telescope.
Good God, dude.
Once again, I'm just here to share information. Like, I don't...
Oh, dude. Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been saying, Olhas. Same thing. There's been a lot of people that come in here. Yes, yeah, I know. There's been a lot of people that come in here like him that say the exact same things he's saying, but we know the real intention why they're sitting in this chat room. We know that.
Dude, y'all are my like morning radio program when I'm driving into work.
You drive?
Yeah, into the office.
You mean you look around, but you don't? You're in operation of a vehicle using your eyesights to guide yourself, and you don't know anything about refraction?
Oh, Lordy.
That's what you sound like, dude.
No, the distance for a vehicle is different than miles, and miles away.
It's just weird.
Hey, I'm tripping over my words.
You guys sound desperate.
I'm a weird dude. I apparently sound desperate. I'm all good.
What about distances of, say, like half a mile?
I have no idea. That's not relevant to a car either.
Yeah, but like if you got down quite close to the surface of a lake on a real calm day, how far do you reckon you could see before the water got in the way?
No fucking clue.
Huh. Well,
geometric horizon at 6 feet is like 3 miles.
Right, and so from, say, 3 inches?
It would be, next to nothing.
And yet, for some reason, you can see a long way.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he realizes you can see beyond 3 miles.
Oh, no, you definitely can. That's why I said geometric horizon.
Yeah, but the geometric horizon would mean that the Earth is actually curving in adherence to this 39-59 mile radius ball. Oh, that's right. You don't know anything about refraction.
What about all those land speed records at the Bolivian salt flats?
Why are y'all...
No, I'm just saying. This is an open question. Land speed records at the Bolivian salt flats are supposed to be Bolivian salt curves. So, like, how are they doing that? How are they not like flying off the ball?
How are the people at the start line confirming that the car still exists after a couple of minutes?
I have no idea, y'all. I'm not going to posit.
That would look cool though if you had an Imperial Mirage and the car took off and it just like disappeared into it.
Like I said, trying to be as intellectually honest as possible with y'all. If there's something I have no clue about, I'm not going to claim to know anything about it.
Well, you're a villager. That's all I needed. That's all I needed is that you're a villager. Like the rest of us. There ain't no wolves here.
Guys, you know what I always wonder? I wonder what does a geodesist do from a flat earther's perspective? Because they must do some wrong calculations on purpose just to act like they're doing something. And somehow the buildings are in the correct place out of some wrong formulas.
Who's building buildings in accordance with curvature?
Geodesy.
How do you position yourself?
The plan of the building or space that is.
I mean, they don't do the measuring. And I don't know if you have geodesic
That's
surveyors involved in building buildings.
How do you
Radar
position
surveying,
yourself
sure.
on the geodesic line
Yeah,
that
of
you're
course, it's
talking
not
about?
necessarily a building.
Can you hear me? How do you
Yeah,
position
sure.
yourself? How do you know what your position is on this geodesic?
Based on coordinates.
Yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious. How do you determine your position? The methodology. How do you know what coordinate you're on?
Based on which part of the Earth I'm on.
Yeah, how do you determine that? Which part of the Earth you're on?
By
how?
I mean, we can use a satellite. So.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, and what's that going to tell you?
How do you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, man.
By latitude.
It's funny, dude. See, you've imagined it works one way, but it actually works a completely different way than what you've imagined it to work like.
By latitude and longitude.
Okay. How do you find that? What do you do? I don't know where I am. I'm lost. I want to know where I am. How do I figure that out?
I mean,
do I look at the trees? Do I look at the mountains? Like, where do I go?
Your senses will not help you do that. No.
Your senses won't help you do that.
Yeah, if you're lost in the woods, you're not gonna be capable of managing that without a tool.
For all of human history, we've just been wandering around confused. And
Walk downhill. If you're lost in the middle of nowhere, you just walk downhill.
Yeah, you're not gonna be capable of measuring that if you're lost.
Can I just set up a Foucault's pendulum and measure the precession and then figure out my latitude?
I mean, you have to start from scratch.
Just
for sure.
tie a rock to a little deer sinew hanging from a branch.
You need like 15 feet. I was gonna say.
Well, I'll climb the tree. I'll just climb it higher.
Nah, just walk downhill. You'll find water, and then you find people.
Yeah, that's actually good advice. You're ever lost in the woods? Don't try to walk in a straight line. Just walk downhill. That's really find water. Keep following the water. Eventually, you'll hit people.
I mean, what's your point here?
My point is this geodesic line is not on the ground. It's in the sky. And you guys don't seem to understand that the entire coordinate system that we use is not a terrestrial coordinate system. It is a celestial coordinate system.
It was the terrestrial.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I keep asking you, do I find my coordinates?
I mean,
you can't
at
tell
this
me.
moment in time, you can use your Google Maps.
You can use your Google Maps. So Google Maps is the cylinder. So where am I on the cylinder?
Zoom out, and you'll see. I don't know where you are.
You don't actually want to know, do you?
Sure thing, I want to know.
No. You don't really want to know how the coordinate reference system works. It seems like you just want to believe it's on a globe and call it a day. You don't want to actually know how it actually works or how GPS actually works.
You have lines from a part and the other part, and based on the intersection of those two lines, that's where you are.
Yeah, but I'm asking, where'd you get the lines from?
You draw them.
Where?
On the globe.
You draw them on the globe.
Yeah. It's a representation.
Yeah, well, India, you know what? If you draw...
India,
go ahead.
I just joined the channel, but I could tell you were the flat earther from the moment you opened your fucking cocksucker.
What did you say?
You heard.
Look, if I wanted any lip from you, I'd scrape my zipper.
Good one. How many times have you used that one?
About as many times I used your mom.
Good one. How old are you?
The devil wears Prada.
Better, but don't.
He's obviously pretty old.
You came to the wrong place to have an insult contest, or you're doing it with the wrong person.
I'm not trying to insult you, though. You're trying to insult me.
Bro. Howdy.
I'm just asking how old you are, because mum jokes are kind of like for people who are in their like teenage years, and I assume you're not. So why do it?
I mean, he does sound pretty old.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Why? You want to date me or something?
Maybe I do.
Well, maybe I'm not available.
All right, why not? You with your dad?
No. You have the wrong genetic profile.
Okay. You have the wrong way of thinking about the Earth, but I'm not complaining.
Okay. Can you demonstrate how I'm thinking about it wrong? Can you show me? What am I thinking wrong?
I mean,
Another desperate one.
Do you honestly think it's true that all the scientists you meet in the world are
Okay, you're not talking about the Earth anymore. You're talking about people. So,
what?
You said I think wrong about the Earth. Now you're telling me I think about people wrong.
We're talking about people who know more than you and me.
How do you know they know more than me?
You're a retard.
It's not that difficult, is it?
Because I'm a retard. I said, how do you know they know more than me about this?
I can clearly tell you're not a scientist.
Okay, what does that even mean? It doesn't mean what I'm saying is false.
It does.
It's called a genetic fallacy.
No, it's not. It's a fallacy. It's
a genetic fallacy. It's that the information is true and false based upon the source of the information. It's a genetic fallacy. And it's an appeal to credentials, and it's an appeal to authority. So 3 logical fallacies wrapped into one, and this dude's telling me that he knows there's people that are smarter on this topic than me, when clearly he is an irrational buffoon.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day...
Category error too.
At the end of the day, there is thousands
Do you think
of scientists
geometry
in the world.
is
You
science?
have no idea if there's thousands of scientists. You just believe that. You just believe that, dude.
Well, but we rationally believe it, though, because we know that they're not lying.
You think
How do you know
geometry
that?
is science?
They spend their life.
You just skipped the horse. First of all, you haven't demonstrated you know what. Shut up. That's
and you're just there on Google.
No,
I'm asking. YouTube, man. Sending people memes about flat Earth. That's what you do.
Okay, just like you made up what you think scientists know, you just made up what you think I know and where the source of my information is. Okay, you're just making shit up. Are you done?
Your source of information is not scientific. It comes from conspiracy theory websites or whatever else you fucking look at online.
How do you know that? How do you know that, Prada?
I could just tell.
You can just tell. So, Prada, I'm going to take a screenshot of all the PDFs on this topic that I've read. Last check was like 6. Yeah, PDFs. From peer-reviewed academic sources. I think I got about 600. That I read in the last 10 years.
Not
600.
Not people who are being taken seriously. Come on, man.
They're academic sources. Peer-reviewed academic sources.
You
want me to give me...
Less than 1%. Less than 1% of scientists believe in a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's irrelevant.
How do you know that?
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
So are you saying that?
You're making a lot of claims with nothing to back them up. Somehow you know what science.
If more people believe something, it doesn't make it true.
Dude, you don't have to get angry over it, man. It's just a debate.
No, I'm telling the other dude to shut up because I really
you're probably a nice guy. You're probably a nice guy.
Okay, in about 5 seconds you're going to be muted.
We're going to hold one of these guys down. I'll hold Danny down, and then you can talk to the other guy, Indio.
Okay, Prada.
What did I do?
You made a lot of claims about what you know scientists do. Can you substantiate any of them? I mean, provide the evidence of what scientists think or why they think it.
Well, listen, scientists do a lot in our lives.
How do you? Yeah, cool story. Yeah, I'm asking for substantiation, not more claims.
But okay, so why do you believe scientists?
I'm asking for evidence, not more claims.
Well, it's pretty obvious.
I made it up in my head,
isn't it?
Is that really
you made all that shit up in your head, bro?
It made shit up in my head.
Because you've never actually talked to any scientists, you imagine what they actually do on a day-to-day basis, or what they think, or what they believe. Unfortunately,
well, what kind of scientists are we talking about here?
Take your pick. In this chat, I've talked to physicists, astrophysicists, surveyors, pilots.
They all tell you the same thing. The Earth is round.
No, what they end up telling me. No, they don't tell me.
Can you give me one logical reason?
Okay, you're gonna be muted, dude. Okay. Okay. They don't tell me the Earth is round. What they end up telling. How do you know what they tell me?
I'm pretty sure.
You're pretty sure?
An accredited
sure are you?
astronomer or scientist and a physicist is not going to tell you the Earth is flat. Simple as that.
What? Do you
not
want to know what they
First
say?
thing he said when he got
Wanna
here
know what
was,
they say,
I'm
Prada?
new
They
to
say
this
they don't
room.
know. They say they don't know. That's what they say, Prada. That's what they say.
They don't, because we've literally, you can. What would it take? What would it take you?
It's all falling apart.
Can you stop doing that? Seriously, about the.
No.
Seriously, it's that problem. At the end of the day, you're trying to take the piss out of me because the way I'm speaking. All right, you can't focus on the argument.
Because you're full of shit.
Because
You don't have an argument.
You're just trying to offend me.
You don't have an argument. This is
The very
pathetic.
first words out of your mouth were insults. This is just tedious.
Everything you said is literally
The devil can diss me out, but he can't take it.
You're trying to take the piss out of people stuttering or whatever else.
And that's not what you're doing.
No, it's not stuttering. It's not your stuttering. Not your word.
If we were in court, do you think you'd win?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I present evidence and you wouldn't.
Who is this other guy? He was an attorney or something?
It's AV.
Fuck up, dude. I'm talking to him.
I am like an attorney, but yeah.
No, but you're not like an attorney.
So you'd lose because you'd have no witness.
I would never have an attorney who believes in flat Earth. Bottom line. So you're pretty
Yeah, if he was able to shut down the opponent, you would hire him in a heartbeat, bro.
You don't prove beliefs in a court. You prove facts, and you'd come with no facts.
Okay, fine. All right, can you tell me, please? Can you tell me why would people who study the Earth and like study astronomy and study physics, why would they lie?
That's not the Earth. Sorry, that's not the Earth. Astronomy is not studying the Earth. Sorry,
I didn't say
wrong
what.
category.
Then why would
You just finished saying it. Dude, wasn't that your sentence?
No, I said. I just said multiple different roles. I didn't just say they.
Okay, well, who studies the Earth? Name what category of science studies the Earth, so we can hone in on those guys.
Physics does.
Yeah, physics. Like what science? What body of science though? Just physics? Okay, so what physicist would be able to detail anything about the Earth?
Guys, can you keep it? My girlfriend is calling me. I need to go in a sec. Just one sec.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, run away. Yeah, I'm looking in this physics textbook. It doesn't say anything about the Earth being a globe in it.
I'm sorry to hear. I don't know what physics textbook you're looking at. But...
All right. So where can you?
You've never seen a physics
textbook,
bro.
Like I just said, I'll be back in just a sec. All right, just give me a second.
Oh well, then don't engage if we're gonna come back. Just go.
I'm sorry. I've apologized for having to leave for a sec.
Please. Yeah, well, just go, bro. Just take care of what you're gonna take care of.
Wow.
All right.
He parachuted in when the last guy said draw a line on a globe.
Yeah, we're gonna test this metal when he returns.
He's on server mute, so he's gonna have to. He isn't gonna just jump in the chat and start screaming.
All right. Dammy Cold seems to be a level underneath this guy. At least this guy was pushing back with some type of like feelings about what he thinks. Danny was just chiming in to cover for his friend.
He was talking about geodesic surveyors being involved in the building of buildings.
Yeah, I heard that from the beginning, Endless. That was interesting.
Yeah, he said something about their calculations being wrong. We're trying to figure out how he tried to conflate calculation with measurement, and that was part of the problem.
Yep, most of the time they do say things that they can't back up. So usually if you pull them up on anything that they said, they don't know what they're saying. They're saying words as fast as they can. And that usually gets them in a lot of trouble because they say things that they don't realize what they've said. And all you got to do is go back to what they said, pull them up on what they said, and then you'll find out they don't have evidence of what they're saying.
What you're saying just because they're studying it.
Yeah.
They don't know who's studying it.
Oh wait, they study mythology and folklore. That's what there's a doctor's degree in that. Does that make that real?
Well, regardless, this last guy, he's just imagined what people do in his head. He has no evidence for it. Nobody ever told it to him. He's just imagining it. The scientists, the astronomers, these people, there's some people out there that know the Earth is a globe. And why don't you believe them? That's the crux of his argument.
Exactly.
Okay? He doesn't know that's even the case.
Can't wait till he returns.
How does he know what people believe? Is this like the Amazing Kreskin? He's doing a freaking
Yeah,
psychic
he knows what
reading of the entire population of scientists? What do you guys think?
He knows what you believe. He's already projecting to know exactly what knowledge you have, to what extent you have.
Oh yeah. I can't even remember everything I've read. I don't know how he remembered everything I read.
So some ambiguous individual, he's like, that person knows more than you, which he doesn't know either. So he's putting you against like an imaginary human that he can't even tell you who it is, and that person, that one, knows more information than you do, even though he doesn't even know who you are.
And here's the funny thing. How did he even evaluate whether that person knows more than me in the first place?
Yeah, the imaginary one he conjured up.
Yeah, how did he even go? Well, based upon what I know this person knows and what I know that person knows, I evaluate that this person knows more. How did he even do that?
Yeah.
Like I said, he made it all up in his mind.
Did he run?
Probably. No, he's still here. Is he Pixel Prince at Prada? Prada's his name.
They're both on server mute. Dammy, Cold, and Prada.
Yeah, Dammy, I don't think he's going to offer much. I could be wrong, but...
Unmute him?
Yeah, Dammy.
Yeah.
All right, Dammy, can you form a logical argument for the Earth being a globe?
Logical argument for the Earth being a globe?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Based on the evidence... What?
No,
based on the evidence that we have...
Which is?
The data given by the telescopes, by the satellites, we can conclude that the Earth is geoid.
So you look up into the sky?
Kind of figured how this is how it would go with him.
Sorry?
What data?
The ground is curved by looking at the sky.
If the Earth is curved by looking at the sky?
All right, you said you use telescopes, right, Dammy?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you use a telescope, what are you noticing about the Earth itself that shows you it's a globe?
Nothing.
Okay, so we can't use telescopes, can we?
Data given by the telescopes.
Like what, sir?
More advanced telescopes.
Yes, sir. Like what? What data?
Observing
Super shiny telescopes with gold foil and doilies on them. Like, who gives a fuck about the telescope?
Other planets. You observe other planets.
Yeah.
Other.
Which are
why are we talking about other things other than the Earth? Like, isn't that what you're trying to prove is a globe? That's what I said. A logical argument for the Earth being a globe. That's what I told you. Can you form a logical argument? Not other things.
Being capable of the fact that we are capable by going into a straight line to retreat to the same spot that we first started from.
Dude. Like, what? Explain what you mean.
You said we again.
What?
What do you mean?
If I
walk out my front door and go around the block.
Hold on, and hold on.
If I go from point X and go into a straight line, at some point I will retreat to point X. That indicates that the Earth is of a spheric shape.
Okay, so how do you determine that by going in a straight line? Walk me through the method. How do I know the surface is curved?
Because otherwise you wouldn't be capable to retreat to the same point.
Dude, okay, imagine this. You're on a basketball court, right? In the center of the basketball court, and I walk around you. I start at one point, I come back around to the same point. I just walked around you. I can do it that way.
No, that does not apply.
Why not?
Because the direction that you took was not of a straight line.
Yeah, neither is the one you're taking. If you imagine yourself on a globe, if you're going around, as you say, in a straight line, you're going in a curved path. So it's not a straight line. So your imaginary, Dammy, your imaginary example doesn't even fit. You can't even use that because in no way can you tell me that you're actually doing the very thing you think you are.
Yes, I agree on your behalf. It is that I'm going towards, but there is an infinite amount of circles that would proceed to do the same thing, which would imply a sphere.
Sir, you haven't even detailed how it's possible to do what you said you can do. You haven't even. How can you say that that's practical? It's not practical. You can't apply this on really out. So you don't know if you're going to be doing the thing you say you're doing right now, as you claim you are. There's no point that you're going to say I'm going around in a giant circle. You don't. There's nothing that you could verify that. You're just imagining that you are going in a circle.
I mean, it takes me a while to do it, but it's possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
How do you know that? How do you know it's possible? Who's done this?
Multiple people.
Who
have gone in a straight line? Oh, give us one. Give us one of the multiples.
Not in a perfect straight line, of course. That's impossible.
Okay, so then it's not your example. So it's not your example, which is what you were claiming.
My example was at a theoretical level. Of course, perfect circle.
Okay, so theoretical, and we're not doing it practically. Yeah?
We can do it in practice, but
no, you just said it was theoretical, sir, and there's nobody that's done it. It's only in theory.
We can do it in practice, but not by using the perfect circle.
There you go. So then there's nothing that you can do to say that the Earth is an actual globe. There's no logic there for the Earth being a globe via the way you're demonstrating in your theory.
The shape of the Earth being a geoid does not require the action being made in a perfect.
You don't know what the geoid is. You're using that word wrong.
A geoid would be a sphere.
The geoid is not the surface of the Earth, dude. In geodetic surveying, the geoid is the equipotential surface of gravity, which is imaginary. So everywhere you would go that we measure 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration, the surface that would form would be the geoid. That is not the surface of the Earth.
You don't know too much about this topic, do you, Demi?
I didn't understand what he said.
Yeah, but you're not able to. You said the incorrect thing. It's not something that's manifest in physical reality. It's a construct of the imagination.
Perfect circle, yeah, for sure. You're right.
Okay, so there's no way you can demonstrate what you're saying is true. You can't demonstrate it.
No. He says perfect circle is only in a theoretical.
Yeah, it's ideal. It's ideal. I get it. But like even the geoid was also in that same realm, which what the gentleman was telling you too. So it's the same. They're all in imagination and they're used as constructs, but they're not. It's not practical, dude. So you're trying to conflate what's being used in.
Yes,
Demi, you're trying to use what's been used as a convention or the idea of what it is to actually say that's how we know what it is. But you can't confirm that, which is what we're doing right now. We're asking you to confirm that what you think it is actually what it is. You can't do it. There's no connecting form. You can't take that information, go outside, and verify it's actually what you think it is. There's no way.
Okay, educate me on your idea. I mean, you of course know more on my perspective than I do.
Well, yeah. So many people believe that they live on a globe based on the information as you might think, right? There's video and images that you're being fed every single day. But every time that we talk about this subject, or whether it's NASA putting some images or videos or whatever it is, we're gonna test the claim, right? How do they know that stuff is actually what you think you live on? And it appears that whenever we get down to the practical level, whenever we're about to test the Earth, whether it's a globe or not, there's no way that there's a methodology in which academia has outlined that we know that it's a globe. Like right now, it seems confusing because you think you might have an answer based on the ones you just given, but you don't know how to say, okay, you can do this method and find out if the Earth is a globe.
I'm listening to you, by the way. I'm not.
I know that. But I'm telling you as kind of like so you can understand the position that the globe proponents, such as yourself, you take. It's not one that can be things can be verified. It's an idea, bro, that people have had for such a long time, and it's bolstered by video and images. It doesn't have any concreteness to it. There's no validity. You can't go check it out. You can't do anything with it. You can just imagine that it's a globe and see some images that they show you, and you can say, yeah, look. People are in space and they're showing the Earth's a globe. That's probably as best as you can do. But as far as like testing it on the surface, the curvature of the Earth, it doesn't exist. There's no way anybody can do anything to see circumnavigation or verifying drop over distance. You can't do anything to test that the Earth is an actual oblate spheroid. It does not conform in practical reality that way. Zero. There's zero.
Yeah, Danny. Let me ask Danny this question. Okay, you're in your hypothetical of going in a straight line, ending up at the same place, back at point A. Now, can we consider that a statement of fact if nobody's actually confirmed that in reality, actually gone out and did it? Can we consider that statement that you can do that a fact? Or is it just speculative?
It's a theory, no?
Yeah, okay. So, but theories are confirmed by experiment, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't consider that an actual fact that you can do that until someone's actually done it. Doesn't have to be us, it has to be somebody. So it's not a fact. Your hypothetical is not a fact. Okay? We're looking for the facts that confirm by experiment, measurement, whatever method, that the Earth is a globe, right? That's what he's telling you.
There are people who have went around the globe, for sure.
Yeah, they went in a circle. So what? Can you draw a circle on a flat surface?
You can, but you are unable of drawing an infinite amount of circles that would lead you to the point X.
How do you know? You couldn't look nobody can draw an infinite amount of circles. It's infinite. Come back.
No.
Go draw an infinite amount of circles, then come back.
The globe has an infinite amount of circles.
Oh yeah? Show us. Draw it.
Because
come back when you're done.
I mean, circle means that it has the same
You'll
distance.
have a funeral before you're done, okay?
Well, but that's basic geometry. It has an infinite amount of circles.
Yeah, so what? It doesn't matter what you imagine.
Nobody's ever drawn an infinite amount of circles, brother.
What we're talking about, even if you say that that's the case, it's not. But even if you do say that that's the case, you're not able to say that that's what you're standing on right now. There's no confirmation of this thing you imagine, bro. I'm trying for you to realize that. I don't care what you say it is. Can you prove it? That's what it is. That's where it manifests itself into reality, when you can prove it.
Prove what?
The Earth is what you're saying it is with infinite circles, sir. Follow, please, the conversation.
Yeah, I can prove that.
Yeah, how? How?
I mean, first we need to conclude that the Earth is...
No, that's what we are trying to figure out. We're not concluding that it's one already. We need to figure it out. That's what I'm asking for.
Sure thing.
Okay, do it.
If going into a round circle from any point X on the globe...
No, that's wrong. That's not a true statement because you've already baked in the... You baked in the assumption that you're going around something. That's not confirmed.
I said if. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. So it's not a true statement. And if it's suggestive means that you're not sure. It's not a true statement. It needs to be a true statement.
No, but if that's the case, then we can conclude something.
Yeah, I know that if it's the case, but there's nothing true about that.
We can conclude that later.
Yeah,
he's missing something.
How do we get from if to is?
Yeah.
I mean, I just said if, and you stopped me. So.
Yeah, how do we get from if to is? We're concerned with the is, not the if.
I mean,
if anything. If Grandma had a penis, she'd be Grandpa, right? If.
I mean, no proposition no argument can be made without using ifs.
Oh, then that's what I've been pointing out to you, sir. It's all just based on someone's subjective ideas and interpretations. Oh, we're standing on a globe because I see a ship disappearing from the bottom up. Oh, we're standing on a globe because we got images from NASA. Oh, we're standing on a globe. If the Earth is a globe, blah blah blah. No, is it an actual globe? That's what Indio's saying. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but that will take time to conclude for an argument. That's what it is.
I know that. That's the reason why listen, dude, nobody has ever done that in the years that we've been doing this. And I'm trying to tell you that so you can realize that it can't be done. Unless you think that it can be, then I want to see a demonstration of how it's an actual globe. Can you prove it?
I mean, if you haven't considered
Oh my God.
If again,
you hear yourself?
I mean,
here's an if for you, Danny. Here's an if for you, Danny. If you had evidence, you'd actually present it.
I mean, I'm new to this subject. I've never debated it before, to be honest.
Yeah, nobody's ever gotten to ask you this and really make you critically think about the world that you live in. So now that we're doing so, it seems like a difficult task.
Yeah, but I come with sincere thought to you. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem by you explaining.
You let something slip out when you started about this walking around thing. You said, if I walk around the block or your neighborhood, you remember you saying that?
I didn't say that.
I think that was me. That was me saying that.
Oh.
I was asking him if he
so
you walk
I'll
outside
ask
your
you
house
though,
and go around
Danny.
the block.
Danny, if you run around a track,
yeah.
Have you run around a ball?
Yeah. Say, make your argument. Of course, I have.
Okay. No. Have you, if you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
Yeah.
Okay.
There is
you go out to a salt flat and you walk in a circle.
I thought you talked about like a basketball in the middle because that's how the first argument was constructed.
Yeah,
so.
and that's the same, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Okay, so
Danny, circumnavigation is a circle. Okay, it doesn't matter what it's on. Just going in a circle.
The track argument he made it before with the basketball court is exactly the same thing. It's just
the same thing.
So you can go in a circle without going around a ball.
Yes, but in that case, every circle is direct proportional.
But here's the problem though. There's a problem in that is that not only is there a problem saying that that's happening, but then you are not verifying that it's happening. You're not confirming that you're going in a giant circle. Where's the idea of circumnavigation has been brought into these, like, I do think it's a bad argument because you can't prove that you're actually doing the giant circle you think you are. Either way, if it's around a sphere or on a flat horizontal plane, I want to know the confirmation of somebody actually saying they went in a giant circle and they know how that's been done. Nobody can confirm that. And either a flat plane or a sphere. How do you know you're making that giant circle? It can't just be, well, we just navigate that direction. That's how we know. No. Where's the confirmation of you seeing everything look like a giant circle? You know that. There's no way to confirm that.
Constantly presented with ideas of journeys of 30,000 kilometers, and we just want you to confirm that the ground curves in the nearest 10 miles.
I know that. I know that.
Well, does the ground curve away from you?
I believe so, yeah.
How you're able to prove that? The belief is one thing. Prove it.
We all used to believe it too.
The incapability of me not seeing at the distance of 3, 4 miles, 5, 6 miles, whatever, depending on the...
Okay, have you confirmed this? Before we go on, have you confirmed this?
I haven't done a so-called...
Thank you. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You're speaking on something. You're speaking on something you don't have any knowledge on. You're just assuming that that's the case.
You'll find if you go check to see how far you can see, you'll be able to see a long way.
And let's brought up a good point, though. Like, hold on, buddy.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, buddy. Just 1 second. So, Endless brought up a good point about the curvature in 10 miles. We didn't all believe that. We all believed that there was no curvature in 10 miles. That's what we all used to believe, that the Earth is so big in 10 miles there'd be no curvature. The curvature started like fucking 50 miles away or 60 miles away or something. Right? That's how they convinced us the Earth was so large that the curvature was immeasurable, imperceptible. But if you look at the actual globe claim of radius 3,959 miles, the 10-mile distance is more than sufficient to have enough curvature to measure. Now, has this ever been measured? That's the question. So what do you think?
I don't know.
There it is. Thank you for that. We usually fish for that answer for a while, but you actually got down to it. You don't really know. So it all boils down to that you don't have any knowledge if the Earth is an actual globe. We appreciate your concession, man. It's intellectual honesty, yeah?
Now, to go back to what Prada was saying, do you think any scientist knows?
I don't know what scientists know.
Neither do I. Neither does anybody else in here.
That was a good answer. It was a good answer.
I mean, excluding the dogma, let's call it dogma of science. I don't want to make. I don't know if this sphere globe is at that level. It's not a principle of physics or anything like
But
that.
their dogma is what they believe. That doesn't tell us what they know. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So any scientist worth his salt will say, well, unless there's experimental evidence for something, then we don't actually know that as human beings. Some test has been done that's been replicated, repeated. It's been consistently verified that when you do this particular test, you get this result.
I agree.
And none of the scientists I've ever talked to in this chat and on other platforms, none of them actually know that, right? They've never actually done any tests. They've just accepted, the words of other people at face value, much like you've done. And somebody else out there, they've tested it and they showed it, but they can't actually even point to a reference where that was actually ever done. Like, hey, if you read this paper, these freaking scientists, they went out there and they measured, drop over distance. That's what we're concerned with. Who's measured this drop over distance? When, where, how? Where is it?
I just like to say, man, his intellectual honesty is refreshing to hear. So, yeah, good on you, Danny.
Yeah, that's all we're trying to do is have just an honest. We're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat or whatever. Just.
I mean, it seems
have you
like
consider and critically think about what you actually know versus what you actually believe. You know what I mean? Define that dividing line.
Yeah.
My philosophy of the world, this is nothing that would really impact my day-to-day life. So it's
That's
not.
cap. That's cap, bro. It does.
Go tell your parents right now you're a flat earther.
Yeah. See how that works.
A lack of imagination.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Beg to differ. It will change your life. It's changed my life. Definitely, it has enhanced my life, and now I have even more boundless energy than I had before. All because I know that I don't need to worry, for example, of asteroids coming to hit the Earth and end life, for example, that I used to carry. That's one thing that I always had in my mind all the time. That's gone, for example.
Or climate change, or running out of resources, or overpopulation, or yeah, you name it.
Yeah,
I mean, where's the edge of the Earth?
Well, I haven't been there to even see if there is an edge. So there we are, and that's not something that we put forward as an edge. And don't forget, if we're in a container, all right, okay, that means you'll never be going to any edge to fall off any edge because you're in a container. You're contained. Bear that in mind.
Can you illustrate this shape for me?
I don't know the shape of the Earth. I've never said I knew the shape of the Earth. None of us know that. I don't know that. Okay. I'm 10 years into the flat Earth. I'm not a newcomer. Okay. I'm not a newcomer. So don't bear that in mind, please.
I mean, I don't know why you're being defensive to me.
Do you think the Earth has to be like an object you can 3D print and hold in your hand?
I haven't been defensive in any way.
No, what I'm asking is, do you think the Earth has to be like some object that you can 3D print and hold in your hand?
I don't know. I'm not an expert. Does it?
No, it does not have to be that.
What is reality? You think anyone knows the answer to that question?
No.
Yeah. All we're saying is that mean sea level is a horizontal plane. Pretty much the end of it.
And where do the rockets that are sent to space where do they get to?
Who knows? They go up, they come down.
That's it. Yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing, that you're carrying a belief that rockets go into space. Now, bearing in mind, you do not know that the Earth is a globe yet. When you realize that it's not a globe, then your mind is going to be opening up to the technology of rocketry. Doesn't get them to space. It's just a glorified, very expensive firework. That's all it is. Now,
I can tell you this. I know where they end up going. They end up smashing into that mean sea level flat Earth again.
They launch off a flat surface and they land on a flat surface.
But would you guys consider it, I wouldn't say proof, but an argument towards the idea of a curvature in the Earth? The stream, let's say a camera that streams the launch of Starship 11 or whatever. If a curvature is clearly visible from the...
Let's see that image.
I mean, I've watched the stream that was done on Starship 11, and
At what height do you start seeing curvature? A curved horizon? Is that the claim?
Yeah, are you a planet Floridian?
I'm sorry?
Well, a lot of the times you'll see the plane, the rocket launch from, say, Florida or Texas, and then the curve becomes visible when all you're seeing is Florida covering up the whole ball.
So what's the argument?
So maybe that's not the curve of the Earth, and maybe a curve created by a lens. Unless you're a planet Floridian.
Yeah, so Danny, what you need to ask yourself, is what I see in the camera an accurate geometric representation of what the Earth actually is? Okay, just because you see in the camera, hey, the horizon's curving, does not necessitate that's what the Earth is, right? And that doesn't conform to what the globe predicts what you'd see. Starship does not go high enough to see the curve of the Earth. So if you see it in a camera, you can, even if you think the Earth is a globe, that can't be the globe. Can't be.
Why?
Doesn't go high enough. How high do you think you have to go to? No, it don't. How high is Starship? What is its maximum altitude?
I can search it up. I don't want to invent.
So you don't know. I mean that's fine. But it's greater than what the ISS would be. And Starship has never gone that high on any of its test flights.
90 miles.
90 miles.
Yeah.
Is that even past the Kármán? Has it even gone to space? Space still see 100 kilometers, right? Politically. Kármán line, it's 100 kilometers. That's where space still starts.
Yeah, that's over the Kármán line. Yeah, Kármán line is about 60 miles.
Okay, so it goes to quote unquote space. But that's not high enough to see the curve of the Earth. Because the Earth's diameter is supposed to be 8,000 miles, right?
Yeah,
100 miles above a ball, 8,000 miles in diameter.
Yeah, but I don't know.
1/80th.
Yeah, so I have no clue what the calculation would bring us. What would be the height? What's the necessary height of being capable to observe a diameter of it?
You'd probably have to be like a eighth of the radius.
Eighth of the radius.
Because think about it like this, right? The horizon is actually like a cone, right? A cone that surrounds you. The horizon, like it's like you're at the apex of the cone, and then the Earth is the bottom of the cone, right? And everywhere it's going to be equidistant from you in all directions. So you'd see a circle, but you're not going to see the curve of the Earth, right? You're going to see the limit of your vision is going to be a circle around you, and it's just going to be a line. And it has to be a line because it's equidistant. So no part of that line is going to appear higher or lower in the camera in the camera image than any other part. It can't. Because it's equidistant. So so you got the line of the horizon, right? Every point on that line has got to be the same distance away from you. Right?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, so how can one part appear higher than some other part? Yeah, that's a problem. There's a problem, Houston, right? So we know that if you go 1/8, you're far enough away, you should see a large portion of the ball because you're pretty far away.
1/8 of the radius, you mean like
500 miles.
500.
There's a diagram in the side chat.
Let me pick it up.
It might even be India's.
Yeah, it is. That would be the elevation of the ISS. That would be 400 kilometers. That one. 250 miles.
Yep. We've got a quote from the planetarium director, kind of. There's a bunch of astronomers who'll back this point up. I mean, like science communicators like Neil deGrasse Tyson will essentially point this out. Not high enough to see a curve at any height that you're ever going to be at. There's a very small, select group of people who even claim that they've been that high. It's a tiny number of people.
See, this is the weird conundrum of the globe. Going up is going to be the worst way to try and see curvature. Right? Curvature going out away from you is where it would exist the most, because that curve is exponential. But the change is not exponential going straight up. Like the curve of the horizon, that would be very slow. Right? Proportionally. Like the rate of change of the curvature versus your elevation, those differences are slow. But going away from you, right, the horizon, that should be an exponential curve. Like the 10 miles is a 66-foot drop. But then the 100 miles is what? 6,000 feet? Like it's a completely... the ratio of the distance that you go away versus the amount of curvature that you should observe is not the same of going up versus going out.
Okay, I have a question. Do you guys have a debate that you have done with whatever expert on this certain subject with one of your good representatives for a debate?
Yeah, I mean, good.
I mean, if you send me a link.
Because I'll send you a link. But the funny thing, they go off the rails, dude. Okay, so I'll give you an example. I debated a PhD in mathematical physics, right?
Yeah.
He ended up arguing that we can't know anything.
I mean, that would be glorious to see. I would like to see that.
Yeah, I'll post a link in the chat. But think about that for a second. A guy that people appeal to, right? An academic, a PhD, math, physics, blah, 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 right? And he can't prove the globe, and he says, he just goes to esoteric bullshit that I can't prove I even have hands.
I mean, that sounds kind of Zulu.
Well, I mean, these are the people that, like the other guy, Pravda, relies on. The scientist. This is one of the guys he relies on. When the guy can't prove a globe, he takes a freaking nuclear bomb to reality itself.
I mean, yeah, but Pravda
I can't prove reality exists, but I know the Earth's a globe. I just can't prove anything else.
Yeah, but Pravda committed like 4 logical fallacies in 2 sentences.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that, but what I'm saying is the normal people, the so-called normies, right, that think the Earth is a globe, they think it because of what they think their scientists, academics think. But then when we talk to these academics, they just fucking blow up all of reality. They literally dynamite the whole shit to keep the Earth from being a globe. Oh, you can't know the Earth is flat. We can't know the Earth is a globe. I just believe it.
Yeah.
Right? They actually will just say that. They'll be in the same position as you. Right? But I'll post it. I'll post the video. It's fine.
So isn't it funny how you're the stupid one because you know the Earth's not a big, bendy, water-covered ball. And then so you go through and they turn to, well, no, you can't know anything, so I just believe that it's a ball. And but yet you're still the stupid one. So there.
Yeah, I'm delusional because I think reality is real. That's delusional.
I mean, that's quote unquote definition of the word, isn't it?
No, you're delusional if you think reality is not real.
Yeah, I mean that's what delusional means. Okay.
Yeah, but they flip that on its head.
They don't have God, bro. So
Yeah, you said it though when you said dogma, Dammy.
Yeah. You are delusional if you don't believe in the fantasy. So if you go against the fantasy, you are delusional, even though you're trying to remain in your reality. See that? That's what's going on.
Against what? What's that? What does that mean? The fantasy.
Well, the fantasy is the dogma, exactly.
Oh, sorry.
The fantasy is the globe, isn't it? That's the fantasy. And anybody going against the globe, well, then you're delusional because now you're going against science. You're a science denier or whatever.
Scientism. There's aspects of it into a religion.
Thank you.
I mean, on the big scale, you are the heretic in the equation. You cannot deny that. You are the one coming with the new, with the.
Yeah, we're the ones that pulled their head out of their asses.
You are the heterodox in this equation.
Well, that would be to those who are believing in the globe, yes. But I'm not a heretic. Actually, they're the ones that are actually being the heretic because they're denying exactly what they see in front of them. They don't see a globe when they're out there living. Sorry.
Well, it is a globe religion, so if you speak against their religion, you would be the heretic. How dare you blaspheme heliocentrism?
I dare.
I mean, ultimately, if you want to just like the truth of the matter is, what we do here is we show globe people that believe that in the globe, in the heliocentric model, that they're actually in a religious cult. That is actually what it is. Because when you're a perfect example of this, and I'm not trying to pick on you. Don't take this the wrong way.
Yeah, no problem.
What you gave us initially was something theoretical. Okay? Yeah. And you believe that the Earth is a globe based upon ideas, right? Ideas in your mind, not based upon somebody actually went out and actually flew in a straight line and arrived back in the same place, right? But you had an idea. It's not just you. This is how it's actually given to people, right? A bunch of things like, hey, if I did make 390-degree turns, I end up back in the same place because the Earth is a globe, and only on a globe can you have a triangle with 390-degree angles, right? Greater than 180 degrees. That would be on a globe, right? That's what they think is the case. But it's not actually known for certain based upon actually somebody doing it, right? But they believe it's true, right? This is how we point out that it's a religion in the sense that the idea came down from people that they think are smarter than they are, right? And they figured everything out, and they just trust in what they say, much like religion, right? I believe in these priests. They know what the word of God is. They tell me what it is, and I just believe that what they're telling me is accurate, and I'm going to follow them and what they say. It's the same thing. It just doesn't happen to have some freaking supernatural deity associated with it. But the whole worldview, the whole reasoning chain is identical.
Okay. I wanna see the debate with Dr. Blitz. I'll watch it and I'll be back.
Yeah, I posted it. think I posted it. Yeah, posted it in there.
So at what time is it?
It's pretty much the whole thing. I will give you a caveat, and I'm not trying to poison the well. That he said that we were gonna in a back chat. He said we were gonna just have a discussion and we weren't gonna have a debate. But while he was saying that to us, he was titling it debate. Okay, so he kind of sandbagged us and lied, but that's fine. Watch it for yourself. And after you watch the part about the Bolivian salt flats, and he presents it, it says, "Hey, they actually don't line up." Come back and I'll show you that they actually do line up, and like he couldn't even process the image correctly, which is hilarious. Because this guy was I don't know if he does it anymore, but he did teach at university. He has a PhD. He's confirmed he does have a PhD in mathematical physics. He actually does. So
I know who he is.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you if you debated him, but
does he have hands?
Nah.
Oh, he's the weird.
He doesn't know. I asked him, but he doesn't know. I'm really concerned.
This guy knows him.
Well, I want to know how he used GIMP with no hands. Like, that's crazy. I mean, it's GIMP. Then maybe that's the reason.
What's the difference?
I guess nobody got the joke of what a GIMP is anyway.
Yeah. I can't keep track of who has hands and who doesn't anymore. These doctors.
Well, not GIMP.
Yeah, he hasn't been back since.
I know he has a PhD in astrophysics, I think.
Mathematical physics, whatever that is.
Nothing tactile.
But I don't know. Consider like he's been. He tried to say that he doesn't debate 2v2, which is an absolute lie, because he did it. It's still a modern day debate. His video of him debating 2v2, but that's not the point. The point is he's very familiar with this topic, and now consider how weak his argumentation was and where he had to frickin' escape to.
I mean, if there is a person to debate the topic, it's him, no?
Yeah, and he ended up debating fucking philosophy instead of the topic.
I mean, my field
debate evolves into a philosophical debate instead of a debate about the evidence. In the evidence he presented for the Earth being a globe, when pressed, he ends up saying that he doesn't actually. What he said, he complains when we have to get into the details about his evidence, because it wasn't actually something he knew to be true. This neutrinos experiment. It's evidence that a person I've actually debated in our Discord gave him to present as evidence. Okay, he didn't actually understand the evidence he was presented, and was trying to Google the facts about it, which is fun.
I extracted a pound of flesh from him as well, so it's me and Indio. I'm after Indio.
Yeah. Well, that's where AB got basically the mea culpa. Like he doesn't actually know anything, including that the Earth is a globe, including that he exists, including anything. And that he's just like a self-referential brain in a jar, where the brain in the jar tells himself that he actually exists, and he has a high confidence that the Earth is a globe, but he tells that to himself in his jar.
I mean, he's a very try-hard atheist, so.
Yeah, we know. We know that. That's obvious. So you can tell pretty quickly.
You can tell by
someone's involved in this topic, whether the reason isn't they're an atheist. At least I can. I can tell when their motivation for this topic is atheism. They're trying to. They think they associate flat Earth with God, and that's why they're pushing against flat Earth, because it goes against their own irreligious worldview. But I mean, it boggles my mind why that would even matter if you're an atheist. Why even care what other people think? Because you don't think anything matters in the first place.
I mean, it's a sad world what he lives in. It's a sad reality to be in.
He's mad that God made him exist. Trying to get back at him. You made me exist, so I'll say you don't exist. Nah, 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 nah.
Are you
Yeah, usually those guys who take it into the weird lands, they go away claiming a victory. I think he realized he went so far off the beaten track, he kind of just sheepishly left. He wasn't really claiming a W.
Dude, he got ratioed on his own. I mean, I didn't just look at what it is, dude, but he had something like 47,000 views and 200 likes or something.
Yikes. They weren't impressed by his efforts. His own fan club. I can't believe this guy knows who he is.
Dude, he has something like, I think 1.4 million followers on TikTok or something.
He's big on TikTok. He's big.
That's frightening. So I bet he's even known at his university as No Hands at this point, amongst his own peers.
500,000 on TikTok, he has. Yeah, 500,000.
I mean, we're giving him way more respect than he deserves, quite honestly, by even talking about him. But I just like using him as an example as people appeal to academics, and this is one of those academics, and see what you get. Like, they're not in some higher position, dude. He's just fucking train wreck, dude. This is what you're gonna stick your eggs in that basket? Go for it, bro.
I mean, yeah, but you guys do not contest the Newtonian physics study, you know?
No, I don't contest them in the sense that they weren't. But that don't really mean anything. Newton himself contested them, and he came up with them.
Yeah, I agree, but you agree upon
that Newton repudiated his own and didn't want gravity ascribed to him. He explicitly said it in a letter. He didn't want nothing to do with it. And he said that anyone believed it was basically retarded.
I don't know that, though.
Yeah. I don't know if someone wants to post it in the chat. I'll post it if nobody else does.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, I'll post it right now. Steady on. I'll be there.
Not too many people know that, is that Newton himself knew that his mathematical physics was philosophically empty, right? There was really no rational support for it other than, hey, man, it works. And that's where Hume comes in with his problem of induction, because they can't actually say anything that's true. They just can make some model that predicts what will happen, but they can't say that model itself all they can say is it kind of emulates reality mathematically, but none of the model itself, the variables, and what it claims to describe, they might not even actually exist.
Yeah, I've dropped it in the side chat together with Nikola Tesla stating that the mathematicians are moving from one mathematical formula to the next, to the point where these mathematical formulas have no reference to reality. Okay, it's all in there. Okay, they bear no reference to the way we live. I
mean, I don't see anything.
It's in the side chat of politics, unless I posted it in the wrong place.
I think you went the wrong place, bro.
Oh, did I? Are we not in the politics then? No.
No, we are. I'm talking about the Newton thing. You didn't post that.
I did. I posted it together with. Oh, sorry. Hang on. You might be correct. I've posted the charts dealing with vacuum and torque values. Sorry, you're right. I was using that not so long ago. My apologies. My eagerness to get it to you, and I posted the wrong one. I do apologize. Hang on. Sorry about that. Yes, I'm still a rookie at this. at 63. Still a rookie, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, now I think I've got it now. Let's double check. Yes, we have it here. I do apologize for that for the last time now, and here we go. 1, 2, and 3. If I'm not posting in the wrong place, I'm posting the wrong thing in the wrong place. So there you go, all the time. Look, what a wally. There you are. 2 citations, one there from Sir Isaac Newton himself, and then from Nikola Tesla, who was actually fed up in mathematics that's going on out there.
Recorded in Edwin Burt, The Metaphysical Foundation of Science.
There you are. It's all in there for you. It's in the side chat. That's where I've posted it. Go to the side chat and you'll see it. Mind you, that other chart is also useful. The one I did post with the...
Okay, I will search these up.
When we talk about...
I'll watch the debate with Dr. Blizzard. See you guys next time.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that document is there for you to look at, yeah. Well, I think that's what did it, like, guys. That's Sir Isaac Newton's statement that gravity was silly was, that was the defining blow there. No, only kidding, ladies and gentlemen. We're not out about blowing people down. We'd rather him join the group. Of course. But it's going to be incumbent upon him to actually go out there and do that checking. We're not here to convince anyone, as we keep saying. We're just here to inform you, and it's for you to convince yourself. You've got to do that. That's always been the case. You validate, you confirm, then you know. And when you know, you try and get other people to know, don't you? You try and inform others. That's what it's all about. That's the human disposition, yeah? When you find something new that is actually changing the nonsense you learned before, yeah, you then want to inform others.
Well, I will say this. I agree with all that, but we've done the heavy lifting for them. Like, they got the easy part. Like, all they got to do is just go check. Like,
yeah, that's right. We've done the easy part and taken the abuse with it, haven't we? The hard part, sorry. Yeah, we've done the hard part. Taking all the abuse.
We're going to continue. We're going to continue to take the abuse for them.
Oh yeah, yeah. But it's actually their loss. Those who are abusing us, they're the ones that are the losers, actually.
I kind of jumped in on the Josh Ingersoll conversation midstream. What was he peddling this morning? Or is it just the same?
Actually, didn't get to peddle anything. Kind of like, well, kind of put a spanner in the works. You know the werewolf game, right? You heard of that?
Yes, I've heard it described many times, in these podcast.
Yeah, so I asked
clip.
him, are you a werewolf or a villager? And he was like, I'm a villager. Well, then we don't need to listen to anything you say, bro.
That's where that came from. Huh.
Yeah. He pretty much admitted that he don't actually have the information, regardless, right? He's just a villager. He said he's been to, you don't have any special information.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you heard him last weekend, but he was off to go have dinner with an astronaut.
Didn't he have
man, I'm not even going to say what I want to say about that. You take him in take him in the bathroom.
Tapped his foot. He said, hey, if anyone's got questions, I'm going to have dinner with an astronaut. Then someone asked him, hey, how was dinner with the astronaut? Oh, I know him. It's no big deal. I was with him all the time. And, whoa.
I did ask. I wanted the what do you call it? The maintenance schedule for the ISS. So I wanted that. With the sign out sheets, the maintenance schedule, the check boxes, like change this widget at this time, every 6 months. I wanted that.
I was confused about that guy. Didn't he have a flat tag? I was like, what?
Did he? He's just showing solidarity.
Ingersoll's a space cadet.
That guy's lying to himself why he's even here. Oh, I just like good conversation. Nah, that's not the truth.
You think he's seen something?
Yeah. He's really curious. Like, it's really got him interested. Ever since the first time he joined our chat, he's been like a frequent flyer for the past couple of weeks. We've been challenging his notion as to like the job he's doing. And I told him too, there was one conversation I had with him where I said to him, I was like, it's a sunk cost fallacy with you. Doesn't matter how much information we provide you and you can actually agree with, you can never come to terms and say, and come completely, fully clean and say you're a flat earther because you've invested so much into this. And it's a part of it's attached to your livelihood. So the moment you declare it, it's game over for everything. So you can't. Like deep down inside, you're just going to have to accept that even if you know that the earth isn't a globe, that you're going to have to accept it because that's what your job is. It's tied into everything you do. So sunk cost fallacy.
Well, it's reminding me of the thing that Gemsy brings up about the whistleblower that sued for being wrongfully fired because he blew the whistle that I think it was Raytheon wasn't actually doing the things they said they were doing.
Isn't that
regarding space? Maybe he saw something and he's like it's like eating away at him in his head.
Yeah. Well, I've taken the liberty of posting something that I've been listening to the past couple of days. Descent into Madness, okay? Really, really interesting a look into the psychologies of people like us who get ridiculed and then, we can be put into an institution because we're going against the narrative and, flat earthers and, people who go against the norm. So the psychologists behind that and how the psychiatrist industry was established, everything like that. It's a really good one. Good documentary. It's a podcast. I don't know if you know
talk about Semmelweis? Semmelweis, the guy that invented germ theory?
Yeah, I think not about germ warfare, no. About the psychiatric industry. It goes back that far, yeah.
Yeah, because Semmelweis, the guy that invented germ theory and all that stuff, they asked him to shut him up.
Right.
Like the mainstream thing, like what he said. So what was happening was medical students were doing code and delivered babies, right? And they would have shit from the cadavers on their hands. So he instituted a thing where people would wash their hands in some I think it's hexafluoride or something. And the successful births, right? They didn't have as many like the infant mortality went down for the group that washed their hands.
Yeah.
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 And then they locked him up in a mental institution to shut him up, right? To stop telling people.
Well, what they did, they gave a similar case of someone else stating the truth against the COVID, for example. Sorry to bring that up, but this doctor from Switzerland was stripped of his title, bunged in an institution. Yeah, okay. So that they mentioned this particular character, right?
Yeah,
And then
Jin, just to tell you, just say advice. Just say pandemic, man. That's just the best thing to say. Say pandemic. That's general enough. You know what I mean? Without specifically saying COVID.
Yeah, I do apologize. Yeah.
No, it's not an apology. I'm just saying, like, if you're worried about saying the word, just say pandemic. You know.
Yeah, I'll say pandemic. Yeah, because I was worried about saying the word. Yeah, and the Ash experiment, where the conformity experiment, they mentioned that, of course. I'm sure aware of it. And the other one where they get these people to shock perfect strangers. They ask the question, one person a question. He's behind the screen, so you can't see him. If he gets the question wrong, he gets an electric shock, and the shock increases. They talk about that experiment, and they speak about how these psychology tests were invented, and it's a really good one. I suggest you look into it. I posted it in the server. It's a really, really interesting one. I found it very interesting, anyway. Some of you will be aware of some of the content in there, and then that'll be just a revision for you. And then some of it, there might be one or two things you weren't aware of. Definitely worth a view, even if it's just for a refresher on the psychologies that we have to wade through every day. Okay, because we're constantly on attack. Even if you're not even living the flat Earth, wherever you're going, if you're against the moon landings or whatever it is out there. There's a psychological pattern that's out there that's always happening. It puts forward that what if it's not you that's actually sick, but the whole of society that you're in that's actually sick, and they don't know that. They put that forward, which is true, isn't it? You're not the sick one. It's society not realizing it's sick. It's been indoctrinated, and there's the problem. So, I just suggested a little bit of an offer there for anyone who's interested. Really, really good. I'm now going to eat this very, 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 very spicy ramen. I'm probably going to need a new ass and a new mouth. So spicy.
That topic is a topic that we usually would like to discuss on Frontline Unfiltered, which happens to be like for controversial topics such as the one you just mentioned, because that's important. Like the psychology behind why people believe the Earth is a globe, I think is a whole other avenue. It's not even. I mean, it's outside of the fact they can't prove the physical evidence that it is, but why they believe what they believe. Like that's really, or how they got to the road of belief from like at what age did they start? Like, was that manifesting? Was that at like third grade? Like when did people start to realize that the idea of a globe was something real to them in their mind?
Yeah, the good question. Yeah. That's it. That's it exactly. And it goes into why people believe with that they believe because they don't want to break the consensus. They want to keep with that. They don't want to break away from consensus. So they hold the belief, even though they've never proven it to themselves, even though they've been informed that it's wrong. They still follow the consensus.
Yeah, peer pressure must now, apparently that's part of the scientific method these days.
That's right.
Hey guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, hold on a second. Radwin or Oldman House. That's something I said the other day. Like, isn't peer review just like peer pressure, just using another word? Isn't that really what it is? Why do you have peer review without peer pressure? Doesn't even make sense, right? It has to be peer pressure. It has to be enforced with peer pressure.
It's like the running to peer pressure, running to peer review is like voluntary peer pressure.
Whoever I was interrupting, I'm sorry. Please continue.
Yeah, that was you did raise an important point there, because take the psychiatric industry for example. Yeah, when they meet up to make up new ailments, they meet up and they sit. Think of ideas on the fly, and then they just raise their hand up for those who are for it or against it. You know, they just raise their hand up, and if everybody raises their hands up, it goes into their diagnostic statistical manual, which is what they use to diagnose. They're not diagnosing anything, because all they're doing is taking natural behavior and calling that an ailment or a disease. All right, but that's what they do. They sit there and they just raise their hands, and they're getting enough hands showing. It becomes a disease, as they call it. Yeah, really interesting turn of events over the years.
Hey, Jin.
Yeah, how you doing?
Can you guys hear me? I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, very well, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you. I think we had a little chat I think it was a couple of days ago, I think about a week ago or something it was.
That's right, yeah, last week, yeah.
Yeah, you remember that? I mean, you speak with so many people, I mean,
it's Hanfield.
I don't know if you remember.
You're the psychologist, yeah?
Yeah, a mindset coach, you can say that, yeah. But look, the reason why
Yeah, last week it was, yeah.
Yeah, it was last week. We had I think AV was there. AV, you was there as well, wasn't you?
Yep, I
yes,
remember.
He was.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All right, great. Oh, that was a lovely chat it was. I'm not going to lie. We had a lovely chat we did last time we did.
Yeah.
Well, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Every time we tried to show you evidence, you had to leave.
Well, I mean, I've got about half an hour, so I guess we can have a little chat. I mean, look, I love cosmology, I do. You know, I mean, I love space. I love, like, looking into the sky at night times and just, you know, thinking, like, what's out there, you know? Like, before we get lost into the claims, all right, can we agree on something simple, right? Like, when we talk about space, we're talking about the observed, the measurable stuff, right? Not the belief systems. Space. Outer space, in other words.
But it's not been measured. That's the thing. We're not talking about it because it hasn't been measured, actually. You see? That's what you don't understand. Cosmology is not a science. It's not even a science. Okay?
All right, yeah. I mean, you're saying space hasn't been measured, right? But all right, let's talk about the satellites then, the satellite orbits, I guess, the GPS stuff and all of that. Yeah, let's get into that.
Well, that's another begging the question, unfortunately, because if Earth hasn't been proven to be a globe, okay? Now, you know, in a court of law, whatever you build upon a false premise has to be seen as null and void. We haven't even established that the Earth is a globe yet, and you're shooting up to space and shooting to satellites. These things haven't been proven. You haven't proven it, so it's a belief system. You're setting up things to believe in. I don't want to do that.
Hold on, Jen. I'll go there.
Yeah, you go there. Go ahead.
I want to point out something. So, how do you think GPS works?
By location, like you know, like when we open like our Google, when we open Google Maps, we open our GPS, right? It's going to go from point A to point B, from satellites, isn't it? So yeah,
In what way do you think it works? Like, in what way do you think that GPS has to work only on the globe?
Well, I mean, the signal travels at the speed of light, doesn't it? I mean, like it instantly goes to the satellite, doesn't it?
No.
So our telephone.
I knew you thought that. I knew you thought that. That's why I brought it up. You think that GPS is some sort of two-way communication between your phone and a satellite? That's not how it works at all. So GPS is a passive beacon.
Yeah.
I'll tell you how it works. GPS is a passive beacon. It just sends out a signal, a message that over and over again, your receiver gets it. Inside that message is a time, and your receiver has a time based upon how long that message is, how long it took to get from the quote unquote satellite to your receiver. That tells you the distance. So if you have a bunch of satellites, you have a bunch of distances, and you can make overlapping spheres that'll tell you that where all those spheres intersect, that's where you are, right? Now, on top of that, okay, so that's just step one. All it is, time of flight of a signal, how far away am I from a transmitter? Not even how far away you are. Like, what is, based upon the timestamps, how far away am I from that source of electromagnetic radiation? Fine, that's what we have, step one. But where does that, the map, like the coordinates of where you are, where does that come from? How does it know where you are relative to all those things? That system is called Earth-centered, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, and there's no globe in that, in the first instance. It places you on what's called a tangent plane, okay? And that's what gives you permission, your position in Cartesian coordinates, X, Y, Z, but it's called up, down, east. So this is a problem we run into over and over again from our side, is people have ideas of how they think things work on a globe, but that's not, when you look at the actual way it does work in reality, in practice of the way they do it, it doesn't have anything to do with a globe in the first place. And GPS is one of those things. It has nothing to do with a globe. And in fact, Google Maps, which you mentioned, is also not a globe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
This is what's called a Mercator, which is a cylinder.
All right, great. Okay, so you gave a lot of information. All right, so let's go like step by step. Okay, so if they don't send, like the GPS receivers are passive, then you're saying, right? They don't send.
No, the receiver is active. The receiver. It's a passive receiver. It just gets the signal. It doesn't transmit up to a satellite.
All right. So you can think of like the passive part is like our phone, right? But the active part is the satellites, isn't it? The ones up.
Yep. It doesn't have to be a satellite. It's the thing. Doesn't have to be a satellite.
All right. If those satellites aren't in space, where are the transmitters? Like, you'd need thousands of towers, wouldn't you? Like, covering all the oceans and everything. That's like a miracle if you think about it. It's even bigger miracle than so-called outer space, I guess. Where are the transmitters?
Well, if you
They're
look
all
in the
over the
side
place.
chat, it's getting there.
They're everywhere.
Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. I'm putting a little story for you whilst you're discussing with India. Okay, thank you.
So the transmitters are everywhere. Every cell phone tower. There's something called differential GPS, which is well known, right? These transmitters are everywhere. We're flooded in electromagnetic radiation. Most of the time, in fact, your phone will never use GPS. It uses something called location services, which is trilateration based upon the cell phone network. Has nothing to do with GPS, the GPS system, right? Your phone usually don't use that at all. But if you do shut up location services and you decide, hey, I'm going to use GPS today, there's ground-based transmitters, like I said, called differential GPS. They exist everywhere. Your phone doesn't know the difference between a satellite. It just sees the signal. That's all it sees. I get a signal. And here's the other thing. This is the most important thing. You think you need satellites in that it can't be ground-based because the Earth is a big ball and the radio signal would be blocked by the Earth. This is not the case. And we know this is not the case because in 1918, from UK, Cornwall, UK, they were talking to Sydney, Australia via radio waves. So how's that possible? There's supposed to be a fucking, 3,000 fucking mile hump of Earth in the way between here and there.
Yeah, if you think about it, you are onto something, Indio. But look, the pictures that Jin sent, right? Let's go over them, right? The towers. You see, it's on land. The picture's clever, but it's fantasy. Like, it's not in the ocean, it's not in the deserts, it's not in the Arctic. But GPS works perfectly in all of those places, doesn't it? You go in the middle of the ocean, you can use it, can't you? You go to the desert, you can use it. But do they have them towers? The ones that Jin sent, have they got them towers there?
Doesn't work perfectly where I am. Doesn't work.
What do you mean it
perfectly.
doesn't work?
Okay, I live in an area of Boston where you get a 0 GPS signal. 0, dude. I used to tell people all the time, hey, where's the community college? Okay, you go up those stairs, go around that way. They're sitting there staring at their phone because GPS don't work. GPS is not a perfect technology. I don't know where you got the idea from. That idea.
Where do you open your data, right? Like, you go there, you do it in Boston, where you're talking about, right? You need internet. You open your data. How do you connect? How do you connect to the internet? I mean, imagine no Wi-Fi, no cell data. I mean, how's it going to work? It's not going to work, is it? Because you need them ground towers, don't you?
No. You're conflating two different things. Location services versus GPS signals. GPS signals are a band that is not the same band as Wi-Fi. So its propagation profile is completely different. Okay. There's something called, I told you, differential GPS. It is well known. You can Google it. They're ground-based towers. They admit they're ground-based. But your phone will see it as a satellite. And they use something called pseudo ranges. Okay? It's not the actual distance. So it's basically a faux timestamp that they give. That, like say you have a ground-based tower, right? And they program the tower to say, hey, you're actually you're gonna send out a signal which indicates you're 1,000 miles up in 10,000 miles up in geosynchronous orbit. So just do the calculation of what time it would be from that position. That's it. It's just they just timestamp it different. It's not complicated.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. I mean, all right. To do the calculations, I'm not.
Oh, listen, brother. In the end, it's still putting your position, your coordinate is not on a globe anyway. Just because you see it on your phone in latitude and longitude, that's not the receiver's. That's not what the receiver's doing. The receiver is using a completely different coordinate, and you seeing it in latitude and longitude is a coordinate transformation from the coordinate it actually uses to one that you recognize.
All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, you onto something. I'm going to look up that thing that you just told me. What was it called? I'll check that out after the chat.
Pseudo range.
How'd you spell it? Can you write it down?
GPS or pseudo ranges?
All right. Can you write that down? I'm going to look that up after the chat. I'll check that out definitely. But like the location services we were talking about earlier, I mean, they still use Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and all of that. It still uses that. I mean, it's not GPS.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah, location services, you need an internet connection, no doubt. Location services are not GPS. They're different technologies.
Yeah. Okay. All right, it's assisted GPS, isn't it? It's not the GPS itself, it's assisted GPS because it's got Bluetooth. It uses Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and all of that stuff and the cell towers that are in range, right? Like you turn off your mobile data and your Wi-Fi or you go into airplane mode, we don't need GPS on. But you'll still get your coordinates, wouldn't you? So I understand that the location services are different. But
that's coming from another tower local to where you are. That's what's going on. That's why I posted
it's just a cell phone tower. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's why I posted it straight away. The cell phone towers. The second image is showing you different types of systems which carry Wi-Fi equipment. Wi-Fi equipment like Starlink. But before Starlink, this is what was going on. That second image.
All right, where's the network coming from? Where's the network coming from, Jin?
Well, it's coming from the network provider, obviously, on Earth here. And then you've got cables. Yeah. And then the very last one I posted, after you see the breakup of the sky, you've got two shots of me showing you the layout of the air that we breathe and all the equipment in each one, the mesosphere, ionosphere, etc. Then you've got one with the videos. There's a video with a cable across it. That's the kind of cable we use to communicate. So it's all in there. Everything you need to know is in there. That will help you right out.
So let's slow this down, though. Your fundamental argument is what? that this technology can't work on a flat Earth? Is that your argument?
Yeah, because I mean, yeah, we're talking about like satellites to begin with, but you guys do realize that GPS works like 35,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, we know.
Right?
And what we're telling you is it doesn't use a globe to work. That's what we're telling you, and you're not comprehending that or something.
So,
you just think that.
No, I'm just trying. Like, I'm just like thinking about it now. Like, how can the tower reach 35,000 feet in the air? Like, how is it connecting? How does it work in the plane?
What do you mean?
It's not connected.
No, you're completing location services on the ground with cell phones with GPS as a general technology. Okay, GPS is a general technology. It's a chip. It's its own chip inside your phone that has nothing to do with the other shit. They're two separate location methods. They're separate. They're not the same.
All right, what about a radio, right? I mean, let's say like we build ourselves like a homemade radio, right? And we pick up on those same transmissions. Like they're public frequencies, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Like the radio, right? Yeah. Okay, let's put the phone aside, right? Let's talk about the radio, right? GPS doesn't use the radio waves, obviously, right? So the satellites, they transmit the radio at microwave frequencies, right? So
no, they don't. No, they don't. The radio.
It's not microwave.
The radio station.
I mean, maybe it might be microwave.
Yeah, it's coming from the radio station. They're broadcasting it, and you tune into their channel, and you receive it on your radio because your radio's got a receiver. It's not coming from any satellite up in the space. It's not at all. Okay.
Look, hold on 1 second. If you tried to find a direction that the GPS signal came from, you'd never find it. Okay? A, it's too weak, and B, you get what's called multipath interference. It's reflecting and bouncing off a bunch of shit. Now, it doesn't really, it doesn't matter for positioning because the speed of light, if it bounced off a building and hit your phone, so what? That's like a extra 2 feet, which is like fucking. It means nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Calculation because you're using multiple transmitters, but you would never be able to like triangulate the position of a satellite using the strength of the signal. It'd be just impossible.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I get you. All right. Yeah. That's a good way to explain it. Yeah. But all right, let's try to think like YouTube, right? Let's say we open YouTube on our phone. It runs on internet, obviously, doesn't it? Like the fiber optic cables and cell data and all of that, right? But if you switch off your mobile data and your Wi-Fi, YouTube stops working, doesn't it? But the GPS, it keeps showing the coordinates. So it's not the same network. In other words, if you think about it. Yeah. Okay. So
are they showing? Are they showing curved things?
Hold on, Sasha. They're on a different topic. Just let them finish with the topic.
Yeah. Okay. So where are the towers? Like, let's talk more about the towers, right? Where are the towers over like mid-Atlantic or the Himalayas? Like, why does GPS still work there? I'm trying to figure that out. I am.
Yeah. They have what's called ocean buoys. Okay, so these are buoys that do the same as land cell towers, but they're on the actual ocean, and we also piggyback off of the military communication systems as well. Okay, that's how it works over the ocean.
In the middle of the ocean.
Hold on. Where'd you get the idea GPS works in the Himalayas, dude?
I mean, there's people living. I mean, there's obviously villages there, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There's what?
There's people living there.
In the Himalayas? Sure.
Yeah.
How do you
you're talking about
GPS working?
Right. You're talking about
people need internet there, right?
You think Chinese are using American-made GPS?
Well, maybe they've got a different network, but they're still using internet, aren't they? I mean, they've still got internet.
No, I mean, dude, why are you complaining GPS with internet? They're not the same fucking thing, dude. What last time?
Yeah, but on our phone, we've got GPS, and we've got, if you're going to put a SIM card in there, you've got your data, you've got your Wi-Fi, whatever you want to put in there, but it's still on the phone, isn't it? We've got GPS on the phone.
That's right. It's picking up radio waves from fucking transmitters all over the world.
Yeah, they're everywhere. But what about the buoys that Jim was on about, right? In the middle of the ocean, we've got them buoys, haven't we? perfectly spaced to cover this whole global signal or curved signal?
Well, it's not global. It's not global, is it?
Flat signal then, I guess. Yeah, is that what you call
the
it?
ocean is flat, isn't it? Water's flat, so it wouldn't be global, would it?
The way airplanes actually get their position is they use what's called ADS transponders or ATS transponders.
There you go.
They have a transponder. They talk by radio waves to a freaking buoys. Planes just don't fly wherever they want to fly. They fly in what's called international flight corridors. Plus, if you go on something like Flight Radar 24 and you look at the flight routes, you're going to see that 100 miles from the coast, they stop tracking planes. Okay?
I'll check that out. Yeah, I'll check that out.
Every single flight data. What you'll see is that those are estimated routes. Those aren't actual. They don't know if the plane actually went that way. And here's another funny thing. The southern flights, the ones that it's like QN 47 or something, the Qantas flight that's supposed to go Sydney to Santiago. If you look at that and its estimated data, that after the flight they're supposed to update it, and where you can actually see the data that was generated, it's always blank every single fucking time. They never show the actual positioning data.
Oh, it's interesting. Yeah. All right. That seems interesting.
What we're saying to you strongly, what we're strongly saying to you is that you've got to divorce yourself from the idea that there's a satellite that's been deployed by a rocket. It's geostationary, and it's got solar panels being deployed, spreading out, and now it's there, sitting there doing its. No, that doesn't happen. That's not what's going on. Okay, got to delete that out of your head completely. That's not what's. I used to think that. I used to think when I'm sending an email to my brother, hit the button, and I'm thinking it's going to go straight up to the satellite, and then it goes to England. And I used to say to my brother, if only I could move that quick, I'd probably die if I went that quick. But it's not that. That's not how it works.
And we're also missing the forest through the trees here.
Yeah, there you go.
Regardless, none of us have primary knowledge of how any of that shit works, right? And we're always going to be relying on some story, some idea of like how it works in practice. Maybe we can freaking, deconstruct the devices. A lot of that stuff is proprietary, black box, inaccessible, like such as how they actually the actual processing they do after the fact, after they get the signal, because it isn't just a raw measurement data. They correct for what's called tropospheric scattering, tropospheric refraction. There's another thing they actually correct for. So you're not actually even getting the raw stuff. You're getting something that's post-processed. But that being the case, whatever it's doing, no matter how it works above us or below us or beside us, if the Earth is flat, it's doing it over flat Earth.
Yeah.
If it's a globe, then it's doing it over a globe. Like we can. These are all like what we would consider derivative arguments. Like let's find out what all this is happening over first, and then we'll make. Then we'll inquire into how it's doing it.
That's exactly what I said. You've got to establish Earth being a globe or flat Earth first, and then you work to the next step.
Yeah,
From what I understand, these signals propagate horizontally. They don't take curved trajectory. So if you're on a globe, you wouldn't be able to receive your signal on a globe. You might receive it locally, but as that curvature becomes more exponentially steeper and steeper curve, you're not going to be getting your signal because it doesn't go round corners as such. But carry on anyway, sorry.
No. I mean, that's good information. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm gonna check it out. I mean, but I still love cosmology. I do. I still love it. The mystery, the connects everything, and all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Why? That's a good question. Why?
Hold on. Let me ask him a question, Jim. Where do you think the idea of outer space came from? Like, when did it first enter the human consciousness? Was it discovered? Did someone discover outer space, or was it just like an idea? And then people went to look for it.
I mean, it came from the same instinct that makes a child look up and just wonder what's out there, right? It's just humans trying to map the story of reality. Not from belief,
the composition. That's what I'm talking about. The composition, that there's a giant space vacuum and the stars are burning balls of gas trillions of miles apart. Where did all that come from?
You know, philosophy, astronomy, physics. You know, all that merging into.
So you're saying it. So you're saying it came from evidence.
Well, I guess you can say that. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
They discovered space. They didn't make it up in their head and then go look for it. They discovered it.
No, I don't. I mean, I think I'm
Well,
pretty
they
sure
made
space
it.
was
I hate to
always
break
there.
it to you. They made it up in their head first. Well, I'll break
He wants it both ways.
Democritus and Epicurus invented the idea of outer space in 325 BC, way before they had any evidence for it. You know when the first science fiction is from? 1 AD. They're writing science fiction about going to the moon and going to other planets and fucking having wars between the people of the sun and the people of the moon in 1 AD. All that shit pre-exists any evidence for any of that.
But they didn't discover it. They realized it. You know, they realized
What does
it.
that mean?
The technology was shit back then, wasn't it? Now we've got better technology, haven't we? I mean, you know, when the telescopes came along in the 17th century or whenever, we started noticing stuff.
You know what confirmation bias is?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, confirmation bias. They already had an idea, and then they went to look for it. And any evidence they find that doesn't confirm their bias, they pretend doesn't exist.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, you're right about the confirmation bias.
I can give particular examples of this. I'll give a particular example of this in astronomy. Now, in astronomy, there's no way you can actually measure the distance to any celestial object. Because to do that, the way we would do it on Earth is we would measure what's called a parallax shift, right? There'd be a shift in the angle based upon if you have too far away observation points, right? The object you're looking at would shift. Well, no object in the sky actually does this shift, right? So what they've said is, it should shift because these are little balls in space because they're so far away. But they don't have any evidence they're so far away other than the fact that they can't measure the shift that they expect.
What about stellar parallax?
There is no naive stellar parallax, meaning you don't measure it. It's a theory-laden idea. Meaning, right, the stellar parallax is constructed. It's not like if you go out, you take a telescope, you make the observation, and you try to measure this shift, that's not how it works. They actually correct it based upon a theory called stellar aberration.
Yeah.
Because you're moving in a direction, the light is... Think about it like this. If you had an umbrella, right, and you're standing there, the rain's hitting you straight down. But if you start running, right, you have to tilt the umbrella because the rain is hitting you at an angle, right? You understand the idea? Yeah. So this is what they say the light is doing is that because we're in an orbit, when we're going in one direction, the light is hitting you at an angle, and when we're going in another direction, it's hitting you at a different angle.
But doesn't that only work if we're running through the air, right, with the umbrella, right? Space isn't air. There's no medium pushing back in it, right?
No.
So when you run in the rain, you tilt the umbrella because you're moving through the rain that's resisting you, isn't it?
No, what they're saying is the light is hitting you down. Oh, go ahead, Sheepdog.
No, I was just going to say the rain is moving in a straight direction. You missed the whole point. If you're in motion and the rain is going straight, you're moving perpendicular to the motion of the rain. The rain's going to be hitting you at an angle. That's the whole point.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I think I'm getting it.
You're hitting the light at an angle, and it makes the star appear shifted. Is the point?
So if the universe,
but this idea,
this
idea was falsified by an experiment called Airy's failure, and you can ask any astronomer about it, and they don't even know it exists. I swear to God, dude.
How
many people we asked on X?
All the time, dude. And we don't call it Airy's failure. We call it Airy's success.
So let's say if the universe were made of rain, for example, we'd all need cosmic umbrellas, right? But we don't because it's vacuum, isn't it? Yeah, and we're riding inside the car. We're not running outside.
The light. Dude. We're talking about the light, not the light, not rain, dude. The rain is an analogy. Okay.
All right, but look, I mean, look, okay, we can deny what can't be seen with the naked eye, but I think that's the reason why we built telescopes, right? To extend our senses beyond what we can feel. Because the universe doesn't shrink because our eyes can't catch the details, right? So I think that's that's why we have telescopes.
And so if you turn them sideways and you look at the horizon, you'll find out that you see way too far.
All right, okay, I got 1 minute. Let's just imagine this.
I just want to bring something up to you. Have you noticed that no evidence that you pointed to is about the Earth itself? Is that you're looking in every direction but the Earth? To figure out what the Earth is. You know how batshit crazy that is?
No, I don't think it's crazy. I mean, like,
okay, is this crazy? I don't know what my house is made out of, so I'm going to go to my neighbor and look at his house.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you want to see that your house from the outside, you go to your neighbor's house.
You're like, I don't know what the Earth is, so I'm going to look at everything that's not the Earth.
I guess so. I'm just like,
I got a new analogy, Indio. I know my girlfriend is beautiful because look at all these other women that are out there.
You're going to save a lot of marriages that way.
I know your girlfriend's ugly, bro. No, but look at all the other women. They're so beautiful. So I know my wife's beautiful.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, but listen, I'm going to start setting off now, right? But yeah, I think I appreciate. I'm going to check out some of that stuff on the side chat. Definitely, I'll check that out. But I'm still going to be researching it.
Appreciate that, Kathos. Remember, that you've got to look at the Earth first, where you are first. That's what India was trying to say. You know, you don't measure the Earth by looking at the sun or the stars or the planets or thinking satellites exist. You've got to work this out step by step, and it's first prove the Earth is a globe first. Because, like I said, in a court of law, whatever you build upon a false premise in a court of law will be dismantled immediately. It's null and void because you haven't established that the Earth is a globe, but you're building a tower on quicksand, if you will. Okay. All right.
Yeah, all right, Jim. Yeah, definitely. But I think in the next 10 to 15 years, we're going to have the answer to it. Definitely. I think in the next maximum 20 years, we're going to have the answer to it.
You got your head in the clouds, dude.
That's a wild claim. Now
we know now.
Every time we start talking about the realist level, you find a reason to bounce, but that's fine. We'll take that as it is.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for the conversation. Have a lovely day, guys. Take care.
And you too, Kathos. Thanks. Brilliant. Yeah. He's still in the clouds, as you've said, AV. Definitely in the clouds, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
He does not want to come out, dude. He does not want to come out. He's like, I'm staying here.
Every time you guys bring it to the realist level, he's like, "Oh, well, what time is it? Oh, well, mom's calling me. I gotta get going." Every time.
Yeah. I really love cosmology. I really love space, satellites. That's what you could hear the emotional connection there right away. You know, and I had to tell him, no, we don't agree. We can't agree to what you're saying because we can't prove that stuff.
Yeah.
And then India took over smoothly. Yeah, great. You know, that's how it was. Beautiful. So people are listening to the psychology of an individual who loves space and is prepared to go all the way to believing without proving a single thing. And then we laid it down.
5 more years. We'll find out the truth in 5 more years.
Yeah, well, he said 15, didn't he?
I'm sure they said that 1,000 years ago.
I was gonna say, what do we know about that in history? It's called kick the can down the road, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're supposedly having boots on the moon by what, the year 2000 or somewhere.
By 2026, it was meant to be 2026. Oh yeah, 2000 at first. Yeah.
Boots on the moon. I mean, colonies, all this kind of shit.
Yeah, they're still kicking. It's 2034. They're talking about NASA. 2034.
You'll be sorry, Flat Earther. We're gonna send those guys up there. I'm telling you, and that's when you'll be sorry.
Yeah, you keep
what are you
wishing
gonna say
upon
when we have apartments on the moon. What are you gonna say then?
Yeah.
I'm wishing on a star. Yes.
Yeah.
Follow where you are. track from the 1970s there, Wishing on a Star.
Somebody needs to like wake up and smell the coffee, you know, like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo, man, houses on the moon would be dope. You'd never have to call on your neighbors because sound doesn't travel in vacuum, dude. You have parties that are so fucking loud.
Yeah.
Play golf anywhere.
True, man. Go flick into the moon and have a giant fucking party. No one has to say, "Can you keep that down over there?" They can't hear you.
Yeah, you got to make sure your vehicle doesn't degas when you travel to other interplanetary planets, if you will. If you want to travel around, going to go on holiday on Venus. There's a lot. Some benefits are there, and then other benefits are not there. Yeah, he just loved cosmology, you see. And I said to him, it's not even a science, though. Can't agree to anything. Nothing's been proven. We don't prove anything.
Well, I mean, that goes to exactly what I was saying, is that it's a religion. What I was saying to the other guy. He's in here just, I really love heaven. Because to him, heaven is like cosmology. Like, he needs to check his own psychological issues.
Exactly. Really does. Philosophy. They're philosophizing themselves into a straitjacket, some of these philosophers, you know, honestly. So far removed from reality. That's the state of the next generation coming up, man. They are very confused, and you can see that the psychology is in place to keep them in that frame of mind with all this misinformation. This is what we're living through now. The next 10 years is going to be the 10-year of misinformation. That's the period we're living through now. Strongly. It's been going on ever so subtly, but now they turn the volume up on that a bit more now, pushing out this misinformation all over the place. Silly little Donald Trump shouting out fake news on his campaign trail back in 2016, whenever it was. Fake news.
I'm gonna call it like it is, dude.
Go on.
Even though the guy last time we talked to him said he wasn't an atheist, he is an atheist. Okay, or actually not him, some other guy. That I'm confusing him. Guarantee he's an atheist, and his only idea of salvation is going to space. He doesn't have anything else. All his eggs are in the space basket. He has nothing else to give him meaning or anything other than staring up at the sky and thinking his salvation is up there somewhere.
Sad.
Oh, he's got, dude. Yeah, it is sad, dude. It's a lot of these guys. They, you know, they're atheists or agnostics, and like they've been promised by, you know, the societal brainwashing that somehow their salvation is going to frickin' Mars or the moon or something.
Yeah. Well, I'm really glad that I'm on hand for my children, especially the youngest one now, right? He's 16. And last week he was speaking to his brother, stating that he hadn't got any pictures of his life. So he's obviously looking back or talking to his friends. So this past week, I've started from when he was born, and I've labelled and dated everything, what time it was, how the weather was on the day. Do you understand? I'm giving him all that information per group of shots all through his life. So I'm currently on the year 2011 at the moment. I started from 2000. He was born in 2009. Okay? So I'm giving him some shots that can help him hold on to his, you know, his life, memory, proof that he's lived. Because that's important, isn't it? Which is what we're talking about. If you've got nothing, if all your eggs are in a space rocket basket and you've got nothing else, well, that's very sad indeed. Very sad. You know?
What's it called when you have a sunken cost and nothingness?
A sunken cost and nothings.
In nothingness. Yeah, they've got his cosmology idea, his ever-expanding universe into the void of nothing is what he's got. That's where he's got his eggs. That's the basket he has his eggs
Well,
in.
I call that hope upon hope, wish upon wish. That's all that is for me.
Of nothingness.
Schizophrenia.
Yeah. Okay. Schizophrenia. Yeah, could be. Yeah.
Well, that was something that when I read Donald Trump's the Art of the Deal, and it's actually a pretty good read, man. Like, I mean, he's pretty much talking about himself and like what he goes through on a daily basis and everything. But like one of the things that he says is in the Art of the Deal is you just got to know when to let it go. Like take the loss, take it for what it is, walk away, and go do something else.
Yeah, yeah.
What's funny about the Borat movie when Borat was trying to sell his ice cream glove, Trump's the only one who didn't let it fluster him. Once he sensed something was off, he shook his hand and left the room, and he said, "Good luck with your ice cream glove." Yeah, he knew when to walk out of that board meeting.
You know, like not to make this all about Trump. Like me, a lot of us, we're not huge fans of Trump. We like some of the things that he does, but we understand why he does the things that he does, right? Like it is what it is. You don't make that kind of money in your life. You don't own that much property in your life by being an idiot.
Yeah, but his dad did help to set him up, so he was quite fortunate that his dad was successful.
I'm sorry, it wasn't Borat. It was Ollie G. Same. It was Sasha.
Same guy.
Yeah, same guy.
Sasha Baron Cohen. Oh, Baron Trump. Conspiracy theory.
First I'd heard of that one. They're both tall. They're both funny.
Yeah, you can fall into a depressive state when you haven't got like some kind of meaningful life and that, you know. And obviously, these guys are going to be depressed when they realise that space is not a place you can go to, you know. And you've got nothing else in your life but that. That's a recipe for disaster.
I'm still trying to understand how the guy didn't get the analogy that Indio set out. That like if rain is falling straight down, which rain never falls straight down, but we'll go with it, right? If rain is falling straight down, you know, that's the same concept as light traveling in a straight line. And then if you start moving perpendicular to the direction of the rain, which is acting, you know, is an analogy of light. Therefore, it's coming into you at an angle instead of in a straight line. How do you not understand that concept? I'm not like a physics major, and I understand. It's basic.
Yeah.
It's like their brain leaves their body when they come in here and have this conversation. Is your brain in a jar? I don't know. It must be. I think I left it outside before I came in.
Yeah, this conversation doesn't matter, but watch me do these mental gymnastics.
That's funny. He even did the appeal to the future fallacy. He said in the other, because we've talked to this guy before, Sheepdog. He said he had a background in psychology, which I think Cap after talking to him twice. But he better check his own psychology. He needs to go see a psychiatrist himself.
Sorry, I was looking for a meme and I just found it. Check it out. Side chat.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
The outward force is fictitious because in our Earth frame of reference it doesn't exist.
Hey, how we gotta get to the moon? We can talk between three buildings.
I hope all's well with everyone. Welcome.
This on? Hey, listen up down there.
me great examples of how we determine that the Earth is what they're saying it is, a globe. And you get like this canned response that it would be like everybody else hears. So, ships going over the horizon, sunsets or whatever it is. Like, it's never going to be some way to test and verify the very claim of geometry. And that's important, right? Because if you're going to give somebody information of the Earth being a certain size, you damn well better be sure that you equip them with the way to back it up. And people aren't equipped with that when they come in here. And that's the issue that I'm taking issue with. It's like we're dealing with people who just believe. It's just a group of believers. And that's fine if you believe it. But at some level, you're going to have to bring either the professor or you're going to have to find out yourself how to figure it out. That's what I'm saying.
Amen, brother.
I mean, if it's not possible, let the world know, right? But if there is some way, some method, somehow, then, that's what we're here for. We want to talk about that. So, and
just look at the 24-hour sun then. You don't need to, you don't really need any special knowledge besides what you can see with your own eyes.
Right, observation.
24-hour sun.
Observation is always something that we go by, but using that observation, think about it like this, and maybe you can respond to me, and if you don't have to if you don't want to, but try to form it in a logical syllogism, meaning in the logic form, a premise, conclusion, how that would determine that the Earth is a globe.
Right. Well, you can go to the North Pole, right, and you can see a 24-hour sun and a 24-hour night, right, depending on the season, the time of the year. But then if you go to the South Pole, you can see a 24-hour sun there, right, a 24-hour night. To me, I've never really understood how that can make sense in any flat Earth model. But it makes perfect sense if the Earth is a globe. And also the way the stars rotate, or the sky really rotates, appears to rotate, indicates that it's a globe.
That's just a layered assumption, though. That doesn't seem to give an answer to logical form of how you're going to say this is determining that the Earth is a globe based on what our observation is. We see this, in other words, I can give you an example. I see the sun moving about my sky for 24 hours above my head. That's premise one. That's obviously true, right? Because each premise has to be a truth claim. So that in the premise one would be the observation. What would premise two be?
What's premise two is that, therefore, well, first of all, you have to collect multiple observations, right? So it's not just the one. First of all, you see that there's a 24-hour sun at the North Pole. Then you go to the South Pole, and you see that there's a 24-hour sun there too. Okay. And you just and from those two premises, you just think like spatially about how that makes sense. And to me, it only makes sense.
That's not it though. It's truth. It's a premise, and conclusion. So by those two premises that you just gave me, which is the sun in 24 hours over Antarctica and over the Arctic, then my conclusion would be, thus, the Earth is a globe.
So that doesn't follow. The way I think about it, I literally I picture it in 3D space in my head. Like I know. Imagine.
I know, but we're not going about your imagination. What we're doing is purely observational.
No, you're right.
And logical too.
You're right.
So
you could use geometry to prove this mathematically and logically, right, step by step. I admit
I'd like to, but it's okay. So, but here's the thing, though, right? The 24-hour sun, which you came off with, was not something that we could form a logic statement from. Rather, it was something you could form an assumption from, an inference. So that doesn't help give the statement that the Earth is a globe validation.
Isn't that logic? It's like you see two things and you think, given these two assumptions, we assume that what we see is true. We make some basic assumptions about, what is true. And then from there, we try to build conclusions using logic.
No, it's not.
These rules.
No, you're not
true. These axioms, right?
You can't infer. Yeah, but I know, but you can infer. But what I'm saying is, in this particular case, we're seeing something physical, the Earth, right? The Earth is physical; it's not imaginary. So you're not going to imagine the Earth; you're seeing it. It's an observation. So you're outside in the field, and you're making your observation. So it either is or is not the thing you're making the truth claim to. Which, of course, the sun in the sky for 24 hours is a truth claim because it can be observed. That's something you see. A denial of that would be a denial of something that's happening. I'm still with you on that. Problem is, if people are saying that the Earth is conclusively a globe because of that, that's where I take issue, and you should too, because that doesn't give us the indication that the Earth is a geometric shape. It's just giving us an indication that we're witnessing the sun do something in the sky for 24 hours.
Right. It seems to me that it's the only like model, the only mental model that's consistent with the reality that I see. Like if the Earth is flat, like one flat Earth model that I've seen a lot is like what I call north on the globe is like the center of a circle, and what I call south, which in the globe model is like a point on the globe. In the like, flat Earth model, it's like a ring of ice. I don't know if you believe in that model, but in that model, it doesn't make sense. There is no 24-hour sun.
Hold on,
there is no spot you can stand on, south of.
Hold on a second. Hold on. That is not flat Earth. Do you know that is actually a globe that you're talking about? The AE map representation, it actually comes in two parts. Okay? It's got the top portion and the bottom. So the bottom one would be the idea that the globe is visualized on a 2D surface that's splayed out in a radial. So you'd see all the continents represented as if you're looking top down on the globe. Basically, if it was smushed down, if the globe from the top was smushed down, that's what the AE map is. So it was kind of funny because when we first started introducing people to talk about the flat Earth back in like 2015, 2016, people were actually, myself included, were arguing for this position of the AE map, the Gleasons, and all that kind of stuff. But upon further investigation, it was actually a position for the globe. It wasn't for flat Earth. So this is the kind of kooky part. You probably don't know this, but people have been arguing against the AE map, the Globers have, and they are arguing against their own globe Mercator projection. It is what we're trying to tell you is it has nothing to do with flat Earth. I mean, obviously the continents are flattened out. Yeah, I get it. But the Earth itself, as it's displayed when you go outside, it's not that map that you're looking at. It's not the same. Reality and that map are not equal. So what I'm saying is that map, and a lot of Globers been going against it. They're basically arguing against their own, globe projection. It's what they've been arguing. That's I can't say it any other way.
And that's where you don't have to defend that projection if that's not your thing.
Well, no. What I'm saying is
some kind of map or some kind of model.
So let me tell you the issue, right? Because the problems that I'm talking about are within cartography. So the idea that the Earth it's formed in some kind of way, right? Some kind of orientation, or the continents are a certain size, has never been understood to be a certain standard, like a gold standard. There's nothing we can go by that you can point to that you can say this is what the Earth is. I'm giving you the obvious flaw in the whole logical argument. So if you're trying to form an argument and say, okay, well, we got this, but what do you got? Then you don't really have what you think you have. You don't have a position. You don't have a map or a model you can point to and say, this is the Earth. What do you have, flat earther? You can't do that because your position.
I think that's wrong. I know, but the globe Earth. I mean, the globe Earth is like the main. Obviously, I think everyone would agree that it's like the mainstream position. So obviously, there's maps and stuff everywhere. You can go on Google Maps right now, and that corresponds. Like, if you say to Google Maps, "How long does it take me to drive across the United States?" which is a far enough distance that like the curvature, kind of comes into play in some sense. It will tell you. It will tell you how long it's going to take you, how long it's going to be, and you can drive that distance, and it'll match up with what Google says.
No, it's not going to match up, bro. That doesn't match up. No, it doesn't.
Well, not exactly, because there's
That's what I'm
variables
saying.
in real life. but
I know
you will,
that.
you
That's
will
what I'm
travel
trying to
that
tell
amount
you.
of distance, and
Yeah, the distance itself, like,
you're
and that's
saying,
the other thing.
so
The
you're
other
saying because
is-
there's like some. Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
no, the anomalies happen unbeknownst to you, because it sounds like you're arguing for a position that things are being done in a fashion where we could get exact like distances, and if you're going to travel like in a
Yeah,
plane
it's
from
pretty
point A to point B, you're going to travel with the right amount, and like the problem is you don't really understand the argument. I don't think you know that the variables that are included if you're traveling from point A to point B. So there's a lot of estimating, right? Like from where you're going to where you're going to be. This is the issue. Like a lot of people that talk about this,
Sure,
they
but
seem
there's ways of calculating it pretty precisely. That's why, I know a little bit about the science of like surveying, which is how we map out spaces to a very precise and exact degree, right? Surveying, that's how we like have maps of the country, right? Or the whole world, really. Surveying as it's like a scientific discipline that developed, and we used it to create.
Do you really know surveying?
Really?
No, I don't. I'm not like an expert. I didn't study it. I've read a little bit about it. I said I know a bit about it. I understand conceptually how it works. I've seen.
Okay, let's put it this way. What do you know, Sheepa? What do you know, dude? Like, what do you know? Give me what you think you know, because it sounds like you're confident. But why are you so confident? I want to know what you know.
I just said I know a little bit. I don't.
What is that little bit you know?
Super confident.
What is that
for example, if you go around many countries, you can see there are still these survey monuments like standing all over the place. It'll be in some countries, for example, in Canada, where I've seen them many times. They're these little like round, flat iron discs that sit. They're like usually in the rock, because Canada's a lot of like rocky granite type land. They're like situated in the rock, and they put an instrument like on a stick there. They make it level, and they use observation basically to determine the exact orientation of another survey marker. So you have two.
Interesting.
Right? You put them in different places. Usually they're in pretty high places where you can see a long way. And they use this very precise method of observing things to chart.
What do you call that? What do you call that method? What do you call that method? Do you know?
Surveying. That's like
no. The one where you're going from point to point.
I don't know. No.
If that one.
I don't know what you're getting at.
So you got one. You say you got these discs that have information on them. Yeah.
Yeah. You can see them. So, I'm just using that example because you can go all over and see them. And that's how I got interested in the first place.
That's fine. If you go from one point to another, what are you using in between those points to solidify that it is a distance away and a elevation away from you? Because it's got to be not just a distance, but it gives you
a little bit of geometry and.
Okay, but how do you know?
Sorry, I guess I'm confused about what you're saying.
I guess I'm trying to coax something out of you.
It's geometry, like literally trigonometry, very simple math, right?
I'll tell you, I don't know
if you know how high up. It's literally like calculating triangles. If you know the angle
triangles,
of
but
the thing
you're getting it. You're hot now. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is line of sight, right? So if you get from one point A to point B, right? So and then you're going to connect that other position. And you're going to triangulate. All of this is going to be done with angles and such, but you are not going to, at any time that you're doing this, factor in the amount of curvature in between those 2 points. You're not going to do that.
That's not true.
Really?
There's.
Challenge me on how that.
No, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
When you're actually calculating the distance between the survey monument you're standing at and the one you're looking at, or whatever, you don't need to be looking at another survey monument. You can just you have your tool, which is level, and it gives you like the angle that you're looking at, basically. So that gives you the angle of one corner of the triangle. You have like the high, the side, another side of the triangle, because you know how tall how high you are standing off the ground.
Yeah, relative
And you
to
can
the
use
ground.
some simple trigonometry to determine the distance of the point.
Yeah, but I'm not disagreeing with you on
the other
that.
side of the triangle.
I'm
So
not
when
disagreeing
you do
with
that, when you do that actual bit of math, you're not taking into account the curvature of the Earth. You don't have to, because you're not measuring the curve of the Earth. You're measuring the distance between 2 points on the Earth. But if you keep measuring, you measure this point to this point, and then you measure point B to point C, and you measure point C to point D, and you keep on measuring and measuring and measuring, you will eventually notice that the lines do start to curve. Because over very, very great distances.
Wait a second. Yeah, hold on a second. How many points? How many points are before we can start factoring in the curvature? Can you tell me that information? If not,
okay.
Oh, you
because
don't.
what we're doing is drawing lines.
It's actually
what
curving.
We're doing is drawing lines between points, right?
Well, I know that, but I'm asking.
We're drawing lines between points. We're drawing straight lines at every juncture, right?
Yes.
So we're not drawing curved lines, right? But if you draw a bunch of lines, all of which are at a very slight angle, offset to each other, right? You will get.
You need some evidence of that
overall.
I want evidence of that, bro. I do want evidence of that.
I mean, that's a pretty simple geometric proposition.
Well, I can tell you how they actually get the curves, because they fix their positions to curving coordinates in the first instance.
So you're saying essentially they're introducing some extra variables to make it seem like there's curvature?
Correct. They incorporate something called a reference ellipsoid, which is a model. It's assumed curvature.
Yeah.
So if they would actually measure it without the reference ellipsoid, then there'd be some meat on the table, but nobody's done that.
Hence the reason why I was asking for you to go with
that, because I believe in the flat Earth model, and I believe in the globe Earth model. I'm a globe-tard, and I don't think you don't need the surveying itself to first prove that the Earth must be a globe, right? You don't need to do that process to prove that the Earth is a globe. So it's legit to say the Earth is a globe. We'll use that assumption to help us better map out the Earth. And in fact, you really have to. You really have to, right? Because if I'm at the equator and I go west 100 miles, and then I go north 100 miles, and then I go east 100 miles, and then I go south 100 miles again. If I was on a flat Earth, you would expect me to end up at the same place. But if I'm on a globe Earth, I'll end up in a different place than I started.
Yeah, well, that's true for the globe. That's true for the globe, all right? But the globe is only a mathematical model, not reality. Nobody's ever done that in reality.
Agreed.
What do you mean no one's ever done that in reality? Of course
nobody's done the exact geometric shape that you've pointed out in reality. They've done it on a globe coordinate system, which is a model, but not reality.
Yeah.
If you think he's hold on, Cheapo. If you think
that we see, that's why.
Listen, if you want to contest,
that's exactly what I'm saying. If you have
hold on a second, Cheapo,
you have a flat Earth model.
Yeah, you triggered him.
I want to respond to this. No, I want to respond to this because this is the point.
I'm sorry.
Is that if you have a flat Earth model and you do this, you will end up in the same point you started.
Yeah, you just hold on a minute. Hold on.
Or no?
No. You just glanced. You did what I didn't want you to do. He started talking about flat Earth. What he gave you was the ability to think critically for just a moment. Nobody's ever done the thing that you think they've done. So you haven't critiqued internally the thing that you're talking about with the globe. And he's giving you the opportunity right now to do that. So you should take that opportunity to say, wait a minute.
Come on.
No, has anybody... What are you talking about?
It is.
Yeah, well, prove it. Like, I'd like to hear it. I'm pretty sure Yoder would.
Dude, I myself have done it, bro.
Yeah, don't force me to use spherical coordinates on a flat Earth, bro.
Oh, dude.
I've driven hundreds of miles across the North American
Using spherical coordinates on a flat Earth, hundreds of miles.
Yeah, assuming that Earth is a globe.
Again, if you assume that the Earth is flat,
no, don't turn it around.
We agree?
Hold on, no, we're not agreeing right now. There's no contract yet. You have to first establish that the Earth is a globe with some form of verification. You have to put it on the table. If you can't flip it around, well, how do we know? You have to agree with me if the Earth is flat. Like, it's not going to work, bro. You have to first solidify the point that the Earth is a globe.
I mean, you're the one who started getting into cartography, which is why we're talking.
Yeah.
He's trying to wiggle out of the submission right now.
Yeah, it's not.
My simplest premise was that you can tell just by looking at the 24-hour sun. That alone, to me, is so simple.
You couldn't form a logical syllogism out of the fact that you see it. You said it like this, and I'm going to repeat to the audience who's just joining us right now. You said, I see a 24-hour sun in the north, right, and in the south, and therefore the Earth is a globe. And you said I had to assume the Earth is a globe because I can't do it logically. You said so yourself.
No.
This is your words.
No, that's not what I said. That's not my words. Obviously, you're not quoting me directly.
Okay, go ahead and tell me how you formed the logical syllogism. Reform it if you want right now.
Yeah.
And let the audience
what I
know
said is I create a mental model. I create a model in my head. What would the Earth look like if it was a globe?
But that's not a true
spinning
premise.
around the sun?
Hold on. Wait. That's not a true premise. You have to start with
You don't have to
the
say
premise.
that it's a true premise
Dude. If you want to be logically,
imagine it,
hold on, brother. If you want it to be logically sound, it has to start with a true premise. So the first one has to be.
That's not how science works. Science starts with a hypothesis.
No. We're not talking about science, bro. Logic. If you want it to be sound logic, you have to start with a true premise. So you're not doing that. And this is what I'm asking you for. You have to, if you're going to say that the sun.
I mean, the true premise, the observation is the 24-hour sun.
Yeah,
and then
I
I'm
agree
trying
with
to
you.
think of what mental model, right? Like what mental model can I create?
No, that's not it. That's not it. We're not talking about mental models. I'm talking about strictly true premise, which is the observation. That's a true premise.
Whatever I don't know what you want.
Well, I mean, I want you to be honest. That's what I want. So if you're not going to give me a true premise, say, well, I can't form it into a logical syllogism, therefore, it's an assumed that the Earth is a globe. Just like I said that you said before, but you denied me.
Earlier, he also mentioned he's doing assumptions. He said that as well earlier.
I don't know why he's backtracking and say he didn't assume. He did.
Yeah, I do assume some things. Yeah. We all assume things, right? Like we assume that.
No, but that's don't be ambiguous here, bro. Yeah, don't be ambiguous.
That we observe
specifically.
Really exist.
Yeah, don't be ambiguous. Be specific. We're talking about.
But
we're talking about specifically how you know that the Earth is a globe, and you even went back when we were talking about surveying. You went back to like, well, the way that I could do it was a 24-hour sun, and I'm like, well, didn't we talk about that before? You couldn't form a logical syllogism. Yeah, because you formed some sort of mental model in your mind, and then you said, "Thus, my mental model, the Earth is a globe."
Yeah, that's the mental model that makes sense to me. I mean, like you can define that mental model, geometrically, right?
I mean, that's the whole point is
done in mainstream science.
Yeah, the whole point Yoder was bringing up is that it's just a mathematical construct. That's all it is. It's not something you can go out into the field and test. Well, I mean,
yes, it is. It is.
No, bro. Here's the part where
it is a mathematical construct. It is a model, and
the mental model in your mind is a mathematical. Show us the math. Hold on. Show us the math. Show us the math. Show us the math. Show us the math.
I don't have the math.
Of course you don't, because you're just making shit up, dude.
Oh, okay. I mean,
you are, because the way the 24-hour sun.
I've done the math, and that's
no, you haven't done the math.
I'm just not looking at it right now.
Okay, no, you haven't done the math.
Yeah, I have. I've literally I've used like a sextant, like a crude sextant to measure the angle of the stars, and I've measured it from that. But I admit I'm not looking at that work right now.
Okay.
I can't do it all.
You're making shit up. You haven't done a goddamn thing. Okay.
If that's
I know you have.
I mean, I'm not even trying to convince you that I've done it. I'm trying to convince you that
it isn't about convincing. You don't understand how the mathematics works. That's how I know you haven't done it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna
explain a bit of how the math. If you want to,
hold on, bro. Hold on a second. Hold on.
No, you're just saying buzzwords like science and math and logic and geometry. You're just saying buzzwords, dude.
Listen, man, if we're going to take
any of it,
if we're going to take stock, hold on, sheeple. If we're going to take stock, you went first with the 24-hour sun in both Antarctica and the Arctic. That's what you were saying, north and south. So we went there first, right? Sure. And then we went to surveying. Nothing that you provided so far has given us empirical information that we can verify the Earth is a curved surface or like a globe, like you think it is. So it's not verified in the field.
Okay.
This is what we're in a mental construct that you can't even provide the math for, which is what India was asking right now.
You said this before, Abe. What I was originally bringing up the 24-hour sun. The reason I brought it up is because what I'm trying to get at is first of all, what I want to know is can we even agree that it exists, that the 24-hour sun in the north and south?
I already told you, bro. I told you that from the beginning. I've given you the observation. There's nothing wrong with the observation.
Yeah, okay.
It's a true premise, but the problem you're having is going from there to like where you're thinking it's a globe, because you can't connect anything to that of it being a globe. That's what I was saying. A logical syllogism would then put it in a logic form that you can say, okay, my true premise is that I see a 24-hour sun. I make an observation. Does anybody deny that? No, we're all outside seeing the same thing. Okay. What's the next step? What's the next true premise? And
so let me help for 1 second.
Yeah,
okay. So it's really simple. I see a 24-hour sun. It's first true premise. ... Second true premise, whatever the fuck that is. Therefore, the Earth's the globe. Go ahead.
So how about this? I'll abandon the globe claim completely. I'm no longer a glober. I don't
abandon
believe in
ship.
the globe. Okay.
Abandon ship.
What I just want to know, what I'm asking is, how is the 24-hour sun consistent with the flat Earth model? Is there a flat map of the Earth that you can show me, where you can point to a spot on that flat Earth, where in your model, however it works, I will see the 24-hour?
There is, listen,
in both north and south.
brother. There's no map in existence by anybody that shows the position of the sun. Period.
Yeah.
Relative to the Earth. It doesn't exist.
And if you find one, please point me to it.
Yeah, you want something from us that no one can produce.
Even. Do you have a map of the Earth? A flat map of the Earth. Even forget about the sun for the time being. But
which part of the Earth?
You mean all of the Earth?
Which parts of the Earth can we agree exist? North America, South America?
You don't gotta do that, bro. That you don't. Oh, which part can we agree exists? Like that. Don't do that. You ain't gotta do that.
Hey, what Yoda was trying to explain to you is that we're gonna end up having to use Are you listening? Okay, you want a map of the Earth, and so you think that do you have a map of the Earth? Is there a globe map of the Earth?
Yeah.
Oh,
yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Is it distorted?
What do you mean distorted?
Is the globe map
the actual globe model? If you
a physical
globe, then no. A physical globe, or like we have computers. You can
show me which one.
Yeah, so show us the accurate physical globe.
I'd like to see that thing, man. Please.
And tell us how you verified its accuracy.
Google Map, Google Earth.
Google
Earth. Do you know Google Earth? Do you know what projection it's using, dude? Because it is the part that you didn't even look into. You know what map project? I want you to do me a favor.
Google Maps.
Hold on a second, bro.
Google Maps, which I believe uses the Mercator projection. I'm answering your question. You asked me a question and I'm answering.
Hey, you looked it up, didn't you?
I believe that Google Maps uses a Mercator projection. I'm not entirely sure about that. But what I mentioned was Google Earth, which is a separate program
I'm mentioning Google Earth.
Models the globe.
No. I'm
Google
talking
Earth
about
is
Google
also
Earth.
a Mercator projection.
I'm talking about Google Earth.
Okay. No.
Yes.
It is.
If
I recall correctly, when you zoom
No, wait a minute. This is the part that I was
zoom in on my video game.
Bro. Just a second. What I want you to do is type in what map projection is Google Earth using in your Google search. And I want you to see the result, because if I tell you, or anybody else, or we have been telling you, but you don't believe us, you need to go see for yourself.
As I said, Google Maps, which is what would pull up in a search, that is a Mercator projection.
We want you to Google Earth, not Google Maps, dude.
Bro.
Google Earth is also a Mercator projection.
That's not
dude, you can yap all you want and try to overtalk. Google Earth is also the Mercator projection.
Yeah, it's a Mercator projection.
Just because it shows you a ball graphically doesn't mean it's not the Mercator projection.
It is. Yeah. You don't want to see it. It's what it is. So when you search for it and the result's going to give you, it's the Web Mercator projection. It's what it is. and it's what it's.
That's not.
Oh, you just go look it up, dude.
It can display the map in Mercator. I just did. It can display the map in Mercator projection, but if you're looking at the globe view, it's going to project the map onto the globe. It's just that's
because they wrap it around a globe with math.
It obviously looks.
Have you ever tried drawing a circle around the poles on the Google Earth globe? If you take the measurement tool, take the measurement tool on Google Earth.
Different than the Mercator.
He's not even listening, dude. He's just yapping.
Listen, if you pop open Google Earth right now and take the measurement tool and spin the globe so that you're staring at either the North Pole or the South Pole on it, you try to draw a circle like around Antarctica, it's not going to work. It's going to start clipping and give you like moon-shaped crescents and stuff. The reason why is because it's having a problem projecting the Mercator map back onto a globe.
Yeah, because that's a cylinder.
Bingo.
Okay.
And it has to follow the edge of the cylinder.
So again, is there a map that you guys can agree on?
Dude, no? You don't have one yourself. This is what we're pointing out.
How about the British National Grid System?
Okay, that's your claim, and I get it. And I'm asking.
It's not a claim. We just demonstrated it.
Okay, sure. You demonstrated that my map doesn't work.
That you don't have that. Nobody. Listen, brother. Again, nobody has a map of the Earth with the position of the sun in it.
Okay.
It's not possible. Including you, including everybody.
So forget the sun, though. Just the Earth itself. Do you have a map of just the Earth?
I like the British National Grid System. How about you?
I like the Public Land Survey System.
Yep, great. Let's conjoin them.
By your powers combined,
so you do accept the survey system.
Yeah, I mean, I also like differential GPS for surveys because it renders a local tangent plane in Cartesian coordinates.
Yeah, which is what he was talking about earlier, Yoder. Didn't you hear him? He was like, well, what we don't factor in the globe. Like, he was saying that himself. He understands. And when you're out in the field taking raw measurements, you're not going to factor in globe. You just don't do it.
Right. I mean, GPS receivers put up a local tangent plane. So how many GPS receivers do you need with flat planar grid coordinates to create a ball?
There's really no way around this, sheeple.
They do it in higher dimensional geometry, which is a trip, which doesn't exist in reality.
I mean, these are the facts, dude. I mean, it's the obvious truth.
You're
going to have to come to terms.
So what you're doing,
the truth that you're
what you're doing, you're conflating, you're reifying.
You're not really making an argument for the flat Earth, though.
The point is, you came in saying that if there's evidence for the Earth being a globe. You started going over a few talking points that I thought you were confident of, but it didn't seem like it dwindled after we started talking to you. And then you started saying you're using all these assumptions, getting into logic and such. You couldn't even form something that was logically sound to then say that the Earth is a globe based on any kind of empirical information. So now what do we got to go on? I mean, there's nothing left in the gas tank.
I admit, what I was most interested in is truly hearing your guys' view on what it is and how you explain some of the things that I put forward. But it seems like
I can show you something if you let me in chat.
You don't.
I'm going to show you something.
Have a map. You don't. Really
I'm going to show you a map. Okay, I'm going to show you the British National Grid System overlaid on a globe. Here, check this out. That there is a British National Grid System. This is the UK Ordnance Survey that is laid out with 5 blocks. Each of these, I think they're 250 miles by 250 miles or something like that. This is a grid, okay? And if you note, the longitudinal lines on the British National Survey grid do not align with longitude on a globe. Which of these is correct?
We need the Jeopardy theme music.
What happened?
Where is this from? Who, me?
So the
I'm
globe
sorry,
is an
I don't know.
anti-globe. Okay, it's almost irrelevant. But the British National Survey Grid, for the UK Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System rather, is what's slapped on top of it, and it has been fitted to show country outlines.
I don't understand.
Yeah, they match.
So this is what you guys are not understanding, which Yoder keeps trying to tell you, but you guys aren't paying attention, is that you're taking arbitrary choice of a coordinate system and saying, oh, this coordinate system is real, and you're reifying it into reality. You arbitrarily choose your origin coordinates, and you do everything based. Hold on, dude. You arbitrarily choose the origin of coordinates and do everything based on that. But any arbitrary coordinate system doesn't align with another one. That doesn't make yours wrong. You can still find your way around. You can slap any freaking grid on it, of any shape and form and size, as long as there's some consistency in, like, it's some regularity in it.
Guess what GPS receivers allow you to do? They allow you to swap coordinate reference systems. You can use any number of the hundreds and hundreds of different globe coordinates out there that don't all match each other. You can use local datums, which are flat or sometimes not flat. And you can even use a freaking moon one with the same GPS network. Why is that? Well, if you understand what coordinate reference systems are, you understand that they're arbitrary by nature. As long as you pick one and stick with it, it's going to produce internally consistent results. So the way to validate whether or not it's true, whether or not reckoning in one direction aligns with, like, one of the longitudinal or latitudinal lines on the coordinate system, is to do an actual external validation. You measure it independent of the coordinate system that's being used.
I'm sorry,
and that's what we've done.
Yeah, you got to measure the extrinsic calcium curvature.
How does this?
So that's what we've done. That's what our community has done.
How does this explain the difference in the skies? Where can you go in the southern hemisphere?
In the skies.
To
This
see the
isn't
24
flat
hours?
sky server.
Talking about, bro.
Sorry,
This isn't the flat sky server.
Jeez,
just don't.
He reset all the way back to
if we agree that you see the 24-hour sun at one point and you see it at another point, can't we create a map?
That's what Indio was trying to tell you, bro. He would listen. He said, "Let me abandon the sun," and he's coming right back to it again. Like, I mean, what did you not hear when Indio was telling you can't make a map using the?
Well, I know he was saying that, sure, but
okay. Do you think that there's a unified coordinate system between the sun and
But I was just saying, forget that to give me a map of the Earth that I can work with, and then we can talk about how the sun fits into that.
Work with for what? For what purpose?
To try and understand how you guys
not for your understanding, not for your for what purpose? Maps are made for purposes, not understanding.
What's a practical use case for it?
A map is an understanding of the world, right?
What's a practical use case?
No.
At this point, can you concede that we actually know what maps are and we understand the geometry of these things, and you don't?
But that's what I'm saying.
So you came here to find out what we think and how we think. At this point, I think it's clear that we know what we're talking about and you don't.
Let me ask you.
Congratulations.
All you have to do is literally drive around to see that if you drive north, like I said, if you drive north, you drive west, you drive south, you drive east. If the Earth is flat,
how do you know where you are?
You're going to come back.
You're going to talk yourself into circular reasoning. You risk circularity.
It's arbitrary.
It does matter. If you use spherical coordinates, you're only internally validating your spherical coordinates. You're not doing an external validation.
And Yoder told you this earlier.
So let's try and construct a version of the world, a 2D map of the world, right? If we're talking about the flat Earth,
I presented one on a globe. It was that image I showed you. That was what the UK government did.
But that doesn't demonstrate the whole.
Hey, hold on. Hey, you've appealed to surveying? Doesn't surveying also show the topographical 3D maps that you've seen? I've seen one of Manhattan. I think who was it? Crit actually puts one in there.
It shows topographic. So it is 3D, sure. But So sure, you're right. It's 3D, but still, it can be represented on a single plane, right? You know what I'm trying to say.
But we're getting to the point where we're getting to the point where reality is what we're trying to resemble, right? So in the one that's in the Manhattan, it's at Manhattan. It's like a giant. It's a giant replica of New York. So it shows how the sun moves across the sky, how it would hit the buildings and wind, and they use it for a lot of things, right? But namely, it shows that it can be replicated on a horizontal plane. And all of the things all the features are kind of being where they're out in reality, where they would be. So they're using that as, some way to kind of see where everything is based on a horizontal plane. It's not used, they're not doing it off the curved surface of the earth. It's a prime example, dude.
I'm not sure what you're talking about here.
All right. Well, I don't know how that's. I'll look for it and I'll put it in the text. That's if you have
I asked a question earlier. Which of these was correct, the Globe one or the flat UK Ordnance Survey one? I know for a fact the Globe one is not correct, and I can infer that the UK Ordnance Survey is not correct.
I mean, if you look at this flat map that you've put on the globe here, it doesn't really match up perfectly, does it?
No kidding.
You see what I'm saying? It doesn't. The lines aren't exactly right.
Which one is correct?
Because you've just warped it, right?
No, you warped the globe.
Well, the globe, obviously.
How do you know that?
Because that's the only explanation that is consistent with all.
Are you going to tell the UK government to ditch their ordnance survey then?
I asked you how you know that. How do you know the globe one is the correct one?
Can I jump in here quick, fast?
No.
As I said before, the 24-hour sun, to me, that's pretty conclusive proof.
But you can't. But also, because you're illogical and irrational. That's why. You proved it that you're irrational.
The skies appear to rotate, right? And the way you travel
the way the sky
across the globe,
not you rotating.
The sky rotates in different ways, right? The only explanation that's generally consistent with that is the globe Earth.
Oh,
the flat Earth just doesn't make sense.
Shit, dude.
And what you're saying is cause fallacy.
To be fair to you guys, you seem to have conceded that you don't really have.
You got a single cause fallacy that you won't concede to.
No, and the posturing isn't going to work either. We didn't concede to anything.
Single what?
Okay, we're trying to make you understand something, and you have invincible ignorance.
Model of the Earth.
You have invincible ignorance. That's the problem. We're trying to educate you, but you refuse to be educated. Nothing we said is factually incorrect. Everything you've said has been.
I'm listening.
You can't tell me. I asked you, how do you know the globe one is correct? And you can't tell me how you know that. Why?
Like I said, it's the only thing.
How do you know the globe one is correct? How do you know the globe one is correct?
Observations that I've seen and that I believe in.
Which ones?
Like I said, it's what's consistent. So again, the 24-hour sun
you're just saying buzzwords.
The simplest way to conceptualize it.
You're just
it's the
consistent with what?
Conceptualize it. It's consistent with the model, the mathematical
model. What model? I asked you for the model. I asked you to present it, and you didn't. What model?
He said it's internally consistent, which means he hasn't externally validated it, so he has no way to say whether or not it's consistent. Unless it's just with itself.
Observations.
What model is consistent?
It's not just consistent with itself. It's consistent with the observations that I can see.
I'm asking you again for the 100th. Which model is consistent?
The globe model, bro.
Where is that?
It's the mainstream model that is broadly.
Where is it? You said it's consistent, okay? So I assume that you have some mathematical model that we can test. Where is it?
It's a conceptual model, and the actual mathematical modeling is done by all these institutions, right? Like surveying institutions, like the one in the UK that you're referencing, the Ordnance Survey or whatever it is in the UK. These are like the institutional and their scientific bodies that do this work, right? And everybody's measuring the Earth in different ways, right? So it's a whole body of evidence, right? It's not
just a bunch of shit, dude. What are you selling a car?
And just like curvature is too big to see, the body of evidence is too big to see.
Yeah, I keep asking you where this model is. You're appealing. You're not showing me, but you're demanding we show you.
It's in the mathematical calculations.
No, it's not. You just think it is. We're telling you it's not in there.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. Like
we're telling you,
right? Like I'm not.
Listen,
I'm not
brother. This is the problem with the 24-hour sun,
model, right? I'm trying to defend mainstream science, which includes things that I'm not an expert in, like surveying, right?
You're not defending.
So you're right.
anything.
I'm the one. I am the one that's. Well, I am because you guys are criticizing the globe model now, and I'm trying.
No,
to say why
you don't have a globe model to criticize. That's what we're telling you.
Okay. I mean, I do.
Let me tell you,
I'm trying to bring it across to you.
Let me lay it out for
really
you.
Tell me conceptually how the flat
conceptually,
works,
we don't care about your concepts, dude.
Conceptually,
we don't care about that.
Okay.
We're empiricists, not imaginists. This isn't the imagination station on Disney. Okay, it's really simple.
I mean,
how you think
view,
it works?
You can use models to represent empirical.
But you're not using a globe model.
Models to understand reality. That's.
I'm gonna say,
I don't know what you're.
Yeah, brother. The model of New York City. I put it there in the text channel. So
see, let me explain something. When we want to know when the sun is going to be up, how long it's going to be up, when it's going to be noon, when sunrise is, when sunset is, we don't use. Nobody uses a globe model for that. Did you know that?
What for when the sun?
The sunrise. When you go on time and date or sun calc. The mathematics is not a globe in those mathematics.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know because
So how do they determine then when the sun appears on the north and south poles?
Well, they don't have a north and south pole.
Who's they?
They don't use the south pole as the coordinate reference. They use the celestial equator. Why are you? Okay, I'm talking about the mathematics, namely the equation of time, the equation used in the equation of time, which is used to predict the sunrise, sunset, solar noon, where the sun appears in the sky. That coordinate reference system is in the. Why are you interrupting me? You asked me a question. Let me finish.
Because I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
Okay, we have a coordinate reference system called latitude and longitude. That is not ground-based; it's sky-based. Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. So the latitude is in the sky, longitude is in the sky. So if you want to know where the sun is, they're using the sky as a reference, right? The ecliptic is the path that the sun follows across the celestial sphere. You don't need a globe for that, right? All you need to know is where is the ecliptic versus the equator, versus the celestial equator. And you can calculate when the sun's going to rise, when the sun's going to set, where the sun's going to be at solar noon. All these things. It's an observer-centric model, meaning, listen, it's an observer-centric model, meaning everything is done from the observer is the origin of coordinates. Okay, the observer. It doesn't matter what you're on top of. You could be on a globe, you could be on a turtle, you could be on a saddleback, you could be on a hamster. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what you're on. And it makes the same predictions. That's what's used to predict the 24-hour sun. So when I sit here and say, "Hey, where's your globe model?"
No,
where's your globe model for predicting any of this stuff? You don't have one. We don't use one for that. Let me ask you, what do you think about the Gleason's map? Is the Gleason's map correct? Let me ask you, is the Gleason's map correct?
The globe, if you assume that I'm sorry, I don't know what the Gleason is, so I can't even comment on that.
The AE map.
If you assume that, map. I don't know what the AE map is, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
How are you even having this conversation?
I just don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you part of the little crew? You part of the mage crew? Going in the weeds on a subject matter you don't understand?
I guess so, because I have no idea what you're even saying at this point. But what I would say...
The Gleason's AE projection, dude. The flat Earth map that people...
What I would say that... Okay.
You started giggling. Why is that?
I see. You're talking about, like... I'm not giggling, bro. What? Well, now I am laughing because it's just this conversation is getting so absurd.
Think you just got caught?
Got caught what?
Yeah. Y'all aren't clever, dude.
Oh, okay, Indio.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, you know my name now too. Wow, I've never talked to you before.
He's a real fan.
What was up in the voice chat, dude? I'm seeing you talking.
Yeah, Freaking wheels are falling off your guys' train, man. I think you're wheel 10. Anyway, the point is, I don't know why you don't know what the Gleason's map is, and you're here arguing about surveying. You don't know how maps are created. You don't know anything about maps, but you're arguing about how people use maps to navigate the world and about whether the globe is correct or not. How would you know that? How would you know any of that?
How do you know anything? How do you know anything? I mean, I guess it seems like you're saying you don't know, right? You don't.
Nobody
geometrical model of the Earth. You're saying nobody knows.
Neither do you,
including yourself.
Neither do you.
Okay. I didn't realize your
tell me what's
your
east?
Position was that.
Tell me what east is. Tell me what east means on a globe. In latitude and longitude, what is east?
Essentially, it's the opposite direction of. Well, pardon me. Let me think about it in my
yikes.
In my head.
It's where the Easter Bunny comes from.
Okay, guys said hi. See the ringleader, you guys' clown car?
Can I get an invite to your DM or backchat server?
It's the opposite of Magnetic West.
Ooh.
That was hilarious. Mick West, right?
Well, you could look at it in the sense of magnetic fields, but you could just look at it from the perspective of the sun, which is the sun rises in the east, right?
Brother, how are you wrong twice?
It's just the direction
how are you wrong twice?
Essentially.
Brother, how are you wrong twice?
In the globe model, that's what east is. It's the direction the Earth goes. It's like as you're on the surface of the Earth, you're going in the same direction that the Earth is turning in. If that makes sense.
Okay, cool. So the east-west, north-south, east-west for the sun is different than north-south, east-west for the magnet, which is different than north-south, east-west for the celestial sphere. They are all different cardinal directions. Did you know?
The sun is. I bring up the sun because it's the simplest to see. And
yeah, but does not match the cardinal directions of the globe. For instance, if you go on time and date, right? Go on time and date, and you go on the equinox, and you take a single longitude, say Canuck, Greenland, and Tierra del Fuego, Chile, right? And you look at sunrise on the equinox, the direction the sun rises, and in Chile, it'll be 91 degrees from east. In Tierra del Fuego, it'll be at 80, or in Canuck, Greenland, it'll be 86 degrees. Now, those are diverging angles. They're looking in different directions. But if you look at the definition of east, in the Oxford Dictionary says the direction the sun rises on the equinox. So that's east by definition. So, but it doesn't match the cardinal, the latitude, longitude, east, west. And then if we whip out our compass and we don't compensate for magnetic declination, east is going to be at something like 97 degrees from north.
Yeah.
So we don't have matching cardinal directions in these three different coordinate reference systems. Okay. That's why I asked you what's east. You know what east is on the globe? Hold on. I'm almost at my point. East on the globe. No, I'm almost at my point. I'm going to mute you if you try to overtalk me, dude. Stop. East on the globe is a circle. It's a fucking circle.
Yes, that I agree with. Yeah.
Okay.
We've come all that way to reach agreement. Yeah. In one sense, yeah. Obviously, as you pointed out, there's different definitions of north. That's totally valid. Magnetic north is different than...
No, I'm talking about east, not north.
Polar north. Well, but... Okay, sure. I mean, we're talking about cardinal directions.
Here,
sure.
I posted a magnetic longitude map 18 minutes past the hour. Can you tell me where east is? Like, how come east of Kansas points up and to the right?
I wanted to make
and that's why it makes sense that
I have a question.
And that's why it makes sense.
Eastern Europe points down and to the right.
You know,
I have a question.
The seasons are opposite. as they are from where they are in Canada. And if you go all the way down to the Antarctica, you'll see the 24-hour sun when at the same time on the opposite pole, it's 24-hour night. That
he
makes
bricked
sense,
again.
right? That
Right
makes
back
sense
to the same rhetoric talking point.
Come on, wouldn't a normal person be like, "Holy crap, that's a cool map, dude"? Like, what map is that? Can you tell me more about that map? That's really cool. I've never seen that before. A normal person usually has that response with me. Just saying, because I know how rare this is.
Are you seriously? You're criticizing me for not being like, "Wow, what a neat map you posted."
Yeah, because that's more of an honest. Well, it'd be an honest response to be like, "Wow, that's really freaking cool."
The funny thing is, Master Yoda, I actually thought that. But Indio was in the middle of talking, and he's been such a snowflake about not.
Well, no, he started talking about the 24-hour Antarctic sun again.
Yeah, because I'm responding to what he's saying. I'm sorry, I'm not taking all the time.
How does that address what I
tell
said?
you what an interesting person you are? And
how does that address what I said, Sheeple?
This map reinforces what Indio is saying.
That was a deflection.
What he's saying about what?
Okay, Sheeple, listen, we'll just do this again. I go south, I hit some ice, I look up, I see a 24-hour sun. Now what?
So what geographical, what geometrical and geometrical model can we make that explains that is consistent with that observation?
Models don't explain things.
Okay, so you're saying then you have no explanation?
No, you have no explanation.
So Sheeple, at the very beginning of this conversation,
Sheeple, I'll concede.
No, Sheeple,
I'll concede whatever you guys want me to concede.
No, you're not. You're trying to run away from the fact that the thing I've already pointed out that you don't even have a model.
Critique the globe.
No, listen, you don't have a model that explains it. You don't have a model that explains it.
Is that what we're all getting down to?
You don't have a model. Listen, he has to talk over me, dude. I'm about sick of it. You're trying to filibuster me and mute me. Okay, you ask me a question, you don't let me answer. Okay, you said, what explains it? You don't have a model that explains it. You just think you do. I told you how you don't have a model that explains it by telling you how the sun is predicted in the first place, not using a globe. So you don't have a model. And models, in general, don't explain things. They describe. Okay, so even if you had that one data point, so you have your one data point, right, of the solar position from a particular location, right? You're trying to develop a relationship between other positions on Earth, right? And you're extrapolating your one observation to other positions, right?
Andy, can I have a little tiny crack at him real quick? Hey, people.
Yes. Hold on, people. Okay. Dog. I just want to finish this. This 24-hour sun. I want to know how is it make sense that I observed the 24-hour sun, therefore the Earth is a globe? How come you just can't form a logical syllogism on how that's true?
Do you want me to try and get into this?
Seriously? I want you to tell me how 24-hour sun proves the Earth's globe.
You don't accept my explanation, and that's okay. You're not bound to say,
you don't have an explanation. Right. You just keep saying, what else would it be?
So my explanation would be, is that we're a globe, and if you imagine yourself on a globe, but as soon as I start saying that, you're saying, no, that's imagination. That concept is not valid. Okay.
No, you lost me at imagine.
What else you want me to? Okay, then I lost.
Imagine. Listen, brother. Here's another way it works.
We don't have to.
Here's another way it works.
On it, but what's the point of harping on it?
Here's another way it works, sheeple. I'm going to give you an alternate hypothesis. We're inside of a hollow frickin' Earth sphere. There's a big black sphere in the sky, and the sun is moving against it. And if you're at the poles of said sphere, you'll see a 24-hour sun.
So we're inside.
So this is what the concave earthers think.
In the middle.
Hold on. This is what the concave earthers think. This is what the concave earthers think.
Okay, yeah. So you really want to give my take on this?
Your claim is it only works on a globe. That's false.
Yeah. And I don't think the concave Earth is going to disprove that. So you're saying we're on the inside of a concave Earth, And inside the concave Earth is all the stars and the sun and shit. Is all
that's right.
There.
That's right. So the
okay,
concave
so
Earth think this. Let me tell you what the concave Earth theory is, right? That they're inside of a hollow sphere. The sky why are you interrupting me again for like the 9th fucking time, dude?
All you're doing
you
is
asked
talking.
me a question.
All you're doing is talking. Every time
you asked me a question.
Every time I talk for 5
you
words,
asked me a question, people.
Come on. There's got to be some kind of back and forth here.
You're still not listening. You asked me a question. That's why I'm talking.
Oh my God.
Because you asked me a question. You keep trying to pull this gimmick where you ask a question and then you answer it. I don't think so, dude. As if you're going to like spike the football there. You're going to ask a question, then you're going to answer it yourself, right? And spike the football. I don't think so, dude. The concave earthers think the sky is a big black sphere. So big that you can't see it and differentiate it from the horizon and the earth because it's gigantic, right? The sun is inside of that, projected by the Great Pyramids, moving across the sky. And it follows the mathematics. You just change the sign of everything to the negative in the globe coordinate system, and everything is identical. Now, they have an explanation. Are you a concave earther now?
Their explanation is that the Great Pyramids are projecting.
What's wrong with it?
The sun.
What's wrong with
it? You're saying?
No, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with their explanation? It's equivalent to yours.
Where's the evidence that the pyramids are projecting anything?
Well, you don't see it. You don't see like a laser beam into the sky. They just say this is what's happening. The cause is irrelevant. The mathematics is identical.
I don't agree.
The mathematics is identical, dude. And
I think
the mathematics is identical.
Okay, so you can have a mathematical model that explains the movements.
That explains right back to the same wrong thing.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. Where's the underlying geometric, model that fits that mathematical model? And if your explanation is no better than, well, it's just somebody's just like projecting that particular configuration of like lights in the sky. That's begging the question. You haven't really explained anything. You're just
Isn't that what you're doing?
Saying no, because I feel there is an explanation there. The explanation is that these are actual bodies that exist, right? They're not phantoms. I mean, maybe like is it perhaps metaphysically possible that like the lights in the sky that we see are just like some kind of screen or simulation or projection? I mean, maybe.
Nobody.
I can't say.
You just straw man the concavers. They would not appreciate your position. You straw man their position. They never said they're not bodies. Where did you make that up? And that's irrelevant. They have an explanation. Okay, they have an explanation. Your standard was explanation for the observation. The concave earthers have an alternative explanation. Now you're down to a philosophical choice. Which one do I prefer?
This concave Earth explanation.
Yeah, that's right. You're cooked, dude. You're cooked.
Doesn't conceptually
your standard
make sense.
Is a non-standard.
Why would I believe
you actually don't have a standard? You just prefer one over the other.
Okay, if you say so, Indio.
That's why I asked you how it proves the Earth is a ball, and you can't say it because it doesn't.
I think it does. I mean, again, if you just picture the Earth as a ball spinning in space, rotating around the sun on an axis, everything you can see, every common phenomena we can explain makes sense, is consistent with this conceptual model.
You had and
there's no flat Earth model that you can say the same thing of, other than basically just saying that the stars.
Now you're making shit up.
A projection.
Now you're making shit up, sheeple. Now you're making shit up. You don't know anything about any observation. Tell me, how come you can see the Southern Cross in the Canary Islands?
I don't know. I don't know enough about them.
Okay, you just said every observation is consistent and makes sense.
Every observation that
That's an observation.
Every observation that I know about.
That you know about, which is what? A thimbleful?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, how much do any of us know about the universe? Only the tiny corner that we've experienced.
So it's an argument from ignorance. It's an argument from ignorance? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's an argument.
If I don't know anything and I just believe that every observation matches my
of ignorance, right?
No. Listen, you're making an argument for ignorance. Everything I know which is very, very little, matches the globe, and I'll just claim that that's the only information out there. We're here to tell you that the observations actually don't match the globe, and we're trying to tell you that, but you're just digging down in your ignorance.
So
I just gave you one.
You're talking about the Canary
I just gave you one.
You can see. Why is that inconsistent with the globe model?
Because it should not be visible from 28 north.
Say the constellation again, so I can actually look at it.
The Southern Cross is visible from 28 north, the Canary Islands. And you're going to Google whether it should be visible, and it's not. It should not be. Imagine that your worldview was Google.
Oh, I see. I've encountered this kind of argument before. I see where you're getting at now.
What argument?
Yeah.
This is just an objective fact. It's not an argument.
Yeah, the argument you're going to make is because you can see this and it's not, consistent with the globe Earth model, but it actually is.
No, it isn't.
Southern Cross is in the right part of the sky.
Let me pull up Stellarium.
In the right part of the sky.
Dude, sheeple, I'm going to mute you. You're lying.
Right part of the
you're
sky.
lying.
You're
lying.
Yeah, sure,
you're lying. No, you're lying.
I'll explain to you.
Okay. I've used telescope aiming software for the date, time, elevation, refraction, everything calculated into it. And you can't see the full Southern Cross. Okay. Good try of just making shit up. So tell me that you're about to get muted and banned because we're not going to do this. You're not going to come in here and tell lies, okay? And just make shit up, sheeple. You're not.
No.
Yeah.
No. It's not a lie.
It is a lie.
See the full portion of the Southern Cross, right? I'm sure you would agree.
How much money you got? Right? How much money you got?
So in your software, right? You can't.
It's not my software.
You can't see.
It's astronomy software used for aiming telescopes.
Well, it's the software you're using. Totally, I get.
It's C2A.
It's the software that you're using, right? Right.
C2A is the name of the software. It's open source. It's made by French astronomers. It's open source, and in Stellarium, it's the same thing. But people said, "Oh, you can't use Stellarium." So I got telescope aiming software, and it was even worse.
I'm familiar with some of these tools. What I question is, why do you trust these tools as any kind of source? I seriously
doubt you're familiar with anything.
Why do you trust this as any kind of source?
What does that mean?
What you're implicitly arguing that implicitly. You're explicitly arguing that the Earth is flat, that it's not a globe. But Stellarium, all these, apps, they all are built around the globe Earth model.
What was the argument, sheeple? What was the argument, sheeple? Is that the globe is not consistent with reality. It was called an internal critique.
Right. Okay, so I see.
You're saying that it was consistent with reality, and I just gave you an example where it wasn't. So you claimed it was consistent with reality, and I gave you an example. It isn't.
I don't think that's.
Now you're asking me why I'm testing the globe that you claimed
what I'm getting at
was accurate. But when you claimed it was accurate and consistent with reality, and I tested that claim.
It is.
I just gave you an example that it's not. That's just one.
It's not.
You want me to keep going?
I'm sorry, but your example isn't right.
Let's keep going. I'll give you another example.
You're pointing to
I'll give you more.
A small inaccuracy.
I'll give
a small factor.
Now it's an inaccuracy.
That's not included.
How do you know
in
it's
software,
inaccurate?
Which is because I understand this argument because I've encountered it before.
What argument?
People. You argue that you shouldn't. I'm gonna lay it out for you. You argue that if the globe Earth model isn't real, you shouldn't be able to see certain things from certain parts because the curvature of the globe should block it. That argument has does have some merit to it. But the reason it's wrong is because you're not accounting for other factors.
Sheeple, get off your script. Your script ain't going to work here. Okay.
Most specifically, the refraction of the atmosphere. Which
it was compensated for.
Not with you, but with some of these people.
It was compensated for in software. They have a refraction tab, an astronomical refraction tab in it that calculates the amount of refraction based upon the standard formulas that they use. Yeah, so good try.
I mean,
and you mischaracterized my argument. Sheeple, you mischaracterized my argument.
So you...
Okay, you're going on mute. That's the last
So where's
time.
the picture then? Oh my God.
You're going to go on mute. You interrupt me again. Okay? First of all, we're going to settle with that you mischaracterized my argument.
Is interrupting, bro.
So
Just relax a little bit.
Yeah, keep giggling, you and Mage. Whatever your little DM side chat you got going on. How many of you are in there? How many of you am I debating right now? Yeah, go on mute. Yeah, so really simple. You mischaracterized my argument. My argument was you claimed the globe was completely consistent and matched reality. Okay? I gave you an example of it not matching reality.
I don't believe that is. I don't believe there's any inconsistency there. I don't see evidence that I believe in that it isn't explained by the phenomenon that we're talking about here, the globe Earth, and also refraction and other
people.
Hold on. No, when I take the software developed by astronomers, put in the elevation of the observation point, put in the refraction correction, and it's not even close to matching, then what?
I don't.
So you're saying your model's wrong? Are they not using the globe model?
I mean, you'd really have to show me the specific. You'd have to show me exactly what the model's showing and an actual credible source for a picture that's different. What I've read is that the Canary Islands are in the.
What I've read.
And always in.
When did you read it? Just now? When did you read it, Sheeple? Just now?
I've been interested in this subject for a long time.
Oh, sure.
You're not the.
Tell me everything you read on the Canary Islands.
Interacted with.
This shtick is annoying,
dude,
and it's a shtick.
I'm sorry, Indio, but it is a little frustrating when
I don't care.
All you do is interrupt me, and then you turn around and accuse me of interrupting.
No, I didn't accuse you of interrupting. I said you're using a shtick, and your method is irrelevant. I don't give a shit about it. It's really simple. That is just one example. Do you want me to keep going? Because I have lots more.
So I'm genuinely interested in this example.
Any sunrise or sunset. Okay, I already gave you one previously, right? So I gave you the one that the direction the sun rises on the equinox. It's not 90 degrees everywhere. As you guys say on the globe, on the equinox, the sun rises at 90 degrees everywhere. It doesn't. You can just look on time and date and figure this out. Okay, so also the equal day and night on the equator on the equinox, that also does not happen. It doesn't. It happens a month after the equinox, and it happens a month before. Should be the shortest day. That don't happen. Any sunrise or sunset solar eclipse cannot happen on the globe. It's geometrically impossible because of the difference in distance. They can't be aligned. They can't. The sun, moon, and Earth can't be aligned while you're looking at the horizon because of the horizon dip and then being syzygy. That's geometrically impossible. The top-down Selenoid solar eclipse is also geometrically impossible. You want me to keep going? Sunrise in 1597 above the Arctic Circle, 2 weeks too early during the equinox, but 2 weeks before the equinox when they were supposed to see the sunrise. That's also geometrically impossible.
All right, you lost me at the last one. Explain that again.
6 examples right there. And if you really cared, I gave you how to find it. Just go on time and date.
I'm listening.
Just go on time and date, right?
I don't get that.
Time and date, right?
I don't
where the direction the sun is, right? That azimuth elevation angle to the sun. Yes, on time and date day refraction correction. You know how I know? Because I emailed them, talked to them.
I don't understand. What is that? I don't understand. What does that show? Who's them? Who are you? I'm sorry, you're losing me. You're going too fast.
Okay. The globe model that you claimed is consistent and accurate is not. I'm giving you examples of where it is not.
Okay, I get that. Can you actually explain, how? I don't know if it was you that was talking about like logic and syllogisms. Can you explain it in a very narrow series of syllogisms yourself?
Does the sun rise 90 degrees from everywhere on Earth? Okay, you just asked me a question. Now you're interrupting me. So, does the sun rise 90 degrees from true north everywhere on Earth on the equinox? Is that the goal prediction?
No.
No.
I can't. No.
Okay, so when the sun rises in Greenland at 86 degrees from true north, and the sun rises in Chile at 91 degrees from true north, how can they be looking at the sun at the same time? They're on the same longitude.
I'm sorry. Can you? I'm sorry. I appreciate you walking me through it. Can you explain?
Imagine a compass.
One more time, because I'm not.
You have a compass. East is 90. On the equinox, one person is looking at 86. That's less than 90. Another person on the same longitude is looking at 91. That's more than 90. So they're looking in different directions.
The issue is on the globe Earth.
Yeah, that's right.
Everywhere that you look is east always, 90 degrees. Because as you said, on the globe Earth, right, east is like essentially a circle. If you keep
that's why we're using the same longitude.
Always come back.
Yeah, and that's
you always come back.
Longitude. That's why we're using the same longitude. So that issue is not an issue.
If you're at 2 points on the same longitude, then
yeah, people are seeing the sunrise diverging. One person's looking toward the south, seeing the sun rising. One person's looking towards the north to see the sunrise at the same time on the equinox. Keep talking to your DMs. They're not going to have an explanation. You're not going to be able to Google this. You're not going to be able to Google the answer.
What are the 2 points?
I told you, Canuck, Greenland.
Well, there's got to be some way to understand it.
There must be, because it's a globe, right?
Well, even if it's not, there must be some way to understand it, right? Even if it's flat Earth, there must be some way to understand what's happening.
So do you think all questions can be answered? Do you really think that?
No, but that's the pursuit of science. It's always pushing forward the boundary of between what we know and what we don't know, and that is a never-ending process. I think, but I still think it's worth.
What's the independent variable?
I like trying to understand the world.
Now, so there's two people.
Well, the independent variable in his experiment is your position on the Earth. The dependent variable is what's happening in the sky. I'm confused. So can we actually say 2 real life points on the same longitude that we could actually
Yeah, I already did.
Test in
Tierra del Fuego, Chile. This is the 3rd time I've told you. Tierra del Fuego or Ushuaia. Ushuaia is they're right next to each other. So Ushuaia. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Ushuaia. ASHIAUA.
Yeah.
Ushuaia. And Canuck, Greenland, which is QAANAAQ. Canuck, Greenland, on the equinox, the sunrise. The person in the north is looking towards the north to see the sunrise, and the person in the south is looking towards the south to see the sunrise. Those are diverging angles. They can't be looking in the same direction. Do you understand?
That's not. So wait, where have you seen that? You've seen video of that, or
time and date?
Time and date. I'm confused.
Timeanddate.com, StunCalc, U.S. Naval Observatory. Pick one. Your assistants aren't working fast enough, dude. I know you guys are Googling frantically.
I don't have any assistants, bro. I don't have any Confederates. I'm just here talking to you, trying to understand.
Yeah, Google frantically.
Because
you're not going to find it on Google, people.
In my globe Earth, right? The way I'm thinking about it, if let's say it's let's say the sun's right at the equator, right? It's the right time of year. If on my globe Earth,
should be.
If I'm in Argentina, the sun is going to be rising and setting. Let me visualize it.
Let me visualize.
Yeah, I like to visualize it. That's how I understand it conceptually. You know what I'm saying?
You don't understand anything.
I'm trying to understand it, bro. So yeah, I'm going to expect the sun to be rising and setting in the northern part of the sky. And then in Canada, I'm going to expect to see the opposite. But you're saying the opposite.
Really, you just got it backwards.
You're going to see the north rising and setting?
You just got it backwards.
Oh, so you are saying...
No, you just got it backwards. You just got it backwards.
Yeah, you're saying that's backwards of what it is. You're saying in Canada, you do see the sun rising and setting.
No, what I'm saying is your globe model predicts a geometric impossibility. That's what I'm telling you.
Why is it a geometric impossibility to see the sun? So what the globe model predicts is consistent with the globe model, right?
You asked the question, and there you go again. Can you face to the north, and I face to the south, and us both look at the same object at the same time?
Yes, on the globe Earth, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, really?
Of course.
You heard what this dude just said, right?
Yes.
That you can look towards the north, and
yeah, if you're in Argentina and you're looking north towards the equator,
hey, how the fuck do we verify that? Diagram that out for me. This would be funny. Diagram that out.
So okay, so imagine.
Well, diagram it out, dude.
Imagine just that.
Paint, dude.
Yeah. I
want to see an actual demonstration of that in the field, man.
But dude, can't I just say it so that you can imagine it? So imagine there's a curve. We're just not even the whole globe. You're just seeing a little slice of the curve, and I'm on one end of the curve, and you're on the other end of the curve, and the sun is floating high above the middle, highest point of the curve, right?
Talking about sunrise.
I'm on one side. I'm looking up to the sun.
Sunrise.
You're on the other side. You're looking up to the sun.
Sunrise.
We are on.
Sunrise.
Can I just? Please, bro, can you stop?
Sunrise.
I'm really trying to genuinely listen to you.
You're not going to be able to listen to me, the argument. You're not going to straw me in the argument. It's sunrise. Sunrise, dude. Not at noon. Sunrise.
So, whether the sun is rising or setting, or it's in the middle, or it's high in the sky, from our perspective, right? In my model, in my globe model, it's that time of year where the sun is going around, well, really it's us going around, but it appears as if the sun is going around the equator, right? So whether it's right above us or whether it's just at sunrise, yes, we can both, as long as the sun is past the curve of the Earth where we can see it, of course, then yes, we're both going to be able to see it if we're on the same longitude, right? We'll both be seeing the same. We'll both be seeing
one person isn't. They're not looking due east. They're looking a little bit southeast and a little bit northeast. Okay, one person's looking northeast.
In my model, the person in Canada is looking a little bit southeast, and the person in Argentina is looking northeast.
Dude, in the model, the person in Canada is looking northeast, and the person in Ushuaia is looking southeast.
In the globe model?
Yeah, in the time and date data.
No.
Yeah. I can't believe it. It can't be true.
Canada is the north part of the globe, right?
Watch the cog this. This is funny.
So if you're looking towards the equator, you're looking south, right?
They're not looking towards the equator. They're looking away from the equator. Both of them at the same time.
The sky, but
yeah, they're looking at sunset.
Same direction as the.
No, it's sunrise. They're looking at sunrise.
Yes, and that's the sun.
And one person's looking toward the Antarctica, and the other person's looking toward the North Pole. Yeah,
they're not looking completely south and completely north. Yeah. As you said, one is looking southeast and one is looking northeast.
I didn't say completely. Straw man after straw man. It's ridiculous, dude. Really simple. The argument is
I'm not straw manning you. I'm trying.
91 degrees. 91 degrees on the compass rose. Okay. 91 degrees, which is 1 degree past east towards the south, in Ushuaia, which is south, and in Greenland, you're looking at 86. Sometimes I've seen it 85 even. 85 before the east, right? So you're not quite at 90 yet. You're at 85. So you're looking northeast. At the same time, when the sun rises, you're looking in different directions. Okay? This is geometric. They're geometrically looking in different directions. You can't fix this, no matter what your rhetoric is. So there's another one.
I'm baffled. You're saying
I know
if
you're baffled
in Canada
because you're locked into a wrong idea.
If you're in Canada, you're saying you're looking north to see the
That's
sun is rising on the north side of the skies.
Yes, on the north side of east. Yes. And in the south, you're looking on the south side of east.
Or maybe I'm the one confused. Okay, I'm gonna mess around with your time.
I know, because it doesn't make sense, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you're not listening, dude. It's inconceivable to you.
Oops. Yeah, it is inconceivable. That's why.
Yeah, because you're dug in so far, dude. You're dug into this belief, dude, that so far that it's inconceivable that it's wrong.
Your position, but all you're doing is like accusing me of dug in and attacking the globe. I do believe in the globe, bro, but I'm here because I'm interested to hear your worldview, see how it's wrong, see how it conflicts with mine. I don't really believe that the flat, you're going to suddenly change my mind, but if you can really prove, to my satisfaction that it's not, then I'll change my mind. But you're not going to do it by just like constantly.
Look, the only thing that should ever change your mind are not
arguments you're making them.
There's nothing on Discord that should ever change your mind. The only thing that should ever change your mind is you going out and actually doing an observation.
I have, bro, and it doesn't. Doesn't conform
What'd you
with what you're saying right now. I haven't been to Cannock or wherever, but I've been.
What have you observed that indicates the Earth is a globe?
I haven't been to the southern hemisphere, truthfully, but I've seen videos of it, and I believe what I've seen.
Okay, what have you observed in your life that indicates the Earth is a globe? About the Earth.
Like I said, the sunrise and the sunset, and like I said, I like to think about the 24-hour sun because it's so clear, it's so easy for me to conceptualize it that way. But you can see, you can see it just.
Here we back to the sales pitch.
Just by watching how the sun changes over the course of the year, like it changes the angle in the sky, not consistent with the globe. You don't need the globe to predict that necessarily. It's true. You can just have like a mathematical equation that predicts it, and that's fine.
Yeah, we do.
The globe is an attempt to have a deeper explanation for that.
Yeah, but any explanation's as good as the other. I could say magic fairy pixie dust, and it's just as valid as yours. It has the same evidence, which is absolutely nothing. Yeah, magic fairies, pixie dust. Like, if 24-hour sun, magic fairy, pixie dust. 24-hour sun, magic fairy, pixie dust, magic fairy, pixie dust, 24-hour sun. Right? Affirming the consequent. That's what you're doing. If 24-hour sun, therefore globe, therefore 24-hour sun. Or I did that backwards. If globe, 24-hour sun. 24-hour sun, therefore globe. This is affirming the consequent.
Jedi, you're feeding back though. There's some feedback from your mic, Jedi.
You do understand that you're affirming the consequent, right, Sheeple?
Sorry, I wasn't totally paying attention. I was trying to look at this time and date thing.
Do you know what affirming the consequent is? If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If globe, then 24-hour sun, 24-hour sun, therefore globe. It's affirming the consequent.
Okay, idiot.
This is why you can't construct a logical syllogism. I'll tell you why. It's really simple, sheeple. And I don't know why it took so long to get to this.
Come on, Indio. You're just going to lecture again. Come on, that's not an interesting conversation.
No, I'm not going to lecture again. Okay? The problem you're having is inference. You don't understand what inductive inference is. You're looking at something that's not the thing to draw conclusions about the thing, right? And I use this analogy all the time. You can't look at what your neighbor's house is made out of to figure out what your house is made out of. You have to look at your house. So you can't figure out what the Earth is by looking at the sun.
You can make predictions. You can use a model to make a prediction and then test to see if that.
But there's an arbitrary, sheeple. There's an arbitrary number of models for any data set. There's an infinite number of models for any data set. You know that, right? So yeah, you wouldn't make.
I mean, an infinite. I don't know what. I don't know.
There's an infinite number of possible mathematical models for any data set.
So what's the mathematical model or the geometric model outside of the globe Earth that explains all observations?
Oh, did you just reset? I explained to you in infinite detail that the 24-hour sun is not predicted using a globe Earth.
Okay, so what model does predict it then?
The equation of time.
The equation of time? I mean, what is that?
So it's an observer-centric model where you're at the center of a celestial sphere and the sun follows the fucking ecliptic and they predict where it is based upon looking at the sky. You compare where is the sun compared to the celestial equator, and that's where you figure out where the sun is. It doesn't matter where you are. It only matters where you see the celestial equator. Where's the celestial equator in my view? Oh, it's over there. What time of day is it? What time of year is it? Oh, that's where the sun's going to be. That's how it's done. Doesn't matter where you are. They don't assume there's any globe underneath your feet because the origin of the coordinate system is you. You're at the center.
Sorry, I still don't really understand that. How does that explain the 24-hour sun?
Oh my God, dude. Are you serious?
I'm trying to understand, bro. Can you explain it?
Hey. Yeah, I did. I did explain it to you 3 times already.
I didn't understand it.
Are you doing a sea lion troll?
No, bro. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Okay, then listen carefully. Models don't explain things. How could I explain something with a model?
So you have no explanation. You have no.
Repeat it. What did I just say?
Isn't your
using debate tactics right now?
Yeah. What did I just say,
mathematical model?
So what did I just say? What did I just say to you?
What?
What did I just say to you? The last sentence.
You said there is no model. There is no.
Try again. What did I just say to you? The very last sentence.
Indio, come on, bro. Are you gonna?
If you don't tell me the very last sentence, you're going on mute.
That I say the way
you're going on mute if you don't tell me the very last sentence.
Okay, I'll mute myself then.
Yeah, he's doing a debate bro tactic, man. I think that's what they're trying out. They're trying to frustrate the opponent.
Dude,
it's like rage baiting and
ask questions to literally explain your.
Obviously.
Why? Like you're not listening to answers. What's the point of continuing with you?
He's going to plead his case. He's pleading his case.
The answer that I understand.
What's the point of tell me the last sentence I said.
I don't.
Go on mute.
I don't know.
Yeah, go on mute. Dude, we've done like so many iterations of your gimmick.
I don't know. Is that good enough for you, Indio? Or are you
not going to work?
No,
it's not going to work.
So you must have some tools then, right?
Yeah.
We exhaust you guys. We exhaust you guys. You don't exhaust us, bro.
Yeah, dude. You don't have the endurance I do. Like you.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not.
You want to know what's funny?
Bro, I'm not trying to like exhaust you. I'm not trying to fight.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you can't, bro.
I'm trying to
tell me the last thing. Tell me the last sentence I said. Then
I don't know, Indio. I know
you don't.
I'm really sorry.
Tell me any sentence I said in the last 30 minutes. Any sentence I said in the last.
Because he got you. He got your ass.
Come on, Indio.
He got your ass, dude.
If I don't quote, what do you want me to quote you directly?
You can't remember one thing I've said in 30 minutes. You can't remember one thing I've said in 30 minutes.
I can remember the kinds of things you're saying.
You can't remember one thing I've said in 30 minutes.
There's no model. You've said that.
Yeah, you can't remember one thing I've said in 30 minutes.
You've said that there's no model that explains the geometric shape of the Earth. That nobody can know. That these models don't work. That they can't.
That's not what I said at all.
You said repeatedly.
Just filling it in. I don't know.
Of course. So you. They were what you said. I didn't quote you. Wonderful. You can't quote me either. So can you just have an organic conversation instead of making these
I can quote you definitely. I can definitely quote you. Time and time again. Okay, because I listen to you, you don't listen to me. So really simple. I'm going to say this is probably
all I've been doing is listening. But
so there's another homie. There's another homie coming in.
Yeah, this is probably the 5th time I've said this. Models don't explain things.
You're lying.
The models describe things.
That's a nonsensical statements to me. I mean, that's just on Twitter. What is the even distinction that you're making there? There's nothing.
The difference between explain and describe, you don't think there's a distinction. Why do they use different words for them? Why is describe and explain different words? with different definitions.
Different words have different meanings in different contexts. In this context, I see no meaningful difference between the word describe.
There is a difference. Okay, I can describe, hey, he's wearing a red hat, he's wearing blue trousers. That's a description of what they look like. Explain would be, that was his favorite hat, and those were the only jeans that were clean. That would be an explanation. Completely different than the description. Explanations are how and why. Descriptions are just purely descriptive, right? So models just describe, and for instance, hey, what time am I going to see the sun at a particular azimuth and elevation angle? The mathematics, the variables in the mathematics are descriptive of the variables. They aren't the variables themselves, but they're representative of physical quantities, right? And they represent it in some way. Representing. Why are you interrupting me? They're representing. They're representing.
Keep it talking point.
Sorry, I can't.
I don't have a talking point.
It's literally like I just can't get into it without you just wanting to.
Yeah, cry.
Like lecture. Don't you actually want to have a conversation, or do you just?
It's very because you keep trying to straw man me and use gimmicks.
I'm not straw.
And I'm trying to have an honest conversation.
Listen and learn.
I'm asking you questions. You are the one straw manning me. I'm asking questions, and you're straw manning.
What was my straw man? What did I straw man?
Again, I ask you. What is the model? Okay, so you say models describe things, and it's not an explanation. Okay, what is the model that describes the geographic shape of the Earth, the relation of all the different physical places that exist in the Earth to each other?
You were already given that.
Is there a model
What were you given? What were you given?
I don't know. Somebody gave me like
you don't know. So what Yoder posted?
Somebody gave me the UK.
You don't remember,
survey, but that's not the whole world, right? There's more to the world than just the UK. Right? So where is the?
Has the whole world been surveyed?
That shows the whole. What's that?
Has the whole world been surveyed?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And the surveying agencies agree that the world is a globe. So
who cares? That's not telling me how the whole world has been surveyed.
Okay, so then if you don't think the whole world's been surveyed, then
I know the whole world hasn't been surveyed, and I know that each part of the world uses different datum. There's no contiguous, universal survey datum that everybody is using.
So is it your contention then that essentially we don't have like a fully descriptive model of, or at least broadly, even if it's not every little details right, at least broadly fully descriptive model of like the surface of the Earth, like the relation of things, whether it's flat or round or whatever. We don't have a consistent model. Is that what you're saying?
It's localized, right? So each country generally has a very good survey of their country based upon whatever coordinate system they prefer. Okay, but that is not universal, right? For instance,
so
even for fractions, listen.
Or you think they're tainted?
No, it's just not universal. Who said tainted? Where the fuck did you get that from?
I don't know. Somebody earlier was saying, oh, they intentionally introduce like these extra variables to make it seem like a globe.
They do.
I don't think that was you that's saying that, to be fair,
and things like that. But that's a whole nother issue. Do you know the globe model?
How could that not be relevant then if you're relying on the surveyors for your empirical knowledge?
Each country uses a different standard. What aren't you saying? And that you just can't freaking puzzle piece it all together.
So do you trust those standards then?
What does trust have to do with anything?
Do you believe them? Do you think they're real? Do you think they are accurate descriptions of reality?
Look, whatever they made the standard for, what they arbitrarily made the standard for some particular purpose. I'm sure it's accurate for that purpose. For instance,
purpose being knowing where everything is in relation to each other.
Yeah, in their country. Yeah, in their country. They don't need to know where it is in relation to frickin' Africa. If you're in Finland.
You don't think? You don't think so? I mean, like a lot of this science originated like a few hundred years ago. For what? let me think.
Why would someone in Finland need to know the orientation of fucking Bali?
Why would 1700s Europeans want to know like the geography of Africa or of India? You really can't think of an answer to that question? You can't see why in the whole scope of human history people might want to know where things outside their own country are. Like
okay, we're trying to move the goalposts. What you said was the orientation of things relative to each other. Okay, how would you know?
Like that's okay.
On the macroscopic scale, they don't need to know what the African coastline is relative to the Finland coastline. Okay,
why?
Do you understand?
Why do you want to know that?
For what purpose?
I don't. Wouldn't you want to know for what purpose?
Relative to
if
Finland,
I'm sailing from one continent to another.
Are you not listening?
Okay, so
tell
can
me what
I
just said,
please?
Tell me what I just said again.
From one.
Tell me what I just said again.
On the macroscopic, you said on the macroscopic scale, one country doesn't care how far another country is. Is that good enough for you?
No, it's orientation. Say Finland is rotated 90 degrees from the Mercator, than what the Mercator says it is, and it's rotated 90 degrees relative to frickin' Africa. How is that important?
So we can agree, at least I hope, that
of course you're not going to answer that question.
Projection, they look different, right? The distances between things are different, aren't they?
Dude.
Things are oriented differently.
Finland.
Isn't that true or not?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so there's Mercator projections, right? And then there's actual globes, like globes, and they don't look the same, right? Orientation of the countries is different. The distance of the countries from each other is different. The size of the countries is different, right?
Okay, yeah, and?
What I'm arguing is that if that map was false, was wrong, why are we using it? Why are we using using maps that say it's only 100 miles from?
We don't use it.
We do, dude. People.
Oh, we do. Okay, so Sheeple, check this out. Sheeple, check this out. I want you to sail from Finland to Africa. The only thing you can use is a globe, a physical globe. Take it into the cabin of the boat and sail from Finland to Africa. Go for it. You said we use a globe. Use your globe. Send from Finland to Africa.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
You can only use a globe.
I mean, we use a globe. We use a globe understanding. You need more than
globe understanding. You wouldn't get there without the globe understanding. Dude, Sheeple, you are so full of shit.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't. That's why the Americas were discovered in the first place, because people in the 1500s, or in 1492 anyway, people knew that they knew even then that the world was round, and they believed they could sail. Well, Christopher Columbus believed he could sail all the way around the world to Asia to India, which is where the trade was. They didn't want to have to travel all around the Horn of Africa.
You got your wading boots in?
They knew from traveling around the Horn of
Columbus Day. You got to expect it. Columbus Day is Monday.
They told me that in 4th grade. He's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, Sheeple, you realize that Columbus got lost. He ended up in the Gulf Stream and crashed into fuck.
Oh yeah,
Columbus was lost, dude.
Columbus was a moron on so many levels. He actually incorrectly calculated the size of the Earth, like either erroneously or not.
He didn't calculate.
People knew the Earth was round, but they believed that there was nothing where America is. They thought it was just ocean, and they calculated that to sail all the way around the globe would require more like provisions than they even could stuff into a single ship at that time. So Christopher Columbus had this kind of harebrained scheme. He said, no, the globe is actually smaller. It's like short enough that I can do the whole trip. He was wrong about that, but he was also wrong about the fact that there was nothing there. There was a whole continent there. So he basically just got lucky. Like and when he got there, he
Who told you this bullshit story?
It was horrible.
Who told you that bullshit story? Who told you that?
Oh, I don't
Okay, so the actual fact of the matter is Christopher Columbus used Ptolemy's globe. Ptolemy's globe was created from longitude lines based upon how fast the sun travels, and his globe was 10% smaller than Eratosthenes' globe, and that's the globe he used. He didn't create his own. Christopher Columbus was lost He got stuck in the Gulf Stream and had to be saved by the Native Americans in freaking Cuba and sail up the northeast coast and get help all the way along the way to get enough food to even sail back, because to get back into the Gulf Stream going that way. He did not discover the North America. He was just fucking completely lost, and luckily he got stuck in the Gulf Stream and ended up here. That's the only thing that happened with
He did discover it, whether accidentally or not, in a sense.
But it
wasn't even the first European there, obviously, as we know. But
it wasn't because of global belief, because they also tested Christopher Columbus's method. There's actually a peer-reviewed paper. Hold on. There's a peer-reviewed paper on this. In his methodology, he would have been off 15 miles per day cumulatively over a period of, 4 months. So he would have been off by hundreds of miles. Hundreds.
Yeah, I'm saying he was wrong, and he basically just got lucky. Are we disagreeing?
Well, I'd say it was unlucky for the Indians.
I'm not defending Christopher. Yes, it was horrible. It was horrible. Like, basically every terrible thing one human being can do to another happened on that island after they landed. It was horrible. It was genocide and rape and murder and every terrible thing. But that has nothing to do with whether or not
This is like a multi-layer sea lion.
Multi-layered sea lion?
Yeah, well, that is a diversion.
The point is, nobody uses a globe to navigate the point world. Never has, never will.
That's not true. Like modern ships, for example, use GPS, and the global positioning system is based on a globe model.
No, it's not. You're wrong again, dude. You're wrong again. Just because on your phone you see latitude and longitude doesn't mean the GPS system itself is based upon a globe. Yoder explained this. It's based upon Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, in the coordinates that the receiver gets put you on a plane. Okay? They don't put you on a globe.
Okay.
What you see on your phone is something else. It's a coordinate transformation.
So there's no satellites?
Oh, Jesus.
In your view? Or they are up there? Well, I'm just asking.
Are there satellites? In your imagination, there's satellites orbiting the Earth.
Yes, yeah, in my conceptual model, there are satellites.
In your imagination.
And I've seen them. You can actually see them with your own eyes.
Oh, really? What do they look like?
It's not completely conceptual.
Yeah, tell us how you made this.
They just look like little lights in the sky
of an orbiting satellite.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah, how did you do the positive ID?
Anywhere where
I want to know how you did the positive ID.
Because I looked up.
And what'd you see?
Well, I've looked up where various ones. For example, the International Space Station, when that was going overhead.
What it looked like.
See that, and they know where to. Huh?
Yeah, what it looked like, brother.
Like kind of a light, a twinkling light, kind of racing across the sky.
That's it. That sounds like a positive ID.
Yeah. I saw it, and obviously I believe it was the International Space Station. And if you look up in the sky, you can see, just generally, there's enough satellites up there these days that if you stargaze for long enough, you'll start seeing them.
Certainly
across the sky. They have a very distinct look. They have a steady glow that's totally unlike blinking planes, and obviously they travel in.
All these atoms I'm made out of, they must not be real either.
Yeah, we need to know about no atoms, dude. Stop. So you can't tell a satellite speed by looking at it, right?
Well, it's speed by looking at it.
Yeah, by looking at it.
Not unless you knew how high it was orbiting, I guess. If you knew how far away from it
So you could have something a lot lower that would look identical, right?
Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. How do you know that's not
it's definitely conceivable that what I've thought I'm seeing satellites, it's actually, something lower down and less bright. That's definitely
could be a UFO, could be an airplane, could be anything, right? Drone.
I don't think it could be airplanes, because I do know what airplanes look like, and satellites have a much different look to them. It's just more distinct. Airplanes always have
more distinct.
And if they're low enough that you can see them, you can see the flashing lights. But satellites don't flash like that.
No, I'm assuming you saw the satellite at night, right?
Sometimes they twinkle when they rotate. Yes. Yeah, I don't think you can see satellites during the day.
That is so fucking gay.
You would know. Takes one to know one.
Shut up, faggot.
Oh shit. Bye.
Yeah, good riddance. Okay. Now that we've just got the satellites and every other thing, you know you haven't demonstrated in all this shit that you've been blabbing about. You haven't talked about the Earth for even 5 fucking minutes.
I did it. I did.
Why are you interrupting?
I did.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You talked about the Earth?
Oh yeah, I did.
In the sky?
Yeah.
What the
Earth is in the sky. So why we freaking skip rope, jump around, all those shit, after all that effort you put in, they're nothing but derivative arguments for the thing, for seemingly you don't have the evidence for, which is the reason I suffered through this, is to demonstrate that you talk, but you haven't presented any evidence that the Earth is a globe. You talked about shit in the sky and how you constructed a globe concept in your mind from that. But no actual evidence the actual Earth is a globe.
Well, I didn't really construct it. I won't take credit for that. I'm not the one who
It's somebody else's idea. Yeah, we get it. Would you have figured it out yourself?
Somebody else's idea.
Think you would have figured it out yourself?
I don't know.
Nobody told you?
I don't know. I mean, probably not unless I, watched the stars or traveled a lot or, it all depends on the phenomenon.
So why didn't the Polynesians figure it out? They watched the star. They traveled a lot.
When I do remember when I was a kid, even when I was a little kid, I would see I happened to live near the ocean, and I would see the big like LNG tankers coming in, and you could see them. You could see the tops of them first. And I think I don't know, it's hard to know what it would be like to grow up, because I was taught, I was certainly taught the globe Earth. So it's hard to imagine like what would it be like if I never thought that. But I remembered seeing that, and I remembered thinking, "Oh, that's so interesting."
Yeah, you don't think that happened?
Really young. So I don't know. Maybe I would have realized it. But
you don't think that observation would happen on a flat surface? You don't think an observation like that, a half cut off boat, would happen on a flat surface?
Qualified, no. Not not on the ocean. Of course, there can be things.
Not on the ocean.
The view. Over long distances, yeah, where there's like not, super significant waves or anything. Certainly nothing. Where I grew up, like coming into the harbor, there aren't waves the size of an LNG tanker. So it's not like it's waves blocking it.
What distance?
What distance? Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Jedi, man, you got
far out.
Like
far out when they're coming and going.
No,
I'm talking about when I was like a kid, like a 5-year-old.
So is it your contention the horizon is like the edge of the Earth that like blocks ships and shit?
It's not the edge of the Earth.
Where the curve starts. You know what I mean?
The curve doesn't start. It's everywhere. It's certainly
where the curves
the whole
sufficiently
water,
where it blocks up where it's behind the physical freaking curve of the Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's where you think the horizon
distance
is.
Where there's enough of a curve to block. I'm telling you, bro. The horizon isn't anywhere. It's an optical phenomenon. It's not a place. I mean, you can get that right.
So then, how do ships? So ships are hiding behind the optical phenomenon. Right. How does that?
No, they're not hiding behind the optical. They're hiding behind the curvature, but they're behind the water. They're behind the water itself, which blocks light.
Yeah, but that water is an optical phenomenon, right? It's not really there.
The water is an optical phenomenon.
Well, you said the horizon. That's where the water ends, right?
Water is
the water ends at the horizon, and then you see
the water doesn't end. It keeps going.
But think about this. If it was an actual globe, it would measure as a globe. Wouldn't you agree, sir? To the new guy that's in here. The young man.
I think they measure it. You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
I think they measured it based off the map, based off a map.
Okay. So you don't know. Yeah, you don't know what they've done to measure it, right? Is that true?
Yeah. Nah. How do they measure it?
They didn't, because it's not
The
a globe.
diameter?
No, it's not a globe.
Well, maybe it's just too big to measure. No.
Yeah. So if that's true,
They didn't because I said so.
if that's listen, listen. If that's true, if that is true, what you just said, if it's too big, then they couldn't measure it like the size they say it is. You see the problem? Either it is what the size they say it is, or it's not. So we have an issue. We have an issue. So you can either understand that they can measure it like the size they say it is, or they cannot measure it. You understand, sir?
Yeah. I guess. What is
okay? So like back to the example of the Earth being a horizontal plane, and the Earth's surface is measured from a base horizontal surface. So we need to establish that if we're going to do any type of elevation change. So as in such, Sasha was mentioning sea level, that's actually taken over a 19-year period to look this up. That 19-year period of a rise and fall of tide is given an average mean sea level, right? So they're going to get a mean average of a vertical point, or where they're going to establish that baseline to be. That's called 0 point. At that 0 point, you're going to go horizontally outward from that 0 point. And you're going to use the horizon to establish what horizontal is, right? So once you figure that out, you're going to be able to find out elevation change on land. So you'll be able to tell me how much tall a mountain or a hill is, or how much depth there is, like in a certain valley. That's the way we establish it all across the Earth. A horizontal plane can give us an indication of what elevation change is. Is that making sense or no?
Yeah, I got a question. It's this question is gonna come off really ignorant. Why? I don't mean to sound smart or anything, but why is there like no picture, no like actual, I guess you could say, good depictions of the Earth being flat, rather than you see more pictures, more videos of the Earth being round? Why is that?
Okay, because
why is there no actual proof?
Yeah, well, there is. So you see it every day, but what you try to do is in your mind, you try to say we're too small to see the actual globe. So you've been seeing it when you go to the beach. You take pictures of it when you see, like, you go to large, vast areas, you can see for miles and miles. Mm-hmm. You've been witnessing the horizontal plane all your life. You, in your mind, though, you try to reconcile that it's actually a globe. So you have been seeing flat Earth this whole time.
Well,
your mind is just
okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Like not to bring that guy back, but that other guy's, when he was talking about, like, it's just so big that we can't like see it, obviously. But I mean, when I've been to like a beach and I could see far out to the ocean, like I could see like it going a little downwards, unless I'm on the edge of the Earth or something.
No, that's fine. Listen, if you think you see something like that and it's visible to your eye, do you think you could measure it from where you're standing to where that is over there?
Nah, because I can't swim that far with the measuring tape.
So that's pretty redundant to say that.
Hey, just so you know, I put in the chat 2,418 flat horizon photos from Getty Images.
Nah.
Those are professional photographs.
What's your name? Sheepdog.
Sheepdog.
Okay.
Yeah. People take professional photos all the time, and
418 Sky Sea Flat Horizon stock photos.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, those are just like unbiased professional photographs that, like, people none the wiser when they look at them. They're like, "Oh, it looks flat, but it's too big. That's why it looks flat."
That I was telling the gentleman too. It's like you've been seeing the Earth this way this whole time. The only thing that
just
okay, dude, just hold on a second. Every time you see these pictures, you're gonna say, "Well, where's the pictures of flat Earth?" And he just showed you some. Then your mind's gonna go back to, "Well, we're just too small to see the curve." That's all.
I'm looking at the picture but it's just like it's just going forward, you know, like
what's going forward?
Like this is just a blue picture, view of the calm sea and the blue sky.
Yeah.
Nor does it say flat?
Yeah. What do you mean? Nor does it say flat? What does it need to say something? Isn't the image self-explanatory of the Earth being a horizontal
Do you
plane?
think there's more people that believe the Earth is spherical or flat?
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because we're talking to you as an individual, and it's up to you to critically think about what we're saying. So it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. We're not talking to everyone. We're talking to you.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Oh, my bad.
Go ahead.
Go on.
No, go ahead.
So
wait, hold on, real quick. I just want to interject and say, here's a screenshot from a Google search from Mount Everest with a flat horizon as well. People take these pictures all the time.
Oh, flat horizon. You don't think it's like the angle of the sun or something, like the way it's going down? Because it looks to be a sunset, so the sun's going down, right? Because the Earth is rotating, and the sun's going down.
You completely missed the point.
Yeah. Okay. Explain it to me. Actually, wait. Before you do, let me just say this thing, because it's like it's kind of on the topic of what I just said. Like, then how come? Where does the sun go when it turns night? Does it go under Earth?
No.
Okay. Where does the sun go?
Where it goes is away from your position. Okay, there's a big disconnect from how you see.
Are you talking about
hold on, young man. There's a big disconnect of what you think happens when you see something move away from your position. You don't understand what perspective is and how it interacts with your vision. So there's a lot of misconceptions when something that's above your head moves away from you. So in your mind,
does the sun move freely?
Sir, just a second. Pay attention to what I'm saying, okay?
All right.
So when something moves away from you, above your head, and in a direction away from you, what you think is that it looks like it's going down. That's not the case, though. You see everything in perspective, which means that everything converges to the eye line at a distance away from you. That means that everything that's above you looks like it's ramping down. Everything below you looks like it's ramping up. And if there's something on the side of you, like if you're in a long hallway, it looks like it's closing in on you. This is called we consider it like the hallway effect, where everything looks like it's coming to a single point off into the distance. Have you ever seen this image before? What I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, the hallway effect is how your vision operates out in the real world. So it looks like everything is converging to that eye line.
Okay.
This is well established. This is how you see the world around you.
We're not answering the question.
Yeah, well, we're getting there though, aren't we?
Okay.
So unbeknownst to you, that when you see the sun or anything that's above your head, everything appears to be ramping downward. Even though it could be moving straight across the sky, you wouldn't be able to tell if it's actually dipping down. There's no way to tell that because everything that you see is converging to your eye line off in the distance.
Okay.
All right, what was your question?
So where does the sun go? Does it just move freely? Because think of it like this. If we're flat Earth, right, and the sun's right above us, because when I look up, I see the sun, right? It's on a train track. It's on a train track. Really, bro? Okay.
Oh, who was that? Who was that? Hold on, sir. Yeah. Hold on. Whoever that was, if you answer again, you'll be muted. We're not playing games.
Mute me. I don't care.
All right, that's just showing that guy wasn't a part of the conversation, so relax. He's not a flat earther. What you might hear is when you're asking questions, there's bobbleheads that are going to pop in here and answer for us. So don't let that distract you, all right?
Okay. So, all right, if the Earth was flat, right? Because the way I'm thinking of it, like we're, I guess, a chip, right? Just flying in Earth, okay? But if the Earth is flat and we look up, it doesn't matter how far the sun is, wouldn't we still be able to see it? Instead, we just see the moon.
No, that's incorrect. Do you remember when we were talking about perspective?
Right.
Okay. Have you ever seen street lights, like down on a highway?
Nah, because, where I'm from, there's no street lights on the highway. There's, reflective things.
So, have you ever seen things that are close to you and some things that are far away from you?
Yeah.
Okay, do they appear to get smaller as they move away from you?
No, they get larger.
That's
Wait, when they move away? No, when they they get smaller.
Okay, so if something gets smaller when it moves away from you, it's appearing to reduce in angular size. That's what it appears to do, right?
So what about the light? Where does the light go?
Sir, follow the logic, okay?
All right.
Things appear to get smaller and reduce in angular size. Yes or no?
Okay. Yeah, when you move away from something, it gets smaller.
Okay. So the logic would then follow that if something gets too far away from you, you won't be able to see it, correct?
Well, if it's emitting light, I'd say it. You may be able to see it. What's the word?
Okay. Take that. Yeah, but how far? Do you know?
No. I mean, how far the human eye can see.
Well, no, that's not the problem. Everything's converging to the eye line.
Okay.
So because of that, we're going to only see to a certain distance. There's an extinction limit also that light has to the medium of air. So it's not just that it's moving away from us with perspective, but the light cannot travel forever because it's traveling through a medium. The air that you and I breathe is a medium that the light travels through.
Mm-hmm.
So it will have an extinction limit to how far it can reach.
You believe in time zones?
Yeah, that's a malformed question. It's not time zones that you're worried about. That's a construct of trade and commerce. What you really want to ask is, how does night and day work on a flat Earth?
Yeah. Yeah, that like shouldn't everything be the same time? Everyone would be this. No? Okay.
No, because of the sun's position and where it is, according to like where it is on the Earth.
I don't remember what I was going to say.
Hold on, young man. I'm going to need somebody to take point on this conversation, by the way. I got to do something. Can anybody pick up the ball where I left off?
Yeah, I'll pick it up, Miggy. I'll pick it up.
I can take it over if you need me to.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got it now. Yeah. So basically what my colleague is trying to tell you is that when the sun leaves you, it's obviously gone to another country to give them a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And the sun's light is limited as to how far it can shine. Okay? Do you understand now?
Yeah.
Right. Now, let me just give you one more to drive it home. When you're in your bedroom, or let's not say your bedroom, let's say you're in a basketball court.
Yeah.
All the lights off in the gymnasium, all off. You switch on your flashlight and you aim it to the ground and you hold it 2 feet off the ground, okay? Now, the rest of the gymnasium is dark right over there. But as soon as you start to walk over there, you're moving the light towards the other side. It's starting to get light there and you look to where you were before, it's getting dark. That's how the sun works, okay? Because the sun's light is limited, so it must only shine locally where it is, okay? And that could be several thousand miles, mind you. But you understand, yeah? Right. Okay, good.
So, all right, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like, so what I'm getting at, the way I'm like perceiving what you guys are telling me, that the Earth is a... can I still call it Earth or what? Like when it's flat?
We have to call it Earth. Earth is Earth. Earth is flat.
Okay.
Let me nip something in the butt real quick, okay?
Whoa.
Hold on. So, let me ask you this question real quick, just to see if you're like tracking everything, because you're saying what I think you're saying is, and then what you're about to do is create this model to try to explain how everything works on Earth, and that's not what we're trying to do. So I need you to answer this question for me. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Is this like a ritual?
No, it's just a standard question. Come on, common sense. If it's not curving,
say it one more time.
If the surface is not curving, what is the surface if it's not curving?
If it's not curving.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So
I don't want to say flat.
Well, it has to be
how many
flat.
options are there?
What else?
What other options are there?
Yeah.
Spiraling.
Twisting.
Come on, man. Even if it was twisting, it would still be curving, right?
Yeah.
So, by definition,
right, okay,
all right,
you're
not going to be honest.
All right, flat. The opposite.
Okay, there you go.
I got some moderation.
Or
hold on, gentlemen. I got some moderation. Guys, if there's somebody bringing a point, we don't need our team to come in and say something that is going to make it harder for the gentleman to understand. Please refrain If you got it might be a smart comment, but he's trying to understand something. So let the process happen, please. Yeah, go ahead, Sheepdog.
Appreciate it, man. So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth, again, it must be what?
Straight or flat.
Straight or flat. Okay, cool. So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If you don't measure any curvature and the surface is flat, then whatever is happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. I don't need to explain how the sun works, how the moon work, how the planets work, how the stars work, how day and night works, how the seasons work. I don't need to explain anything if the surface of the Earth is not measuring with curvature.
Yeah, they're not related. In other words, okay.
Hold on.
Just because you have different time zones or day and night, it's not changing the shape of the Earth. Sorry, carry on, Sheepdog. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So, would we like to know these answers? Sure, but like in a lifetime, you can't know the answers to everything, right? Exactly. Just because you had a story that went along with a ball Earth. If you find out that it's not a ball, that entire story is now wrong, right? Would you agree with that, Amphetamine?
I was reading something. Can you repeat that?
Right. So they assumed the Earth was a ball, and then they have this entire story to go along with an oblate spheroid Earth, right? Now, if the Earth is not curving, that entire story is wrong, right?
Well, like, if the Earth's not curving, I mean, you don't see the curve, right? Because, like what that one guy said, like, because it's a continuous curve. A ball, there's no, like...
It has to. It has to curve. If it's a ball, it has to curve.
But there's not just one curve. A ball is a ball. You know how a ball looks, right?
It's completely curving all the time everywhere.
Yes.
Right. So if it's not curving, it's what?
It's flat.
Can you have a flat ball?
Yes, with no air.
Come on, bro.
What? That's what you call a flat ball.
Can you have a sphere if the surface is flat everywhere?
Obviously not. Can you have a triangle if it's curving? No.
Completely irrelevant.
That's just common sense. No, but it's what you just said. Can you have a? What is it?
The only reason. So the only reason why a shape is involved.
Okay, my bad.
Hold on.
Yeah, my bad.
The only reason why a shape is even involved in this conversation is because spheres curve, circles curve, right? There's no other surface out there that's going to curve. Everything else is going to have a flat surface. It has to. If it was curving, it would eventually curve into a complete circle.
Yeah. The question was put to you for your benefit. If it's not curving, what is it? And you've said it's flat, therefore it's not curving. Okay? You know the difference between curving and something being flat.
Flat is not a shape. Flat is not a shape. It's the feature of a surface.
That's right. It's just a description of the surface, not a shape. Of course not. But you know that a curved line and a straight line are different. Carry on.
Hold on, Jen. Yeah. Go ahead.
But okay, all right. If you pull a curved line, it's going to become straight. It's like they measure the Earth the diameter, no?
How do they measure the diameter?
Let's see. How would you measure the diameter? I sucked at math class.
Not how do you measure a diameter? How do you measure the diameter of the Earth?
Let's see.
I know how to measure a diameter. It's not that hard. You measure the distance between the furthest 2 points on a sphere.
Well, I mean, Google's my buddy right here. Is like you can measure by using method Eratosthenes, which involves comparing shadow lengths. Okay, forget about this. I got a question about like the sun and whatnot. Like, So
it has nothing to do with the Earth. But go ahead.
well, without the sun, there's going to be no life, and without life, then
Doesn't matter.
we're not
It
going to
has
know if
nothing to
there's
do.
flat
It
or
has
round.
nothing. You're looking in the wrong direction.
I don't know. I feel like the sun plays a big factor in my day-to-day life.
It has a factor in life, but it doesn't have a factor. Go ahead, AV. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. What needs to happen is you need to understand what's at stake here. What's at stake is either the Earth is a globe with a curving surface, or it's a horizontal plane and it's flat, like we're saying. Those are the only two things you need to be concerned with. That's why he's saying the sun is not in the equation. It's not going to tell you if the Earth is a globe or not. You understand?
But how does the sun move?
No, we're not going to talk about the sun. It has nothing to do with the Earth.
Okay, but
so now you got to go back to the Earth and figure out whether or not it's what you've been told. Put your feet on the ground, dude, not on the sky.
Well, I'm in a house, right? The house is obviously not going to be curved.
All right. So, is there any way that you can detail that the Earth is a globe in any way? If not, we can continue talking about flat Earth.
I mean, I want to talk about the sun because, like,
no, not going to happen, sir. It has nothing to do with the topic of the shape.
I don't mean to be like mean, but is that like a touchy subject within the flat Earth community?
Like what we're trying to get people to realize is that your head has always been in the clouds for a long, long time, and we're bringing you back down to the ground and realizing that the Earth is what we're talking about, and not the sun, the moon, or the stars.
Wait, can we break down ground? The ground. It has the word round.
No, we're not going to do your little game. So you're going to get with. Okay, you need to get with it, sir. You need to get with it, or we're going to go to another caller. How about that? Or talk amongst ourselves. Either one.
All right.
Your game only has a limited amount of time, so you can make your own choice, right? Choose your own adventure, what you want. You can get a lot out of this interaction, or you can get nothing. It's up to you.
No, because I like to interact with people and see, different perspectives, like, on life, right?
So the perspective
and
is
I'm interested
in this
on
room.
this.
Yeah, that's fine. Perspective in this room is if we're not talking about the ground, and if it's either a globe or flat, then we don't care about the sun, moon, or stars. It has nothing to do with the ground. Your games aren't going to work in here, so you're either going to get with it or...
I just want to understand the best way possible.
Yeah, and that's it. The direct way is to talk about the thing that's in contention, which is the Earth a globe or not?
Okay,
that's the direct way.
What's pulling us down?
What do you mean by... Yeah,
like, how are we sticking to the ground?
Well, we're not sticking to the ground. That idea is conjured up in your mind.
But how are we on the ground? How come we can't... Like, I don't... Explain that to me, because now we're talking about the ground, right? So how come, like, when I walk, I don't just fly up into space, right?
You think that you can fly?
No,
I never said that. I never said
Jesus
that.
Christ.
No,
I never said that.
Relax, guys. He's just asking a question about how things operate as far as the physics work. It's just relative density, sir.
Density.
So everything is a medium and object relationship. Medium and object. So there's a medium that everything that's in it resides. So like you're in the medium of air right now, right?
Okay.
And you
but what's keeping me down? What's keeping me grounded?
Are you going to allow me to finish?
You're not answering my question. We'll go on.
Yeah, we're getting to it. You want to know why the physics work the way they do. Yeah. And I'm telling you, it's a medium and object relationship. And you get trigger happy and you just start pulling the trigger in the middle of what I'm saying.
Right. My bad.
So relative density, have you ever heard of that before?
No, I have not.
So denser things in the medium are going to be whatever direction they're going to go based on whatever medium that they're in. So an object in a medium is going to react to that medium depending on its density. So in other words, if you have like a piece of wood, you can drop that piece of wood in the medium of air and it will fall to the ground. However, if you drop that piece of wood on a bunch of water, it could float. It will be on top of the water. It won't sink down into the bottom because it's not as dense as water is. Water is more dense than that piece of wood.
Right.
So you can see when you change the medium or the object, it will have a different reaction within that medium. The object will.
So this is about air?
Well, currently that's the medium that you're in. But if you change the medium that you're in, your body will react differently to that medium. Like if you go into a body of water, right? You jump inside of a pool, your body is now different than the medium of air. Whereas in the medium of air, you could stand on a scale.
Can you explain to me, God? Because you might have, but it might have just passed by me.
What?
The medium of air. What is the medium of air?
What you're breathing right now. What you're breathing right now.
I just joined this server. Just came in the conversation.
That's fine. Just listen. Sit down and listen. All right. So right now you're breathing the air, right? That's a medium. You understand?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
What
do you mean? Well,
air consists of oxygen and whatnot, like different compounds, right?
That's fine. That's fine. It's still a medium. Yes.
What is the, like, when you use the word medium, like what is that referring to? Medium. Median or medium?
Medium.
Okay. What does that mean, medium, in this context?
Well, it means the thing that an object is submerged in. It's submerged in a different type of medium.
Oh, so can I break it down like the way I and tell me if I'm right or wrong?
Okay.
Like, just we're like suspended in there. Like, I guess, say if you were in Jello. And
not suspended, but I get what you're saying. Not suspended, but
okay. So air is like Jello, eh?
Yes.
I guess. Okay, I get it.
No, I get what you're trying to say, but yeah, you're inside of the thing that you think you're like. Imagine yourself inside of like Jello or inside of water, or it doesn't matter. Whatever that thing that you're inside of, that's the medium that you're in. So
okay, and that's what's keeping us down.
No.
Oh
no.
The fact that you're denser than that medium is what's keeping you down.
Okay.
So if you were lighter than air, then you would rise, but that's not the case because of the way.
Even on a round Earth, that's the same. The same things apply. If you're lighter than
different. No, in the globe Earth, they're using the idea that gravitational effects happen. That's a layer of complexity that they're adding to what is apparently known by us. So here's there's a cause and effect of what we see in nature, right? You see the effect of things being on the ground, right? And if you pick a rock up and drop it, you see like an effect. But there's a cause, what people say is ascribed to that effect. They're going to say that the earth is pulling that rock down to the ground or pushing it down to the ground or whatever they're saying. You know, time and space is being warped and distorted, and the rock is being put into the ground by gravitational forces, right? So that's the idea of the earth being a globe. But what we're telling you is that simply it's an object and medium relationship. The cause for what gives things the propensity to stay on the ground is something that is unknown. Nobody knows that. The cause for that. However, in the earth that's a globe, they're proposing that they know the cause and effect as an idea, as a theory. Right? The theory that they say is happening, what's causing the effect of things being on the ground is the fact that time and space is being warped and distorted, and it's causing a gravity well. And that's why that gravity well is pushing things down onto the earth. Currently, right now, that's what they're basically saying on that.
So, in a flat Earth, is there even such thing as gravity?
No, it's like gravity. Okay, listen to this. Gravity is a term that's tied to a cause and effect relationship that I just told you. Cause and effect, right?
All right.
So that's when you say the word gravity, it's both of those. So when you say, well, if I was to tell you, can you show me what gravity is? You'll say, well, yeah, I just pick up a rock and I drop it. And then I would ask you, what causes that effect? Then what would you say?
What causes the effect of the rock falling?
Yes.
Gravity.
Right. You see how it's the same word?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be different?
So gravity causes gravity?
It's circular because there's a cause and effect relationship, and you're just telling me what you see. Now what you see is also
so you're asking what causes the rock to fall down.
Hold on, I'll let somebody take point. I got to do something.
Oh.
Yeah, so like AB said, does somebody else want to take it over?
I was just going to ask him. So what is the Because he's thinking about it correctly. Like, what is the mechanism? What is causing that to happen? Like, you can't just say gravity. Gravity's just the word. Like, describe what's happening. Like, exactly how is it functioning? How is the rock moving towards the ground?
I don't think I'm educated on this, but you know what? Like the way I perceive it, like it pulls, right? It's pulling to the center, and you know, I'm sure you've heard of like.
Can I ask a question? The rock was on the ground, okay?
Yeah.
Is it rock moving? Is it doing anything?
No, because it's a rock.
Okay. Now, when you move the rock, are you moving the rock through the jelly or through the water or through the air?
I don't know what a jelly is, bro, to be honest.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You take the rock. Who caused the motion of the rock?
Me.
You are the cause, but that means you took the rock, you moved from the position, and now you want to drop it in the air. And rock, it's more dense than air. Is that correct?
Right.
You are causing the drop because you will drop now.
Yeah, that's fine, Sasha. We want to get them to the point where he understands the difference between what the globe Earth is proposing and what we're saying. So we want him to understand the difference. I get where you're going, but he needs to understand the difference of what it means.
Well, AV, just if I can quickly, because he said it's a pulling, right? And that's what was once adhered to. That was what the so-called experts thought was true, until in relatively recent modern times, when Einstein proposed his theory of general relativity. Now, modern theoretical physicists think that it's because of the curvature of space-time surrounding mass. So that's what they go with now, rather than a pull. They've kind of steered away from that Newtonian thought that it's a pulling to the center of something.
Yeah, can I say something?
But I'll let AV continue on if he can.
Wait, can I say something to what you just said? Like, you guys know how there's I'm gonna be talking in the spherical Earth. I'm sure you guys heard that there's layers, right? The very core is like lava, right? Whatever, and then it goes like dirt, rock, whatever the fuck, right? There's just so much layers on Earth, right? That the gravity's not the strongest thing. If the Earth was, say, didn't have as much layers, I think the gravity would be stronger because it's pulling. Because the spherical Earth doesn't exist. All right, well, I'm just giving like the way I'm perceiving it. All right, bro.
Let me ask you this. Based on your understanding of gravity, does gravity require the Earth to be a sphere?
Well, so it's pulling from every direction, right? And
right.
Every direction. So it's pulling and it creates the Earth, right? Like, you know the Big Bang Theory, right?
So does it require the Earth to be a sphere?
Because the gravity pulled it in. Pardon?
Does it require the Earth to be a sphere?
Well, if
the idea of your gravity
from all angles, 360 degrees, right? Because the gravity, it's pulling, right? It doesn't.
Right.
It's gonna take on the shape of all the sides it's gripping from. You know.
Does that make the Earth a sphere?
Yeah.
So if the Earth is a sphere, that means it has to be curving, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if the Earth is curving, then that means it should be measurable.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Well, if the Earth is curving, it should be measurable. And if the Earth is not curving, then it's what?
Like we said earlier, flat. So if the
Earth
is flat,
hold on. So if the Earth is flat, everything that's tied to the idea that the Earth is a ball is completely wrong.
Nope, that's not true.
Who said that?
I said that.
All right, well, wait your turn, and we'll go over that.
Can I just add one thing, then I'll stop talking?
Go ahead.
So you guys say the Earth is flat. Is there a certain shape, or is it just like it's just flat?
What is the shape of flat?
Well, the way I assume that the Earth can be flat is a pancake.
What's the shape of flat though? Like, can you tell me all the shapes that belong to flat?
2D, 2-dimensional, right?
It's just the surface, right?
Pardon?
Like there could be something underneath the surface, and we don't know the depth of that under the surface, right?
So why haven't we tried to go down?
Because we can't go further than 9 miles.
So
the largest hole we've ever dug is like just under 9 miles.
Okay.
And
so what does that mean? The Earth is not flat? Then is it like a cylindrical shape?
No, it doesn't mean anything. It just means we can't go past 9 miles. It just
Yeah,
so
no,
happens.
listen, it's 7.6 miles.
Hold on, Jen.
7.6 miles.
Okay.
Yeah, 7.6.
It just so happens that depth, it just so happens that depth that we've gone down to also happens to match what they call the depth for the Marianas Trench. So there seems to be a limit as to how far we can go down. Now, what's beyond that, we don't know.
Yeah, because like Jin was saying, pressure.
I mean, there's lots of things going on in that area.
Right.
Things are harder, more dense, hot.
So the Earth is flat, and
the surface
like
of the
a
Earth
disc.
is flat.
Do you think Earth is a disc?
No. The surface of the Earth is flat.
Okay.
It could be an inverted mountain for all we know, bro. Like,
okay, so I see. So it could even be a half sphere.
It could be a cube. I have no. It could be an octagon.
Oh, no way it can be.
I have no idea.
Fucking way.
It could be a dodecahedron. I have no idea. But the surface
So it could be a half sphere also.
The surface that we live on is flat.
Okay, I get it. So the bottom of there. Okay, I see where you're coming from now. All right. The way, if I were to accept a flat Earth, I'd say it's a half sphere.
It's not accepting the flat Earth, bro. All you have to do is go out and look, and if you see too far, you're giving evidence towards a flat Earth. The horizon's supposed to be 3 miles away from a 6-foot observer height. Go check.
I don't know. Like, I'm not really like. I mean, I just don't believe that the Earth is flat. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to understand.
But you don't have to believe it. But once you go out and check for yourself, you'll know.
I just want to like. I don't mean to be like, because I brought this up earlier, but I don't mean to be on no bullshit. But why can't we talk about how the sun works and whatnot?
Because it's not the Earth.
Okay, the Earth. Okay, let's talk about.
I don't know. You want me to tell you stories about the sun? You want me to like make up some cool?
But I don't get how the sun works. Does the sun just float around?
Nobody knows, man.
Nobody. Okay.
Can I give
so
you
it's
an
like
analogy?
back to the Apple theory, right?
Hold on.
No, the Apple theory. We can come back to the
Sasha.
Sorry.
India
Let me give you an analogy of what you're trying to do. You're like we're trying to talk about your house, and you're trying to talk about your neighbor's house, right? Like you're trying to look at the thing that we're not concerned with. We're not concerned with the sun.
But the sun concerns us.
And what
like
how does
without the sun, there's no life on Earth.
Yeah, I mean that's great, but how does it inform us as to what the Earth is?
Because it's what's it called? It wraps around us, like it goes. That's why I believe the Earth is a sphere.
How do you know it wraps around us?
Because sunset. All right, you could see the sun going down, the moon coming up.
Okay, how does that tell you it wraps around us?
Going down, the gravity, the gravitational pull, whatever the hell, it's like wrapping down.
Supposed to be spinning.
Yeah, we are spinning 80 miles per hour.
Now listen to this.
I'm pretty sure that's how it is.
Yeah, but then here hold on a second. A sunset, the Earth, in your worldview, is the sun isn't moving; it's standing still, and you're falling backwards on a spinning ball.
And gravity's keeping me still.
How do you know any of that?
How do I know any of that? How do you know the Earth is flat? It's like the same question.
Because when you watch that sunset, all the Earth that goes to all the seawater that goes to where that sun is completely flat.
So where does the sun go? Like, does the sun just? Okay,
Just
I know you
moves.
guys don't like the sun.
The sun
but
just moves, like, bro, the sun just
just moves
moves
through-
just the way you see it, right? Flat Earth is what you see is what you get. We don't imagine what it could be. We go, hey, the sun moves because it is moving. The Earth looks flat because it is flat. It's pretty simple.
Okay. This can be boiled down to like borderline delusion.
But
I don't mean to be.
Now, bro, so if it looks flat and you say it is flat because it looks that way, that's delusional?
Well, I like to use the thing.
Are you serious? That looks like my mom. I'd be delusional to think that's actually my mom.
Idiot, what will be if it looks curved?
Wow, dude.
Pardon? Sasha?
It looks curved. If you're watching something and looking curved, how we will call that?
If I'm watching something and it looks curved, is that what you just
what
said?
would you call it?
If I'm watching something that looks curved, I'd call it curved.
And why something what called flat, what you looking flat, do not call flat. What looks flat?
No,
You're
if I was
calling
looking
that-
at something flat, it's called flat, or it did be flat.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so why
Yeah,
do you
we
think
have
it's
that
curving?
in reality. We looks outside and everything looks flat. Now, if something is curving, it should to be proof for that. You can measure it.
Am I allowed to send a link into the chat or no?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
Let me ask you this,
This
amphetamine.
server has its own limitation. Hold on. This server has its own limitations on posting images, so if you can't post
No,
that,
not images. A
because of the
link, a
server,
video,
not us.
YouTube link.
Yeah, I was just going to make the analogy. You know, we're talking about the Earth, and you want to talk about everything in the sky.
No, I just
kind of hold on. It's kind of similar to like, you know, if we said, hey, your girlfriend's a dude, man, that's Adam's apple, penis, the whole shebang, and you say she can't be a dude. Look at all the beautiful women around me. That would mean
if she has a dick. If she has a dick, then it's a guy.
Yeah, but you're not looking at your woman. You're looking at everybody, all the other women that are out there.
I don't get it.
He's saying you're looking at the other women to figure out what if your girlfriend's a woman.
No, I would just check. I would just check.
You would check your own girlfriend.
Yeah, so
if I
okay,
tell
we're
you the
gonna do
Earth
that. We're gonna do that. So no, that was good, Sheepdog. We're gonna check. Is the Earth curving? Let's just check. How about that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Watch
so
that
instead
video.
of looking at Mars, instead of looking at Jupiter, instead of looking at the sun, the moon, we're gonna check the Earth.
I saw you're
And
here.
no
to
one's gonna
troll.
look at your video.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're here to troll, dude? Is this
No,
like
I'm not
your,
sure.
Hail
Yo,
Mary
if
troll?
I was here to troll, why would I be here with this?
Then
long?
why did you post that video?
Because that's like
Because you're
such
here
a
to troll.
common
I hear
video
you
to refer
giggling,
to.
dude.
I'm giggling. Okay.
Giggling, yeah, giggling.
Oh,
if I was trolling, like, why would I be in here for so long?
What does that video show exactly? What do you think that video shows?
Like it says, and they even showed like the water level thing. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know.
what does
'Cause
it
like I
show?
said when I first joined, when Jin greeted me, I
Have a
told him,
problem answering straight questions, man.
"Go ahead, tell me. I'll answer your question."
I'm asking you. You posted the video.
Yeah.
So
What
is
is in video?
What can we learn from this video?
That the Earth is curved. That the Earth is round.
Okay, how does it show that in this video?
I mean, if you watch the video, it'll tell you.
I've seen it.
Did you watch?
You're
did
going
you
to tell
watch?
me though how this in this video showed you that the Earth is round.
Well, the video's the video.
Yeah,
Did you
what
watch
does it
it?
show,
I know the
dude?
people that were personally involved in the video.
Yeah, we like, dude, this is funny.
Really?
So
Yeah.
I'll ask you questions
cool.
about it. Did they
Yeah.
use a laser or a flashlight?
Flashlight.
Okay. You just read that? Someone DMing you?
No.
Okay.
I saw the video.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so how many boards did they use?
Let's see. 2? 3? How many boards did they use?
Yeah, okay. What was the distance?
17 per, like the gap, 17 feet, like each gap.
17 feet was each gap?
Yeah.
No, the gap. So you're fumbling because somebody's feeding you information.
I don't study the
or
video.
You're skim reading some website because
I'm looking at the video as we
17 feet is
speak.
how much drop is there was supposed to be over that distance.
Okay.
So over a 1.6 kilometer distance or whatever distance they used, there should be 17 feet of drop Okay? That means if you take a flashlight and you shine it through the holes, which isn't possible anyway, but let's pretend it is, and you shine it between the holes, right? Those holes should be misaligned and you shouldn't see the light. Well, you got the problem that it's supposed to be 17 feet under the curvature of the Earth, and how are their arms 17 feet long? I don't know. Okay? That's why I'm asking you what this video
Raising it up.
shows.
Well, length of your arms doesn't like tell you nothing.
Yeah, because they lifted it up over the boards, right? But they have to lift it up over the curve of the Earth to see the flashlight. That would be 17 feet. So I'm asking what this shows. This video doesn't show anything. Want to know what this video shows?
What?
It shows a hit piece. Because you know that part where he says, that's interesting? That didn't happen in that chronological order. He had said that about something else 4 hours before, and they videotaped him that, clipped it, and added it to the end of that. To make it look like
he's looking down at the camera.
Shit, I got
He's
caught.
looking down at the camera saying interesting.
Yeah, but that part when he said that, he did say that part. That's interesting. He didn't say it at that time in sequence of the experiment.
But he's looking at the camera with the experiment.
Hold on, bro. He said it before they even did the experiment.
It's edited for your viewing
you know
pleasure,
what selective
bro.
editing is?
No, yeah.
Yeah. So I can clip you saying the word yes, and then I can just ask you, did you eat dog feces for breakfast? And I just clip in you saying yes. Even though you said yes before that. I could say, hey, can I ask you a question? You say yes. I go, did you eat dog feces for breakfast? Then I clip that yes, stick it at the back, and then it sounds like you saying you said yes to that. That's what they
logical person would eat dog feces.
What? You think the world is filled with logical people? Come on, dude. The world is not filled with logical people. Anyway, the point is that video, first of all, there's so many problems with the test. Even if that was the result, there's all sorts of problems. Okay?
Okay.
But how about we have laser tests of 25 miles?
25 miles where?
25 miles across a lake in Europe called Lake Isomir.
A lake. Where?
Well, it's a saltwater lake.
Water level is supposed to always be flat, no?
Well, it used to be connected to. It's in the Netherlands, so the Netherlands is a very low-lying country.
Why don't you do it on ground?
You got me finished.
All right.
So what they did was they blocked off one of their fjords and turned what was connected to the ocean into a saltwater lake. Okay, and it's like kind of like a resort lake. So they went there with a laser and an aiming device and meteorological stations, meaning they measured the weather conditions at both ends of the lake, and did two sets of laser tests, 3 and then 3 weeks later, and they beamed the laser 25 miles. Now, in 25 miles, the Earth is supposed to be curved down away from the laser 420 feet. That means the only way you should be able to see the laser is being on top of a 42-story building. 42-story building. Got it? That's the only way you could see the laser. Well, they saw the laser when they were 4 feet above the water level. Right? This is 2 orders of magnitude difference from the prediction versus what was observed. This isn't the only one. And like I said, they did it. They did it 3 times and then 2 times 2 weeks later. 3 weeks later. And other people replicated this. So you're showing us a 1.6 kilometer fucking experiment Netflix hit piece. I'm sorry if you don't take it
serious. It wasn't my video. I mean, that's just a video like everyone's seen to disprove the flat earthers.
It doesn't disprove. It doesn't prove anything.
But that's what people refer to, and that's what I refer to.
How does it disprove flat Earth? Just explain it to me.
I just showed the curvature, and then the guy's like,
explain how it disproves flat Earth. Explain it to me in words.
It shows the curvature. What else do you want me to say?
Explain, but how does it show the curvature?
They cut the boards, they shine the light, and the light didn't go through to the final board.
They cut the boards, they shined the light didn't go through, therefore curvature.
Yeah.
Does he think that the flashlight is making a beam?
They cut the boards, they shine the light.
Light travels in straight lines.
Cool. So just remember you said that. So what would happen if the boards are misaligned?
Then they're misaligned.
Yeah, if they're misaligned, the holes, they're misaligned. They're not lined up with each other in a straight line. Would you see the light?
I mean, I doubt.
Would you see the light?
Because it wasn't
Would you see the light?
the
Yes
flat
or no?
earthers are the one
Would
that
you
did
see
it,
the
so-
light last? Yes or no?
If they were displaced,
Yeah.
probably not.
Oh, really? So if they're not lined up in the first place, it would never
Well, how do
happen.
you know they're lined or not lined?
That's
Were you
your
there?
problem. You're the one that think it proves
Oh,
curvature.
Okay. Right.
That's right. Ask you how it explain how this proves there's curvature, and it doesn't. That's why we just discard it out of hand. The distance isn't even long enough to even be authoritative. They also did it on land. Did you know that? They didn't do this on water. For all you know, this is a sloped area. It's a canal. Go ahead, Amy. You gonna say something?
He answered. Yeah, he answered his own question. Like, how do you know? Yeah, how do you know it's displaced? He was asking the same thing you were saying. How would you know it's displaced? You're just assuming it's curved.
Yeah.
Displacement could just be they suck. When they did it, they just suck, or they're on a slope, and they
Okay,
just
on the
measure
flat Earth, how
the center of the
does,
circle.
can I ask
Like
a
say they
question?
measure the center of the circle 4 feet above the surface of the ground, right? But they're on a slope. That's not going to be aligned.
I see what you're talking about. Honestly, okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't prove curvature. It's not even close to proving curvature. The experiment couldn't have worked anyway.
So then,
because
if they're
of
on a
what's called
flat ground, then
diffractional
obviously
light.
you're going to see the light. It doesn't matter where you are because there's like the ground's not even, right?
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah, bro, you got to think about something that's
not
even
the
more
only problem.
What's even more curious is that you're actually pulling up a video about this, and you didn't actually go to academia, like some kind of educational resource. You actually went to the internet meme to pull out evidence that the Earth is a globe. How amazing is that? That you have to go look for a meme instead of academia.
You
didn't think about that?
That's the first video that comes to my head.
Yeah, but why? But why though? Why can't you think of something academic that would have disproved flat Earth? Why not something that will show
Yeah,
a
the
professor
one that
showing
they
that?
taught you in 7th grade or 8th grade or 9th grade
yeah,
or
I mean,
in
like-
college.
I mean, you
Why?
guys don't want to talk about like the suns and whatnot.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Why weren't you able to produce something academic instead of this internet meme?
Because I don't know, like these videos about disproving flat earthers or anything. Because I don't look into.
No. Why aren't you finding something academic? Something
Because
with
that's the first video that comes to mind. The first video that I referred to when disproving flat earthers.
That's the point. That's the point. So you don't think it could be a meme? Because that's the way it's presented, like a meme.
Well, I think
Why
it's a meme
couldn't it be?
because it's been viewed so many times, shared so many times, to the point where people are,
the people that like you
Don't
that
cut
just
me
want to
off.
believe.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, you just want to believe the Earth is a globe, and so you're just putting this video on there like you think it's true, but you didn't look into like
I didn't post the
educational
video to
resources.
attack you, all right?
No, but you are doing it because you have this cognitive bias towards the Earth being a globe, and you don't
Yes.
realize that.
Okay, how do tsunamis work on a flat Earth? If it's all flat, why do tsunamis happen?
Jesus fucking Christ. Are you high?
Because the Earth is flat. Because it's
You think
measured.
there can't be tsunamis on a flat Earth?
Okay, how does it happen?
Let me ask you, can there be tsunamis on a flat Earth?
The moon.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
You don't know. Why are we talking about tsunamis then? If you don't know?
There's one thing. The moon. The moon. The moon causes the currents. The moon causes the waves.
No, dude, I'm gonna pause that guy.
No. Hey,
You can go next. You can take your beating next.
Yeah, you go next.
Don't go anywhere. Don't run away because you can't.
He ran away. He's a pussy.
Somebody else wants to speak. They can. I don't need to be speaking all day.
No, he's here to obstruct. He's not here for any purpose. He was here the other day.
Yeah, this process that we do to an individual who's actually like, you're starting to think about things. You're realizing something, and that's when the guys come in. They try to throw their body in the middle of it so that you can find your way out. That's just the way that it works. Every time we get somebody to this point, the endless trolls start coming in here, trying to intervene for you. We don't want that to happen.
I've been here for this long. Like,
Yeah, it's good. Good. Keep going. You're about to make a breakthrough. You're about to. You're almost there.
I just don't know why you guys don't want to talk about this.
What do you think we're trying to tell you? The purpose of what we're trying to do is.
I mean, I look at it as like, somebody trying to preach a different type of religion, right?
No.
It's like beliefs. They're beliefs at the end of the day. 'Cause
No. See,
have either
Maybe
I
called
or
it out.
you've
You have
been
a bias.
out of Earth to see like what Earth truly looks like?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm just asking you. It's the way we pursue it. Like,
You're telling us we have a religious belief and you're saying shit like that?
It's perception. It's the way you look at
you're
things.
deep into the
What makes you even think you can leave the earth and look at it, dude?
You're in this cult, though. You're in this cult right now. You don't even know it. You're so deep into it. You think you can do all these magical things, and you don't even know what you can do. Yeah? Does that make any sense?
Meanwhile, you've got the reality that you directly experience for yourself. But
I mean, the only logical thing to me that would tell me that the Earth is flat is like the way planes move. Because planes,
Bro,
if you were to constantly fly straight on.
Look, let's go back to the thing. Well, why do you think we're here talking to you? Like, why do you think we're here doing this?
No, well, I joined you guys.
Do you think we're here trying to convince people the Earth is flat? Hey, man, be a flat earther, join the club. You think we're doing that?
So it's a club?
No, I'm asking you if you think we are doing that. That's our purpose. What do you think our purpose is?
To tell
why
me
is it
what
this
you guys
chat flow
believe.
every day? Why are we in here every day? Why are we in here? Do you have any opinion?
Because you guys are passionate. I don't know. You guys are
about
ambitious.
what? What are we trying to do, though? What's our goal? What are we trying to achieve?
Trying to preach about the flat Earth.
No.
No? Oh, my bad.
We're trying to fucking preach that the Earth is not a fucking spinning ball in space, and that you have a belief, and that all.
So where are we? Are we even in space?
Oh my God! So if I don't tell you some alternative idea to the first thing you heard when you were in kindergarten, the Earth's a ball. You're on a ball, bro. How do you know that you're on a ball? That is the question. That's what we're here for, is to show people.
Can I say why I think we're on a ball?
Listen, why are you interrupting? That you don't. We're here to show people that they don't actually know that, and the people they think do know that also don't know that.
Well, you want me to tell you why I think the Earth is round?
You know why you think the Earth is round? Because you watched the fucking screen. We already know why.
No, I think it's round because of the way the sun moves.
Look, bro. If nobody ever told you the Earth is a ball, when you were 5 years old, when you seen the sun for the first time, would you have go, "Oh shit, look at the sun move. Earth's a ball"? No, you wouldn't have. You have no idea.
Okay. We're at a point.
How come no one else ever came to the conclusion
all this
before that?
scientific research to where we can,
Research. That's what I'm telling you.
We can tell what shape the Earth is. Maybe
at least he admits that the sun moves, right?
Like
he's making progress.
And they didn't know, they didn't even know how to make fire. I guess they would assume that the Earth is flat. It's a good assumption because your feet are on the ground, and
it's not an assumption.
No,
it's the way you observe reality.
Well, the way gravity, the way I look at gravity pulls things, right? It pulls things from all directions. How do I know that?
How do you know gravity formed Earth into a ball? How do you know that?
Because there's gravity on Earth.
So gravity, the gravity on Earth is...
It is what it is,
Okay, I'm asking you, have you ever seen the gravity on Earth form something into a ball?
Have you seen air?
Hey, listen, have you ever seen the gravity on Earth form something into a ball?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it in movies. I'm sure you've seen the way gravity is portrayed. Gravity pulls things in, right?
In a cartoon, on the screen, we've seen it.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Then you want to ask me a question like that? Have you seen air?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where?
All you gotta do is watch air. All you gotta do is see heat coming off a road, dude.
Heat coming off a road.
Or when you're in the
we're talking about temperature changes. That's not
when
air.
You're in the cold.
That's air, right? I'm looking at air.
Yeah.
That's steam.
This is steam, dude.
That's the same fucking thing.
Steam air. And this is the most specious.
Steam is water vapor.
Argument.
The heat contracting with the cold air, it's gonna condensation.
No, we can see the air because light moves through it differently at different temperatures. Especially when there's a severe temperature gradient, like a hot freaking road that's 170 degrees, going into freaking regular ambient temperature, which is probably 60 degrees. Yeah, we can see the freaking air. But that's false equivalence regardless. It has nothing to do with what I'm saying. What I'm
we
saying
also
is,
interact with it directly, right? In other ways, we feel it in our lungs.
yeah, I mean, flap your wings.
Nah, I don't think you can feel your lungs.
Okay.
Maybe if you take a really deep breath, but breathing, you don't feel your lungs.
Well, you can't.
If you
absolutely
felt
feel
your
them.
lungs, you'd be in
freaking lock
pain
'em up.
every day, type shit. Like,
No, you'd lock them up and you'd never be able to exhale because you'd create a vacuum by exhaling if you filled them 100%. Anyway, that's not the point.
this guy
The
isn't
point
breathing air.
is, the fact is, well, you would if you had 100%.
No, this guy in the chat just said, this guy isn't breathing air. I don't know what that means. I don't know if he's being like literal. This guy isn't breathing
Maybe he
air.
thinks you're in the Matrix. You think that's air you're breathing right now? Anyway, the point is that we're here to show people that they have a belief that is contrary to their experience.
How is this any different from like preaching a religion?
That's how you see it. You don't feel motion. That's a fact. You see the sun move. You don't see yourself spin. That's how it is. That's what you see. That's what you experience. Now, people came along when you're in kindergarten and said, that's not the case. Earth's a ball. Look at the globe in the classroom. Yada, yada, yada. Now, people have accepted that with no evidence.
Well, I think there's more scientific evidence to prove that the Earth is
give us
round
some.
rather than the Earth is flat.
Well, can you give us some?
Like I just said, gravity. The way that the Earth pulls us
Then I was
down.
asking you, what that evidence is, right? The evidence that gravity formed the Earth into a ball, and you can't tell me. You said, why can't I see
It formed it to a ball. What else do you want me to say?
That's a
and
claim.
Also, and
We
like
want the
tectonic
evidence for the
plates.
claim.
You know
Okay,
how
that's the claim. We want the evidence for the claim.
Yeah,
So
okay.
science,
All right, I'll tell you.
brother.
You just asked me to prove. Like, what are you
Science
talking
is
about?
empirical. Science is empirical. It's based upon experiment and observation. So, if you're going to say gravity formed the Earth into a ball, you're going to need to show us gravity forming anything into a ball.
Well, I can't. I mean, gravity is like a force of itself, like a black hole. You can't just
It's
grab
not an
a black
experiment,
hole.
dude. That's not an observation. Experiment or observation.
Like, you can't just grab gravity, dude.
So you
It's
don't
like-
have any evidence, is what you're saying.
Can I grab air? Like, bro, come on.
No, what do you mean
Don't-
grab it?
Like,
no.
you're
observation,
acting very immaturely.
seeing the phenomenon happen.
Yes, you can. You can grab air with your lungs.
You know how steam?
This is
do you know how
deflection.
steam
No, this
happens?
is deflection. No, I want the observation that you're saying is happening. How Earth is. Earth formed from gravity. Observation.
Like the Big Bang, right? Two things collide into
Who
each
observed
other.
the Big Bang?
I don't know. Who observed the Earth being flat? Why is there no pictures? Why is there no like physical copies of the?
I observed the Earth being flat. You observed the Earth being flat.
I gave you 2,400 pictures.
Yo, those pictures were just like somebody taking a picture on a cruise.
Exactly. That's what the Earth looks like, right? They were taking a cruise on Earth. Weren't they?
I guess, bro. Yes.
Where else would you take pictures of Earth from?
In space.
Oh. When's the last time you've been there?
Like I said earlier, none of us have been to space.
Imagination land. So you imagine there's
Again,
a place
none
called
of us have been
space
to
where you would
space.
see the Earth as a ball.
We
We're
can
trying to
argue
get to
that
what's
both
real.
of us don't know what the shape of Earth is.
Look,
you know
no,
that, right?
I do because I can see it.
You can see it.
Yeah, I can see it, and so do you.
No, that's it. Yeah, exactly. We're trying to get you to realize what's real.
You could see many things, but you don't choose to accept it. You know.
You imagine something might be real if you do this other thing.
I can say a plethora of things, but they might come off as condescending and rude, and I like you can see. It's just there's a layer of delusion, you know, within this conversation.
No,
and there's
yeah,
no problem
you're
with
the one with the delusion. You keep saying, "Hey, go to space." Delusion. You've never been to
When
space.
did I say, "Hey,
you
go to
have no
space"?
idea what the world looks like from space. You have no idea if space even exists as a thing.
I mean, isn't there like a live stream of, you know, like the satellite or
there?
something? Like hold on, a
You
quick
believe
Google,
that?
a quick
Look,
Google,
bro, do you believe that or do you know that? We're just going to cut through all this crap. Every time you say, "Isn't there a thing?" I'm going to ask you if you believe that or know that, okay? And you're going to tell me if you know it or you believe it. I just told you why we're here, right? To show people that they have a belief system and they don't actually have any knowledge of any of this stuff.
All right, ask me.
Okay, the Earth looks like a ball from space. Do you believe that or know it?
Believe that.
Okay. That the Earth
Show me
spins.
another one.
You believe that, or you know that?
I believe that.
Okay. That the surface of the Earth is curving, like curving into a ball, like the Earth's oceans are actually one giant ocean
Believe that.
curves into a ball. You believe that? So you have an entire okay. So you have a belief system. That's
because, like I said, I've never been up to space. I've never done the studying. I've never went up there to check. You know.
That's
the very
not
fact
real,
you
bro.
think that's how you figure it out. That itself is a belief.
So you don't think humans have ever been to space?
No.
So you don't believe in rockets? Like when people build rockets,
No,
where do they
rockets
go?
exist, certainly.
Okay, so what about, let's say, the space rover, the thing that's, going around the moon, going around Mars? What about those?
Dude, that's called delusion, right? Right there. If you want to talk about delusion, what you just said, that's delusion, bro. You're delusional. Yeah, you keep going on about things that are very delusional, and then you project onto us that we're delusional. When you're saying all the delusional shit.
When did I call you guys delusional? I never called any of you guys delusional. I said there's a layer of delusional within this conversation.
You said that what we're thinking about the Earth being flat is delusional. I think that's delusional.
I never said that. I never said. I said.
Right. And you keep talking, bro. Listen, you keep talking about. You keep talking about things that we'd have to believe, and you agree. You yourself have to believe it. You can't know it. Yeah. We want to talk about what you can know.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So let me ask you this: if Elon Musk tomorrow said, "Yeah, I launched a rocket and I put one of my tuxedo-wearing freaking bartending robots, and I sent it to Mars, and then in 6 months they sent back some." Red color filtered pictures of Earth and said, yeah, there's one of my freaking humanoid robots around Mars. There'd be idiots in here screaming, what about the humanoid robot on Mars? Because they saw it on fucking some Twitter post.
Yeah. Can I ask you guys a question? When did you guys realize that the Earth was flat?
When? Well, I mean, this is exactly when this is when I go in. Something ain't right. There was a
how old are you?
Hold on, there was a television newscast that sometimes they show weird stuff. They showed a photograph someone took across Lake Michigan of the Chicago skyline, which is 52 miles, and he said it was a mirage. And I was like, that is not a fucking mirage. That claim is horse shit. Why would he say that? So then I went and checked the freaking math on whether that was actually possible, that image, if the Earth was a globe, and it was not.
Mm.
And that was like the Chicago sky. That meteorologist created so many flat earthers because he knew it was impossible on a globe and had to make up some bullshit to justify it. Because he couldn't cope with the fact that, oh my God, maybe it's not a globe.
So how old are you?
I'm 53.
No, how old are you when you realized the Earth was flat? 53?
Probably like 10 years ago almost.
Okay. And
does that move
if you don't
the
mind me
needle
asking about your personal life, do you work?
Not anymore.
No.
Retired? What kind of toothpaste do you use? Do you like orange juice? Do you like maybe milk? Let's see.
What does it matter?
What's your favorite TV show?
I could fucking clean toilets. It wouldn't matter. That would be a genetic.
No, I'm just curious. Out of curiosity.
Yeah, I'm just saying I could do anything. Okay.
Well, can I say something here?
Let me say one more thing. So the personality characteristics of a person has nothing to do with the truth of what they're saying. I could be a fucking psychopathic schizophrenic on crack, and I can still say true things.
Right.
Okay. So it has nothing to do
I
with
wasn't
me.
judging. I was just genuinely curious
it's not about. I'm just saying these things are like deflections, in my opinion. Talking about deflections from the truth of the claim, dude. When you talk about the person who said it, who cares who said it? Hitler could have said it. Freaking,
So okay, no, that's where I say you're completely wrong. Because you ever heard of the boy who cried wolf?
So Hitler can't tell the truth?
You ever heard of the boy who cried wolf?
Yeah,
if somebody's continuously lying, right, and they actually say one thing true, you're not going to believe them, right?
Yeah, I understand the story, but that doesn't mean what they say isn't true.
Yeah, but you
missed the whole point of the story.
Oh
the whole
my
point
god!
of the story was
you guys are blowing my shit. Like,
yeah, you look at this is where you brain fart a children's tale. That story affected both sides.
No, because he's saying it doesn't matter who it comes from. Sure,
it doesn't.
The truth of the claim doesn't.
Aired, even if
then
the
why?
boy said
Okay,
otherwise. Because now the boy cried wolf, and the people weren't prepared, and you had a catastrophic failure.
Right.
Had they just been like, okay, that's the boy who cries wolf, but we'll still be prepared. If anything, it's a battle drill. It's a rehearsal in case the wolf does show up. But they got complacent. There's the other side of the story. See, inside your worldview, you weren't able to parse that out because you always appeal to an authority. In that story, the authority, the people, were never wrong. They made the right decision, even if it was the wrong decision, because they were able to blame the child. See, this is where your worldview is locked up. You need to fix it. You need to fix your worldview before you're able to participate in this conversation.
Yeah, there was the whole other side of the story too, where the wolf was crying boy, and eventually the other wolves didn't believe him, and he got to eat the boy all to himself.
Perfect. So that's the whole point. Is that they said they did a genetic fallacy. Oh, that's the kid that keeps lying. Well, if he was lying all the time, and he has that reputation, therefore he can't say anything that's true. We're not going to listen to them. And they were wrong, obviously. They should have asked the little boy for evidence. That's what they should have did. They shouldn't have fucking just went on his word. That's the point of the story, is that don't take people at their word. Take the evidence. That's what we're about. We're about, hey, like T-Dub said, we want to know what we can know, and what you can know has to be based upon evidence, not upon I trust this guy or I trust that guy or this person told me or they wrote it down in the book. They flash some lights in a freaking idiot box. We need evidence. That's what we're all about here. That's why I grilled you on the Jeranism thing, because that's not evidence. That's trash.
And this isn't necessarily qualifying me to be, for anything to be, better than anyone else here or at all, right? But I have 51 years of experiencing physical reality up my sleeve. So now it's time that people start paying attention to physical reality and not what they imagine to be or not what somebody else tells them to imagine or to accept as being true that they haven't experienced for themselves.
And why should you? Who deserves that honor?
Well, these guys' worldview
bullshit to your mind. Who deserves that honor? Oh boy, I was freaking poor. We got to. What did he say? We pour the science into you. Who said that? Neil deGrasse or something?
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that. See, in that worldview, they think it's okay because defecting is worse than just accepting. That if they defect against these systems of power and control, they're going to face violence, consequences that they're unprepared to deal with. If they just accept it, then they blend in with the herd. And maybe a few of the herd get picked off, and they're okay with that because they hope if they just bear true faith and allegiance, someday government might grant them a ticket to space. And that's kind of what earlier today, we were talking to that atheist who was like really into, I refuse to accept space doesn't exist because that's where all his problems will be solved.
So let me ask you this, in the realm of science, let's just call it that for lack of a better term. If you question, say, the existence of black holes, would people get angry with you? They call you a retard?
If I question the existence of black holes?
Yeah.
Well, I've never really had a conversation with someone about black holes, to be honest. So, I've never brought up.
Okay, then let me ask.
I brought it up in this conversation.
Let me ask a broader question then.
Yeah.
Is there any scientific so-called scientific idea or fact about the world that you cannot question other than this one?
All right. Are you asking me?
I'm being serious. Can you think of one? Because I can't. I can't think of a single one. Like, the flat Earth is freaking persona non grata. You are not allowed to question the globe. You're not allowed to. It's forbidden.
The globe. Why call it a globe?
The globe idea. You're not allowed to question it. It's forbidden.
Okay.
You can question anything else. Remember, they tell you in school, there's no dumb questions. Science will just answer any question.
I believe in
it's all kumbaya. We're just about inquiry and research, and there's no biases. There's no personal fucking feelings involved in any of it. That crap, right? Till you say the Earth is flat, then they all flip out.
Yeah, India. What about the 6? And I don't want to say the rest of the numbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's something else that could land you in jail. So there's one you can't argue. That's forbidden almost.
That won't land you in jail in any of these countries, but that what he was just alluding to, I think, will, right? In some places. Is there a law in the books to say that the Earth is flat? Might end you up with a fine or prison sentence?
No, I mean, no, I doubt it. I'm just talking about.
But there is on that other subject he was just alluding to. So, to be fair, this subject is not.
Oh, I didn't really get what you're saying. Yeah, but that's different.
Are you on a model yet, or you still haven't figured that one out?
What'd you say, Mage?
You get a model yet, or you haven't figured that one out?
Mage, we've decided. Oh no, some other people saved your ass. I was gonna permaban you from here because you're such a waste of space.
Yeah, but you can't because other people decided.
They decided you might be salvageable. I don't agree with them.
Worth saving.
I know. This is where we agree to disagree. See, at some point, Mage will pop his head out of his ass and understand objective reality trumps any model.
Right now,
Physical,
he's just shoving it
measurable
further
reality.
up there, dude. He's like,
Crit, you're insane. Do you guys see the DMs this guy sends me? Crit is just sending.
Yeah, you're not going to derail this, bro. You're not going to steal the
We're
line.
gonna go right back to the conversation. Yeah.
Come back. Come again. Thank you. Come again. Anyway. The point I was making was this topic is like nearly. I mean, it's okay now, but if you were around 10 years ago, this is like a forbidden topic. Okay.
Yeah.
Literally,
well, I think it's also
literally
because
the head of
social media.
YouTube got in front of Congress and swore that they were going to censor this.
Is that
yeah,
true?
that's right. They were in front of Congress, swearing under oath that they were going to censor this shit.
Man, you need to clean your dirty ass room, man.
Yeah, no shit, man.
Like these guys cracking over.
Sorry, apologies.
The only point I'm trying to make is this topic isn't like any other topic that's normally discussed. It's very it's a third rail. It's pretty crazy. And all we're trying to say is this: let's say, hey, you believe in the flat Earth? Just saying, hey, man, there's a lot of things you've been told they don't check out. We check, right? They don't check out. Don't trust us. Go check it yourself. That's all we're telling you. All we're telling you. Go check it out yourself. Now, maybe you don't care, maybe you don't think it matters, but it sure as fuck matters to someone that's spamming fucking globes everywhere. Everywhere you freaking look on the side of the bus, there's a globe. Look on the side of a taxi, there's a globe. Look on the side of a plumbing truck, global fucking plumbing. What's the globe have to do with plumbing? Not a goddamn thing. So, like, why is this shit everywhere? It's all in your face constantly. Why? Why can't you say the Earth is flat? Why is there a globe in your face constantly? Why? Because it's a fucking religion, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know, there was a time in Western civilization where there was a cross in your face all the time. Okay?
Are you religious at all?
I mean, still is.
I want to call myself religious. I'm just saying, is that people think that the globe is somehow outside of religion, that this is some sort of different human thing that we're doing, right? No, it's just like everything else. We came to it the same way. It's been built the same way, constructed the same way as we've done everything else. It's not unique. It's not special. It's just some fucking ordinary human bullshit. And no, I'm not religious in the sense that I fucking go to a church and fucking pray. But I'll just say I'm Christian for the point of this conversation. But I'm just saying, the reason a lot of people want to think the earth is a globe is because they reject the supernatural or the metaphysical. They reject that, and they want a so-called materialist atheist worldview. So they cling to that, and that's why they like the globe. But they think that idea is supported by some empirical evidence that's out there somewhere, though they can never say where. But it's really just a religion. We're trying to tell people that is actually not an exit, dude. That is you might want a materialist atheist worldview, but the globe ain't it. The globe is not supported by a material atheist worldview. It's really not. It's supported by a religious, cultist, freaking field of tradition nonsense. And from your point of view, you probably don't think that, but if you went out and tested like we have and checked out the claims against the evidence, that's what we're telling you. There's the claims, but then when you go look for the evidence that actually supports the claims, it doesn't matter what people bring up. We've been doing this 10 years. Like, oh, I got a new thing, guys. How about this? And always it just freaking ends up fizzling out. It never ends up being what they thought it was.
Actually, it always ends up being, hold on, let me Google it real quick.
Well, yeah, but then when we bring the evidence up, right, and then we examine the actual evidence, it actually is never exclusive to a globe. I mean, you know that, Sheepdog, better than anybody. Fucking globe exclusive evidence, they almost don't even know how to produce a globe. The only thing we figured out to what would be exclusive to a globe versus a flat Earth, which you can say, hey, if it's this, it's a globe, and if it's that, is whether the surface of the Earth is curving. That's it. That's the only true dichotomy in this.
Oh yeah, like even if you Google right now, like just Google, how is the Earth a globe? You'll never find like an actual science article on it. What you'll find are like magazine articles, newspaper articles. It's always propaganda. It's never the actual science and the method that's involved.
And when I say globe exclusive, I mean we have an observation, and there's a globe reason for that happening. And it only works on a globe, and it can't possibly work on a flat Earth. Now, people will say that that's the case, but they never actually demonstrate the exclusion. How, hey, this is impossible on a flat Earth, because that's an extremely difficult thing to show whether something's actually impossible. But there is something that's impossible on a globe, and that's a flat fucking surface. You can't have flat oceans on a globe. Impossible. We know that is impossible.
Okay, can I ask one thing?
Yeah.
What would the oceans have to look like then?
They'd have to curve the wall for there to be a globe. There has to be drop over distance.
It would have to be in the location that they say it's at.
That means 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet would be the horizon distance. And the surface of the Earth would drop away from eye level, or a straight line going across it. From your feet, from your eye, it doesn't matter. As long as it's like parallel to eye level, it would have to drop away approximately 8 inches per mile squared, which at 10 miles is 66 feet. So 10 miles away, 66-story building should be hidden by the curve of the Earth. Well, it should be dropped down 66 feet, right? That's the dimensions they give us. And those dimensions have to hold because they support everything else. They support the size and distance of the sun. They support the distance to all the planets, to the galaxies, the size of the galaxies, the black holes, the stars. Everything is built on this radius value. And if it's wrong, the entire heliocentric model takes a big dump.
Here's the weird thing about it, right? We talk about hidden height and what's behind the curvature, the edge of the sphere. And when we say it to people like you, like, I'm not making fun of you, I'm saying, like, this is the majority. Like, y'all don't even understand what that means.
Right.
Like, you just believe the cartoon that was shown to you. Like, you literally grew up being raised by a meme in school. They had to teach this to you at 5 years old, because if they would have told you the Earth was a sphere for the first time at like the age of 16, 17, or 18, you'd have been like, "Oh yeah, show me the fucking proof." Like, you would have already known by then.
You know, I hate to do this to you for you to be the first one, but I've been thinking about this for a while after something AB said earlier today, or maybe it was yesterday. So, amphetamine, say we just snatch somebody out of the freaking nowhere in Africa, or someone out of the Amazon rainforest that's never contacted anyone in the outside world. They've been isolated. And you
like one of those tribes or what?
Yeah, like the Piraha or one of these Amazon tribes, right? That have never contacted anyone outside. And you had to convince them, or you had to show them how the Earth was a globe. How would you show them?
This is what I would do. I would grab. I could use props or what? I'd grab props.
No, you're gonna prove it to them that the Earth's a globe. Like, how would you do that?
Okay, I'll show them how the sun rotates around the Earth, and how the moon comes up after the sun goes down. With props.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna take this dude out of the Amazon rainforest. You're gonna take a school globe and say, "Hey, look, this is the Earth, just like this toy."
No. I'm gonna show how the sun works.
How?
Like how the sun goes down, and then when the sun goes down under us to go to like Shin was saying earlier, to another country.
So you're gonna take a little light and circle it around a ball.
Yeah.
And you think that that's gonna convince them that the Earth's a ball because you did that?
Well, I'd say you're asking me how I do it, and that's how I do it. We're not gonna bash me just because you asked me.
He's gonna say a flat earther, that's for sure.
Okay.
Well, I mean, would you
who's to say he even is a flat earther to start with?
What? Why wouldn't he be?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure there's no Amazon rainforest dwelling people that were like Earth's the globe. It was invented in the West.
Yeah, and amphetamines. That Amazon tribesman has never seen any clue of a globe Earth, because he's been living in the bush. He's seen flat ocean. He has not seen curvature, so he would not be thinking the Earth is a globe at all. So what you show him, you could end up being their dinner. Be careful.
I mean, I think we're just
I'll say that you're gonna give him an idea for rotisserie, dude. He's like, "Oh man, spin that globe. That's man, you make a good rotisserie. I'll spin you like that too."
Jeez. All right. I think we've reached the maximum, bro. It was nice meeting you guys. Nice having the conversation.
As well.
Yeah.
I enjoy, to see the perspective.
Apple in your mouth, bro.
Pardon?
Yeah, you've got to come back. Okay, you've got to come back. You've got a bag full of beliefs.
Spun around.
Right, you've got a bag full of beliefs. You've got no knowledge at all. You've admitted that. You've got to come back, okay? Because can't leave it like that. Amphetamines, you're walking around believing everything, not knowing anything.
He's never asked us how to test it either.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to know.
I appreciate the enlightenment.
You not want to know?
No,
you don't want to know, do you?
He don't want to know that his girl has a penis.
No,
I don't have a girlfriend currently.
He'll be back in a few months' time, thinking we've forgotten about him. Don't worry, he'll be back.
All right, nice to see you guys.
All right,
nice to see you too. Nice. Well, we didn't see you, but nice to hear you anyway. You saw me because you can see my avatar. There you go. All right. Wow, that was interesting. That was interesting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was what, 2.5 hours plus.
Yeah,
and it started off with him.
He can keep wondering why his wife won't get pregnant.
It started off with him saying he could prove that the Earth is a globe. He had his proofs, and then it was like the planets, the gravity.
Don't get me started.
But yeah, there you are, ladies. He couldn't prove it, ladies and gentlemen.
What do you mean my wife has a penis? Look at all these other women. They don't have penis.
Gender's just a mental construct, bro. You got to get with the times.
Yeah. And that one with the wolf and the boy, and he had it all to himself. That was a good one. Never heard that viewpoint before. So it was good.
Oh, yeah, that's the way my mum used to tell me the story.
Yeah, I'm going to remember that one. That was a good. You see, that was your mum. So you. Whoa, that's 50 years ago. Oh, okay, let's say 40 years ago. Then she would be telling you that. Yeah, good stuff. Because she would have told you that when you were a little boy yourself, wouldn't she?
Yeah. She also used to get me to pull her finger. Like, I hated that shit. It was terrible.
Oh yeah. I remember that one.
So is that a new good analogy that we're going to use?
Yeah, got to use it, man. That's a really good one. That one with AB's one. Yeah, definitely as well. Definitely. That's bang on, isn't it? It's so
a weird
bang on.
non sequitur. It's a weird non sequitur, but it's funny.
Yeah. Well, it's not a non sequitur because it goes to show how they would prove it to somebody else, because that's a good one. They have to know the Earth is a globe. He had to use props. That wasn't going to do any good. He just said it. That's not going to convince him.
I mean, it's a non sequitur because, like, it's an unrelated topic, right? I get that we're trying to create the observation, like, stop looking at everything else and look at the thing in question. But it goes along the same lines as, like, well, if you can't see the curve, can you see air? Like, it's a non sequitur, right? Like, I get what they're saying when, like, oh, you can't see air, so how do you know it exists? And I get the logic that they're following with that. I'm just using it as a joke to get their mind to change direction. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a good. Yeah, it's like a lure to focus on the globe, of course. Totally understand that. But but I'm saying to you that that's actually legit. I would use that in a legit method. Legitimately, I would use that one as a question. Of course, it has the potency. Because you're saying to them, okay, if that's the case, right? I've just come out of the jungle. Haven't seen any other human beings but my own race. And you're telling me, how are you going to convince me it's a globe? Go ahead. Bearing in mind, we're doing the ooga dance there, right? Because they want to eat you up. So you better be very convincing.
They'll be like, yeah, you can explain it to me, but I'm going to hold this gun to your head just in case you screw up.
Yeah. There you go. You better be convincing, boy. You better have it right.
Earth is spinning like a barbecue rotisserie.
Yes. And then you hear them say, Obemi Sile Ayo, Obemi Soke Ayo, Kidi Ayo, as they do the dance. They're dancing for the food. We Africans, we have those songs, yeah? There you go.
Did you know how the fire only cooks one side at a time? It doesn't cook the entire thing.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. You have to rotate it, of course. Of course. There was a video that I watched very recently, and it was a carcass of cow, and they were trying to incinerate it, as in, the 60000, yeah, those group. They tried to demonstrate how it was impossible to do that, and that was just one piece of carcass, and it didn't burn. It was not working. It failed dramatically. You would still be hungry. Wasn't cooking it fast enough. So there you are, And I watched that, so I've seen what happens to a cow's carcass, massive piece, trying to be grilled, and that it takes way too long. all day. It was night. Still wasn't ready yet. Nowhere near. Night time.
And they'd be like, well, why don't we just like wrap a bunch of tinfoil around them and bury them underground for...
Oh, that's a good idea.
I know you've never had you've never had a, what do they call that? Where they bury the pig underground for 24 hours while it smolders.
We call them hungies.
Yeah, I'd like to eat.
That's what the Maoris call them, hungies.
Hungies, yeah. I would like to eat cow like that, and also fish and things like that. It'd be nice. I've seen it done, and it comes out beautiful. And I called that fine dining. You know, that was fine dining for me in the bush. Bush Tucker. Do you remember that program? Bush Tucker.
Oh yeah. A lot of stuff used to be cooked like that.
Yeah,
bread. That's the way the ancients used to cook bread.
Yeah. Fine dining, I call that. You know, good.
Yeah, there's an old Australian, colonial Australian method of cooking bread like that too. It's called damper. We call it damper. Yeah.
Damper. Right, there you are. Yeah, and when it's all ready to eat, man, now you're eating the best in the bush. Come on, man. Clean. Not so much fuss over it as well, yeah, but you're eating it lovely. The meat is falling off the bone, you know? Yeah. You're not having to tug at it. Yeah. There's something about eating outside like that. Something special about that. Compared to your table knife and forks and your bloody napkin and that, tucking it into the collar of your shirt, spreading it out. Knife and fork. Okay, waiter. Come on, let's go. Oh yeah. Cabernet Sauvignon, Chile, please. 1972. Yeah, if you got it, thank you. Oh, very nice. Can I smell the cork? Oh yeah. You know, what a lot of fuss. Yeah. Yeah, Bush Tucker, that was very entertaining, that was. Must look back on that. Look up a couple of episodes. Did you ever used to watch that yourself, T-Dub?
The Bush Tucker Man? Yeah, I watched a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And Chris Bear. What's that one called? Chris Bear. What is it? Oh, Man vs. Wild. Do you remember that one? Man vs. Wild. Discovery Channel. Man vs. Wild. Ex-British Army. Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? Drinking his own urine, right? And drinking the water from the camel's hump. And then sleeping in the camel's hump because it was in the desert. Complete desert. Open the skin up and he's in there. Bit stinky, he said, but he slept in it. You got to survive.
I thought it smelled bad on the outside.
Yeah. And he's getting in there. He was getting in there to sleep. He took out all the water, of course, drank the water, and I thought, wow, that's surviving, man. And then later on, they're eating the fucking camel's balls and the eyes and all that. Well, no thanks. No, thank you. Can you imagine that? Oh. And drinking your own urine to wash it down. Right, that's not fine dining. That's horrible dining.
Would you like another? You're like, no, thank you.
I can't get this one down. And I'm hungry. I am hungry, but I just can't keep this one down. But yeah, I learned a lot about it, surviving in the extreme. It will. If you ever find yourself into that situation, you know what is capable and what you have to do to survive.
I think that's almost common for everybody, like to think about. Like we don't, I don't know, to stress ourselves and actually like do a test run to see if that's even possible for us to actually do those things.
Yeah.
I think we should just probably wait until we cross that bridge. Like then we'll have to do that. Like I don't know. To just do it willingly like a test run, I'm not really. I don't know about that.
Yeah, he was doing it every week. Every week he was doing something like that. That's fucking mad. And even the cameraman as well, for all the angles he had to be in, he had to be ambidextrous as well. So yeah, man.
Yeah. Imagine when you'd have to talk really close to him about certain things, where you're going to be heading to, and then that bad breath that he'd be just. That'd be bad, man. It's not a good time.
It's not a good time. Yeah. Nightmares of a cameraman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he'd be like, man, that hot July night, I was just like, I couldn't stand it anymore. I thought I was going to quit. His memoirs,
Yeah, I threw up so much, I lost weight. So I can thank, the reason I'm slim and like is because of that, all that chucking up I did. That really did help me keep my weight down, I'll tell you that. That bush tucker, no thanks.
And that guy that we spoke to earlier was pretty delusional, and he just kept saying, "Oh, that's delusional. That's delusional." It's like everything he would say about flat Earth, delusional to him.
Yeah, I think he came in as he was trolling us. To be quite honest, he was.
Yeah,
that's what he was doing. He was asking my age at the very beginning, and then you guys came in and took over, and I could just watch him trolling there a little bit. Even though you were keeping it on point, he was always sliding off point. Sheepdog was taking him through, and he was looking the other direction all the time. And then Sheepdog, I think it was India. I said, "Well, don't you think everything you've said has been looking away from the Earth? You're looking in the wrong direction." Yeah. It was just trolling, But I just want to know what the sun is doing, but that's not helping the shape of the Earth, is it now? Yeah. So he was trolling there. He was definitely the delusional one, without a doubt. And he called us delusional on about 3 occasions, by the way. He was trying to get it out. He wanted to say it, but we were so polite to him in the way that he couldn't turn it into a slagging match. So he's going to come back, I'm sure. Yeah, because it would have got nasty for him. He was fighting the urge to hurl some abuse. Because it got to a point, and then someone said, "Oh no!" And then another question just stopped him in his tracks with another question. But he was almost going to go full out and start insulting us. Got to that point once, and then I popped outside, right, just to check and get the bins ready for collection. I come back, and he was still at it. I thought, "Wow, these guys are."
Yeah.
He was still trying to talk about the sun and everything.
All right. What else do we have on the docket today?
Yes. What else do we have? Who else? Is there anybody else in there? I thought there was a couple of them waiting in the wings to come in. And
well, you have. You want to jumpstart a conversation? There's Kiro-san who's in here.
Kiro-san. Oh, he's been here a few times, hasn't he, Kiro-san? Come on, Kiro-san. Have you brought your pamphlets and all your proof from the last time we spoke? Yeah. Yeah, you brought a more solid representation. You got your legal team with you, have you? Glober's legal team. They've got all the numbers and dialed in.
Do you think they would get it? Do you think they would get it together after as many times as they come in here? But it seems like every time they come in here, it's like the first time.
They're unprepared, aren't they? Every time. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They're getting. The last time they were done for contempt of court so many times. We went on holiday with the money. So have they got their case now? Bring your briefcase in, set it down. Let's see your legal papers. What you got?
Yeah, they're coming up broke every time. It just seems like you wish that they would actually want to try harder, perhaps bring some material in here, something, You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we get nothing every time.
Like I said, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's just like the guy, he was pulling up, behind the curve with journalism. It's like, I mean, we all know what that is.
It's a hit piece, wasn't it? Come on.
Yeah. And it's
2018. 2018.
I always say, man, what's funny is that they would bring that up versus putting something forward that from academia has,
Yeah. When they did that hit piece, shortly after that, they said that the moon was in Earth's atmosphere. And when I heard that, I was just stepping out of the 7-Eleven, sunny day, stepping out of the 7-Eleven. I got my lunch, and I'm hearing that as I'm walking across the road to go home. This is what I said. Bloody hell, talk about. I shouted it out. Talk about moving the goalpost.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I
a
mean?
literal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But can I ask you guys? Do you believe in the moon landing or no?
Yeah, no, we don't accept the moon landings. We don't accept it at all.
Yeah, Alex, you got to think about something. Things that are self-evident shouldn't need to be explained or believed in.
Well, because you guys believe there's a firmament, right?
No.
Or is it only some of you?
No, it's firmament denotes something very specific, and I think that's why maybe it's malformed. You're asking, are you talking about a containment?
Yeah, that's what a firmament is.
Yeah, how do you know that's what a firmament is?
Because the two words are synonymous in this context.
No, they're not.
Well, both of them prevent you from accessing a outer part of. Well, you guys don't even believe in space.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on a second. How do you know that?
Because that's what Daddy NASA told me.
Okay, you're just if you want to turn it into an internet meme, you can do that. But I don't got
you're
time.
hard to take serious. That's why I'm not engaging in good faith. You're like a
yeah,
clown.
you should engage in good faith if you actually want to be taken seriously.
You're just trying
and
to
be an
get like
intellectual.
debate bro points or something. I'm trying to have a real conversation.
Yeah, the real conversation starts when you realize that you have a position. It doesn't start with firmament, dude.
Did you notice that I asked you what your positions were in good faith, and you gave me no answers?
No, you said. Oh, so you guys, do you believe in firmament? That's what you said.
That's right. And then you said, "Do you mean containment?"
Yeah. And what did you say?
And then I said
it's
the
the
two
same
words
thing.
are synonymous, so you can answer.
No, it's not.
Doesn't
It's
matter.
not. It's not. What does firmament mean?
Let's go with
What does
containment.
firmament mean?
Let's be adults. Let's go with containment.
Okay.
Do you believe that there is a containment, or do you not believe that? Just curious.
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Cool. So then you don't believe in the moon landing, and I actually agree with you.
Wait a minute.
I
No,
agree with you
Wait,
there.
wait. You said I don't believe in the moon landing based on the containment?
That's right. You can't go to the moon if you're in containment, right?
Yeah, so what the problem that we're having is you're trying to link one to the other. What I want to know is like if we say that moon landing isn't real, what would be the basis of that? You're just ascribing something arbitrarily because you say so.
No, it's not.
You didn't
arbitrary.
ask us.
It's actually the opposite of arbitrary because the
you should
logical
tell me
deduction that if you're in a containment means you would not be able to go to the moon because you're just
how do you
within
know
the
that?
realm of Earth.
Did you
is
hear
completely
Jen?
logical. It's not
Earlier,
arbitrary.
listen, dude.
I know
listen,
you'd like
Alex.
to believe that, but that's not
Alex,
the case.
Alex,
it's simple logic.
You just heard Jen talk about that. They said that the Earth was, the moon was in the Earth's atmosphere just not moments ago before you entered. Didn't you hear him say that?
That's right, and he's a different person, so I have to ask you specifically what your beliefs are because he's not you. He doesn't represent you, right?
Let me put it this way. What if all the things
I would hate to wake up every day and be as
are you
going to
go on and on and on with your meta, or are you going to listen? All right, you're going to go.
That's a pity. That's a pity. Yeah. Never mind.
The problem is though, like with guys like him, is that they want to tell me what I'm saying, and I don't like that. Maybe he should listen to what I have to say about it. If I'm going to say I disagree with that, or I say that's not the case, then listen to me what I'm saying. He's like, no, well then, just because you said this, then it's this other thing. No, wait a minute. Like you're just giving me what you think I'm telling you. You can't just say that and then move on.
Yeah, you can't assert our position and say this is what it is, and you could be wrong. So you've got to hear it from the horse's mouth, basically.
Yes, you can. All you've got to do is cry that you're here in good faith and your opposition is not. He did that so he can say whatever he likes.
Yeah, that's the gold pass right there.
Welcome, Matrix. Welcome.
Well, no, and I guess what I'm saying too is like I'm not agreeing that the moon landing was real. It's not what I'm saying, but it's within reason to say that somebody could think that the moon's within the boundary of the Earth and maybe achievable, but it's not a part of the argument, because then I would say I could deconstruct the moon landing from any position of like, how could they logistically go to a location that is not even like attainable? Like there's no proof of that, right? Especially within the globe paradigm and saying like how far away it is and such like that. Like you could just debunk it on multiple levels. But just for him to just carte blanche say that it's just the way he's saying it is, no, it's not going to fly.
That's right.
I won't allow it. I won't. So good faith, my ass.
Yeah, he should have said, from what I understand, you flat earthers don't accept that the moon landings were a real event. That's what he should have said.
Yeah, it's malformed the way he said it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because if I was going to say that, that's what I would have said. From what I understand, you flat earthers do not accept that the moon landings was a real event. In fact, you're saying it was a hoax. That's absolutely correct. We don't accept what NASA's telling us on the grounds that it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. On those grounds alone, we shut it down. You see?
Yeah, I mean, I would go, and as a matter of fact, because he's trying to like just pin it on us that just because this is like we're saying firmament, and the idea that the moon landings cannot be a thing that is achievable, I would just say, well, how would you link the two? I want him to critically think about what he's saying, not just say them and think that we're just going to agree with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. You're looking for his intention. Yes. What does he mean by what he's saying? Yeah, of course, totally understand. But that's what I mean. Like we're like lawyers here. You understand? It's like a court. We approach it like a legal thing. We have to, because Flat Earth has won twice. We've won twice in a court of law. The globe was failed to be proven in a court of law, so we can use that theatre and carry on here. Beautiful. I love it.
It's a people's court.
Yeah, exactly. It's a people's court. And as I'm a very special case, because I like the plumbing, I also, on the grounds that you can't go to do a number 2 or number 1 properly in space, well, that also shuts down the mission. Okay? The call of nature, as you call it, ladies and gentlemen.
The second court case. I know the first one. I can't remember his name.
Zen Garcia.
Garcia, right. But I don't know. What's the second one? Out of curiosity.
Weren't they both held by him?
Yeah, I think they were both held by him. There was one that's in America. No, there was one in the Americas and there was one in Britain. There's one in Britain and one in America. And it's great. Now, we are the champions. And that's what we are, ladies and gentlemen. And we operate much the same as the law courts. And like I said, whatever you build upon a false premise in a court of law will and most certainly be deemed null and void. Null and void.
Yeah, I'm gonna add to that, Jen. Being that we hold like an evidentiary hearing, when people submit their evidence, right? You have two sides, and one side's going to submit their evidence is what we're asking for. Go ahead and submit their evidence. So we're asking for that. They submit their evidence. We weigh that out. Is this evidence of the claim that they're saying? We weigh it out. We don't just say, okay, well, it's not that. We weigh it out. When it's weighed out, it's found not to be evidence. So we dismiss it. So we cannot accept it as evidence of the thing that they're trying to prove. So they can't prove it if they don't have the evidence to back it up. So that's why
it's not leading to proof, is it? It's not proof in the end. They drop an evidence, but it's not proof.
The evidence doesn't lead to the proof. So even if they submit it, we can dismiss that evidence. No, that evidence doesn't lead to the proof that you want, which would be that the Earth is a globe in any way. So just like a good court, we would have to weigh it out, see if it has any merit, and then if it doesn't, then toss it out of court. Nope, sorry, you can't use that. There's no way.
Next applicant, please. Next case.
Yeah, and I guess they would take the position of the defendant. They're defending the globe, right? So they would have to be bringing their best, their A game.
Yeah, that's what I said. Their legal team. Bring the legal
it's like,
team in.
and it's funny that we kind of put it in like the court scenario type of viewpoint.
Yeah,
because I feel like that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's what we were doing before. That's what we've done recently in recent days, and I've been enjoying it, especially with your line of questioning. And the other guy that I like that does that is 20 Cups. I call him the attorney. That's his nickname that I've given him. He's the attorney because he does have the attorney approach. I do like his approach as well. 20 Cups, and also what's his name? Sheepdog or dog sheepdog. Yeah, he's good. He's really good as well. Yeah. So the line of questioning is very legal the way you do it, and it brings legitimacy to the debate, the discussion, the questioning. We want that. We want that legal legitimacy. That's what we want because at the end of the day, that's the best arena. A court of law. Let's have it out. Both groups, both parties. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
The judges decided.
Usually, when people speak, they're a bit relaxed with their words, and it's a bit more colloquial, and they don't have to worry about things like the word science. But in this particular realm, everything that we say is like held up to the highest of scrutiny. So whatever we say, it means something, right? Like the word level, like the word science, like the word experiment, everything.
Right.
So we can't just say those words. We can't just say those words and then just keep walking forward and then expect the other party to understand what we're saying. If they don't have the meaning, then they can't get the context.
Right. So it's heavy scrutinization everywhere. Every letter of every word they're using. Scrutinization. They don't like that. That's why they keep asking, do you live your life like that all the time? Well, really, yeah. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I don't
think about it like this.
Yeah.
When it comes to a truth claim is such like the Earth being a globe. If they start off with the word if the Earth is a globe and yada yada, whatever it is that precedes that, then we're gonna have to find out why did they use the word if. Wouldn't it just be an is statement? Like it is. The Earth is a globe because of X, Y, and Z, or whatever the case.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be if the Earth. Yeah, so if denotes a suggestive connotation, meaning that it could be. So we don't want that.
No, we want affirmative in the sense, and they can't do that. Because when they do, they lack the evidence. They say it in affirmative sense, they lack the evidence. And then you'll hear a documentary, for example, ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear a documentary, and the first 60 seconds, it's stating there have been many evidences that have been put forward for the claims of the globe. But those evidences are not proof. And then you hear a guitar lick coming in straight away, and you think, wow, what an opening.
Yeah, it should be those evidences do not prove the conclusion. Yeah. So I mean, the evidence should lead to the conclusion that it is, proof that whatever it is the case that they're making, for the Earth being a globe and such. But that's the problem we're having. We're never getting to that final moment where they're actually concluding that because their evidence will support the proof of the Earth being a globe. Doesn't never happen.
Yes. Well, it's like I liken it to going into an Indian restaurant, ladies and gentlemen, and I've ordered my 2 onion bhajis, keema naan, all right, and the chicken mughalai and chicken jalabrazi, and I hear all the noise in the background. I hear it in the kitchen. I hear everything going on. I can even smell the naan being cooked up and everything. And then I'm given the bill to go and pay. Not a morsel has touched my mouth. Do you know what I mean? That's what it's like. That's the globe. Okay? You hear all about it. It's in black and white. They tell you, but you don't go and find it in nature. It's not there. Same as being in an Indian restaurant, ordering your menu. You hear it being cooked, but you're only given the bill. Yes. Very, very elusive is what we're saying. Very elusive indeed. One would think it's not there, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, let the globe proponents come forward. I think Hiro-san's in the text chat trying to prove that the Earth is a globe via this long-distance observation. That he's saying that the math predicts it where it should be, so the Earth is a globe. Go ahead, Hiro-san.
Yeah, I'm not defending the globe claim. I'm defending the claim in there that says that it proves that the Earth is flat. So what I did was just took the observer, using the figures provided, I did right triangles from the observer to each mountain to see where they should be in relation to each other in regards to the observer. And when you do the math with the numbers provided, Pic Gaspard would be above the observer's horizontal, while Grand Ferron should be below the observer's horizontal. But when you look at the picture, that doesn't fit with the picture. So that's all I've said so far.
Welcome to Flat Earth Truth.
Whoa. The flat, doing the math, assuming a flat Earth. I should have clarified. I'm assuming a flat Earth, so I'm not doing the curve. I'm doing the flat Earth, straight. No curve between the observer and the two mountains. So I should have specified that. My apologies.
All right. Okay, I see what you mean. So you're measuring on a flat Earth. Well, welcome to the Flat Earth Truth. Thank you. It's not proving the globe, is it? It's not proving curvature either.
It's not proving flatness if the.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have slopes on Earth. Come on now.
Are the elevations provided not accurate then? Because the elevation is just above sea level from the observer's elevation and the elevation of each mountain.
Yeah, you're looking. You're having an issue with most long distance observations. Long distance observations also are going to include distortions in the viewing distance. Now, did you include all of those distortions within the submission of this?
I just did geometric.
All right. So, if you're trying to, or are you coming from a position that it's proving that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
No, I'm coming.
Okay, so no is the answer. No is the. Hold on a second, Kirill-san. No is the answer to that. This is evidence that the Earth is a globe. So, if it's not curving anywhere like a globe, then what else can it be?
Well, when I tested the prediction that the math would make.
No, I'm sorry. You're saying flat. I'm sorry. You're saying flat. We're not looking for that. We're looking for confirmation for your position that the Earth is a globe.
You're not willing to defend the claim of
this
the
confirmation? Yeah. Is this confirmation that the Earth is a globe?
Just doing the geometric? No.
Is this okay? So it's not
confirmation of flatness.
Okay. So hold on a second. If it's not confirmation of the Earth being a globe, then it could be a distortion in the viewing distance, could it not?
It could also be that for globe.
All right, wait. You need to answer what I'm saying. Could it be a distortion?
It could be for both.
Distance? No, because it's geometry.
That response applies to both, AV.
Okay, so then, if it is distortion that's caused in the viewing distance, is it farther than the predicted distance of geometry? Yes or no?
If you want me to flesh out the position, I can give it for both.
No, answer the question. Is it farther than the distance that the Earth curvature is predicted as? If you're on a ball,
yes.
Geometry. Okay.
Geometrically, yes.
Okay, thank you. And thereby, it's disproving the geometric claim of the size of the Earth that it should be. So that's gone. That's gone. So it cannot be that. Yeah. So you told me that it disproved the geometry of the Earth. Did you not say that?
I said, like, geometrically with no other factors, the mountain should be hidden. Yes.
Okay, so it does disprove the geometry claim of the Earth being a globe.
No, because we don't see geometrically.
No. So you're telling me
that's ignoring all of the factors.
Okay, so let's put it this way.
Involved.
Let's put it this way. In what way do we see?
You're trying to make me.
In what way? Okay, I'm going to give it to you. In what way do we see geometry then?
My point is that geometrically it doesn't match either. My point is that geometrically it doesn't match the globe, and geometrically it doesn't match the flat Earth.
I'm giving you the floor to tell me about how we see geometry on the surface of the globe.
That's not giving me the floor. That's forcing me to answer your question.
Are you going to answer that we could see geometry on the surface of the Earth or not?
Geometrically, the math doesn't work for either.
Okay, so you just thrown the globe outside of the realm of being verified. You cannot verify geometry.
By that logic, then I just also threw it out for the flat.
No, you didn't.
By that exact same logic.
No, you didn't. Because you didn't. I'm going to tell you how. Kirill-san, I'm going to tell you how you didn't disprove it. because I told you that in the viewing distance away from you, there could be distortions that could cause you to see things that are not aligning with your geometry, ideal geometry.
I can say the same for the globe.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I know that. But you,
Hold the same standard, don't special plead.
By your own admission, you said it disproves the geometry of the Earth. I didn't say that, you did.
I said it doesn't match. That doesn't mean disprove.
Yeah. Oh, well, what do you mean it doesn't match? So what are we looking for? By how far?
Because there could be other factors involved. In order for me to say it doesn't match, I would assume there's no other factors involved.
Yeah. So what other factors?
That would apply to both the flat and the curve.
What other factors are involved?
It could be anything.
No, they need.
If we're using the same logic,
they need to be specific to your claim. If you're including other factors, I want to hear what other factors are involved. Tell me.
Let's keep the logic consistent.
No, you're going to answer this.
Geometrically, it doesn't match flat.
You're going to answer this. You're going to answer this. So you disproved the globe right there. You said it again.
I did not.
You did.
That's assuming there's no other factors involved.
Okay, so what other factors are involved?
I don't have to state a factor.
Yes, you do, because you're claiming
refraction. It could be compression. It could be distortion.
Okay,
it could
that's
be
fine.
It could be miraging. It could be silhouetting. It could be a lot of things.
That's fine. Add them. Add everything that you just said right now. What could cause the geometry of the Earth to not to be
apply that same standard to the flat Earth?
I'm going to put you on mute. I'm going to put you on mute. That's going to help the conversation progress, if it needs to be. All right. So if you're telling me that you've already disproved both globe and flat using geometry, because first of all, number one, flat isn't claiming geometry. Number two, globe is claiming geometry. So if you've only disproven one in that instance, right? And if you said there's contributing factors to cause the distortion, perhaps the geometry. Yeah. I'm going to put you on mute, dude. It's simple as that. All right, continuing forward. If you're saying that there is variables that could cause a distortion that could make the geometry of the Earth not be visible, I want to know, and I need you to list off what they were, and then go ahead and provide evidence that whatever's causing the geometry of the Earth not to be visible and to be recognized per the claim of geometry, I want you to say what they are and how they attribute to us seeing farther than the geometry would allow. Now that's going to be on you. I'm going to give you the floor. No, he's still here. I'm going to give you the floor, and you need to go ahead and tell me. It's your turn.
The straight math doesn't work for flat or curve.
Okay, what other things
hold the same standard for your claiming of flatness in
We're not claiming geometry. Sorry.
The picture I replied to claimed that it proved flat. So I tested that claim.
It's not geometry. It's not geometry.
I tested that claim.
All right. So when you're saying the Earth is a certain shape, are we saying that too?
The picture I replied to did.
What shape are we saying the Earth is with that picture?
It said flat.
It's flat a shape?
It said that picture proves the Earth is flat. That's what that picture said. And that's the claim I'm testing.
It's flat a shape.
We all know. You know what it means.
I know what it means. Do you know what it means?
It would mean that sea level is orthogonically flat between both the elevation of the observer and the elevation of the mountains.
Is flat a description of a shape?
Yes.
What shape is it?
A square has flat sides. That's a description of a square.
Are we talking about
a shape?
Are we talking about a square, or are you talking about a square?
We could be talking about a side of a square. I'm just going off.
Okay, so we're not talking about a shape. None of us in here are claiming. I have a claim to shape. You think that we do? We don't.
Right. So you've established a paradigm where it's impossible to test claims against.
No.
Because you're not letting me test the claim against that made in the picture.
Your side, the idea that the Earth is a globe.
I'm not defending that side right now.
Okay, you haven't been.
I'm testing the claim.
You've actually disproved it, according to you, a couple of times. You said
by that same logic, I disproved flatness too.
No, you didn't, because we're not claiming geometry, dumbass. Flat is not a shape. How many times we got to tell you that it's not a shape?
So if I'm 2,000 meters above sea level in position A, and then I'm 2,000 above sea level in position B, your claim is that they might not be the same, like they might not be horizontal to each other?
I never said any of that. So you're adding extra things that I never said.
Right. If two things are the same height above sea level on a flat Earth, they would be horizontal to each other.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yes or no?
Where are you getting all of this? Like, are you adding some extra addendum to the?
No, I'm just going by the figures provided in the picture that was used to claim flatness.
So what? Is that disproving that the Earth is a certain size?
All right. Yes, so you're not willing to defend the claim in the picture.
Is that disproving that the Earth is a certain size? Yes or no?
No, because there could be other factors involved.
Yes. Yeah. Tell me the factors. Tell them to me right now.
By that same logic, I can say
tell me the factors, Kiro-san, or I'm gonna kick you out of this fucking chat. Tell me the factors.
We all know what they are. It could be refraction. I already mentioned it. So why are we coming back to it?
No, start with refraction. Start with that.
I'm not going to defend it. I'm not defending a claim.
Yeah, you
I'm not making one.
Yes, you are. You just did. You said
you're making me.
No, yeah, I know that.
You're going to mute me if I don't make a claim.
Yeah, you better. You bet your ass I will. And the thing that we're doing here.
So you'll force me to defend a claim I'm not making, but you won't defend your claim.
Yes,
got it.
Yes. Yeah, because flat is not a shape. Nobody said that it was.
So it's not testable.
That it was. Yeah, it is.
Okay, and I tested it, and it doesn't conform with the picture.
Yeah, how do you know?
Because I did the math. So it doesn't. The math doesn't fit the picture.
Yeah, doesn't.
So I'm
fit
asking you why not?
What are you seeing that the math doesn't fit?
Because I already clarified that when I do the math from the observer to each mountain, making right triangles using the elevation or elevation and the figures provided, the distances provided, that the farther mountain pit gas bars should be above the observer's horizontal.
Wait a minute. Time out. You're saying that in the viewing distance, everything should be geometrically, like from triangles, like that should be like perfectly aligned. Is that what you're saying?
I'm testing it in the same standard that you're testing the globe.
Yeah. The globe apparently is an oblate spheroid. It's an oblate spheroid. So
I'm not defending the globe.
Yeah, you should. You should.
Well, then you should defend the flat claim.
I don't need to because it's apparent. It's what you're using as a baseline.
If it's apparent, then what is observed in that picture should conform with the math.
No, it doesn't, because there's optical distortion in a specific distance away from you.
So you're claiming optical distortions, but I can't.
Shut up. So with a lot of distance in between the observer, the more distance you increase, the harder it is going to see for the viewer to see what's in the far distance. There's a lot of contributing factors that are going to cause an optical distortion for the viewer to see the things in the far distance. So you, however, you can't account for that because you only have a geometric shape that you're dealing with. So it's a part of what you would see on a globe, but on top of that, you'd have to figure out how you know the Earth is a globe in the middle of all the optical distortions. I don't. I can tell you there's things that are happening in the distance on a horizontal plane. I don't have to attribute anything happening because it's a ball or a cube or anything. I could just say this is happening on a horizontal plane. You have to include a ball in the mix. You understand? I don't. So yeah, you have to defend the globe because in the middle of saying that you see too farther than the Earth's curvature predicted, now you're going to have to defend the fact that you can't see the curvature predicted where it should be, according to the geometry of the Earth being a globe. So it's part of the claim.
I think you just showed how you have a different standard of evidence then.
No, it's not. Yeah. Our standard has always been the same. As you increase,
and the standard for the claim in the picture was to do a geometric prediction.
Yeah.
And then I did the geometric prediction for a horizontal plane between the 3 points of interest.
No,
that's all I did.
There's a difference. The difference is
you can claim optical distortion, but the globe can't.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Tell me what distortion is going to make the geometry of the Earth.
I'm not going to make a claim.
I'm not
going to let you force me to make a claim.
No, because this is your position, and
it's just showing that you're not willing to defend your claim.
You're a coward, and you don't want to defend the position that the Earth is a globe because you can't prove it. At the end of the day, you want to spin your wheels and talk about what you're trying to do to disprove flat Earth, but you can never lay a claim to how you know the Earth has been measured.
I'm testing a claim made by the photo.
No, you're not. All you're doing is seeing things in the far distance and then making declarations of why they're being covered up or whatever's happening in the distance and saying that it can't happen on a flat Earth. That's the only thing you're doing. That's it. But we all know with the Skunk Bay time-lapse footage that things that go off into the distance and over time, there will be fluctuations and distortions in the viewing distance, always. However, if you're going to say that it's also the globe that's including this, you're going to have to be able to tell me how you derive geometry.
You can do you have to do the same
from all the fluctuations. No, I don't, because I'm not declaring
so
that.
Thanks for admitting a different standard of evidence.
No, it's the same. It's the same.
Nope.
When
That's different.
Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's not. Because when we see distortion,
so what level of distortion pushes?
I'm going to pause you, dude.
Below when it should be higher.
All right, this is how it's going to go. Every time I talk, I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Then I'm going to let you up, and then you can say whatever you want afterwards. So when we see things in the far distance, we always qualify them with saying that whatever distortion is happening due to the factors of the day, we're going to be able to tell you. Now, you, on the other hand, you're going to have to say not only that, but also that you can detail where the geometry of the Earth is apparent. Now, we don't need to do that because that's not our claim. We're just saying that the horizontal surface, when we see across it, there's also distortions that we can categorize, like superior and inferior miraging effects, and or the elevation that we are off the ground, and we could see at an angle through that horizontal plane. Now, you, on the other hand, are going to have to at least stand up for the claim that the Earth is a globe by saying, I see all of what you're saying, everything that you're talking about, inferior and superior miraging effects, any optical distortions, and I could tell you that the Earth is a globe with the size that they say that it is. So you're going to have to tell me how you derived the geometry of the Earth from these optical distortions. That's a whole bunch of jumping through hoops that you're going to have to do that I don't. Because I'm not making a claim to a shape. You are.
The picture I responded to is making a claim to shape, and that's what I'm addressing. That's what I'm testing.
Yeah, and it's bunk. You just already said it was debunked. That there's no geometry of the Earth that you can derive from that image.
And it doesn't comport to horizontal plane either.
Now that's the only thing that you say is happening, but you can't confirm that. You can't confirm that. Because I've already told you.
By that same standard, you can't confirm that it doesn't comport to a globe.
Yes, I did. Yes,
by that exact same standard. If you hold it to the same standard of evidence you're demanding for me on addressing the flat Earth.
So can you prove it matches the globe, Karasan?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
I'm not saying it does.
He doesn't want to defend it, Matrix.
So you don't have a position then, so what are you arguing for?
I'm testing the positive.
You don't have a position, what are you arguing for?
I'm testing the positive claim made by the photo.
You're going to get kicked the fuck out of this channel, dude. If you don't take a... Here's what I'm going to do for you. Take a fucking position every time you come in here, or you're going to be a disingenuous fuck that I'm going to kick out of here every time I see your dumbass. So you got a choice to make right fucking now. Take a goddamn position, what you're saying about the Earth, or get the fuck out of this chat. You got a choice, and I'm going to let you make it. So you choose your adventure, Kiro-san. Either stand up for the Earth and
the picture provided doesn't
one last chance.
Support either claim.
I'm in good faith right now. One last chance. Are you going to hold a position that you're going to defend that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Yeah, the Earth is a globe.
Okay, now I need you to defend it with this image.
Yeah, refraction.
Okay, now I need you to tell me how refraction is not allowing us to see the geometry of the Earth where it's supposed to be. Go ahead.
Because refraction bends light down, so it elongates the horizon.
Okay, go ahead and show me the method by which you describe that's the case. I need to see some evidence of this, please.
Evidence is time-lapse photos over the water during the day can show objects rising up and down, not in
this is up in the hills, bro.
Not in relation to the tides.
That's fine.
That proves that refraction is involved.
That's fine. I need to see a method by which you're giving a specific understanding so that somebody can draw a conclusion to find out how they know the geometry of the Earth is being distorted by this, and also how they're accounting for it. So you're going to have to lay that out for the audience, please.
Yep. Thanks for holding me to a higher standard of evidence than you hold yourself.
Well, this is your claim. You say this geometry, so now we're going to go to the rigmarole.
Yeah, because you threatened to mute me, ban me from the server.
Yeah, you goddamn right. You goddamn right. I will make it a mission of mine to make sure. I will make it a mission of mine to make sure that your fucking ass, every time I see you, is gone. Every time I see, every 2 days, I will make sure you're gone. So you have either a choice to stick by trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, and I don't care at the end of this if you say you believe it is. I don't care. But you will still have to defend a position, because you can't be in here saying that the Earth is not flat and not defending your own position. That's bullshit.
I didn't say it wasn't flat. I was just applying.
Yeah, you are.
A test. I was applying a test to a claim made by the picture that I responded to.
Don't care. We're on to a different point.
Fair
so
enough.
Go ahead and tell me how refraction.
I said my piece.
No, your piece is still going. Your piece is still going. How is refraction showing?
You can't make me talk if I don't want to.
Oh, you goddamn right. You goddamn right I can. You goddamn right I can. Either that or go fucking play in another room. Go ahead. You got an option, dude. Your silence is not going to work. Your silence is not going to work. Refraction, take it from the top. Tell us how we can account for the Earth's curvature. I'm counting down. When I do this, you have your own, only yourself to blame, dude. Only yourself.
This is cringe behavior, AV.
Calling refraction to the stand.
Yeah. And the point is, he can't have a position and say he doesn't have a position. I don't have a position. I'm just here to disprove flat Earth. Bullshit, dude. Everybody that says that, they don't have a standard. So he can't disprove shit.
So, Mansky, if that picture does not prove flat Earth, therefore it must prove the globe in the context of this room. Even you could see that.
You can't say that it proves the globe without declaring that the globe exists in the first instance.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do.
It's not really proving the globe, is it?
Okay, aren't these photos, isn't this like a competition where they wait for like the perfect conditions to get these, like they can't just go out on any random day and see this far away, right?
Yeah, when you say perfect conditions, that doesn't equate to what happens in the viewing distance at that target distance. So if they're saying it was a 270 odd mile shot, do we know the fluctuations of air in between us and what we see in the distance? Anything could be possible as far as well. This is a problem, and I was elucidating that to Kiro-san when we were discussing it. So things like any type of optical distortion that occurs on a horizontal plane would be totally something that we could say that is possible. But if he's adding geometry in the mix, then how did you get geometry from things that happen in the distance that even exceeds the distance of the alleged curvature that should be obstructing the viewer and also causing distortions? How did you get geometry from all of that? Like, we don't have to get geometry because it's not our claim.
I don't think there's, well, I just came in here, but there's other ways to derive the geometry of the Earth, and they're just...
Yeah, go ahead. Try it. Pick, dealer's choice. Pick your flavor. Find out whatever else you can think of.
Well, my proof is you guys call cartoons, so we're at an impasse.
Well, if it's not something empirical, then why are you trying to submit it?
I guess, what does empirical mean?
Testable, repeatable, verifiable, and falsifiable.
I actually watched a video yesterday. That Bleh guy, I don't know if you remember him or if you guys know him.
Yeah, he comes around every now and again. Yep.
Yeah, he showed me this video yesterday, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I don't know what your response would be to this.
Hey, real quick, hold on,
more
man.
Empirical.
Yeah, just post it in a text. Is it /ban in our text chat, or is it like in a mod chat?
So, what was that, AV?
To ban Kirill-san, is it /ban, or is it?
Yeah.
I got him. I'll do it for
Yep. Thank you, mate. Thank you, Matrix. I told him, I was like, dude, choose your adventure. Like, honestly, if you're gonna back up the globe, then do it. But don't be in here just saying that you're just trying to disprove flat Earth and you don't have a position. That's as weasel as fuck.
You know, I found hot drinks are good, cold drinks are good, but lukewarm drinks I spit from my mouth.
Exactly that. Exactly that. That's right along the same thing I was thinking of, though. It's like, you're not taking a position, you know, like AK. AK is the same way. He's neither for or against flat Earth. He's just in between. He just says he is, but he's really, every time he talks, he's like advocating for points for globe. You know what I mean? Like, they want to take jabs from the dark, like off in the distance. And it's not going to work. If they're not going to be forthcoming with their position, then why are you even here, you know? At least those who advocate.
And of cowardice, they're not confident in their position. That's why they don't do that. Yeah.
So Mansky, so your video starts off with like explaining how we're told from birth what the Earth is and what it's doing and what the sun is, that we're in a solar system. And then it says, if that's true, then why doesn't it look or feel that way? Right? And then he wants to go into, is he saying, or why it doesn't? Because I don't want to watch the rest of it if he's just going to go into hypotheticals, bro. Don't care about your hypotheticals.
Well,
if you could establish that the Earth is a big spinning ball orbiting the sun, right, then you have reason to go into why it doesn't look or feel that way. If you can't establish that to be true, then there's no reason to go into why.
He goes into the math and geometry and trig.
Right.
I know you guys don't specifically have a position on the sun, but he kind of, I don't know, he takes a position that you guys might not support about, you know, like flat earthers maybe before COVID. I mean, from what I could tell, we're all supporting a certain model with the sun going around in circles. He kind of takes that route. I don't know if you guys would agree with that, though.
It's a type fallacy and not necessarily true.
Yeah, you guys might have a problem with how he talks about the sun, but it feels like he does give flat Earth position a fair shake. He's not just clowning on it.
Are you talking about Blair?
No, this video he shared with me.
Yeah, he was a bit obtuse when he came in the other day, but I mean, I don't know. I think people started to get to him toward the end.
We're not like colluding or anything. It's just.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, you guys should help each other out if you're trying to prove a point. I always say.
I know Talon's working on something, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I guess one of my pet peeves is when people don't have a position. If you do have one, I can respect that more than somebody who says they don't have a position. That I can't respect at all.
I will say I respected the flat Earth position more when, I guess, I don't know like your particular group and how long you've been around, but like Eric Dubé, for example, puts forward a model and explanations, whereas you guys kind of just sit back and don't really support anything.
Because it's not necessary.
I get it from a logical standpoint, but you'd get more people on your side if you could put forward explanations in a model.
Yeah, but that's just we're only placating to an audience if we're doing that. We're not here to placate. We want to generate as many critical thinkers as we can possible, and that's only going to happen when somebody actually thinks for themselves and not us give them like spoon feed them a worldview. That's lazy.
Yeah, remove the model and then tell me how you think the world looks.
That's a good one, Sheepdog. Yeah, exactly that. If you didn't have your model of the globe, how would you see reality outside? Like, you wouldn't think it's a globe.
Like, remove the globe model and then explain how the whole world looks like a globe and the Earth going around the sun while spinning.
AV, would you admit? Okay, I'm going to say if. I know some people in here have a problem with that word, but if the Earth were 100 times bigger than it is, would you agree that it would be even more difficult to know that we're on a ball if we were on a ball? Like, the size of the Earth kind of makes it difficult to just go outside and see that it's a globe, if it were a globe, right?
Yeah, on that hypothetical. Like
if we lived in Super Mario Galaxy, jumping around from little planet to little, obviously you can tell it's on.
No, I get what you're saying, but I think what makes sense is that the size of the Earth, what's in contention, is something that can be visualized. Like I'll give you an example, like with ships disappearing from the bottom up, or airplane windows showing curvature. I'm just giving you example. I'm giving you examples of how people denote that they say they see curvature. So it's not just the idea that it's too big. That argument might hold, but at the same time, people are saying they can see the effects of curvature or they see curvature directly. So that doesn't work with the paradigm at play right now.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me because if I'm going to go from England to Japan, that's on your globe that you believe in. That's 90 degrees. That's a quarter of your globe. It cannot be that I travel a quarter of the globe. That would be 6,000 miles, 10,000 kilometers, and not encounter a single degree of the 90 degrees that I'm going to be flying. Because that's 90 degrees. That's a quarter. Okay, and if I double that, that's 180 degrees. It doesn't matter how big that globe is. I'm going to notice 180 degrees, 90 degrees. I'm going to notice it. So no, the globe will never be so big that I would never be able to notice it. Sorry.
Hey, I got a question. If the Earth is a bigger ball, right? Like it's 100,000 miles in diameter, why would they lie to us about that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've heard the question on them.
I guess Mansky wants to put it to like, are we so hard on a position that we wouldn't be able to understand logic in the form of a hypothetical? He's trying to at least get us to be in a place where we could be reasonable. I think his attempt for that was, I get a little bit justified because he just wants to make sure that we're not so far into the, like, no, I'm not going to accept anything you tell me. Like, you know what I mean? That's what he's testing for right now. That's why he's asking that question.
Yeah,
right, but that's
unfortunately, for me, that globe is just, doesn't matter how big it is. 90 degrees is 90 degrees. Come on.
Here's my question.
But hang on a sec. That just goes without saying. That's self-evident. If the Earth was a globe and gravity worked the way they say it does, and it spins at a rate which it would be imperceivable, then of course there's all these excuses and reasons why you wouldn't perceive it and it would seem flat and stationary. Of course. Right, but all those things need to be true in the first place.
Oh, and not to mention that the size is a lot smaller than the alleged, like way bigger than they think it is. So there's an actual definite size that it should be.
Here's my question. Why can't it be flat until it's proven to have curve?
Yeah, yes, I agree with that. 100%. That is a very reasonable position to take. Yeah. Why can't it be flat until you prove curvature? Yes. Very true. Coming out with some real ring dingers today, aren't you, eh? Sheepdog. Yeah, love it.
Hey, he does his best thinking when he's working, huh?
I'm always working.
Then you're always doing your best thinking there, buddy.
Hey, what's up, Kingsley?
What's happening? Just listening to you guys decimate the ballers. It's awesome.
Yeah, well, the Aussie crew is now in full effect. They're just waking up, and welcome back, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate. Well, yeah, for years, like for centuries, if not millennia, ancient cultures just went about their days building, right? Agriculture, astronomy, all sorts of things, right? And this idea that the globe, that they live on a globe, was inconsequential to what they did. They didn't even think about that, right? So, for all intents and purposes, the Earth was just flat and stationary for them. I mean, and then if someone comes along and says, like Sheepdog's pointing out, like, no, it's a big spinning ball. Like, serious, bro? Really? Well, you prove that to me, I'll accept it. But till then, I'm just going about my day like I always have. It's just flat and stationary.
Yeah, but it's so big that it's flat.
Right.
It's so big that it's flat, and it's so big that you can't see it moving. So,
right. But I'm not interested in the excuses. I'm more interested in the proof. Like, if someone could prove that to me, it'd be great.
I would prove it to you, but you just won't accept it.
Yeah, I just find that argument very, very childish indeed. It just reminds me of when I was back at elementary school, secondary school, you know, that's the kind of behavior you expect, you know. I mean, it's so big you can't notice it. It's just silly. Silly talk. Come on, man. We're adults here. 90 degrees is 90 degrees, yeah? Doesn't matter how big the Earth is or how small it is. It's 90. And I'm not experiencing that 90 in my travels. That's just one distance, yeah? Come on.
Hey, Mansky, did you see my 2,400 photos that prove flat Earth?
Yeah, they were good, they were. He was overwhelmed. He didn't want to talk about it. He was overwhelmed. You drowned him.
Wait, you talking to me?
No, it was a guy earlier. He was given the like. I think he asked the question. Show me one picture of the flat Earth, and then Sheepdog gave him all those pictures.
Yeah, he was just tsunamied to death. He didn't want to look at them anyway.
They're not my pictures, but they are on Getty Images.
Yeah, Getty Images, and then he said that he didn't see any. Right, he hadn't seen any images, and then he was reminded. What about all the images I gave you? You didn't look at them. Didn't have a look, did he? See?
Oh,
that's the thing, you know. When you do that, you have to get them to acknowledge that because you've done a service for them. You should force them to look at no. We're not talking about anything else till you look at some of the images because they're speaking a gazillion words as far as you're concerned. Have a look at the pictures, okay, and then he can't deny it. Got to look.
Speaking of denial, who was in here violating the law of non-contradiction?
I don't know.
Law of identity.
I think all of them were.
No, somebody was.
Yeah, that would have been probably amphetamines, I think.
You sure?
Possibly, yeah.
What was said? Don't leave us hanging. Come on. Who was it? Expose them.
Well, I'll put it into a logic form. So why can't something be what it is until it's proven to be what it's not?
Oh, that was a good question.
It's an incoherent question. Not a good question at all. It's terrible. Something is what it is.
Yeah.
It can't be what it is until you prove it's not what it is. How can that possibly be true?
Well, for me, I'd use it to them because they're going to waste their time because they're never going to do it because it is what it is. So they're going to try and then end up proving what it is. That's why I said that.
Right, but when they prove what it is, it doesn't become what it isn't.
No, it doesn't become what it isn't. It just stays what it is. It's a flat Earth. Thank you. That's what we said it was in the first place.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Proves that it wasn't what the people thought it was.
That's right.
So this question, why can't the Earth be flat until it's proven to be curved? That's an incoherent question, right?
I'm willing to listen.
Yeah, so am I.
I mean, I said that's an incoherent question, right? So there's a question on the table. That question is incoherent or it's coherent. I say it's incoherent. Based on the logic I just laid out.
Well, it was based on the concept that if this Earth was like 100,000 miles in diameter instead of 4,000, like could it just be a bigger ball? And that we were following that logic. That's why I use that analogy.
Okay, that's fair, but that would still make it an incoherent question, right?
It would, because by definition, a sphere is curving in all directions all the time, so it can't have a flat surface.
I heard an infinite sensor tolerance. Someone claimed to have an infinite sensory tolerance. So whatever sensor they're using has an infinite sensor tolerance variability. So in other words, it has perfect precision to infinity, which is also incoherent, right?
That is true. Infinity is not real.
I mean, at worst, you'd have chemical limitations, like chemical process limitations, and mechanical limitations of an object, right? Because once an object is scaled to a certain degree, it can no longer function because the necessary ways in which it functions are limited to its particular scale. So it's not true. As much as this, it's going to sound weird. It's not true that necessarily true that if the Earth had a 60 trillion mile radius, that your human senses would be able to detect traveling over that surface. It's just that can't. The idea that you would claim you could sense that would be absurd, right?
Yeah, that's the hypothetical. Yeah, I agree. That I've got no problem with that. But that would be self-evident. Like that just goes without saying.
Well, if it goes without saying, then why are people saying the opposite? Like if you're going to engage in a hypothetical about the shape of an object, you don't need to bring in hypothetical superpower sensors that couldn't possibly exist. Although it's fair, because if you're engaging in a fantasy, you could bring in fantasy devices. But if you're going to half engage in a fantasy and then use real world restrictions, you have to limit yourself to the real world restrictions when you're engaging a variable that you're fantasizing about the scale of that variable. Right? Otherwise, you're not actually accomplishing anything. You know, it's like saying if Jedi use the Force and the dark side uses the dark side of the Force, which is stronger? Is a much different argument than saying if Jedi lift up 10 kilograms, is it 10 kilograms? You see the difference? My point is, we got a lot of flat earthers making claims in forms of logic and in forms of definitive sensors, measurements, etc., that are absolutely absurd. if you have a device that can only sense a certain amount of tolerance, and then you give somebody something that can only be sensed by something beyond that tolerance, then the device that they have couldn't possibly give you whether or not that tolerance has been superseded. You can't claim an infinite amount of tolerance with any device, just arbitrarily, then expect your line of reasoning to carry through to a conclusion. That's just foolish. Like, anybody disagree? All right, since nobody disagrees and we're all on the same page, then I mean, it would behoove us all that when we hear things like that, to scrutinize them, at least in passing in our mind actively, so we don't just let people talk, saying things that are illogical and erroneous on their face, or even absurd. Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, if one's willing to gauge in the hypotheticals, that's fine. But like I said to Mansky, like from the get-go, that video quite clearly stipulated that it's just working inside a hypothetical. Personally, I'm not interested. And I said that I'm not interested. I don't know if anybody else is, and they want to engage with it. That's up to them. Like, I've already been through all that anyway, you know, as a glober, before I was a glober. I mean, before I was a flat earther. Like, why don't we feel this spinning? And why doesn't it look like a big ball? Well, I already did that as a glober in my younger years.
How many years ago was that?
Sorry, what was that?
Said you did it in your younger years, so I was just wondering how many years ago was younger.
40 odd. Or like, no, sorry, more like 20 to 30 odd years.
The question could be placed like this: if something that's present is below the tolerance of the sensor's ability to measure it, can you measure it? The answer is obviously no, right? The only way you could answer that question is, to be honest, would be no. However, if you make the claim, I have a sensor that can detect that, now you have to prove that your sensor has that tolerance. Don't you? Don't you? Right?
Like the ring laser gyro? Or optical fiber gyro, whatever the fuck it is.
Or the human body, like your eyes or your vestibular system, or even the pressure sensors in your nerve endings on your fingertips, or the heat sensors in your nerve endings all over your skin. If somebody says that if a value of a let's just even say temperature is less than the sensor's ability to measure it, it won't measure those variations. That's true. I mean, it doesn't even have to be true that there's a device that has that tolerance. You just have to understand that the device's limitations the variable is beyond the limitations of the device, and then it becomes a truism. However, if you say that as a human being, I can sense variations in temperature of 1/trillionth of a degree, how are you going to prove that?
You have to have a device that is capable of that, and then compare your determination against its.
Your reaction to the heat. So that, you know, if you can bring the heat down to touch your skin and to that value, then obviously, you know, if you can pick it up, you'll say, "Oh, I can feel it," but you probably won't.
You'd have to have a benchmarked established standard before you could make that claim in any sense of veracity, right? Otherwise, you're just making bold claims that you can't prove, right?
Yep.
So how come 10 years since, maybe 12 years now, since Math Powerland went on his comedy tour that said, is this a photo or a painting? 10 years removed, we still have flat earthers making such claims.
Well, was his point that you can't tell, or can you tell? Was he like challenging people, or was he declaring something to be true?
He was. Yeah, he was challenging people on that one, whether it was a photo or a painting. And when people said it was painted, no, that's a photo of a painting, he said at one point.
They had no reference to be able to give a definitive answer of what they were looking at whatsoever. And every time they gave an answer, he would like switch it up to make sure that they knew they had no way of saying, I know what that is 100%. So fast forward, and keep in mind, he was asking Globers that, or just the general population who he didn't, they were Glober, flat earth time.
Yeah, your connection's glitching out on you.
Flat earther who either are into flat finding.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Yeah,
right,
your connection's bad. Yeah. Yeah, so basically Matt Palin was asking the audience. Yeah. I think he was in France when he did that. One of his shows was in France. Somewhere in Europe anyway. I think it was France. And yeah. He was very cocky with it, with his cigarette, like a chain smoker, relaxed, all spread eagled on the stool, and he was hustling the audience, and they got it wrong every time. He was taking a piss. He was. But he did make you think. You know, you've got to validate everything that you see. And as NASA could never have gone to the moon, it even wasn't a photograph of the Earth, was it? It was a painting at the end. Because they could never have got out to get the God's eye view that they claimed they said they had, in other words. You know, the last Blue Marble image in 1972. Sorry?
Fair. That's fair, but logically that wouldn't matter. Whether or not his picture that he made is a painting or a photo, right? Wouldn't necessarily be like, okay, these other people either had a painting or a photo. He's just talking about the one he had.
But he makes you think, though. That's what I said. Makes you think, what did they have?
So his question basically to that person is, look, you were shown an image. That's true. That's a fact. How in the world do you personally possess the ability to determine whether it's actually a photograph or a painting, or when that person told you it was a photograph, you just said, yes, sir, and took it on faith.
Yeah. Just took it on faith. That's what everybody does. Because you took it on faith, you took it on trust. Back in the day, when you thought they went to the moon, of course you did. Bearing in mind, I was a kid at the time, so yeah, I believed it 100%. Hook, line, and sinker, rocket, and everything.
And then there was his other question too. He said, so they claim to have finally been able to get far enough away from the surface of Earth to be able to see it, right? Like with more, I guess. I want to say more clarity, but that doesn't make any sense, right? Because then you got indiscernible features from that distance. Would they tell you? Like, would they tell you the truth?
Would they tell you? Yeah.
Yeah. And without the photograph, even if they did, they forgot their camera. Oh shit! But we went up there. Like, how many people would believe them without a photo? Without a claimed photo, right?
That's right. Yeah. Has anybody got that? I'm gonna say I've got it in my collection somewhere. I'm gonna have to look for it. But yeah, I'll have to look at that again because that was rather funny.
Yep, but keep in mind that you don't need two parties to. It doesn't need to be two parties for this type of deception to occur. In other words, somebody tells you something that's false. Whether they're intending to deceive you is irrelevant, and you believe it, so you're believing something that's not true. You could do that with one person, and that is yourself. You could tell yourself something that you believe that isn't true. Right?
That's true. And then if you go around telling everybody, everyone believes it. Yeah, it's easy to deceive people rather than it's difficult to tell them that they've been deceived. Yeah.
Right. So you could tell someone, hey, I'm actually capable of sensing a trillionth of a degree of temperature change. You could say that, you could believe it, never having tested it, never having went through any of the thermodynamic equations or the sensor packet availability of your arm, your neuro system, any of those things. Like there's even limits of speed that your neurotransmitters can function, right? So there's certain sensory input that it's physically and thermodynamically impossible for you to go beyond the tolerances of. Do we all agree?
Oh yeah,
sensory overload.
Or sensory incompetence. And I don't mean incompetence in like a sense of stupidity, but that it's not capable physically, thermodynamically, chemically of sensing a certain threshold. Right?
Yeah, your body was that's really going. Yeah, your body can't get. You don't have this sensory perception to pick it up. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah,
man, maximum. Yeah.
Right. So then, if you were in an environment where you were traveling over an arc of a 60 trillion mile radius, and it took you a very long time to arrive at a 90-degree displaced point from your original position, what would inform you that you're now 90 degrees displaced? Like, what about your body would tell you that?
For me, it would be the orientation. If you're going over a globe, because that's what you're talking about, is that right? Flying over a globe?
Oh, you're gonna be on an arc 90 degrees displaced. That's not necessarily a globe. That could be a hemisphere, right?
Yeah, just a hemisphere.
Right. So you have your body, right? You're walking over this arc. In relationship to the arc, you're now 90 degrees displaced from your original attitude. What about your body would inform you that that's the case?
Well, I think if I'm going to walk over a 90-degree arc, I'm going to, from the beginning, I'm going to be walking. Right, let me just get this arc. It's a quarter, right? You know, a quarter, 90-degree. How have you placed it? Have you placed it where it's a quarter? So I'm going to be walking up, 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 up. Yeah, the body's going to change its pitch as it walks across that curvature. It's curved, isn't it? It's a curved 90 degrees. So if you start at the top, you're walking down, your orientation is going to change. Start from the bottom, orientation is going to change. You're going to notice walking a quarter of 90 degrees. You're going to notice that.
Okay, now imagine you're walking under a treadmill that's arced, and it's rotating under your feet. So as you walk, it matches your speed. So you maintain your true attitude, and you walk over that arc. You displace 90 degrees worth of arc of a 60 trillion mile radius.
Well, yeah, that's if it's rotating, and I'm just keeping myself in one position.
Right.
Okay.
So then what about your body tell you that you actually are in a different position relative to the arc?
Yeah, I think you might find it difficult to perceive that if it's rotating underneath you. I'm just trying to work that out. I have to be on a treadmill to know for sure. But if I'm just fixed at one point,
yep,
I'm fixed at one point, and only my legs are moving, and then and my feet are in contact with the surface all the time. Yeah, I don't know. That curve, I must do something. Maybe an upward rise slightly. Don't know. I've got to work that one out. I cannot answer that one.
But we know no matter how slowly we rotate, we'll eventually realize that how we're oriented, right?
Yeah.
But then that's when
in reality,
that's when they introduce this whole gravity, and your tangent plane is constantly changing, so you don't perceive it. Essentially, it's just you haven't moved, you haven't changed orientation.
Yeah, but you skipped a step. You said we would perceive it, and you forgot to say why you would perceive it. You didn't qualify your perception in any measurable quantity or any sense of why it's happening. You just said it happened. So parse that out. Why is it that you can tell you're upside down?
Because of our vestibular system, we have natural things, a natural system in our body which indicates to us a change in orientation.
Yeah,
I'd like to give you the specifics of it, and how it all functions properly, but it lets you know that you're not the right way up.
Yeah, I know when I'm walking uphill, and I know when I'm walking downhill. I know when I'm walking over a hill. I know all this. I've been hiking for so many years and running and cycling. I know. Senses are there kicking in all the bloody time.
Right, so you have two ways of telling whether you're moving. Either your vestibular system is sensing rotational acceleration because the inertia of the whatever you want to call it, mass, whatever, who cares? The inertia of the substance of your body is different than the substance of the free-flowing fluids and parts, and so your body can your sensory system could tell, oh, this is accelerating fast all of the sudden, therefore I'm rotating. And then when you're hanging upside down for a long period of time, you're no longer under a rotational velocity, right? So now you're just hanging, right? So your vestibular system that measures rotational accelerations is no longer being affected. So now how can you tell you're upside down?
There's blood rushing to your head, and
and all your body mass is moving in the opposite direction of your feet.
Okay.
No matter the mechanism, you need a reference frame.
because I've been upside down many times myself.
Well, some visual cues would help unless you're blindfolded. But I think I'm still going to know that I'm upside down if I'm blindfolded.
Yeah, of course I am. I mean, I use the parallel bars a lot.
What if I put you in a rocket while you were unconscious and I woke you up?
Unconsciousness.
While the rocket's accelerating and you experience the blood rushing to your head. And then you said, I'm upside down. But actually, the rocket is extending in altitude directly off the surface of the Earth, which means you're actually right side up.
You guys should read the beginning of Project Hail Mary, because a very similar thing occurs to what AI Overlord just explained. It's exactly that, actually.
Oh, so if you were just relying on the blood rushing to your head, I could give you an instance where you would falsely say I'm upside down relative to the surface of the Earth that I left, and you'd actually be factually incorrect.
Well,
in that instance, how could you accurately tell me your orientation relative to the surface of the Earth you left?
Well, I was unconscious, so there I've been fooled, haven't I? I wasn't conscious of what the actions were. It is easy. No one's saying you can't trick the mind. You can easily trick anyone. But if you're consciously awake and you see your motion, then you will know. And even then, maybe that's not true what you say as well. True of everybody. Maybe someone might. No. So I'd have to experience that. That's something I'd have to experience. See what I mean?
This is what pilots experience. That's why they have G suits, right? That push the blood.
They have G suits
back to their head.
Yeah, and yes, to stop the blood rushing down to their feet. Well, they do that. So they have they stop the flow of blood or keep it up near the brain where it needs to be.
Right.
10 Gs. They can subject themselves up to 10 Gs. Anything over that, and they go back into G-lock. Without the suit, it's 5 Gs, 6 Gs for men. Women seem to do better. 7 Gs. From the documentaries that I've seen on this.
Right, but after a certain amount of Gs, they pass out, right?
Yeah, they call it G-lock, yeah.
So that means that the body can only withstand so much force on it, right? Which is either going to trick the system if it's too much, or if it's not enough force, their body isn't going to be sensitive enough to recognize its presence. We agree? You have the range of extreme and the range you have the range of extreme from high to low. And when it's beyond high and beyond low, the human body can't deal with it. Do we agree?
Won't be able to perceive it. Well, I mean, that's in theory. We're still going to put it into practice to be sure.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't have to put it into practice to be sure. Let me explain. Because we already agreed that an infinite sensor variability would violate thermodynamics. We've already agreed
absolutely.
With that.
Infinite.
That
absolutely.
means by necessity, by literal physical necessity, I know there's a limit. Period.
Yeah. Absolutely. Agreed. I don't disagree with that.
No, that being said, logically, if the present motion or temperature is lower than that limit,
you're not going to
be perceived. Period.
Yeah, you will not be able to perceive it. No doubt about that. Yeah.
Well, that means I could give you a scale in which it's impossible for you to perceive by physics alone.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've already established that that's a fact. So if your body can only detect a certain amount...
going by your standard, going by your standards... Yeah, all right.
Your body can only detect a certain amount.
Yeah, this is all word of mouth at the moment.
No, it isn't.
If it's a fact when we've actually done the test, going by your standards.
Hey, why are you keep saying... Dude, you already agreed that there's a limit based on the laws of thermodynamics alone.
Yes, I agree with that. I'm not disagreeing with you.
So then it's a fact.
Well, you see, because of the way we are, right, I would still need to just test it just to be sure. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. Then it's a fact, you see, completely and utterly. That's all. 1 degree low on your scale. I can't feel that. Okay, that's definitely proven. Okay? There's nothing wrong with testing it.
Okay, so anyways, in principle, that means that I could set you on an accelerated arc Below the tolerances of your body's ability to perceive it. And guess what would happen? You wouldn't perceive it. Right there, what I just said is a literal, undeniable fact. So anybody who claims that they could perceive such a situation is violating the laws of physics.
I mean, it would be a different threshold for every person, but yeah, I agree in theory.
But there would be a maximum thermodynamic threshold, right? Unless you're a god.
Yeah.
Unless you're literally freaking a god.
Planks here.
Then we would need to substantiate quantities, right? Quantity of the thing that's occurring and the quantity of the sensor's ability to measure that thing, right? And then if it's beyond the threshold of the sensor's ability, and you could say, okay, there's no way this can be measured with this device. It'd be done.
It's in RF engineering, we refer to this as signal to noise ratio. So whatever the background noise is, your signal needs to be X times greater or X percent greater for the sensor to be able to differentiate between what's the signal and what's the noise.
Okay, so if the test has not yet been done and the quantities have not yet been parsed out, then to make the claim, I would or wouldn't feel something, and you have no idea what the quantities are or even what your own variability is, how could you possibly definitively make that claim? Answer is you can't. The only answer.
Hey, good afternoon, AI. How you doing?
Horrible.
What you talking about, huh?
Talking about the eternal ruler of destiny.
Okay. You could be a little more, specific on that, maybe.
The unsubstantiated claim that if something is happening, I would certainly know it's happening. Because I have an infinite variability, in other words, an eternal variability of a threshold of tolerance of being able to detect something by my own human perception, which is, on its face, absurd. And when you break it down into thermodynamics, physics, and chemical processes, technically and functionally impossible. The only way to have such a variability would be to be an extra-dimensional entity, not subject to the laws of physics, like a god. Make sense?
Yeah. I complain to flat earthers about this all the time. They always claim that they would just know if the earth was moving or not, and that's obviously not true. So thank you. That was a good explanation of why flat earthers are wrong about that.
Well, listen, they're wrong in that claim. They're not necessarily wrong if the quantities are within what they should or shouldn't be able to perceive. But even then, you'd have to do it against the individual. So it's a impossible, not an impossible claim, because it at least is provable in principle. But if they just say it without having done any of those proving things, like proving their sensor sensitivity of their body or the average human body and the variable that's present, right, or not present, and whether they would or wouldn't detect it, if they haven't done any of that legwork and then they say, I would feel it, they have no clue what they're talking about.
Yeah, you're right. Flat earthers have no clue, because we do know.
No, hold on, friendly friend. Don't be trying to do a broad sweeping brush. Flat earthers who say what I just said they're saying have no clue. It doesn't mean flat earthers have no clue as a stereotype about anything that they say. So don't try to pull that nonsense.
All right. So you do know how sensitive the human ear is to movement, then?
Doesn't matter for me personally, because I never made the claim that I would or wouldn't be able to detect this or that, right?
Are there any flat earthers who know?
Brenda, let me put it to you this way. This is going to be educational for everyone. Just listen, Brenda. You'll get it. You'll understand. There are flat earthers who've made the claim that they themselves would be able to tell based on a system. And so then the question would be to them, you just made a claim about that. Can you tell me what that sensitivity is? Right, that would be a fair rebuttal, just like you asked. So if they're making that claim and they don't have those quantities, and you're pressing them on it, and they're not providing the evidence, then they either have to say, okay, I made an erroneous claim, or hey, I'll go get those quantities and rework my claim. But until then, I'm going to drop my claim.
It could be that it's not possible for any human to detect, right?
That's in the realm of could be's, yes.
Well, yeah, there's lights that could be so dim, nevertheless on, but less than what it's possible for any human being to see. That's possible, right?
You mean like Li-Fi, where they're actually capable of broadcasting petabits, hypothetically petabits, definitely gigabits per second, with a light bulb that is on, but you can't tell it's on. You mean like that technology?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know what that is.
Well, in other words, the light bulb is transmitting information from the bulb to a receiver, and it's transferring data in the gigabit range per second.
Okay.
It's theoretically up to the petabits, and they receive the information on the other side. You can be in that room while that's occurring, and you will not be able to tell that the lights are on.
Okay. If you say so. I don't know anything about it, so I can't say anything about it.
Oh, fair enough. Brenda, wait a minute. Brenda. So if you don't know anything about the actual particulars, you shouldn't make claims about it. I agree with you. Good point.
But I wasn't talking about, what did you call it, Wi-Fi? Or
no,
Li-Fi?
Brenda, that's not the point. The point, Brenda, is that you reserve judgment about something you have absolutely no idea about the particulars, correct?
Yeah.
Sure.
I wasn't
any
talking
flat
about
earther.
that, dude.
Hey, real quick, Brenda, any flat earther listening? Take notes. That's what you should do as well. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yes, they should. But we weren't talking about what the hell is Li-Fi? I've never heard of this.
It's rapid alterations in the frequency transmission of light to transfer information from one location to another.
Oh, like my TV remote.
Yes, but way more advanced.
Yeah, because my TV remote uses infrared, right? Right. So still,
but
I stopped. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Basically, the IR thing in your TV remote is just, is the light on or is the light off? Whereas Li-Fi is encoding, gigabits per second of data into turning the light on and off at like millions of times per second. It's so cool. I love that you brought that up. Li-Fi is something I work a good amount on.
You mean Li-Fi, not Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi doesn't use infrared. Is this technology you're talking about use infrared, or does it use regular light?
It can use any sort of light, yeah. But it uses a very low amplitude visible light, or near infrared or ultraviolet.
Right. So that goes back to the point that when flat earthers say, well, I can't feel that the earth is moving, that's wrong, because it could be moving slower than they are able to detect, or any human is able to detect with their bodies.
That's fine, but you're forgetting one fatal flaw, is that flat earthers didn't come up with that, Brenda. So if the globe established that as a specific thing that happens with the globe, then what standard are you guys using so that you can understand that it actually is in rotation? If it cannot be detected by humans, how has it been detected then?
Well, we use instruments. We use instruments.
Okay, that's fine. So then go ahead and determine it with an instrument. Which one are you going to pick?
It's been done. Foucault's pendulum.
Okay, show us how that determines that the Earth is in motion.
Well, the precession indicates that the Earth is turning.
How do you know it's a precession?
Yeah,
because it changes. It's
isn't it? Doesn't procession beg the question though?
No,
yes, the term procession begs the question because a procession is the assumption of two axes.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not what it means.
Yeah.
Oh crap, dude! That is what it means,
dude.
No, really, the Foucault's pendulum changes its plane of oscillation due to the precession of the Earth.
I don't see how you're not begging the question there.
Because it's a prediction. It's not an argument.
Well, I thought you said the Earth. Crap.
What? Oh, by the way, AV. The other day, why did you guys edit out that other guy's hour talk with you guys here? Why did you edit that out?
Edit what? What are you talking about?
Talking about. Brenda, let me help you out real quick. So how we do things here, just check it out, Brenda. I'll tell you.
I'm
tell you how it works, and then you can figure it out. So what happens is there's approximately 12-hour windows of YouTube streams. If they go a little bit over or under, they're shifted. And so whenever the guys who are live streaming, right, there's two usually, sometimes depending. So right here we have YouTube bot 1, YouTube bot 2. They don't always start at the same time. They don't always end at the same time. So sometimes a convo is missing on one that's on the other, depending on when it switches over. So whenever they start it and whenever it ends is arbitrary usually. Go ahead.
It seems less than arbitrary since you introduce that he's going to be talking this T guy, and then it cuts out. That seems kind of less.
Yeah, man. Don't. Okay, I got something
exactly
for that.
Arbitrary.
Brenda, I got something. Don't hate the player, hate the game. All right.
Yeah, I don't understand.
When did that occur?
I just want to know why you deliberately cut out his
When did it occur? When did it occur?
Right before he started talking. Seems deliberate.
No. Like Friday at 3 p.m. That's what I mean by when.
It was the other day. You remember the guy? You got so embarrassed you started making the unrealistic demands about him. He proved stuff to you.
Yesterday?
Yeah, I think it was yesterday. Yeah. You got AV got super embarrassed because he was just wrecked.
Yeah, apart from all the bullshit, when was it?
Yeah, what time was it?
Yesterday?
You can't give a specific time or anything. Okay, then maybe nobody can go and help you find it on another recording. We can move on now.
All right, let's just move on. You don't have an explanation for why it was cut. Great.
Dude, you're not giving any specifics.
It's called Helio. It's called Helio's at work, and he only has access to his streaming computer through an app on his phone. And if it pings him that it's reached a 12-hour mark or whatever, this or that, he just presses a button and runs a script and then reshifts it and restarts it. It's happened in all kinds of conversations throughout the years.
But sometimes he glitches out too. Well, like you just have no audio, right?
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
T-Dub, your connection's cattywampus, bro.
Holy shit, that was bad. Wow, that's bad. Okay, whatever. I'm okay with that.
If you heard the convo, why don't you carry the point right now, and we'll engage that point right now, and then you can make up for if it's not in the live streams, which we haven't validated yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, hit me with your best shot.
I didn't understand what he said. What did that even mean?
Whatever was spoken of that you said was cut out, go ahead and say it again. Like, you can say it in your own words, basically.
It was the entire hour of him talking to you and humiliating you.
Man. Okay.
About what topic? About what topic?
It was flat Earth, about whether or not ships go over the horizon. You remember that?
That's like every 5 Globers I speak to, Brenda. Like, what do you want from me, bro?
Yeah. No, it's okay. I'll drop it.
Okay, so listen. If we always talk about ships over the horizon, okay, because a lot of people bring it up and we're talking to them about it, then if he was being cut out, it would be for something revelatory that hadn't happened before, because we don't just cut off everybody else's. So you're saying there's something unique about this conversation which really made us look bad. What was it?
just the fact that he completely humiliated you. I was there. I got muted. So, yeah, that was why.
How specifically, with what points and words?
That ships, in fact, go over the horizon. And
That's just the claim again. What did he do that was extraordinary this time? What did he say? What did he bring?
It was an hour long, dude. It was an hour long. I can't sum up the entire place.
Oh, God.
I'll go over it. I'll go over it later on or something, okay? It's all right.
I'm going to call bullshit. You can correct me later if you come back, but I will call bullshit.
No, Jedi.
That's fine.
No, Brenda, hold on, friends. Pay attention, Jedi. How are you going to go over it, Brenda, if it's cut off from the stream?
I recorded it, dude.
Oh, good answer.
So you were in here. Are you complaining then? Is it just because you feel like something nefarious took place? But you've got the conversation. Oh, could you go and get it? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'll do that later.
That'd be awesome.
I'll go.
Let me ask you this second question, Brenda. Did you record the video or just the audio?
Just the audio.
Oh, rats. If you record the video, usually there's timestamps and stuff, so we can cross-validate when it occurred and if it was actually cut off for a particular reason, to scratch your itch of whether we did it intentionally to hide the fact that he was wrecking us.
Well, that's what I believe. I believe, and I'm a little bit biased. I'm a little bit biased, of course, but I think you were wrecked. I think you were wrecked.
Cool. Because what I was trying to say before was, like, I think it was yesterday. I went to Helio's stream, and it was like there was the visual, right? And I knew people were talking because I just left the chat, right? And there was nothing. Helios, and I went to Flat Lloyd's, and it was good. So that may occur sometimes. So you might want to, like was suggested before, go to one to see it from just one or both.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. All is cool, dude. Don't worry about it.
So was it something that the gentleman said, or you just got a great feeling about him because he was preaching from your point of view?
Preaching. I don't think it was preaching. I don't think.
Well, you said it was good, and from your point of view, it looked like he wrecked us. So is it just that feeling, or was it something specific?
Yeah. So I don't recall. Yeah, I just like you. We're here and probably don't recall everything that was said. I don't either.
It just seems that either you were taken back by his charisma or his aura or something he said specifically. And being as you can't remember what it was specifically, I'm just going to go with the first two.
Oh, by the force of his argumentation.
Yeah, okay. By his charisma and force of his argumentation. Not that you can remember specifically what he said, but it sounded good.
I don't. Well, you don't remember specifically what he said either.
I don't even know what you're bloody talking about, mate. To be honest with you, you've been that ambiguous. I have no idea.
But you were here. You were here.
Whether I'm in the channel or not doesn't necessarily mean that I'm listening.
All right.
We're in the conversation.
Right. Exactly. So you don't recall. Neither do I.
I wasn't paying attention. You were. You seem enamored with the man. I don't remember him.
I'm not.
Can't summarize anything.
Is this a big nothing burger then, Brenda?
Yes.
Big old nothing burger, huh?
I simply wanted to have a reason why I think he was deliberately excised and surgically removed.
This is just weird. Now, I mean, come on. You understand how our live stream operates. It gets cut because of the amount of time that we can stream on YouTube, and then it starts again. We've got two. So maybe it's on another one. Please stop poisoning the fucking well.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to admit that I find it really interesting that Brenda can't even tell us, like, the number one or number two things of something that's worth spending all this time on. So, I don't. I must admit I'm not getting it, because if it was that powerful and that important, you would think that there would be a notation of time, like hey, this happened at this time, or there would be, this was specifically what was said. There'd be like one or two things.
What was the gentleman's name?
I don't recall his name.
Holy shit, bro. Let's just move on.
We can move on.
Yeah, let's get off the meta and back onto the conversation.
Oh, God. Never a dull moment, huh, Brenda?
It was that Talon guy.
Yeah. Oh, Talon.
Yeah.
She thought you thought Talon was wrecking us, really? Wow.
Oh, he absolutely was. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
What, Talon, the guy, he didn't understand that the horizon distance moved when you changed altitude? That guy?
That one, yeah. Multiple horizons, Talon.
Three.
I think that Brenda was in
Horizon Talon, that guy.
Yeah, Brenda was in here. Brenda was in here, and I think the moment that Brenda got removed, he wanted to know more about like the conversation, but I think somebody booted Brenda, and then Talon was still in here. So
okay.
I don't think he was. The live stream was, well, I don't know about the live stream, but there wasn't anything provocative that happened. I mean, he said the normal things he always says, but I mean, I don't know what you want from it.
You got pretty triggered, AV.
Yeah, what did I?
I'm an idiot.
Like, I don't know what you
demand. See, what happens in pseudoscience is that they make unrealistic.
Bullshit again.
They make unrealistic demands, right? So,
really?
Like, yeah.
What about what he was saying was science?
Well, let's say this. It's a good thing you're not in a pseudoscience place because we're not pseudoscience and we don't do those things.
It's absolutely pseudoscience. It's one of the it's one of the most easily debunked conspiracy theories there are.
This is weird.
For the year or 18 months you've been around here, you've still not done it if it's that easy.
Oh, I haven't convinced you. That doesn't mean I haven't debunked you. Everybody has.
But even Talon yesterday.
Right? The final experiment did. The final experiment did.
Right.
Completely destroyed.
How?
It falsified the flat Earth.
No,
Yes.
a map. A map.
Yes.
Not the flat Earth, a map.
No, the flat Earth.
No, a map.
No, it falsified a.
You don't understand then, do you? This is probably why you're confused, making these weird claims that you are. No, it didn't falsify the flat Earth. It just falsified a map.
No, that's incorrect.
Oh, okay. So you're going to tell me, a flat earther, what it is and isn't then, are you?
Is your understanding that the sun makes a circle around the North Pole at the equator?
Sorry?
You heard me.
Is my understanding the sun's circling the North Pole now? What?
I had a nickel for every time you said that, Brenda.
Yeah.
Does the sun circle the North Pole at the equator?
I don't know what the sun circles.
You don't know what it circles?
No.
Is there a North Pole?
Yeah.
And the sun goes round and round, right?
I mean, there's a long time throughout the year. I mean, you keep saying equator. I'll give you Tropic of Cancer.
Well, it alters between the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn.
No
but
shit.
For shorthand, we just say roundabouts the equator, right?
No, see, no, not for shorthand. I'm going to need to be very specific. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, we can observe it in the north, inside the Arctic Circle, in the summer, rotate around the observer.
Well, the sun is never inside the Arctic Circle, even on flat
the
Earth
observer
maps.
standing inside the Arctic Circle. My goodness, it's like you don't listen.
Right, and if
an observer standing inside the Arctic Circle in the summer, they can observe the sun rotate around them for 24 hours, 3 months of the year. Yeah, I know, that's what I said.
So you do believe that the sun circles the North Pole.
What, in the summer?
In 24 hours.
In the summer? In the north?
Every day of the year.
Oh no, I don't see it in the winter in the north. Where do you see it when it's north in the winter? It'll be summer in the south. Where's the sun now? If it's summer,
it's over the equator.
You brought it up.
It's over the equator, dude.
I asked you where the sun was in the summer when it's in the south. Where's the sun? Clues in the question.
It's over the equator.
Right, can't talk to you. Sorry.
What do you mean?
Because I think you're being deliberately stupid.
Well, where do you think it is? Where do you think it is if it's not over the equator?
I told you, if you would listen, for an observer standing in the Arctic Circle in the summer, they can observe the sun rotate around them. Okay? Now, for some reason, you seem to think this is all of the time.
Well, where does the sun go when people in the Arctic Circle can't see it?
Oh, when's this?
Where does it go when they can't see it?
When is this?
When they can't see it.
What season is that?
Winter.
Okay, and if it's winter in the north, what is it in the south?
Summer.
And that's defined by, oh, look, I can stand inside this circle and watch it rotate around me. You brought it up, 24-hour experiment in the Antarctic, right?
Yeah, but where
You're
is
saying
the
that
sun?
we don't see this. Do you think I say that we don't see this or something?
In the Antarctic summer, when people in the Antarctica can see it, where is the sun? Where is it?
Well, in summer.
Go ahead.
Circling around the observer.
What?
Circling around the observer.
But where is the sun? It's certainly not. Yeah, see, this is why nobody really takes you guys seriously.
You're asking me where the sun is.
It's kind of dishonest.
You're asking me where the sun is.
You don't know where the sun is either. Like, why do you? Okay, so are you gonna use a double standard? Or are you gonna employ the same tactic to figure out where? Like,
what
is the same road for us determining where the sun is the same road for you?
Oh, we know where the sun is. We know where the sun is.
The road is the method for to determine where it is the same for me as it is for you?
Sure.
So it's as simple as doing what?
Using whatever instrumentation you need in order to determine the distance of the sun from the Earth.
Okay. Okay. So tell me, what can we both do that's going to be exactly the same?
Radar.
Except you, Rick, you think you can? Fucking God.
Yeah, you can.
Oh my God.
You can. People have done it.
I didn't think. All right. Well, I don't know how to respond to that right now. I just the bottom line is
the sun is this radar can tell you where.
Oh, my bad. Hold up. Time out. My bad. Okay, so if radar is what determines how.
What? Oh, it's very simple. It's just like, you send out a radar signal, and then the time it takes to get back to you, divide it by 2. That's how, and you know how fast light travels, so that tells you how far away it is.
Holy smokes!
Okay, just send me a PDF so I could read up on this, so I know how to appropriately respond to you next time. And anybody else
that
tries.
MC Toon has a whole page on MC Toon has a whole page on his website about how using radar.
PDF.
What?
PDF. Preferably not from a YouTuber.
Well, you can save web pages as a PDF if you like. So just go to MC Toon and find the one about using radar to determine the distance to the sun.
All right, so it's just going to be an MC Toon thing. Okay. All right.
No, it's an actual scientific paper.
Okay, so give me that.
Oh, you go get it.
See, that's what I'm saying. But the bottom line, like,
No, it's not.
the
It's,
idea that
I'm not.
the
I'm
idea
not
that
your.
you can shoot a radar.
I'm not your gopher. I'm not your gopher, dude. Get somebody else to do it.
Shoot a radar. No, I'm not. It's cool. Nobody's gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. I'm not doing it.
It sounds like you're not interested in knowing.
Well,
Yeah, Brenda, that's not how this works here. When you bring up a study or something, you need to actually provide it.
I did. I gave you a reference to where you can find it.
No. You need to actually provide it, not just you can go get the link, copy it in here. So
no, I don't.
Yeah, actually, you do. Yeah.
No, just search. Just go.
We're not your secretary. So if you're going to provide evidence, you need to actually provide the evidence. We're not your secretary.
Oh, okay. Yes. This sounds like copium. This is cope.
So now a moment ago you just said that you weren't Elijah's gopher. So was that copium?
Well, hold on.
No, that's me asserting proper boundaries.
Pressbooks.bccampus.ca. Note, by the way, that is not possible to use radar to measure the distance to the sun directly. So if it's not a direct measurement, again, I was asking you what all goes into it. Because I know that there are going to be some assumptions in there. And that is when I'm going to go, you see this assumption right here? This is when you're going to employ a double standard by making flat earthers fucking take angles to the sun, and that's it. But when it comes to you determining where it is, you're doing something else. Bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, so bullshit isn't really a retort. So the fact is that they said...
The report from bccampus.ca is it's not possible to use radar to measure the distance to the sun directly. You literally said that you can by pointing a radar and seeing how long it takes for it to come back. So according to this, you're a liar unless you're going to bring up the information you have that challenges this. But you said you weren't. So I'm good with what I found and, going to sleep knowing you're a liar.
Well, you have very low standards. The truth is that they got a return. They got a radar return. How do you explain that?
I don't know what anybody got. According to what I just read, it's not possible. So unless you're going to provide something, I don't know what you're talking about.
Is it possible to get a radar return from storm clouds?
Is that the sun?
Again, I don't know what you're talking about. When you say something happened and you're not going to provide the source, but the source I just read from says that it's impossible. Since you're not giving me anything, you're a liar.
Well,
that's your prerogative not to give me anything.
I gave you the source. I told you where to find it. You refused to go look. That's your problem.
Right, but you're a liar. That's your problem.
No, it's not. So it is possible to bounce a radar off of the sun. Because otherwise, how did they get the radar to bounce off the sun? If you can't do it.
You're saying that, but I don't know how, because I don't know that anybody did anything, because you didn't send shit. So
I gave you.
You're a liar.
I gave you the source. Go look it up.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
Go look it up.
Liar. Go look up this source from California. Go look up this source.
Yeah, cry harder, big man.
Oh, so that's the response to Brenda saying. And my response to that was, well, you go to the source that refutes what you said. And big man. So it's like, you see how there's these double standards all the time?
It's not a double standard. I told you how to find it.
It is a double standard. And I told you how to find the rebuttal.
Well, this is just tiresome. So whatever.
Right.
You're clearly not interested. You're clearly not interested, and it's clearly copium.
Look,
this is typical.
Shaming you into accepting what they're saying when you have rebutted it with, well, this says that it's not possible. So unless you're actually going to validate your claim, I don't know what else you want me to tell you. And the response is don't care, try harder.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
If that works for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We can also bounce radar off.
As a point of moderation, though, like before this gets circular, so Brenda's point was, well, on MC Tune's website, there is some sort of information about the claim that Brenda is making.
Yes.
So my response was, well, according to this university or this particular source, it's saying it's not possible. So because Brenda doesn't want to do anything further to actually provide the information, other than say her claim again, you see how it's going to become a problem if I don't just drop it and ignore it.
Okay, so this is the last time. On MC Tune's website, if you search for radar distance to the sun, there is a PDF, exactly what you wanted, right? That is embedded in the page, and you can go and find it. It shouldn't take you long.
You can go find it, post it. Go get it and post it.
Whatever. It's not my obligation. I gave you how to find it.
Brenda, I don't even get how MC Tunes would manage that.
What, to embed a PDF in a web page?
No, you know what I mean.
What?
Bounce a radar off the sun.
He didn't do it.
Well, who did it?
The scientists who conducted the study or the experiment.
What was what was the radar transmitted from?
The Earth.
A radar from the fucking Earth. How powerful was this radar?
Powerful enough, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. You know that they have large arrays of radio telescopes and such, and they're large. They can put a large number of radar units together, right? You know, people can do that.
Maybe an array. I
don't know.
But
with ham radio,
how it would scatter and like disperse from just the overwhelming amount of EM radiation from the sun. Like, I mean, hats off to them if they even managed to. I don't even get how would you descramble the signal that even your thinking came back. Just a really powerful signal.
So you could probably embed a pattern into the radar signal, couldn't you? That wouldn't be hard.
Yeah, but even
right?
Yeah, we're getting back into signal noise ratio, right? Right, it's a super noisy.
No, I thought you read it. Shouldn't you just say that is what they did?
Right. So you can also bounce radar off of the moon with just a ham radio equipment. You can bounce radar off the radio off the moon.
The moon's a lot easier to figure out how far away it is. You could do that with, like you said, with a ham radio.
Right. So that's really posing a problem for you because it's 200,000 miles away, right? 300.
The moon I get.
340.
The moon I get because it's not itself a massive emitter of an entire spectrum of EM radiation, but yeah, I'd be a bit baffled, like if they did it with the sun. But I guess if they had the means, like I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just I'd be baffled if they've actually managed that.
So you think that they can't, filter out signals from a noisy background? Right? Is your argument? I don't understand. Is your argument? I don't understand how it could be done. Therefore, it wasn't done.
No, I literally didn't even say that.
Kind of sounds like you're making that argument, though.
Okay.
Right, so it is possible.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
right?
I'll have to look at it because my initial digging is also seeing that it's not something that's done. You don't bounce directly off the sun.
Like
you bounce off their other planets, and then you use Kepler's laws to figure out the relative geometry.
What would your angle of reflection? How precise would that have to be? 150 million kilometers. Like, come on, I don't know.
This is just a timing thing, right? It takes 16 seconds for the signal to come back. Divide by 2, that's 8 seconds. Light travels blah blah in 8 seconds. There you go. That's the distance to the sun.
8 light minutes, not 8 seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. Yeah, there you go. But it seems like it feels like you're also conceding that the moon is a solid object, and it's some.
Dude, all you got to do, Brenda, all you got to do is submit the information into the text chat. Wouldn't that like solve a lot of the problems that you have to explain it? I've been explaining it for 20 minutes already. Would have been easier just to put the paper in there.
I don't have permissions.
Well, shit. Well, send it to someone. Send it to me.
No, how about you try not being a dick? Give me permissions.
That's not my call, so.
Oh, well then, tough shit. Stop complaining about me not giving you a source. Huh?
Oh, that's up to you.
Yeah. You complain about me not having a source, and you block me from giving you the source. This is what I'm talking about. This is why Flat Earth is a laughingstock.
Well, you self-sabotage, so that is not my fault.
Whatever.
You only got yourself to blame on that.
Yeah, I'm to blame because I don't have text permissions.
No, the reason why you don't have text permissions, not that you don't.
And why don't I have text permissions?
Hell, I'm not the one that took them away from you, so I couldn't tell you.
I posted an interesting link to some 1700s astronomy that was done to figure out the distance between the Earth and the Sun without using radar. It was done using the transit of Venus in front of the Sun in the 1790s. Interesting book.
How about the paper? How about the paper in Science Magazine, February 5th, 1960? Radar echoes from the Sun. Man's first direct contact with the Sun opens new approaches for the study of solar events. There you go.
Yeah, I was going to say that's interesting. Obviously, they were able to do it.
I mean, I understand Grok is limited, but Grok is saying no definitive record of scientists successfully bouncing a radar signal off the Sun. I like it's a fucking giant ball of plasma. Like what? I don't even get how you would do that.
Because it's not just plasma. It has a great deal of stuff in the upper atmosphere, and
the corona.
So there's a great deal of matter and stuff in the upper atmosphere of the Sun, right? So it's not simply a ball of plasma. It's very active, and there's all kinds of stuff going on. And like I said, you can bounce radar off of clouds. Doesn't have to be a solid object.
Yeah, it's low because it's local.
No,
like you expect to get you expect to get at least a portion of the transmission back with like minimal scrambling off a cloud.
Yeah, it seems to me that that's very easy to bounce radar off of clouds. People do it every single minute of every day, right? So I don't see why the fact that there are these plumes and other structures in the atmosphere of the Sun, it could bounce off of those, right?
I mean, what would you get back? Like fucking 0.0001 0.01% of like.
Doesn't matter. If you get it back, then you know
That's
how long it took.
60 decibels to you and me.
It doesn't matter. As long as you get it back, and then you divide by 2, you know the speed of light, you've got the distance. That was the question.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering why Grok's saying there's no definitive proof.
I don't give a shit why Grok thinks that.
I posted the Stanford experiment in the text chat. It was from 1959, the one that Brenda's referring to. You can
1960s. 1960, Science Magazine.
The experiment took place in 59. It was published in 1960.
Was it a satellite array?
I don't know. I haven't dug into it. I'm driving. I just wanted to grab at least some text to point others to.
It was a satellite array.
At least you get rid of atmospheric losses if you do that.
So wasn't radar, Josh?
I have no idea. It looks like it. It looks like they sent out some signal and it bounced off the corona and came back, but I'm not sure. I didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah. No, hold on, brother. It bounced off. Prove it didn't get absorbed, held for a amount at a time, and then readmitted. Prove that.
Whoa, that's weird. I didn't even think about that.
Well, when you prove,
do we see things in nature that hold on to RF signals before replicating them? I've never heard of that occurring.
Well, the thing is, Josh, that's what reflection is. That's what reflection is.
It's not really. No,
Brenda. That's what reflection is. The absorption and re-emission of photons.
Yes, I know that.
Not instantaneous. Like not within one pulse of the electron. Right. I'm saying like holding on to something for an amount of time and then re-emitting. Like that's the delay is what I was calling into question.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
So in quantum physics, the delay is given as 0. So it's an instantaneous absorption and re-emission.
Oh, so there goes your argument then. Oh, that's so bad.
Wait. What, Brenda? Okay, Brenda, are you educating me on quantum physics? Like, what's your knowledge?
I'm just a layperson. Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you know? So, what emits a photon? What emits a photon in nature?
When an electron decays, it emits a photon.
Okay, fine. So.
And your qualifications are you have a PhD in what?
Bumfuckery.
So do you have a bachelor's degree?
Yeah.
In
engineering.
Oh, okay. And you are a flat earther?
Yep, that's me. Cosmic the Flat Earther.
And you have a degree?
No, he's not.
He's not a flat earther? He's a
not that I'm aware of. This is the first time hearing him say that. So.
Oh, so he's lying. He's just trolling here.
No, he's arguing with the fact that even some claims that you're making are too outlandish for somebody to accept, even in somebody that's a globe believer. So yeah.
But he accepted what I said, right?
No, he challenged you. He challenged you.
The light is absorbed and re-emitted almost instantaneously, right?
Instantaneously.
Yeah. Yeah. How is that contrary to anything I said?
So
it's not.
No, I'm saying there's no fundamental difference between saying bounced off and absorbed and re-emitted. So I was actually responding to AI.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Fucking A. What the fuck?
Brenda, you're a sea
lion. You're a sea lion or a troll or just LARPing, right?
Yeah, Brenda, you're getting wrapped up in argumentation.
Too bad. I don't care.
I've updated my theory.
I've had enough of this bullshit.
All I need is dark quantum glue, which actually, once a body reaches enough energy, it has dark quantum glue, which then holds it for an extra amount of time before re-emitting it. And how I know that's true is because if what I said was true, you'd get the results from the test that Brenda posted. You got the results from the test that Brenda posted. Therefore, my theory is correct. I rest my case.
You forgot to add it all the way into the future ad infinitum.
Oh yeah, ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past.
What?
He's saying that he's making fun of the current cosmology, that the gaps that we don't understand yet are, you just throw dark in front of it to make the math work out right. And he's claiming to do the same thing here because he doesn't understand, claiming that there's some time delay between the absorption and re-emission that makes the sun appear further away than it actually is.
Dude, I was told by an academic that's exactly what happened.
No, that is not what I said. I'll give you a chance to rethink about it before you make a claim about what I said. Go ahead.
Thing is, I think disputing like the Landis CDM model or dark energy is completely fine if you have like an actual case for it. Like, for example, if you've heard of the timescape theory, which is it's a developing but decent argument in the works. Well, I say argument theory in the works against dark energy, but like, yeah, if you just look at it and like, oh, that seems ridiculous. Well, that's not science,
If you're going to call something ridiculous, you usually have to have something to replace it with. You can't just say it's ridiculous and turn around.
Yeah.
That's why I think fundamentally, like, the lack of model around here for the past year or so is very interesting, right? If you're going to say, "Oh, that's ridiculous," okay, then what is it?
What are you talking about? A lack of model of what? A lack of model of assumptions about something a trillion, gajillion, banzillion miles away or in the past? Who needs a model of that? Think about it. Think about what you're asking for. Listen. What you're asking for is a cosmological or cosmogenical model. Okay? Those are two different things than the Earth, what it is as an object. Holy crap. Is that so hard to understand? Like, really, is it hard to grasp that?
I think Josh is a little bit more spicy today than other days. He's more passive other days. Today's kind of wanting to get in there, man. What it sounds like to me.
It seems like willful ignorance. You're asking questions up to a certain level, and then after that, you're like, I'm good. I'll sit where I am right now.
That's a zinger, bro. What are you?
I'm willfully ignorant. Check this out, AV. I'm willfully ignorant of events that occurred in the past that the conditions of the present couldn't possibly inform me of in principle. Good point. I am ignorant of those. Wow.
Not a big fan of carbon dating, are we?
Oh shit.
Oh man, when you're AV, when I'm right, I'm right.
Dude, you couldn't be more right, dude. Fucking hell.
Yeah, dude, I'm not interested in your religious framework, okay? See, that's the difference. So you say we have a model. What you actually mean to say is we have a religion. Thanks.
He doesn't want to say that, though, so he's skirting around it by saying this. But that's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude, if you got something on your mind, I mean, we're right here. Go ahead and tell us. Tell us how we're just dumb flat earthers believing just stupid things.
Not at all.
Yeah, come on, bro.
I don't think y'all are dumb.
You got to let the mask come off for like 5 minutes. You can do it.
No, there is no mask.
You're trying to hold your composure. You're trying to hold your composure, but I can hear it, dude. It's coming through. I know AI can detect it. I can. You really want to let us know? Just tell us.
See, sometimes dinner is better with an appropriate appetizer.
Honestly, that one went right over my head.
It's welling up inside you. You can feel it, dude. The longer you're in here.
Let's help Josh out. Josh, we just had an appetizer of Brenda so that you could be the main course. Go ahead.
Oh, damn, you're going to eat me out now? Actually,
oh my goodness.
Is Brenda?
Hey, listen. Bro. The next joke after that was, what was that, a Freudian slip?
I didn't even want to touch that one with a 10-foot pole, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, the 10-foot pole's for you, man.
You see, I knew
Let's
it.
say, I wouldn't even want to touch that with a radar ping bounce return that I'm making all kinds of assumptions about that I can't possibly validate.
Okay, now you're trying too hard.
No, dude, he's actually trying just right. It's not. I'm just saying, man. I mean, if you want the thunder, man, just ask for it. That's all you got to do.
No.
Right, so when I critiqued Brenda about a specific question, you characterized it later on, and I said that's not what I said, which means it still hasn't been restated what I actually said to Brenda.
Honestly, I have no fucking clue anymore.
Yeah, I asked Brenda, can you prove that this situation didn't happen? Okay? Because Brenda's just saying, I send out a signal. Yeah, sure. So you could say Brenda sends out a coded signal and receives a coded signal back. Now, the whole creation of that coded signal may have its own things you could parse out. But I just said, well, how do you know the signal wasn't just held until it was returned to give you the result? So in other words, in order to give you the result of time, it would have to have been held for that amount of time. So just saying, oh no, this model says it should be reflected instantaneously, that wouldn't answer my question.
No, you're right. I mean, that you have to assume that the speed of light is constant in a vacuum, and that materials reflect things instantaneously on a quantum level.
Dude, it's worse than that. It's worse than that, Josh. Josh, it's worse than that. You have to actually know the speed of light and what it is, how it's measured. You're so many steps removed from actually knowing if you could validate what you're even thinking is possible.
They did in the 19th century.
Yeah, great.
What is it? 2.998 right?
It's not hidden. Like, anyone can test the speed of light.
Really?
Yeah.
The one-way speed? The answer is
One-way
no.
speed? What do you mean?
There's no direct measurement of the one-way speed of light. That's what I mean.
They did it in the 1900s, according to Cosmic.
Wait, why?
19th century.
What's the difference between one-way speed and whatever else? I'm confused. Can you expound?
Well, I mean, for example, if I go to California and I return from California, right, and it took me a certain amount of hours, that wouldn't tell you what my speed was, right? You have to have some other information, correct?
Well, if you knew how far away California was.
It wouldn't tell you what my speed was getting there and returning. For example, I could have halved my speed on one way of the trip and doubled my speed on the other.
Oh, two-way. Okay, yeah. So the theory here is that it's not a constant. You're not moving the same speed on the way there and the way back.
Well, I mean, if you got an experiment proving that's the case, that'd be a different story. Maybe you do.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so therefore you were many steps removed from actually getting Brenda to provide evidence that whoever did what they thought they did was actually evidence of the claim.
Man, y'all really hate when we build from the halfway up the tower up, right? Everything has to start at the beginning.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, usually when you build a tower, it's got to be on a foundation that's unshakable, right?
Yeah, I guess we should at some point we should figure out what blocks that we all agree on before things start to diverge, so that we can.
No, brother. We had a cosmologist, right, specializing in the discovery of exoplanets, who was using the assumed path of a blob of pixels around another blob of pixels to say it was an orbit, and then calculating that into a circle or an ellipse, and then calculating that into some kind of motion that he was reverse engineering with the gravitational constant to get the mass of the planet or some nonsense like that, which all had to do with just the kinematics of what he was looking at on his blobby pixel screen. That guy did not even know the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder, which all his little assumptions are based on. So he has no idea whether what he's doing is accurate or not, or true or not. None. Said it in his own words.
This gets back into the this gets back into the standing on the shoulders of giants, right? Like he spent the first 18.
All right, hold on, but you could also be standing on the shoulders of retards, and you wouldn't know.
Yep.
No, that's true.
All because you think it's all a foregone conclusion.
It makes sense. I agreed.
Right.
Which is why most people believe in their cosmological and cosmogenical and physics models and all this, that, and the other. Very few of them actually know it because they're so far removed from the foundation that all their math and
talking about hundreds of years of history.
Okay, let's say that's true. I'm saying that these people don't know that. They start at the middle of the tower.
Yeah, he missed your point. It has nothing to do with how long this information has been in place. If you actually read the journals of these people, there's someone for every generation that has spoken to the fact that the things that the layman believes is fact is actually not fact. So a very small number of people, especially in academia, know what the assumptions are versus what they can know. And most people don't know that. That's his point.
Oh yeah. It's an aggregation. It's not no one person does their entire stack from man discovers fire to my
I just feel like you're still not getting it. I feel like you're still not getting it. Like, for example, damn, I don't even have a good example off the top of my head. I didn't want to use Newton.
Yeah, you can.
I didn't want to. Because I wanted to use Edwin Hubble, but I can't remember the quote off the top of my head. But the bottom line is, in this quote, he admits that it's not knowledge, rather it is an acceptance and a faith. The knowledge that he's moved forward with from his forefathers, which was 500 years ago from when he was alive. So that's his foundation. He didn't know what people think that he knew. He said that, but people will attribute things that they think are known to him or any other person.
Yeah, that's right. Not only that, but he made conclusions based on philosophical predispositions that he himself admitted. And a lot of people think he made those conclusions based on science, and he didn't.
Oh yeah, there's a lot more God mixed into Principia than many give credit. Like
but there's also a lot of anti-God mixed into so-called science.
I think they can both coexist.
That may be the case, but there's many men in their own words who made decisions based on, I cannot allow this conclusion because it's too close to the idea that humanity is in the center of things and special and could contribute to the idea that, maybe we're created. And so they said, I got to avoid this conclusion. So they skewed what they were about to do next based on their philosophical predisposition. Rather than simply follow the evidence where it led. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I can get behind that. I'll be interested to see if next 10 years or so here, we get Mars sample return back and we actually figure out that we're not alone.
Dude, oh my God. That's classic. That's a classic move. And I say that because it's almost predicted that once you start to realize that the whole thing that you used to think about with the cosmology aspect starts to be real, like then you just appeal to something in the future that's going to happen that's going to make it all better again. Oh, it'll be all better again.
I'm saying it'll be worse if we find life elsewhere. Like that would mean that we're not.
No, they're
Five
gonna,
more years. Five more years.
They're gonna kick the can down the road like they always do, bro. It's
I live and work in DC. I see the money.
Bro, it's like Charlie Brown and Lucy playing football. The same thing's gonna happen. You think you're gonna kick that ball? It's never gonna happen, bro. Ever.
We're getting there. It's
tomorrow I'll kick the football.
MSR is severely underfunded right now, and I do think it's going to end up getting kicked another 10 years. But there's a lot of cool stuff going on that actually is being funded.
Hey! Listen. Speaking of funding. So I like to watch physics lectures at major venues. Just play on auto, so they just play the next one. And the more you watch, the crazier they get. So the one guy from CERN, he said he would like to see a CERN loop on the moon, and then he would like to see a CERN loop around the solar system. So please start donating your money to me right now. And so to help him out, you can just donate your money to me, and I promise you I'll give him 10% and keep 90% as my executive fees. Go ahead.
It's funny.
Well, BOB said, "Give me money to prove the Earth is flat."
This server's run. This channel's run by Jews, by crazy Jews.
Remember the audience. Space is fake.
You're fake, retard.
I mean, but is that the best we got? So, do you think the Earth?
Got to be careful. My handler's listening. We can't be going.
Yeah, your Jewish handlers.
Yeah.
Anti-Semitism right now.
All right.
Got to keep those Benny bucks coming.
So, gentlemen, all right. So, listen, that kid's just getting banned, and move on with the topic without addressing him or that topic again. Move on. Thanks.
I appreciate you. I mean, I do work on space lasers. They're agnostic space lasers, though. I'm sorry.
Do you happen to work on those in space?
Space freaking lasers.
No, that's literally my gig. Yeah, we got about like 500 terminals up right now. I've been doing diagnostics on the most recent batch most of the day.
So you most of the day you go into the region that we call outer space and work on these.
No, I look at the health data coming down through the TT&C. I'm not.
Oh, so you just look at stuff on a screen and assume that these things are in the outer space region.
I mean, we have camera feeds too and things like that, but the data I'm looking at is mostly health data coming down from the terminals. Yeah.
So this is all just belief then? This is just things that you believe are happening?
No, I mean, the data comes down in the exact format with the exact encryption of what we designed it on the ground. So, it's not, it's right. Those encryption keys are only on our computers. So
you get data.
Go ahead.
You get data from somewhere on a screen, and that's what you see, you assume.
Not from somewhere. I mean, from specific antennas. It's for specific frequencies that we built the entire system to operate on, with the specific encoding and encryption that we designed it to do. So it is our data from the system that we built.
Let me ask a better question. Okay, fair enough. Do you have any firsthand personal knowledge that these things that you think are sending you the data are in the region that you believe them to be?
Yep.
You do have firsthand personal knowledge.
Yeah. I've done my own tracking with my own.
So
my own. No. Already ground station that I built myself.
I'm talking about the physical, firsthand personal knowledge of they are where you think they are.
Yes, they are 630 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, moving at the orbital speed to be required to be up there.
Okay, great. How would you prove that to me?
I can show you my ground station if you want. I've done ranging. I've done radar ranging using that. I've done data downlinks.
I don't want the data on the screen, friend. I want you to prove it to me that they are where you say that they are.
I understand. I can show you the antenna moving, tracking it as it goes across the sky. And it.
How is the antenna going to tell me it's 630 kilometers from the surface of the Earth?
Oh, because we do ranging. We have a beacon on it as well, right?
Okay. How does that beacon work?
It's a TNC beacon, 28.35 gigahertz.
I don't need to know all that. How do we know it's where you say it is?
Because it goes up and bounces back, and then it's moving at a tangential velocity that's equivalent to the circular orbital speed for that altitude.
Is there any... Well, now wait a minute. So you're just assuming because it's tracking something...
Well, no.
At the tangential velocity you assume that it's going, that's what it is.
No, I mean, you get multiple measurements. Not just one.
So you have an antenna. This antenna, this tracks this I guess would be an object across the sky.
Yeah, this is true.
Okay. And it does that by pinging it?
No, you have the estimated location, right? So we sort of like have a rough. This is where it'll appear, and then we follow the signal. So like your guess would be to move in this direction at this speed. And then every step of the way, if the signal maintains its strength, you realize that you're still following it, and you do that over and over again.
So something has a path across the sky, and the antenna is apparently tracking this region.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Now,
the path is
how are we going to
Kepler dynamics?
Okay, so is it sending a signal to the object and then receiving one, so this can all be timed, or are you just receiving data?
Both. It's fully duplex, uplink and downlink. So and ranging. So it's got a beacon that goes up and gets bounced back down. It's got an uplink that is our telecommand signal. So that's like sending packets up to command the satellite to execute this program or move into this GNC mode or do a propulsion burn or turn up the power on the antenna. Like that's telecommand. And then it has a downlink, which is telemetry, which is, okay, this is my current speed. This is my current altitude. This is my current orientation. This is the current depth of discharge on the batteries and the speed of the reaction wheels, basically all the health data coming back down. So, full ranging plus telecommand going up, telemetry coming down.
Is there any way this could be
spoofed? Signal in the Ka band.
Is there any way this could be spoofed?
I mean, it's all encrypted end to end, and we're the only people that have the encryption key. That's not even like I get asked questions about like the chain of custody, like our launch provider, the government. Nobody knows what our encryption keys are. So unless whoever's holding the wool over everybody's eyes has gotten quantum compute and hasn't told anybody about it, I'm very, very confident like that. The data is what we say it is.
Great. So can you provide some of this for us?
As we usually run into issues, probably not. No. Not for Kuiper, at least. I can walk you through some of the other space programs I've worked on previously. I just can't do any Amazon stuff because that's my current employer.
Well, just send us whatever you have. I'm very fascinated.
Sure. I'll send some stuff. I've worked. NASA was my first gig, and then OneWeb and then Aerospace Corp, Amazon, Astronis. Yeah, so I got some stuff I can send you. I'll dig up the laptop after dinner.
Okay, and then you can show us, because at least I'm not going to be able to see what it is that each piece of data is telling me. So you can show me how this kind of supports the claim that this is an object that's, let's say, 600 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, and that is going around a sphere.
Yeah, I mean, if it was flat, we end up with.
I'm not asking you about. I didn't actually mention anything about flat Earth. I asked you to go ahead and show me how it proves your claim.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I mean, the constant tangential velocity is only possible on a sphere, so that's fine. We can look at that instead of going the other way around.
And I do have a quick question, Santo.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to get the boys ready to go to the pool took me a second, so just pardon me for my delay. But I heard a bit ago talk about that our friend Mr. Josh here works on space lasers, and I just wondered if that was anything like the space walkie-talkies I had as a kid.
No, it's closer to like fiber optic cables without the cable, right? Fiber optic cables are basically just light moving around like a plastic tube that connects data on either end. These space lasers are more like similar thing as like a fiber optic cable, but instead of having a cable between the satellites, it's just really, really, really accurate pointing between the optical heads. It looks like a little telescope. And they flash lights at each other, and that's how you move the data.
Okay, so in all seriousness, I was being sarcastic with that. So I just, when you said space lasers, I just remembered the space walkie-talkies I had as a kid. So I just wanted to make a sarcastic
what I do. Yeah, no. I lead that program at Kuiper, so that's what I'm up to almost every day, all day.
Yeah, but continue on, Tess-Who. I just wanted to interject a sarcastic smartass comment.
Hey, I have a question for you. I have a question for you. When you're doing your uplink, you're saying that you're tracking the satellite transversing the sky. So is your dish on actuators?
Yeah, it's on an XY mount. Okay, it's about 2.4 meters wide.
Okay, so it's moving. So by the time you sit down to do your work, how much time or how much does it move over the course that you're working? I'm curious what your answer is.
The windows are only like 15 minutes, 20 minutes max. And so that's why we have antennas at like 4 or 5 locations around the world, so that when it passes below the horizon or below like the minimum elevation angle for one antenna, it gets picked up by the next one. So that's how we maintain.
So in 15 minutes, you lose the bird that's going transversing the sky.
Correct. Yeah. Probably even 15 is like a longer pass. If it's closer to closer to the horizon, it's only a handful of minutes before it moves on to the next antenna. But we have a network of 4 or 5 of them, TT&C antennas, that maintain constant coverage.
Very, very, very interesting. Your position, and you're saying that this has to be a globe because you are witnessing the satellite dishes moving like that.
Well, no, it's just because the from my perspective at least, the satellite is moving in a way using the ranging as well as the tangential velocity as well as multiple measurements at the same time from multiple antennas, that it is in fact 630 kilometers above the surface of the Earth, moving at that speed. The math doesn't work out any other way, and it's moving at a constant tangential velocity, which lines up with the globe Earth model. I
would agree. I would agree, and I'm sure that it wouldn't add up to the model that you are working with. Like, I think that's one of your guys' problems, and maybe I'm just trying to help you to understand that. When you're using the system, the model, the mathematical, construct, like to prove the mathematical construct, like we get that. Like, I get why you say, well, it has to be this far because we have a speed of light, and we know how, like, there's a whole story, a whole, drop down of it, and it makes sense in your paradigm, which is like why they say, oh, well, the sun is 400 times larger, but it's 400 times further, but that's why they look the same. Like, we get the story. We know that mathematically you have to make things work for you to believe them, to understand the globe that they are saying they work in. But I'm just saying, do you think that there's another alternative where it could be something else just with different math? What do you think?
So if it had different math, it would mean that the hardware that we actually put up there would have to be different than what we actually, built and designed and launched, right? Like for it to work under different math, we would have to have a different propulsion system or different structures because it would be under different forces. Like the thing is designed specifically for this environment and would not work in any other environment. And so it's it's working as designed, which makes me, and it's designed for that environment. So
when you say designed for the environment, you're saying it's designed for the environment of space.
Yeah. It's very, very low drag, hot and cold cycles, higher radiation, etc. Like it's designed to operate, and very low drag, like doesn't have a super powerful propulsion system on board. Like the most powerful prop system on our satellites is equivalent to like holding up a piece of paper. We're talking like millinewtons of force. Like this thing does not have the ability to accelerate and decelerate quickly.
That never made you question it? The of what they've told you, like this is how we designed it for it to survive temperatures every single day, probably every couple hours or every hour, where it's going to go extreme hot, extreme cold, extreme hot, extreme cold for years. You don't that never raised the question to you, just like logically, like how does like a little like insulator, like how does that not get affected when here on Earth we have things that they won't even last maybe a couple weeks if you were to put them through not even extreme temperatures, but just like the normal temperatures. Things don't last. What makes it different? Why does them creating this machine to exist in this asinine environment, if you believe in it, exist, but like what makes you like logically, like how did you just hand wave the fact that that's not something that's even like in a reality, like you can't do that in reality?
Hey, real quick, I got to duck out. Apologies. We can talk about it later. It's conduction and convection not being present due to the vacuum. It's only radiation as the way to gain or lose energy. I appreciate y'all.
All right, take it easy. Also, copper and metal doesn't melt in high temperatures in the vacuum of space. Got it. Cool.
If I can get in here just quickly, I'm just curious, Josh. So you're saying you work with the team that designed this whole thing from scratch?
I think he said he left. He was leaving, but he might be able to answer.
He seems still there on my side.
Yeah, no, I see him there too, but like I think he might have dipped out, like like put his phone down or something. Away. Yeah, damn. Because he's like, hold on. He's like, we'll talk about it, but he had to go real quick. He might be right back.
Okay. All right.
By the way, APOC, we had that discussion before at length. We're talking about exactly the same topic that you're talking about.
Yeah.
All the components that are on the satellite and heat and cold. He said that they do it in a thermal chamber here on Earth where they test for all the components. And because of it being a vacuum, it's not subjected to the same thing as it would if it was like in the medium of air. So it's not going to be like the materials that they use don't, that they don't conduct heat. So I think he said some type of gold foil. It's like a type of gold foil that doesn't let heat get absorbed. there's a couple of like things that you could say that he's saying that would give him like a no problem to it, but there's other components that, because I wanted to know exactly what's in that thing, but I think there's a bit of information that's behind like, you know, proprietary like reasons that he won't be able to disclose. So there, you know.
Oh, sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, in the conversations that you've had with him, did he disclose that he worked on this from the ground up, or is he just on the team that worked on this and maybe he jumped in like at the, the tail end?
He's a specific department. It's like his department, what he does. He's it's, I don't want to say it's niche, but he works on certain aspects of a specific type of satellite that goes up. So that the one they're going to put up, he'll work on certain like a particular component of that satellite. Like like specifically, you know, like he doesn't work on the entire thing. It's like a specific part of it.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Apparently, he only sees it for 50 minutes. That's it.
Well, but there was other questions I was asking about it, like what's the duration of like you know, time they have the components in that thermal chamber, because you have to have the wild fluctuations of temperature from, I think he said minus 100 to, I think it's plus 200 or 300, something like that.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
I was going to say, because one of the question that came to mind was, if he's working on the hardware, that's one thing, but he's talking about all the data that, you know, he receives and all that. I was just curious if he had any hands-on experience with the software, because that's the shit that's actually, you know, crunching the numbers and sending it down and all that.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
I think there's we were talking about a few things that I was asking for that he said he was not able to give that. I think some of the information that we would want to see is behind closed doors. It's like locked in a black box that you couldn't get to. So
okay. Yeah, like
I wouldn't expect it to
like him
reveal flat Earth, and he's like, I was hiding it from you guys.
Yeah,
I wouldn't expect that.
So
no,
I'm more interested. I'm more interested in the things that he can provide down here, like with what people think about up there, and you know, challenging the notion that, you know, even if they're saying that they're sending these things up there, you know, what instruments can they have to like determine whether or not they can tell us information about those regions where they say they're at. I mean, because when it comes to like distances and things like that, I mean, really, how can you challenge? Like, he has some numbers that would support, you know, they have a time frame, you know, based on a specific system, you know, so that system is telling them that, so he's taking it like that's the way it is. And how could you challenge that? You wouldn't be able to tell him otherwise, you know? You couldn't say, no, that's not the case if he's receiving the information, you know?
Well, exactly. Like at best, what he can justify at all, insofar as the data is concerned, is its integrity, right? Because if he's got encryption keys, well, he knows, you know, there's one key on his side, one key on the other side on the machine. So the data, you know, is the likelihood of it being spoofed is very low, right? But even then, that's questionable because you don't really know, because these things are never 100% perfect. But the content of the data is the critical part. Right?
Yeah, we're looking for the affirmation of things that can be proven, things that lead us to a road where no one knows either way. I think it's a fruitless endeavor, and I don't know if you think it's something worthy of looking into. I don't think it is. Like, I don't think it is.
I wasn't even. Of course not. I wasn't even considering that. Right? I was just wondering if he had actually worked on it and has firsthand, like on the software part, and has firsthand knowledge that the software is doing what he thinks it's doing. That was going to be my approach.
Yeah, I mean, he would take it as it is. So for him, you know, the numbers would check out based on a system that he has that he's working with. So other than that, you could say that, well, how do you know it's up there, Glover? You know, he's going to be like, well, I'm seeing the readout. It's telling me it's exactly where it's supposed to be. You know, so even if you try to challenge him on that, how could you say that it's not? You know what I mean? Like that's the difficult task that you would endeavor if you would do that. So
it wasn't even for me. It wasn't even about whether it was up there or not. It was just about what the numbers he's getting, what they actually mean, if the source code actually represents what he thinks that they represent.
Yeah, like for
I asked him
instance,
for it.
like for instance, like when I used to, set up the dish, whether we're doing an up leak or down leak, like I can say, I know there's something up there, so there has to be. That's what I would tell myself, because when I point this in the sky, there will be signal on the TV screen, and then when I move it a little bit, boom, all of a sudden I see something. So there's something doing something, right? But how and all, I don't know. But now, if I try to tell you, well, I know that the speed that the signal's traveling, because we know that this is how fast it travels, so this is how like I can't tell you how far it is, but like I think that's more along the lines maybe where you're going with him. Like your software is just telling you this is what it is, but there's no way to actually prove that. No way, and I couldn't prove that either.
Yeah, he's working within the
Hey,
sandbox.
don't argue with these flat Earth people, dude. I disproved them, and they were like, "No, you're wrong." Like, dude, these guys are idiots.
That's great, dude. And he's working within a sandbox. If you think of it like, right. So that sandbox only it's parameters that he can work within, and he's confirming whatever he's saying he is based on those working parameters. Outside of that, he does like. How could he know? You know what I mean? If somebody else has like the code for how that's actually operating, he wouldn't be able to.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
there's a limitation to like what we can get from him. So
yeah, unless he has the full chain of custody, he, for example, he writes the software, he installs it on the machine, and then he all that. You don't know if there's another version. You don't know all this stuff. Like there's a lot of questions when it comes to the software, man.
Yeah, what I gathered from him was that he's transparent in that way. Like he'll tell you what the limitations are. Like he's like, no, I don't do that. So far, what it is what I understand from him is that he's taken all this information and he's just making the declaration that it's this, and I can't deny that I'm getting a readout and it says this. So I'm not going to say it's not where I think it is, and doing what I think it's doing in the environment that I think it's in. So, and then it's fine if he has these answers, but like, there's no point of confirmation that the thing logistically would be in that specific region, except for his readout. And of course, if you say that you can go outside and see these little blips moving at night and stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But to be in a specific region as to where they declare that they are, where without any temperature measurement in those regions or a way to tell what that environment is like, I don't know. That's a lot of like an inference, you have to infer a lot.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things they talk about the thermosphere, the temperature zone up there it is a sparse environment. And on occasion, you'll get like a hot chip that's thousands and thousands of degrees Fahrenheit, and it just smacks into the vessel, and it quickly dissipates. What's happening there is kind of the same way that walking on hot coals and bare feet is not going to leave burns or scars or anything like that. So you measure the hot chips. I mean, those will be thousands of degrees Fahrenheit, but it's sparse. So on the occasion that you slam into one, it's going to be hot for a little bit.
Yeah, he was very clear on all of that. So I guess I don't see a problem with that.
I think it's wrong for flat earthers Flat earthers are imagining it's like freaking lava fields up there, and that's definitely not the case, guys.
Yeah, I think the information like collides with like what we want it to be. We can't force something that has a like pretty solid like physics explanation, I guess in my perspective. But whatever that thing's doing,
at the end of the day, it's their claim to provide the evidence for.
Yeah, like I'm looking at it more like I just want to take a look at whatever he can give me, so I can see for myself, like if things are being applied the way they should, or if there's some like tomfoolery on the way to like where he thinks is, his part to play in all of this, like what he's actually doing, or if he's just taking some information for granted and then just assuming things.
Oh yeah, there's a lot that's unclear still.
I think he was told this is how far the dish is in the sky, or this is how far the satellite is, and then he was told, but you know, we have this dish here. It's going to track it for the 15 minutes that it will, and then I don't think he's ever even had to try to figure out the distance of it. There would be no reason to. That wouldn't be anything that he would have to worry about.
Because he's not getting paid to do that.
Right. I mean, it sounds like that would have been the other engineer is going to do that. You know, like his job. It sounds like it would be to track it and just get the data from it. What is the distance of this object that's sending the data? What does that matter? It should only matter that he gets it. Like, just like when I did an uplink, let's say we're doing the Academy Awards, you know, it didn't matter how far the satellite dish in the sky was. What mattered is that I just got the signal from it. So I don't know, or the speed, or like all that didn't matter. But anyways.
I think this is where it piggybacks on the pitch data conversation a little bit. I mean, we talk about this. You've heard me, Jedi, and others bring it up. You know, what evidence is there that this thing is doing somersaults with every orbital period around a globe, changing its attitude continuously in order to match the downward-facing belly of the spacecraft to the Earth's globe Earth's surface? So, in order for us to have that information. Right? Yeah, the orientation must continuously update. And just as it may not be enough for the airplane, where we are presented with a 3 degrees positive angle of attack over a continuously curving surface that the globers claim, because we're missing an absolute frame of reference to gauge that angular deviation from, because the globers actually destroy that frame of reference by claiming a constantly updating frame of reference. The same issue persists with the satellite data.
But is there any way to confirm that the signal, any signal, even originates from the sky?
I wonder that too. I really don't know. Like, how do you know it's not a relay from a sky? And
well, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, for every downlink, there's an uplink. So, and if it's just relaying it, like, yeah, that works. That makes sense logically. Yeah, if I throw a ball, you're gonna catch it, right? So, like, but you're not just gonna be standing there and a ball come out of nowhere. So, yeah, like, obviously that signal would be relayed. But as far as originated, like, if it's in the sky and the satellite,
does it even necessarily have to be relayed though? Like, what was their excuse for Marconi's signals?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to bring up.
These signals have a Doppler shift that you can measure and you can hear. They are, in fact, moving. How that's being accomplished, I mean, I wouldn't presume to guess.
Well, you can't really say. You don't have to say they're moving, though. The phase of the waves, right?
You're right.
The frequency's like sliding, right?
Well, I mean, don't they have to change orientation? You got a direct high gain antenna directionally pointed at the sky, and you got to move with it. I mean, that's more than just a phase change.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't get it. Because you're getting like a frequency, right? And their frequency's either getting the Doppler shift is getting either shorter wavelengths or longer wavelengths, right?
Right.
You have some expected signal. So it'll go from, let's say it's 143 megahertz, it'll go down to 142 and then back up to 144 or something as it passes over. Maybe I just got that backwards. Did I get that backwards? Compress toward you and then stretch.
Yeah, it's going to compress. Well, I mean, the claim is that you have to use high gain, highly directionally sensitive antennas.
Yeah, so Yoda, the only thing I was getting at, is there anything else that would cause that?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can easily just alter the frequency. I mean, you could spoof the Doppler by just altering the shape of the wave, using signal processing on the output.
What about the medium as anisotropic?
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know. This is a big mystery, dude. I don't know. I really don't know how to think of these things because I've never done it, but I know people who've claimed to have done it who have no reason to be lying, but they track satellites with directional antennas and they have to move them through the sky to maintain a lock on the signal.
I've seen the Doppler shift demonstrated, though there's problems with it, but if you just take it at face value, they're measuring some change of frequency. Now, if the medium's like some sort of is anisotropic horizontally, then yeah, that wouldn't explain really going the other way. Well, maybe it could.
Right, because you'd be looking this way and then looking at that way. Then you could do it.
Well, because it goes up and then down. It goes up and then down. And down.
Right, you could have multiple people locking onto it at the same time and effectively triangulate it presumably too.
Well, does the Doppler shift correlate to a velocity?
Yeah, is there a violation of special relativity? You want to go that far?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, let's go that far.
Yeah, the answer is yeah. Yeah.
Wouldn't you just get a Doppler
So
shift
there's
from
more than a
the
phase shift.
gravitational well, right? Anyway.
Yeah. I was wondering about that. Like, gosh, I mean, so the claim is that the special relativity and general relativity cancels each other out with these things. And that's why it doesn't technically violate special relativity. But would that cancel out a phase shift in the physical? But then if space-time is warping, then the wave maintains coherence, doesn't change and alter its shape. It just space-time warps and unwarps it. It maintains frame within its own local coordinate reference system.
Have you seen Ron Hatch's stuff? You know who that is?
Yeah, I got boatloads of his stuff. I've gone through it. I've read a couple things. It's modified Lorentzian ether theory. And I've read Ron Hatch. I read how he linearized the Sagnac effect using a conveyor belt.
Well, according to him, there is no vertical Doppler shift.
Huh.
If I remember right, maybe it's in reverse. I have to watch it again. It's been a long time since I looked at his stuff.
Related to this, I was going through some old newspaper articles and I came across another one of these write-ins, like a letter to the editor for some newspaper around the late 50s with the Sputnik thing, where some scientist holding himself out as, some physicist, maybe, I don't know who he was, but some technical guys basically said that he didn't buy the Sputnik story, that this thing is really just a really cool scientific stunt, he said. The satellite technology, these orbital space beacons are just a cool scientific stunt. I'd really like to pick people's brains back in time to figure out how they were thinking this stuff was working.
Yoder, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So I really like the list of bad arguments that you've come up with. So would it not be a good idea for us to come up with a list of good arguments, and then for the other side, a list of their bad arguments and a list of their decent arguments anyway?
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, feel free to get started on that if you want. I mean, I think it'd be super helpful. I mean, the point of this list was to help us sharpen our skills based off of frustrating conversations we heard from our own side in this very room. But I think a more nobler goal is what you just described. Indio brought up the same point. Just like, why don't we come up with a list of the best FE arguments and rank them? And then talk about those. I think that'd be splendid.
Yeah, and of course, so I think I shared with you that back in 2021, with all of the really bad esoteric flat earthers all throughout Facebook land, I was looking at a project where I was calling it the argument I would not make as a flat earther. And then, so the problem was, though, every time I would write one and, like write a list of 20 or 30, then those bad arguments would disappear from Fascist Book. And then, so I thought, okay, well, yeah, so what I'll do is I'll divide this up into 4 parts. The bad FE arguments, the good FE arguments, the bad globe arguments, I would call those the arguments I would not make as a glober, and then the arguments I would make as a glober, and then that was going to be 4 blank pages. I figured that'd make the point very well. But having said that, I think, I'll see if I can start a list sometime when I get back from my conference. Because I think it would be good to have a list of our good arguments, our bad arguments. They're decent arguments because they don't have good arguments. They have decent arguments. They have a few. And then they're bad arguments, which they have a bunch of. And it'd be interesting to then compare and contrast it on an abstract level.
Well, this silence has been kind of weird and awkward.
Say that again, Yoder.
Yeah, well, it's now all weird and awkward. I'm not sure what happened.
Well, I came up with this brilliant idea, and I guess it was so brilliant that it ended the conversation. Or it was that bad. Either one, I'll let you be the judge. Yeah, but I do think it would be. I think it would be a really good idea for us to catalog the arguments of both sides and distill them, and that way, the discussion could be more transparent. Of some Globie comes in here and doesn't really know their own arguments, then say, hey, love to talk about this with you. Won't you take a few minutes and read? Here's what your side says. Sounds like what you're saying is a little different from that. Let's clear that up or whatever. Or vice versa. Those who hear bad arguments over in Earth Awakenings or somewhere else, then we can easily straighten those out and say, well, we don't answer for those people. We can only answer for ourselves. But on the topic you ask about, here's a brief synopsis. Read at leisure.
I'll tell you what I don't like about this idea of presenting good arguments is because this conversation cannot just boil down to who has a better argument. If the experience of the earth that we live on is that we treat it as flat and everything else that comes along with that, and the extraordinary claim is that it is not that thing, in fact, it's the exact opposite, well, it should be incumbent upon them to just go ahead and prove that with some kind of measurement, something. Not a calculation, not any of that stuff. Because then we don't have to deal with arguments, but that's always where it ends up. Like, oh, well, the way that I affirm the consequent here, tells me that the Earth is a globe. I don't care about any of that. It's the same problem with this guy and the satellites. It's like, okay, I got all this data, and the data says that, this data that we're getting back from whatever is in the sky, perhaps, or who knows how they're getting the data. It all matches up. Like, you could hear him say it. There's no way this works on a flat Earth. I didn't ask you about that. I want to know how you can prove that this is actually doing what you're telling me it's doing. And he would never be able to do that firsthand. So then he would say, well, it's showing us this telemetry data and that it's going around a sphere. It's like, great. Where can I find the sphere at then? It'll always come back to that, So, arguments are one thing, but just solid evidence, just measurements is the thing I'm looking for.
Oh, no, that's exactly what you would spell out is the reason satellites are a bad argument is because you have to affirm the consequence to accept that they're going around a bendy water ball.
Right. So it's like, where did they get the data so they know exactly what this thing is, quote unquote, orbiting? Where'd that come from? Where's the measurement of this globe? It'll always come back to that, I promise. And that there will be no answer. It'll be just, well, You tell me, then they're going to reverse the burden. Well, you tell me what's happening then, because these are the numbers that we have, and we have encrypted data, end to end, and there's no way anybody's going to spoof this, and yada, yada, yada. It's like, great. So the globe should be the thing that you could show me. We don't have to do it the back doorway where you say, I point at the sky, satellite, data, Earth glob. I don't need that. I need, where'd the glob part come from?
What problem do you have with the whole Eratosthenes experiment?
Well, number one, it's not an experiment. Number two, it's not a measurement. And number three, we have no primary source data for any of who he was or what he did. So it's just a story.
Yeah, and his methodology is flawed. It doesn't prove anything.
The sun would either have to be very far away or like 5,000 kilometers, right? It has to be one or the other.
Well, doesn't have to be 5,000 kilometers, no.
What else would explain the shadows?
Eratosthenes assumed that the sun rays were parallel. And this was he did.
But it's either that far away. It doesn't have to be exactly 93 million miles, but it has to be so far away that the rays are essentially parallel. Or
you can't have that on a flat Earth, and we don't observe that either.
We don't even have rays. There's no such thing as a ray. I mean, we could start there.
Yeah, we know what's meant though is the propagation vectors.
So the shadows, like I don't know, like the whole shadow observation, not experiment, but observation is just doesn't show anything.
It proves nothing. It's for neither side. It's just shadows at the end of the day.
How did wasn't he able to calculate, the angles, and then from that he
was able to assume that he was on a curving surface. Listen, the curving surface of the Earth would be necessary if the rays were parallel. So he doesn't have evidence of parallel rays. He's got an assumption. So from here, Department of Psychology, University of North Carolina at Wilmington, abstract. Okay, this is a paper called Alternate Interpretations of Eratosthenes' Two Sticks, the Journal of the Elisha Mitchell Scientific Society. And this explains it pretty well. He says, over 2,000 years ago, Eratosthenes coupled logical thought with crude measurement. This assumes he even exists, folks. To estimate the circumference of the Earth with what could be considered to be amazing accuracy. However, his observation would have led him to a very different conclusion if he'd used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. Scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are constant with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses.
Didn't they know at the time that the Earth was a globe? Like, it wasn't just Eratosthenes deriving it from nothing.
You could claim that, so then how did they do that? If it wasn't Eratosthenes this whole time, then who was it?
I forgot their names, but wasn't there a guy before Eratosthenes that was able to surmise that the moon was a particular distance away?
I mean, yeah, they've a lot of Greeks came up with different ideas about this, the stars and the sun and the moon, the planets. The idea that these things existed within a veil of blackness, taking on a spherical form, was born out of philosophy and the aesthetics of beauty. Here's another article. This is from Millersville University. All right. Pennsylvania. That's a Pennsylvania college. So Eratosthenes' assumptions. Number 1, that Alexandria and Syene lie on the same meridian. Number 2, that light rays from the sun which strike the earth are parallel. Number 3, that the distance between Alexandria and Syene is 5,000 stadies, whatever the hell a stadie was. That wasn't a standard unit of measure. Number 4, that the angle formed by the shadow and the staff in Alexandria at the summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle. Number 5, that the Earth is a sphere. Again, that'd be a necessary prerequisite for parallel rays. Otherwise, you couldn't triangulate them. Not that you can. That the Earth is a sphere. Eratosthenes analyzed the observations with the assumption that Earth is a sphere and that the sun is very far away. Here's another article, another university. This is nps.edu. I don't know what that is. He had observed that on the day of the summer solstice, that the midday sun shone to the bottom of a well in the town of Syene. Yeah, here's another. There are multiple stories of the Eratosthenes myth, by the way. Figure number 1 shows at the same time, he or someone observed that the sun was not directly overhead at Alexandria. It is remarkable, it says, that such accuracy was obtained in view of the fact that most of the known facts, his observations were incorrect. How is he in 2 different places at the same time?
Couldn't he have just gone 1 year later? I don't know.
That's not the myth. I mean, what's emerged from a lot of this that people don't talk about is what Eratosthenes' his story represents as a thought experiment that was probably concocted in that day. Just a thought experiment that was concocted in that day about this. It didn't really happen.
Has anyone attempted to recreate it in modern times?
I mean, yeah, like they have high school kids doing this stuff. Here's another one. This is neat. Okay, so Eratosthenes had 2 hypotheses of considerable predictive power, despite the fact that he would have found some difficulty in justifying them. First, the Earth is spherical. Second, the sun is, for practical purposes, at an infinite distance so that its rays reach Earth sensibly parallel. As it will appear, the Chinese author believed neither of these things. Get this. The lack of instances of arguments for a spherical Earth is, of course, compounded by the lack of instances of any counter-argument at all. The flat Earth remained unquestioned. So this is funny. This is from the Chinese Flat Earth History and Science, a Chinese Eratosthenes of the flat Earth. There's a guide, there's a fragment from the Huainan Su province that was found about this guy. He was a contemporary of Eratosthenes.
I live in China. I don't know what you mean by that. Which province?
Right, I'll post it, and actually I got the Chinese letters. I'll post this entire thing for you, actually, and I got a few more choice quotes from this. So basically, there was a Chinese version of Eratosthenes around the same time as Eratosthenes, and that they were flat earthers in their civilization at that time. They did the same exact method, applied their own assumptions about a flat earth and a localized sun, and their observations affirmed their belief in a flat earth. The same method. So the problem is not necessarily the method, but the application, which was philosophically insufficient to provide a deductive conclusion. Both Eratosthenes and both the Chinese man. So
the sky is a round canopy.
So it's really curious. So Eratosthenes, like says who said, didn't prove anything either way by taking elevation angles to the sun. Just like you could say merely taking elevation angles to any star also doesn't prove anything either way. It's going to hurt some people, but it's true. for the same logic.
So do we just not understand anything about light then?
Well, that's probably a true statement, honestly. I don't think we do. What is light? How many different ways can light be generated? Do we know all the ways? You know? How neatly does it actually fit within, electromagnetism, that whole spectrum? Or is it maybe something else? It's kind of on the fringe of it due to its scale difference. Operates a completely different scale than a radio. So, yeah, light's freaking mysterious, man. Not that radio is any more or less, but it's 2025 and they still teach Eratosthenes prove that the Earth is a globe in, high school textbooks.
It's all they have, just Pete and repeat were sitting on a bench. Pete fell off, and who was left?
Is this a debate? What's going on?
We're just we weren't debating. I was just sharing some information about the Eratosthenes myth.
Oh yeah, the Earth is definitely flat. I mean, there's no proof of curvature or the Earth spinning. Absolutely none. Zero. The only proof is now. What?
What makes you say that?
What makes you say what? That there's no proof of curvature? Because you can see things that are super far out that you're not supposed to be able to see. Like you can look over like the Lake of Michigan and see the Chicago skyline. That's like a pretty big, popular one that went viral. But like you can see the entire city, unobstructed, not under curvature when it's like 1,000 miles away.
Can't that be explained by like light ducting, basically? So
yeah. I mean, what they say. Their explanation is that light bends, and since there's a lot of atmosphere, sometimes it can be distorted, and you can see things well over the horizon. That's their explanation, and that's fine. But then, if they make that argument, that means that they can't use the proof of a boat going over the horizon and disappearing as evidence of curvature. Does that make sense?
I got you. But
there's no proof of curvature because if there's proof that you could see well beyond the horizon, they say, well, it's light bending or it's distortion or it's atmospheric conditions that is the reason why you're able to see a lot farther. So. If I'm looking at something and I'm not supposed to be able to look at it, if your explanation to that is, distortion or whatnot, then you can't say that a boat going over the horizon is proof that the Earth is round. You can't make.
Maybe people can see a boat going over horizon. It's been refracted and loomed up, so it looks like it's going further away when it's not.
No, I'm saying that the round earthers say that when a boat goes over the horizon, that's evidence that the Earth is round and that there's curvature, right? That's what they say. They say, "Oh, well, the boat's going over the horizon because you can't see it because there's a physical, objective barrier, curvature." Well, if that's the case, then why am I able to see things super far out, like the Chicago skyline from Lake Michigan? Well, then they say it's. Yeah.
Maybe the answer is that on a globe you actually do have a variable horizon due to meteorological conditions.
But if it's wait, if it's a variable horizon, then that means that you can't use proof of things going over the horizon as proof that there is curvature.
No, I gotcha. But maybe in some instances you can because it matches where the globe geometry would place it, and maybe you happen to be viewing conditions that aren't refracting that day in the atmosphere. What about that?
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you could say, okay, there's no atmosphere. There's not a lot of atmosphere. on this day, and you could see a boat go over the horizon, that's fine. But again, I think there's a lot of examples of us being able to see farther than we can, and I don't believe that there is curvature. But like, for instance, there are military weapons that can shoot thousands of miles with not thousands, but hundreds of miles with exact precision, and they don't calculate for curvature at all.
How do you know they don't?
What?
How do you know they don't count?
Because their manuals say that. Their actual manuals say that. What are you talking about?
What makes you think you've got manuals about this kind of stuff? Wouldn't that be like national security?
The U.S. Navy, or I'm sorry, there's one of the. I can link it. I don't have it, off the top of my head, but one of the branches of the military gave like a manual on how they calculate distances, and one of the first assumptions that they make is that the Earth is not moving and flat and stationary.
Maybe they're operating at distances and scales that actually don't necessitate it statistically.
Yeah, but if you actually look at the formula for curvature, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So,
what if you're recalling bad figures here, right? What if we're not talking thousands of miles like you're saying, but maybe 100 or 2?
I mean, regardless, you do have to. No, I'm saying regardless, you do have to account for curvature in the round Earth model. You have to. It's pretty significant.
What scales you're operating, maybe you don't.
Yes, true. Yes, but after 10 to 100 miles, there is a good amount of curvature that you have to account for, especially when you're building stuff, when you're shooting stuff, when you're doing things that require you to account for curvature.
Now, I think a lot of that, though, is specific to what it is that's actually being done. Like, you can't just make a general blanket statement like that.
The world operates on generalities. What, are you low IQ?
What are you talking about? Like, there's a difference between if I'm going to be like shining a laser and infrared over a long distance versus lobbing parabolic ballistics over a long distance. One of these might have to be way more accurate than the other, so the error tolerances are going to matter, which means and requires you to not apply generalities, but specifics to each case. So, I kind of resent your remark.
Okay. That's a fair point. I think the only point that I was trying to get at is like, where's the proof of curvature? I mean, most people say that you could prove curvature by seeing a boat go over the horizon. That's not good enough.
Yeah, well, maybe they need to be educated on their own lore. But yeah, hell if I know what the proof of curvature is.
Okay, so do you think the Earth is round?
Absolutely not. It hasn't been measured like that.
That's based.
Nice. So we're all in agreement then, right?
Patriot.
Yeah, I was pushing back, devil's advocate.
Oh, okay.
It's always fun when you do.
Aaron Yeager. That's a good name.
Yeah. So is yours, Alexander the Great.
It's great.
So what about other planets, though? What about Mars and other? Are they also flat or just Earth?
No, the Earth is just the only flat thing. The Earth isn't a planet.
True.
Oh, true. You're saying the other planets are flat.
Other planets, though, the Earth isn't a planet. The Earth is flat. The other things, they can be spherical, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
The Earth is the flat plane underneath those things. We're not a disk amongst those things.
Well, didn't expect that to kill the chat. I think that guy did pretty well. Kind of caught me off guard when he asked me to provide proof. I'm like, oh man, I'm going to have to lie. I'm playing devil's advocate to defend the globe. I'm going to have to lie. What can I lie about? I'm terrible at lying. I could probably steel man reciprocal zeniths or something like that. Honestly, I think I could have done that.
What do you think the best anecdote that the GTs have is?
I have no
obviously
clue, man.
they don't have
They all
evidence,
suck.
but-
They're all terrible. They're all obviously terrible. That's why when you said like come up with the list of their best ones, I'm like like.
Well, like I say, all it needs to be is like 4 blank pages. You know, just a blank page will do. I mean, can you think of anything more compelling than 4 blank pages for that section?
No, I mean, if I were to actually put anything to it, it might be their claim of satellite technology, which is powered by belief. A lot of it, like a lot of people. You know, but barring that, I mean, geez.
Yeah. And I don't disagree on that, by the way.
Well, there's a lack of verifiable evidence for any of this stuff. It comes along with that claim. And there are attempts to make it look like it is. There are attempts to make it appear to be it's very open access and commercial and open source and anybody can do it. And, you know, just contact your local high school physics teacher and build a CubeSat today. But there's very little critical thinking about the chain of custody of this and about the mathematics involved with assuming coordinate systems and reifying them into reality. There's very little thought process behind all of that, actually, and it's all based off of acceptance and trust. And ultimately, you are going to affirm the consequent and lose chain of custody.
Yeah, did you see my video of the launch yesterday?
The one that you posted in DM? You posted me something in DM. Was that the launch? Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Yeah. It's down at the bottom left. It's hard to see. I could see it probably better with my polarized sunglasses. But my point of it is, like, I had no idea that was happening. I was just at the jetty. And then I see it. Then somebody starts telling us, oh, look to the north. They're getting ready to take off. I'm like, what? Like Mickey Mouse or something? They're like, no, the rocket. I'm like, okay. So I literally watched the thing go up and come back down. Like, and they're all like really excited about something going up. I shot an arrow into the air. Where it landed, I know not where. You know, like. It's just funny the number of people, and they probably sit in that bench. They probably got to that bench an hour or two before, waiting. Waiting to see the little bit that they saw, and I don't think any of them had polarized sunglasses on because they're like, oh, we can't see it. I mean, you could see the contrail for a little while, and then it dissipated. And, you know, I could kind of see the reflection on the command module or whatever the hell you call it for. And then it looked like it was just trying to go back down over towards Bermuda. But my point is nobody ever puts any critical thought into any of this. It's just like kind of like you're rejecting your mother and apple pie and all things American if you don't just get down on your knees and worship the Tower of Babel in Cape Canaveral.
You could almost think how insidious this actually is. Like, what if they're secretly testing doomsday weapons? And they're able to do it out in the public because everybody thinks it's, this friendly commercial SpaceX rocket. That everybody's out there basically watching, but could be leading to their own demise someday.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going on. I mean, what else could it possibly be?
Yeah, that'd be pretty perverse, right? That'd be like, man, it's almost like the equivalent of like taking prisoners and having them work in like a tank factory building artillery shells or something like that during the wars, that those weapons that they're building could be shipped off overseas and used against their own countrymen.
Yeah, didn't we do that to the Germans in World War II?
Oh yeah, we sure did.
I know one of the places they did it at.
Yeah, me too. Actually work at a facility that used to be that. It's an old building complex.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, or not.
Yeah, I know, right?
It wasn't cool for them. Imagine the signs up saying like, last week your ammunition killed 100 of your fellow comrades. Work hard. When we get that to 125, we're going to give you a day off.
Yeah, warmer soup.
So why do you think it is, other than just the whole Tower of Babel or Tower of Babel concept, why do you think it is that this has just gotten ingrained in the national psyche that you can't question anything space related? You can hate the government, you can everything else, you can be a big militia member and everything else, but my God, if you question the any bit of the space lie, you're some sort of terrorist.
I think it's the crowning achievement of American domestic and foreign policy today. It still is. I think it's absolutely protected.
Yeah, my wife's uncle and I were talking today, and he was telling me how they flew back from Vietnam, and he was telling me how they were stopping at all these islands, and he says, and then the next thing he knows, they're landing in Anchorage. And he's telling me that all his life he could never figure out why that was, and I kind of explained a little bit of that today. And he's like, wow. He like instantly got it. It took a moment to kind of explain it, and then all of a sudden he's like, wow, well, what else could it be?
I have to go in a minute, but I'll be listening.
Say that again.
I got to get going in a minute, is what I said. So I'll be listening in here and there, probably on YouTube.
There you go. Well, have a good evening. Yeah, I'm going to slower read through that list here soon. I did the quick read through it, and I think that's a really good list. And I got to remember there's a couple things that kind of hit me that's not on the list. So have a good evening. I'll chat with you soon.
Yeah, enjoy. Thanks. I want to push it up to 50 just for a nice round number, and then leave it alone after that. Yeah, take care.
Now, says who? Are you still here?
Yeah, but I'm busy.
All right, I'll catch you soon.
All right, later.
Well, whoever's still around, I'm going to ditch out of here. So have a good evening and chat with you all again here soon.